Sue Rand's task revolves around the protagonist of Small World. Their fates are tumultuous and filled with suffering, seemingly requiring a complete disintegration of family before they can truly embody the title of protagonist. Yet, they were meant to shine brilliantly. Upon accepting the mission, Sue Rand prepared to follow the advice of his predecessors strictly, to serve as a mentor and ally to the protagonist, clearing obstacles and providing them with a golden opportunity. However, upon meeting the protagonist, Sue Rand quietly nudged the system. Are all your protagonists this stunning? Chapter 1. The Bastard. The narrow alley beside the school had long been abandoned, rarely traversed by anyone. The streetlights, worn by time, flickered intermittently, and a shadow loomed vaguely against the wall, indistinct and unclear. At 9 in the evening, the clamor of students leaving evening study sessions stirred Sue Rand, who had been huddled in the corner of the wall. His fingers twitched slightly as he opened his eyes. The air was thick with the scent of rust, and a deep wound marred his shoulder, its pain now dulled by numbness. Crimson blood dripped down his arm, leaving dark stains on the cobblestones. Sue Rand surveyed his surroundings, gradually grasping his current predicament. This body had clearly been beaten and abandoned here for some time, and the loss of blood left him feeling cold. "Host, are you all right? I've activated pain perception shielding for you," a somewhat anxious voice echoed in his mind. Half of Sue Rand's body was numb, yet he could still move. "I'm fine, thank you." Although there was no pain, the weakness from blood loss was undeniably unpleasant. Sue Rand was an intern at a fast travel bureau, and the system he was bound to was responsible for safeguarding the protagonist's physical and mental well-being, as well as maintaining world stability. This was his first world, and only upon successful completion of the task could he and the system gain permanent status. The protagonist was his nominal brother, Pei Sudong, while he was the illegitimate child of Pei's father. It was termed nominal because the original body was not actually Pei's father's child. His biological mother was a woman of great ambition, who, upon becoming pregnant and uncertain of the child's paternity, devised a scheme to entrap Pei's father, hoping to ascend to the upper echelons of society through this child. However, Pei's father shared a profound bond with his legitimate wife. Despite all her machinations, the original mother only managed to secure 5 million, leaving the original child in her care. When the original child was 5, his mother succumbed to illness, and he was taken back to the Pei household. Pei's wife fell into a deep depression, becoming emotionally distant from Pei's father. Although Pei's father and his wife did not direct their resentment towards the original child, they could not bring themselves to grow close to him either. Pei Sudong, unable to accept this brother, merely overlooked his existence. Perhaps once the original child moved out at adulthood, everything would return to normal. Yet, in the year the original turned 16, he accidentally discovered that he was not Pei's father's child. Having grown accustomed to the life of a wealthy heir, he feared that the revelation of the truth would strip him of everything he possessed. He could not bear the thought of transforming from Pei's son into an orphan, with a deceased mother and an unknown father. In his confusion, he became entangled with some delinquents outside school, resulting in a brutal beating. It was at this moment that Sue Rand arrived. According to the original plot, the truth was revealed when Pei's father discovered the original's hidden emotions, resulting in a heated argument while driving, leading to a tragic car accident from which neither survived. This incident was ultimately classified as an accident, but the secret of the original's illegitimacy was exposed. Pei's wife, tormented by years of neglect and resentment, succumbed to her depression, ultimately leaping from a high building. Thus, Pei Sudong lost all his family, and the Pei family, bereft of its leader, faced turmoil overnight. He abandoned his studies and devoted himself to preserving the Pei family, but the toll of his labor led to his demise at a mere 32 years of age. Now that the host has arrived, as long as the host does not harm the Pei family, our task can be completed with ease. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. Indeed, the novice task was quite simple, and the main system was not lying. Quite simple? Sue Rand recalled the unfolding narrative, from Pei's father to Pei Sudong. No member of the Pei family met a good end. He did not believe it was merely an accident. Who else was involved when the Pei family fell into disarray? What about the few ill-intentioned individuals the original had encountered after learning the truth? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Sue Rand's eyes, quickly overshadowed by his weakened state. His vision blurred, and after a few steps, he stumbled. The system volunteered to access Su Ran's phone to summon a vehicle. After arriving at the hospital and having his wound treated, he received glucose, knowing that the drip would take several hours. Wishing to escape the torment of this body, both he and the system retreated into the system's space to watch a movie. Just as the plot reached a thrilling peak, Su Ran's expression turned serious. Did you hear that sound? The system shook its head in confusion. Upon entering the body, he was once again enveloped in fatigue, and his previously alert mind was now clouded. Su Ran picked up his phone to find 5 missed calls, 2 from Pei's father and 3 from Pei Sudong. Although pain perception had been suppressed, Su Ran felt a dull ache in his head. Before he could formulate an explanation, the phone rang again. The caller ID read Pei Sudong in blunt letters. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran pressed the answer button. Hello. Father said you haven't returned home. Where are you? The voice on the other end was cold and distant, devoid of any discernible emotion. Pei Sudong, as recalled from the original's memories, was a notably cold individual, distant from everyone except his mother, and he instinctively rejected the original. If he was disinterested, why would he call to inquire? Like his mother, Pei Sudong possessed a soft heart. Hearing the protagonist's voice, as described in the narrative, Su Ran felt a genuine sense of immersion in this world, as the words of the plot transformed into the people around him. Had he not come, Pei's wife would meet her end in a fall, and Pei Sudong would witness the shattering of his mother's body, that vivid crimson becoming an everlasting nightmare. Each midnight, haunted by those memories, Pei Sudong would suffer through this relentless torment, swiftly deteriorating. By the age of 30, while others thrived, he would be on the brink of death. Su Ran glanced at the nearly empty drip. I'm at the hospital, sorry. I'll be back soon. His voice was surprisingly gentle, causing Pei Sudong on the other end to pause in astonishment. Previously, Su Ran would have snapped, "No need for your feigned concern." Realizing the implication of Su Ran's words, Pei Sudong rose. Which hospital? I'll come and get you. Su Ran glanced at his school uniform, his tone drifting. System, isn't Pei Sudong in university? Why is he at home? The system flipped through its database. He's on summer break. Su Ran tugged at his backpack, making his meaning clear. Well, he's a university student, so he must have finished earlier than you. Su Ran replied, Don't tell me I still have to attend school on behalf of the original. The system, slightly abashed, nodded. Realizing Su Ran couldn't see it, it added, well, there's still the college entrance examination. Su Ran, it's all right, host. Once we leave the Pei family, the sky will be our limit. The Pei family's feelings towards Su Ran are quite complex. We aren't close, and as long as we don't offend them, we can travel for the next few years. How did things evolve into this? Su Ran sat silently in the back seat of Pei Sudong's car, wanting to speak several times. But each time he met Pei Sudong's icy demeanor, he swallowed his words. As the protagonist, Pei Sudong possessed an undeniably superior appearance. He resembled his mother, with soft features and misty gray eyes that slanted downwards, easily evoking a desire for closeness. Yet, Pei Sudong's gaze was indifferent, his demeanor meticulous and distant. No matter how gentle his countenance, it was veiled in frost. The black shirt accentuated his tall frame, adding to the sense of distance. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, prompting Su Ran to close his eyes and let the system play a movie for him. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pei family villa, Pei Sudong halted the car, suddenly realizing how unusually quiet Su Ran had been throughout the journey, a stark contrast to the lively person he had been earlier, and he merely considered the other party to be mentally exhausted from their injuries. Yet it was inappropriate to allow anyone to sleep in the car. Su Ran, wake up. Pei Sudong believed his tone was not excessively harsh, sufficient to disturb the other person. However, Su Ran, who had his eyes closed moments ago, suddenly opened them in a panic, striking his hand against the car window, inadvertently aggravating the injury on his shoulder, causing his complexion to turn ashen. His eyes were filled with dread, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He fixed his gaze on Pei Sudong, blinking several times until his expression appeared to finally sharpen, and his taut body gradually relaxed. Pei Sudong slightly furrowed his brow, his tone remaining stern. What's wrong? Su Ran shook his head. It's nothing. Let's get out. Nothing, indeed, except that he hadn't anticipated that the movie randomly selected by the system would be a horror film. At that moment, the system itself had retreated into the recesses of his mind, weeping quietly, leaving Su Ran unable to reproach it. Pei Su Dong leaned against the car for a few seconds, and upon seeing Su Ran walk steadily, he followed suit. Pei father sat in the living room at home, a cup of coffee beside him. Noticing Su Ran's injuries, he frowned and inquired what happened. Su Ran discreetly assessed him. It's nothing. As an employee of the Quick Change Bureau, albeit currently an intern, he possessed a myriad of talents in both literature and martial arts. Yet, he found himself thrust into a minor world, inhabiting a body that had been thoroughly beaten. Such a humiliating incident was not something he would disclose. Seeing his refusal to cooperate, Pei father's expression darkened. You're not a child anymore. You must take responsibility for your actions. The Pei family cannot be your lifelong refuge. This matter had long been made clear. The Pei family would care for him until he turned 18, after which he would receive a sum of money and be left to his own devices. Su Ran felt that this arrangement was already quite generous, but knowing that the original body was not a member of the Pei family, it was imperative to resolve the emotional rift between Pei father and Pei mother as swiftly as possible. After all, their family had suffered greatly due to this issue, and what was once a harmonious household had fallen apart. This was his first task alongside the system, and it was best to resolve it quickly to avoid any complications. We may need to conduct a paternity test, Su Ran suggested after careful consideration. Chapter 2. What a robbery! He is not the original self. Neither does he covet the opulence of the Pei family, nor yearn for their familial affection. Even though his identity is not yet that of an adult, he is capable of supporting himself. Without blood ties, he should not impose upon another's household. Pei Sudong had no intention of witnessing the scene where Pei's father was reprimanding Su Ran. Yet, as he ascended the staircase, he cast a perplexed glance at Su Ran upon hearing his words. On a June night, there lingered a chill in the air. Su Ran, clad in a thin school uniform, bore noticeable bloodstains on his shoulder. Just a glance left Pei Sudong momentarily stunned. Su Ran's utterances were alarming. Based on past experiences, Pei Sudong would have deemed him to be merely throwing a tantrum. However, at this moment, Su Ran stood there quietly, earnestly articulating his thoughts. Pei's father, either believing his ears to be deceiving him or suspecting his rebellious son of losing his senses, could hardly contain his rising fury. Tomorrow, I shall grant you leave. You may return to your room. Su Ran interrupted, his pace deliberate. I am indeed not your child. I hope you might consider a paternity test with me. He urgently summoned the system, which promptly retrieved the prepared data. The pertinent information was highlighted in red, and the system even adorned it with small stars. Su Ran suppressed a smile as he read aloud. My mother's blood type is A, and today, at the hospital, I discover my blood type is O. Yet, if I recall correctly, your blood type is AB? Pei's father stood momentarily dumbfounded. What did you say? A loud noise echoed from above. Pei's mother, clad in her nightgown, stood at the staircase's edge, her grip tight on the railing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon them, demanding, what does this mean? Pei Sudong's attention shifted away from Su Ran as he rushed to support her. Pei's mother, already in a fragile state, made him anxious, prompting him to firmly guide her back to their room. His slightly frantic steps betrayed his inner turmoil. Su Ran sighed softly, perhaps beginning to comprehend why the Quick Transit Bureau offered services to erase emotions and memories. Actors, even when aware that everything is merely a performance, may find it difficult to exit their roles, let alone the employees who confront genuine individuals. I'm truly sorry. Su Ran turned his gaze back to Pei's father. This adept businessman, now wearied by guilt despite being in the prime of his 40s. He stepped closer to take Pei's father's coffee. It is too late for coffee. You should refrain from drinking it. I will depart from the Pei household. You have done nothing to wrong your wife. It is my mother and I who owe you an apology. Pei's father felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Let us discuss this further after the paternity test tomorrow. It took him over a decade to come to terms with having an illegitimate son, only to suddenly be told that he was not. Anyone would be bewildered in his place. Su Ran, aware of the paternity test's outcome, harbored no objections and stepped aside to indicate that Pei's father should precede him. I do not mean to cast doubt on your words. Pei's father hesitated. But how did you know my blood type? Su Ran rifled through his memories, finally arriving at an answer. During your previous hospitalization, I perused your medical records. Though Su Ran had sustained injuries, his school uniform stained with blood, his complexion pale, and damp strands of hair framing his forehead, he stood tall, his gaze bright, as if he had suddenly matured. Pater familias, Pei harbored an aversion towards this child, subconsciously believing he could never betray his wife, and thus found it impossible to accept a child that was not his own. Yet, this child was thrust into his life, transforming his once sincere affections into mere pretense. Social gatherings among the elite turned into discussions of his familial woes, while his beloved wife succumbed to illness. Drifting away from him, his son matured overnight, growing increasingly estranged from him. Everything he cherished was shattered by the mere existence of this child. He resolved to raise him until adulthood, at which point he would compel him to depart, dedicating the remainder of his life to atonement. Regardless of the child's reluctance or resentment, he steeled himself to ensure the child would leave. Had he known from the outset that the child would eventually depart, he would never have allowed himself to invest emotionally. Providing shelter and sustenance was the extent of his commitment, although the innocent child bore no blame. Human inclination is often skewed. His affections were reserved for his wife and the offspring she bore him. Ironically, this child was not his son, a revelation that should have brought relief, yet he had come to regard the child as a mere burden. However, when Su Ran calmly declared that he was not Pei's child, it left him utterly bewildered. He had long evaded the truth, inflicting pain not only on his wife and Su Dong, but potentially on Su Ran as well. Should we depart from the Pei household directly? The system retrieved the plot of the miniature world. Su Ran elucidated. We can address external threats gradually, and you will assist me in monitoring them. The internal conflicts are of utmost importance. Each day the illegitimate child remains. The deeper the wounds within this family grow, hence prompt resolution is preferable. He lacked family ties. Yet is it not true that human connections often unfold in such a manner? The system, seemingly perplexed, remarked, the main system's data did not indicate any threats against the Pei family. Caution is advisable. Su Ran meticulously reviewed the plot once more, instructing the system to mark the incidents involving Pei father and the original character. Just as the previously tranquil corridor echoed with footsteps, Su Ran, with keen hearing, discerned that someone was approaching his room. Before the knock could resound, he preemptively opened the door. Aunt Su, he inquired, somewhat astonished. Suma, responsible for the household's culinary affairs, presented a bowl of freshly prepared lean meat porridge, its delicate aroma wafting enticingly. Young master returned rather late. You ought to have a midnight snack, she said, employed by the Pei family. Suma would not have taken it upon herself to prepare porridge at such an hour without explicit instructions. Su Ran grasped the bowl's edge, the steaming porridge slightly scalding. Who sent you? He asked. Was it Pei father, or perhaps Pei Su Dong? Madam said you were injured and should replenish your strength, Su Ma replied with a smile. To think it was Pei Madam, the one who should have despised Su Ran the most. The notion of being cared for after an injury felt peculiarly unsettling. Su Ran paused, as he had never been one to waste food, diligently consuming the porridge. Perhaps the exquisite flavor and comforting warmth clouded his judgment. Before he realized it, Su Ran found himself standing at Pei Madam's door. Since the scandal of Pei father's infidelity erupted, they had been living apart, and, as time progressed, the chasm between them only widened, transforming what was once an enviable couple into a pair of estranged acquaintances. Madame Pei suffers from a sleep disorder, relying on sleeping pills each night. At this hour, she ought to be in slumber, yet the bright gleam seeping through the doorframe pierces the darkness, impossible to ignore. Su Ran, an orphan, lacks experience in dealing with elders, especially those with such complex relationships. Without a doubt, Madame Pei is a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding a graceful demeanor. Raised in a scholarly family, living a carefree life as a young lady. However, since her husband's scandal involving an illegitimate child, her aging has accelerated. Su Ran hesitates. The mere existence of the illegitimate child is a wound to this woman. To ensure the completion of his mission, it would be prudent for him to vanish swiftly. Yet, beyond the task, he finds himself genuinely curious. Can you elucidate your intentions? Madame Pei seems intent on scrutinizing him, trying to uncover the true motives concealed beneath his facade. She seldom regards others with such piercing eyes, typically embodying gentleness and tranquility, especially towards Pei Fu and Su Ran, with a weary calmness. She has never caused anyone distress in her lifetime. Perhaps it is precisely because she cannot impose on others that she only burdens herself, ultimately causing pain to both herself and her child. I have no need to deceive, Su Ran asserts, meeting her gaze without flinching. My mother erred, and I apologize for the harm it has caused you. Whether in departing or repaying, I shall do my utmost. Madame Pei appears momentarily perplexed by his words, pausing thoughtfully before rising to fetch her medication. Su Ran quickly intervenes. You only need one Zopiclone at a time. His tone is casual, suggesting that she may have merely miscounted her pills. Return first, she murmurs, you are injured. Rest is paramount. Su Ran hesitates before responding. Thank you for the kanji that Aunt Su sent. Please, take care and rest early. As he closes the door behind Madame Pei, he discovers a figure standing outside. Pei Sudong, having arrived unnoticed, remains outside for reasons unknown, quietly leaning against the wall, nearly merging with the shadows, his eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. They share a tacit understanding, remaining silent until they are sufficiently distanced from Madame Pei and Pei Fu's quarters. Su Ran suspects Pei Sudong has inquiries, yet he does not anticipate the prolonged silence, during which Pei Sudong finally manages to utter, Is your wound serious? Is this a response befitting a rational individual? He ought to inquire whether Su Ran speaks the truth, question his intentions towards their mother, or ask when he uncovered the reality. Such inquiries would be typical of Pei Sudong. Instead, he expresses concern over this trivial injury, shaking off those perplexing thoughts. Su Ran cannot deny a warmth blossoming within his heart. The rehearsed defenses prove ineffective. He can only shake his head and smile lightly. It's not serious. Pei Sudong observes his countenance. Even with a tone of conviction, his words lack persuasiveness. Previous impressions of this younger brother, accumulated over a decade, pale in comparison to the depth of understanding gained in this brief encounter. The sharpness has vanished, revealing a gentleness in the person before him. Yet, during the conversation with their parents, Pei Sudong had maintained the upper hand, starkly contrasting with the volatile individual prone to rage. He closes his eyes briefly. If Su Ran speaks truthfully, could everything potentially improve? Yet, why would Su Ran undertake such actions? There seems to be no benefit for him. The scene in the hospital where Su Ran received the news is vividly etched in his memory at that moment. It appeared that Su Ran had something to convey to him. Had he known, he would have inquired further. His previous aversion and disdain for Su Ran's identity were genuine. Yet he found it challenging to connect the boy he encountered today with the person he once knew. Su Ran should not be this way. Yet it seemed he was destined to be. After returning to his room, Su Ran, alongside the system, meticulously calculated the expenditures the Pei family had incurred on the original persona over the years, which undoubtedly required reimbursement. The main system responded affirmatively, offering full reimbursement. The system joyfully twirled in delight. This, however, was of little consequence. Su Ran tucked away the meticulously kept ledger, finding profit-making not particularly arduous, and repayment not an immediate concern. He could not simply produce such a substantial sum of money without reason. The system vowed to fiercely protect the host's rights and promptly returned to demand that the main system convert the currency into employee points for the Quick Travel Bureau. Main system. Is this robbery? Chapter 3. The importance lies in participation. Su Ran opened his computer to browse the stock market situation. Investing was a mandatory course for employees of the Quick Travel Bureau, and Su Ran was particularly exceptional among them. The Pei family had been quite generous to the original persona. Thus, the debts were substantial, rendering conventional money-making methods insufficient. By the time the system returned victorious, it was already late into the night. The system's algorithms operated like a cheat in this small world, assisting Su Ran with investment simulations to deduce the optimal choices. Su Ran invested all the remaining balance on the original persona's card. The following day, He awoke to find it was already 11 in the morning. Surprisingly, Pei father had not summoned him early to undergo the paternity test. The family was exceedingly lenient. Su Ran pondered that such a tragedy of familial ruin should not befall them. Descending the stairs, he encountered the three of them quietly seated on the sofa. The atmosphere decidedly peculiar, causing Su Ran to pause. Observing their countenances, it was evident they had likely not slept well throughout the night. Having slept soundly until dawn, Su Ran and the system felt somewhat embarrassed. Su Ma thoughtfully left breakfast for Su Ran, who ate toast and drank milk with a complicated mood. In truth, the paternity test required only Su Ran and Pei father to attend, but Pei mother stubbornly insisted on accompanying them. Thus, it culminated in Pei father driving, with Su Ran in the passenger seat, and Pei mother and Pei Su Dong in the rear. Su Ran feigned rest, communicating with the system in his mind. He exchanged for a detector to be installed in the car. Pei father's driving skills were exemplary. The catastrophic car accident in the original plot was likely not solely due to the dispute between the two. He kept his eyes closed throughout the journey, unaware of the probing gaze from Pei Su Dong in the back seat. The identification results, which typically took 3 to 5 days, could be expedited by Pei father's financial influence, allowing them to be available on the same day without delay. Once the results were ready, they would be sent to both Pei father and Su Ran's mobile phones. Pei father, who had never been obsessed with his phone, found himself checking it almost every minute that day, fearing he might miss the notification. Su Ran, however, seemed entirely indifferent, returning to the Pei residence to begin packing his belongings in his room. By evening, Su Ran finally received a text message from the testing agency. He descended the stairs, pulling his suitcase behind him. Pei mother's eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had been crying. The three members of the Pei family lingered downstairs for half a day. Though they remained silent, their attention was fixated on Pei father's phone, anxiously awaiting the arrival of a message. Minutes passed without any clarity, leaving them entangled in their own complex emotions. While they were still uncertain about how to approach Su Ran, he had already efficiently packed his belongings, seemingly ready to leave this home since yesterday. The system had even prearranged a hotel for him, yet Su Ma had prepared a meal, ensuring that Su Ran was not overlooked. Su Ran was taken aback that Pei Su Dong would attempt to persuade him to stay, and even more so that Pei father and Pei mother seemed to tacitly support this plea. "You're still young and have been hurt. Do not let a moment of anger dictate your decisions," Pei Su Dong remarked, his tone cool, devoid of warmth, as he swallowed the word rebellion and opted for a gentler phrasing. "There is no need to rush. You have yet to consider your schooling and accommodation arrangements. As a minor, you must discuss these matters first." If one were to overlook Pei Su Dong's tightly clenched fingers, his demeanor was nothing short of businesslike. Su Ran sighed, unlocking his phone to confirm the hotel reservation. His account held a sufficient balance to manage his schooling and accommodation. He had indeed thought through every detail. Pei mother gazed at his shoulders and advised, "First, focus on healing." Su Ran shook his head. "It's not serious, and it doesn't hurt." In truth, the pain he felt was trivial compared to the injuries sustained during his training in the primary world. Pei father remained silent, handing Su Ran a bank card. "There is no need for that, Mr. Pei." Su Ran gently pushed away the card offered. "It is my mother and I who owe you. I bear no resentment. The financial support I received from the Pei family in the past has sufficed for a comfortable life." Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Ran received a bank transfer. The system remarked, "Host, it's a transfer from Pei father." While bathing, he received a second transfer. The system exclaimed, "Pei mother has also sent you money." Just as he was about to sleep, a third transfer arrived. The system monotonously stated, "The protagonist has also sent you money." Su Ran stared at his burgeoning balance, pondering if the Pei family was truly so keen on charity. The system noted, "While it is true that the Pei family has engaged in considerable philanthropy in the original storyline, their financial generosity towards you this time must be attributed to your undeniable charm." Su Ran paused, contemplating the notion of being charming. He recorded these 3 transfers in his ledger, chuckling, "I am hardly what one would call charming." In response, the system argued internally, confident that its calculations were infallible. The injury on Su Ran's shoulder was trivial. He declined the system's suggestion to rest for a few days. As a student, he was oblivious to the criteria for success in his tasks, nor did he know how long he would remain in this world. Thus, he felt compelled to attend school. Arriving early would allow him to acclimate, and even if he was reluctant, he had no habit of requesting leave. With the semester nearing its end, it was impractical to arrange for dormitory accommodation, and Su-ran privately preferred to avoid it. Even without residing with the Pei family, he could earn a living. The system was already assisting him in searching for nearby rental apartments. The daily routines of high school students can be rather inhumane. During the early reading session, most students appear to be in a daze. Su-ran occupies the last row by the window, leaning against the wall and gazing outside at the still dark sky, where a star or two faintly glimmers. To stave off drowsiness, many students resort to chatting or singing under the guise of memorizing study materials. Su-ran, lost in thought, suddenly finds the previously noisy classroom enveloped in silence. The homeroom teacher, a seasoned female instructor, stands sternly at the podium, while the students below wish they could bury their heads in their books, too intimidated to glance up. Next week, the school is set to hold a sports meet. Upon hearing this announcement, the atmosphere nearly ignites, yet it quickly dampens under the weight of the teacher's piercing gaze. You will soon be on break, and the next time you return, you will be seniors. This is your last sports meet in your secondary school years, so I hope everyone takes it seriously. After the early reading session, the sports committee begins to tally the participants. Su-ran, feeling somewhat sleepy, rests his head on the desk, when the sound of hurried footsteps halts right in front of him. We are short one participant for the relay race. He overhears his desk mate conversing quietly with the sports committee member. Yes, injured. Is there no one else? Su-ran pulls off his school jacket. What? The sports committee member looks troubled. We need one more for the 400-meter relay. Our class is short on boys. Su-ran nods. Then add me. The sports committee member quickly waves his hands. Aren't you injured? Don't push yourself. Let me think of another solution. Su-ran has completely forgotten about his injury. What could possibly happen in a 400 meters? It's fine, just put me in. The sports committee member, genuinely appreciative, feels warm at Su-ran's timely offer, calling him a lifesaver. Initially, Su-ran was not particularly familiar with his classmates, but thanks to the affable sports committee member, he finds himself speaking more that day than in the entire previous year. Later, as Su-ran leaves school, carrying his backpack back to the hotel, he spots a somewhat familiar car at the school gate. Su-ran inquires with the system, "Is that Pei Su-dong?" The system pauses the movie to sift through the records. Oh dear, the protagonist came to the hotel to find the host today. Knowing the host was attending school, he drove here to wait. What a good person. A smile tugs at Su-ran's lips, a warm sensation blooming within him. Yet he turns and walks in the opposite direction. The system drifts out from the space in a tangled mess. Host, aren't we going to ask the protagonist what he is here for? Su-ran continues on without pausing. Pei Su-dong doesn't seem inclined to follow. The system, puzzled, peeks through the space at Pei Su-dong in the car. In the vast sea of people, Pei Su-dong spots Su-ran immediately, and his gaze remains fixated. But host, he has been watching you. It isn't until Su-ran's figure has completely vanished at the car, which had been parked outside the school for quite some time, finally roars to life and drives into the night. When Pei Su-dong returns home, the living room is already shrouded in darkness, while the kitchen surprisingly glows with light. Mrs. Pei has unexpectedly returned to the kitchen, and upon seeing him home late, she refrains from asking any questions. Su-dong, is that you? Would you like some porridge? No need. Pei Su-dong smiles. Are you hungry? A glimmer of brightness seems to light up Mrs. Pei's eyes. Your father has been drinking. I worry he might have a stomachache. Pei Su-dong felt a stirring in his heart, and a glimmer of starlight sparkled in his eyes. He wanted to speak, but his words were caught in his throat, revealing a hint of helplessness. Mrs. Pei understood his thoughts and gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. Are you tired? Go and rest. Pei Su-dong nodded solemnly, blinking fiercely to keep the moisture at bay, yet the scene before him blurred, as if he could once again see that tall and handsome figure. Some things began to change unnoticed, quietly fermenting in the stillness of the night. In recent days, the relationship between his parents had begun to thaw, and Pei Su-dong inexplicably found himself driving to the entrance of Su-ran's school. It was class time, yet the campus was no longer its usual tranquility, filled with bursts of noise. The sports meeting was a rare opportunity for the energetic youths confined in classrooms. Su-Ran had been assigned to run the final leg of the relay, but he had not yet recovered from his injury, causing great anxiety for the sports committee. Their class was not particularly strong in athletics, and by the time it reached the third leg, the team was already showing signs of decline. Su-Ran just run casually. Participation is what matters. Su-Ran nodded in response, yet at the moment he grasped the relay baton, a single thought consumed him. Participation? Nonsense. I must win. As Su-Ran overtook one competitor after another, cheers erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, the elderly security guard, dozing in his booth, finally noticed the young man lingering outside the school gate. With a smile, the guard, holding a thermos cup, spoke to him, "Quite lively today. The children are having their sports meeting." Pei Sudong replied, "Sir, my brother studies here. May I go in and watch?" Chapter 4. Quite handsome as Pei Sudong entered, he happened upon Su-Ran sprinting forward with vigor and determination. The moment Su-Ran crossed the finish line, his classmates immediately surrounded him. The vibrancy of youth nearly overwhelming Pei Sudong. Concerned about Su-Ran's injury, Pei Sudong scrutinized him from head to toe. Su-Ran's tousled hair was slightly damp with sweat, carelessly pushed aside, and beneath his short-sleeved uniform, a hint of white gauze was visible. Fortunately, the color had returned to his face, easing Pei Sudong's worries. A circle of classmates, holding chocolates, bottled water, and towels, gathered around Su-Ran, who occasionally exchanged words with them, his expression warm and smiling, yet a determined light flickered in his eyes, revealing a sharpness beneath his exterior. Pei Sudong did not approach, but observed quietly. Su-Ran's lips bore a subtle smile, and his tall, graceful figure radiated youthful charm. Before Pei Sudong could comprehend the strange feelings stirring within him, Su-Ran had already spotted him and was striding in his direction. Pei Sudong momentarily froze, his heart racing from the suddenness of all. Su-Ran had not initially noticed him, but in the verdant expanse of grass. Pei Sudong's attire of a crisp white shirt and black trousers was strikingly conspicuous. Su-Ran discreetly glanced at Pei Sudong, whose white long-sleeve shirt was buttoned up to the collar, revealing only his fair neck. On such a hot day, why button it so tightly? Was it a sign of indifference? He found that a more ascetic appearance suited Pei Sudong's demeanor perfectly. The intensity of this feeling was so profound that Su-Ran often found himself under the illusion of wanting to tear it apart, to steal a glance. Just a fleeting glimpse. Once he had seen it, he would wrap it up neatly, allowing only himself to indulge in a secretive peek. With a smile in his eyes and a slight raise of his brow, Su-Ran inquired, "What brings you here?" Pei Sudong, momentarily bewildered, struggled to articulate a coherent response. "What a coincidence," he blurted out, only to realize the foolishness of his words, wondering if such triviality could truly be absorbed. What a coincidence indeed, this was his school. Su-Ran, rare to witness Pei Sudong in such a flustered state, chose not to expose him. "Is it hot? Perhaps we should head to the classroom. It has air conditioning." Pei Sudong shook his head. "Are you finished?" Before Su-Ran could respond, their homeroom teacher's voice resonated through the air. A rare glimmer of joy graced her face. "Su-Ran, our class has won, thanks to you." "And who is this?" she asked. Su-Ran casually draped his hand over Pei Sudong's shoulder. "This is my brother." Having just acquired a cup of ice water, Su-Ran's palm felt icy, the chill seeping through his shirt to his skin. He had never heard Pei Sudong refer to him as his brother before. Pei Sudong pressed his lips together. "Hello, teacher. We owe much to your care for our little Ran." Su-Ran did not catch the teacher's subsequent words, as a voice in his mind incessantly repeated, "Our little Ran. The host, the protagonist regards you as a child." Su-Ran chose to ignore it, yet subtly pressed his hand firmly against Pei Sudong's shoulder, taking advantage of the moment. Pei Sudong was the quintessential exemplary child, attentively listening to the teacher, which endeared him to all. Even the typically stern homeroom teacher treated him with warmth. And somehow, their conversation meandered into the office. "Host, does this count as your guardian?" the voice queried. Su-Ran corrected it, "Family member." Pei Sudong, at merely 19 years of age, could hardly be considered a guardian. Oh, the voice responded, but Su Ran had already diverted the topic, glancing at the individual within. Your protagonist possesses quite the striking appearance. Of course, the system brightened at the mention of its area of expertise. The protagonist's data is well known among the school leadership. The sports meet had concluded, and it was evident that the students would be disinclined to study. Thus, the decision was made to grant them an early holiday for rest. Pei Sudong, mindful of Su Ran's injuries, readily took his backpack. I can manage it myself, Su Ran protested, snatching his bag back, which contained merely 2 lightweight books. Why would he need to carry it? Pei Sudong was momentarily taken aback by the force of Su Ran's action, realizing that Su Ran had surpassed him in height. So, he possessed such advantages? Pei Sudong regarded the person beside him thoughtfully. Would you like to go home for a meal? Su Ran gazed at him in astonishment. Surely not. He recalled that the original body had little affection for the Pei family. The connection had been merely one of blood. Now that even that bond was severed, what necessity remained for further ties? Pei Sudong recalled the homeroom teacher's words. Returning home means having someone to care for you. You are still young and unaware of the importance of studying. Su Ran, a highly talented individual, specially recruited by the Quick Travel Bureau, ranked first among the interns in the training camp. Thank you. I am acutely aware of the significance of education. Could you refrain from speaking in a tone reminiscent of a rebellious adolescent? However, Pei Sudong increasingly felt that it was indeed the case. How about this? You go home, and I can tutor you? Su Ran, are you serious? Pei Sudong attributed his concern for Su Ran to a sense of responsibility, believing that assisting Su Ran in gaining admission to a prestigious university would restore normalcy. Pei Sudong, I'm grateful for your support. I am on the verge of adulthood. I am not a child anymore and can be accountable for my own actions. Su Ran gazed at Pei Sudong's helpless expression, feeling a twinge of sympathy, and sighed. I am not a member of the Pei family. You need not feel responsible for me. Do you understand? Pei Sudong wanted to say that you have lived in our home for so many years. He also wished to express that you just acknowledged me as your brother to the teacher. He wanted to convey that your life holds great significance. Yet, he had to admit that, for all these years, he had never truly regarded Su Ran as a brother. Who would cherish someone who disrupted their family? He had merely grown accustomed to burying his emotions deep within, avoiding the other party at a distance. The unacknowledged disdain gradually dissipated with Su Ran's departure, replaced by a complex emotion he could not comprehend, coinciding with the softening of his parents' relationship. Must they become strangers? Why does it matter? The apartment had already been secured. Su Ran left the Pei residence with just a single suitcase, making the move quite effortless. The system, humming and bustling, completed its chores and floated before Su Ran. Su Ran smiled, thanking it and suggesting it by some snacks, promising reimbursement. The system's snacks were, in fact, various flavored data bars, purchasable with points. The system circled around his head. Host, are you not happy? Su Ran inquired. Do all the protagonists look so appealing? The system hesitated. Host, have you developed feelings for the protagonist? Su Ran shook his head. Not quite. It's just that he aligns with my aesthetic. His earnest demeanor is rather alluring. Su Ran was not one to be timid. Had he encountered someone so appealing in the main world, he would undoubtedly pursue them. Yet this is a minor realm. Pei Sudong is merely the task object, destined to fade away. Little Pei's heart raced when he first interacted with you. Little Pei? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by this appellation, the system swiftly retreated into the space. Host, the Quick Travel Bureau wanted to interfere with the emotional lives of its employees. Su Ran did not register the last remark. The Quick Travel Bureau possessed the ability to erase memories and emotions, rendering a romance in a minor realm inconsequential. However, he found the notion of severing his memories and feelings rather peculiar. Nonetheless, the term Little Pei lingered in his mind, stirring ripples of thought, serving as a playful retort to Pei Sudong's reference to our Little Ran. The educational system in the main world differed from that of the minor realm, and Su Ran felt a hint of novelty as he embarked on his first school experience. He adhered to the routine until summer break commenced. The system diligently monitored the Pei family's affairs, noting no significant issues, which allowed Su Ran to ease his concerns. As for Pei Father's insistence on keeping tabs on Su Ran, he chose to remain oblivious. Su Ran's holiday lasted only 20 days, during which he was aware that Pei Sudong had traversed nearly every corner of the city, but had forsaken his original travel plans to engage with the company's affairs, hoping to afford Pei Father and Pei Mother some cherished time together. Su Ran had never encountered Pei Sudong, for he had never stepped outside. He was preoccupied with making money. In the original plot, the Pei family found themselves in a precarious situation, nearly pushed to the brink, causing Pei Sudong to suffer greatly. However, the Pei family had been thriving, and even with Pei's father's unfortunate accident, the company would face some setbacks, but it should not reach such a perilous state. It appeared that someone was targeting them. Chapter 5. What are you afraid of? The news regarding the Pei family had not been disseminated. Yet some matters are impossible to conceal. The young master of the Zhou family sent a message inviting Pei Sudong for drinks. Pei Sudong rarely associated with them, as he had little interest in their frivolities, but today he felt inclined to drink. Zhou Quanfeng, who frequently frequented various bars and venues, had managed to invite Pei Sudong out, personally crafting a cocktail for him. Taste this. Others are not afforded such a privilege. Pei Sudong took a sip, the spiciness burning his throat. Zhou Quanfeng lit a cigarette, exhaling rings of smoke as he probed. So, what's going on with your family? Though Pei Sudong was not particularly familiar with him, Zhou Quanfeng seemed oblivious to any sense of decorum. There's nothing, Pei Sudong replied coldly. Oh, Zhou Quanfeng expressed surprise. Isn't it your doing? They all believe you expelled them. He referred to the few second-generation individuals who were close to Zhou Quanfeng. Pei Sudong replied nonchalantly. The child is grown. Living independently is nothing unusual. Zhou Quanfeng raised an eyebrow. Not wanting to escalate matters, he continued, What do you mean? Is he truly a love child? Pei Sudong retorted, The affairs of the Pei family do not require your concern. He made it clear that neither he nor his parents had expelled Su Ran, leaving no room for outsiders to meddle. Zhou Quanfeng, sensing the tension, shifted the topic with a smile. Since you're out, shall we just enjoy the drinks? Pei Sudong set down his glass. You may entertain yourself. I must take my leave. Zhou Quanfeng waved dismissively. Boring. The evening study period for the third year had been postponed by half an hour. Typically, at this hour, the vicinity of the school would be devoid of people. Yet Su Ran had noticed that he had been followed for several consecutive nights. This evening, he deliberately lingered outside, and by the time he stepped out, the students had mostly dispersed, making the presence of his follower even more apparent. He instructed the system, report anonymously. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, he turned and entered a narrow alley. Host, what are you doing? Don't act impulsively, the system warned. Su Ran chuckled. Do not worry. We live in a society governed by law, and I know my limits. Where do they go? He wondered, having just spotted them moments ago. The vague mutterings of his pursuers grew increasingly agitated. Leaning against the wall, he glanced back to see three robust men, their fierce expressions suggesting trouble. Yet, they were merely watching. Do you need something? Su Ran smiled as he stepped forward, greeting them casually. Caught off guard by his realization, the three men hesitated, and before they could react, Su Ran swung his backpack forcefully at the face of the man in the center. Damn! The trio, incensed by Su Ran's sudden aggression, lunged at him. Meanwhile, the system monitored the progress of the police while frantically stacking agility and strength buffs onto Su Ran, even transforming momentarily into a small stone to trip one of the attackers. Nevertheless, Su Ran remained unfazed, even finding the time to joke, 3 against 1? They lack any sense of martial ethics. Upon receiving the alarm, the police rushed to the scene, where the situation in the alley was indeed dire, yet somewhat different from their expectations. A boy clad in a school uniform had one foot pressed against a man's chest while gripping another man's collar with one hand. Meanwhile, a third man lay unconscious nearby. Su Ran, with a bruised face yet a smile gracing his lips, leisurely inquired, Pray tell, who sent you? Only upon noticing the police's arrival did Su Ran release his grip and stand obediently. Officer, they were following me, and I was frightened. If one were to disregard the current chaos, he appeared rather innocent. The officers responded, "What on earth are you afraid of?" Su Ran suspected that the three men had been hired to follow him, but they were merely trying to extort money from him. Once inside the police station, Su Ran suddenly recalled that this body belonged to a minor, and at present, Pei's father was his nominal guardian. "Could you refrain from making phone calls?" Su Ran attempted to negotiate with the officers. The policemen resolutely shook their heads, stating, "We must proceed according to protocol." Pei's father, upon receiving the call, rushed over, only to collide with Pei Su-dong. Su Ran and Pei Su-dong exchanged glances within the police station. Dressed in formal attire, Pei Su-dong stood tall and elegant. In stark contrast, Su Ran bore a wound on his face and wore tattered school clothes. He felt his heart racing, wondering why he always appeared so disheveled in Pei Su-dong's presence. "It wasn't me who struck first," Su Ran insisted. Pei Su-dong nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Ran asked, "Why are you still at home?" Pei Su-dong replied, slightly surprised, "I have 5 days until school starts." In contrast, Su Ran had already been in school for 10 days, proudly a university student. Moreover, his school was located in City C, quite close to home, and he mentioned that he would no longer be boarding. Pei Su-dong added that there had never been a necessity to board, but due to previous parental estrangement and a poor relationship with him, Su Ran had preferred not to return home. Of course, there was no need to elaborate on that now. Su Ran was acutely aware that while the three men appeared serious, they were not severely injured. He had acted in self-defense, and after giving a statement, he was permitted to leave, while the three men were detained. "You must come with me today. Your parents are worried about you." Pei Su-dong nearly pulled him into the car. Su Ran could have resisted, but with a slight movement of his wrist, he allowed himself to be ushered inside, where Pei Su-dong fastened his seatbelt. The air conditioning in the car was adjusted to a comfortable temperature, and Pei Su-dong loosened the collar of his shirt. He had been at the office all afternoon and had not yet had the chance to change clothes. Now, feeling a bit stifled. "Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Su Ran watched Pei Su-dong's deft fingers unbuttoning his shirt, the knuckles sharp and strikingly beautiful. He averted his gaze from Pei Su-dong's concerned eyes, replying, "No need." To his surprise, he realized that he too was swayed by physical allure. "Could you investigate those three men? They might have been sent after the Pei family." Su Ran internally scolded himself for a moment before returning to the matter at hand. Pei Su-dong nodded while starting the car. "I will look into it." "Are you truly unhurt?" Su Ran felt a surge of happiness at the trusting demeanor displayed by Pei Su-dong, a hint of a smile emerging in his eyes. Pei Su-dong noticed this smile. Su Ran's features were exceptionally handsome, though his eyes held a sharper quality. When he smiled, his eyes softened, revealing an underlying warmth and ease. At merely 17 years of age, the youth appears somewhat old-fashioned and mature for his years. Pei Su-dong is acutely aware of his own reticent disposition and his 3-year seniority over Su Ruan, while he assumes the role of an older brother without hesitation. Su Ruan does not regard him as such. Thus, do they qualify as friends? Might Su Ruan perceive a generational gap between them? With a heavy heart, Pei Su-dong drives, his thoughts clouded as he halts at a pharmacy. Under Su Ruan's astonished gaze, he returns, clutching a bag containing iodine and ointment. Pei Su-dong extends the bag towards Su Ruan, who declines to accept it. A nod from Pei Su-dong conveys the unspoken message. "You cannot see it. Allow me to tend to it." Su Ruan, however, realizes that this was not Pei Su-dong's intent. Yet, Pei Su-dong has already opened a cotton swab. The iodine is not irritating, merely cool against the wound. Su Ruan, unable to meet Pei Su-dong's gaze, lowers his eyes, asking softly, "Is my appearance unscathed?" Pei Su-dong, momentarily taken aback, applies pressure with his hand, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Su Ruan. For the remainder of the process, Su Ruan remains unusually silent, which leaves Pei Su-dong feeling somewhat disconcerted, as their relationship is undeniably complex. One thing Pei Su-dong is certain of: he harbors no resentment towards Su Ruan. Not in the slightest. "Host, do you not wish to return to the Pei residence?" inquired the system, munching on data strips flavored like chicken leg. Su Ruan replied, "I shall not return." But wouldn't returning enable him to better observe the situation regarding the task at hand? A smile graces Su Ruan's lips, The Pei family is exceedingly kind, and they would worry about me being alone outside. However, my position is rather awkward. With Pei's father and mother currently in a period of adjustment, my presence would not be favorable. Humanity is indeed intricate. The system swallowed the final segment of data and commenced playing a rural love story, eager to swiftly comprehend human emotions to assist the host in fulfilling his mission. Arriving at the Pei residence late into the night, Pei Madam was already resting, while Pei father, who had seldom interacted with Su Ruan in the past, now awkwardly expressed concern. Your room has been tidied by Su Ma. Everything is in order. Rest well. Su Ruan chose to selectively ignore Pei father's subtle suggestion for him to stay, finding some solace in the fact that Pei father had moved back to the master bedroom. The progress of the task was indeed promising. Before dawn the following day, Su Ruan returned to his rented apartment. When Pei Sudong called him for a meal, he discovered that the bed had long since grown cold. If Su Ruan was unwilling, there was no need for insistence. He could simply offer assistance when necessary. Previously unnoticed, this child possesses a strong sense of independence. Pei Sudong had once feared Su Ruan's intentions were not pure, but now he recognized the youth as a good individual. Having matured, there was no need to interfere any longer. Pei Madam spoke calmly. Pei father, feeling a pang of guilt, reflected on how he had evaded this matter for so many years, which was unfair to both his family and Su Ruan. Had it not been for his cowardice in failing to investigate this issue sooner, matters would not have deteriorated to this extent. Pei Madam sighed. Though I remain wary of him, my upbringing does not permit me to lay the blame solely upon the child. Years have slipped by in vain, and we have yet to raise a child with decisiveness. Pei father, knowing well Pei Madam's soft heart, chuckled at her words, laughter giving way to tears welling in his eyes. Once, in his youth, he brimmed with vigor, yet these 10 years had aged him swiftly, gray strands now peppering his hair. Pei Sudong felt a bittersweet mix of comfort and sorrow, the ache piercing his heart. Chapter 6. Affection. Su Ran was acutely aware of the significance of family to Pei Sudong. Thus, any person or circumstance that posed a threat to his family had to be eradicated at its inception. However, the current threat emanated from Su Ran himself. As long as the mission remained unfulfilled, Su Ran was bound to continue living in this world as the original entity. He did not deliberately engage in the rigors of high school academics. Yet due to his exceptional learning aptitude, mastering the material was effortless. The original's academic performance was average, but Su Ran steadily ascended to the forefront of his class. He understood that Pei Sudong was closely observing his progress, with each improvement in his exam scores. He received a monetary transfer. His expenses were minimal, and his assets had accumulated sufficiently, awaiting an opportune moment to repay the Pei family. Su Ran had not been followed for quite some time, suggesting that Pei Sudong had uncovered something that deterred those in the shadows from acting recklessly. The detection device in Pei's father's car had remained silent. Thus, Su Ran meandered through his days until the college entrance examination approached. Had it not been for the ongoing mission and the unresolved threat from the Pei family, he might have doubted his judgment. In the primary world, he had been incessantly training, learning, and simulating scenarios, as the recruitment conditions for the rapid traversal program were exceedingly stringent, leaving him little time to rest. Ironically, during this year of missions, he found himself enjoying a rare leisure. As the exam drew near, the usually stern homeroom teacher softened, treating them to food and drinks and allowing them to host a farewell party during evening study sessions. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, Su Ran felt genuine emotions stirring within him. Classmates, take a good rest tonight, and I hope each of you can showcase your best abilities tomorrow. Several emotionally expressive classmates shed tears in the classroom, while the class monitor, who had grown close to Su Ran, insisted on taking several photos with him. That evening, Su Ran felt reluctant to return to his apartment. Halfway there, he leaned casually against an alley wall and pulled out his phone to scroll through it, ultimately pausing at the chat interface with Pei Sudong. The notion of severing ties had indeed resulted in an empty dialogue, yet the multiple monetary transfers remained a tangible reality. The notification indicating the other party is typing flickered on and off, and Su Ran could almost envision the furrowed brow of the person on the other end. meticulously choosing his words. Amused, Su Ran sent a playful message. He acknowledged that he was indeed teasing Pei Sudong mercilessly. Startled, Pei Sudong dropped his phone on the ground. He touched his forehead, casting a guilty glance toward the other end of the sofa, and, noticing his parents were oblivious, cautiously retrieved his phone. Pei Sudong, Mom and Dad are worried about your exam stress, so they asked me to check on you. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and swatted away the system that buzzed around him for attention. Su Ran, not nervous. Su Ran, don't worry. Pei Sudong was texting on behalf of his parents, yet Su Ran reassured him not to fret. In his third year, the course load was lighter than in the second. But ironically, on the day of the college entrance examination, Pei Sudong was inundated with classes. After a morning of financial risk management, the students were left dazed, murmuring quietly amongst themselves. I'm so tired. I don't want to attend afternoon classes. Are you insane? It's not an easy class. Do you dare skip? Pei Sudong felt a surge of anxiety as he fiddled with his phone. He had never skipped a class. Even the most trivial lessons were attended with unwavering commitment. Yet today, on the day of the college entrance examination, it was customary for parents to wait for their children. In a moment of impulsiveness, he found himself standing at the entrance of Su Ran's examination center. Su Ran's homeroom teacher, waving a small flag, gathered the parents of the class. Upon turning around, she spotted Pei Sudong, who appeared more like a student than a parent. Though they had met only once, she vividly remembered him and cheerfully called out, Su Ran's brother. Come sit here. It's sunny over there. Having communicated with Su Ran and her homeroom teacher numerous times on her behalf, Pei Sudong felt no embarrassment as he sat on the ground, listening to the surrounding parents' chatter about their children. What was his relation to Su Ran? A brother, perhaps? Yet Su Ran did not acknowledge this. Would she be pleased to see him, or would she resent his unsolicited presence? Notifications pinged incessantly. They were from a few familiar classmates. Where are you? Did you go to the restroom? Oh no, they're calling to roll. What should we do? Why are you still not here? What will we tell the teacher? Pei Sudong, having skipped class for the first time, found himself facing roll call, a stroke of misfortune indeed. Yet, at that moment, seated in this rare patch of shade, he waited alongside the parents for the students to emerge in 2 hours, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm within. Pei Sudong, I skipped class. Pei Sudong, thank you, no need to worry about it. Just mark me absent. His grades were quite high, so losing a few points was of little consequence. It was worth it. Those across from him speculated that Pei Sudong must have been possessed, as he was the epitome of a model student. However, once they realized it was no jest, excitement bubbled forth. Wow, brother, your college life is finally complete. Pei Sudong chuckled softly. Stop joking around. Focus on taking good notes. I'll come back to check on you. I promise to complete the task. His friend vowed to pay more attention than ever, determined to ensure that their skipping class companion would miss not a single point of knowledge. Su Ran, unaware of Pei Sudong's presence, was still engrossed in her exam. The system trusted its host's capabilities wholeheartedly, harboring no concerns about the impact on her performance. The moment Pei Sudong arrived at the exam center, Su Ran was already aware. With only an hour remaining until the end of the exam, Su Ran idly twirled her pen. The regulations stipulated that papers could not be submitted until 30 minutes before the exam's conclusion, meaning she still had to wait another half hour. Host, are you bored? I can play a movie for you. Su Ran smiled, no need. You can continue watching your rural romance story. She longed to exit the examination hall, not out of tedium, but because someone was waiting for her. The thought alone brought her comfort. Su Ran was the first to submit her paper, stepping out of the school gate to find a throng of eager parents awaiting their children. As she emerged, all eyes turned toward her. Pei Sudong questioned his own vision, confirming that the exam had indeed not yet concluded. The homeroom teacher, both exasperated and amused, remarked, Child, didn't I tell you not to submit early? You should have checked your work a few more times. This is the college entrance examination. Why are you so relaxed? Su Ran chuckled and admitted his fault. Teacher, I truly did check thoroughly. Following this, he casually sat beside Pei Sudong. Do you have no classes this afternoon? Pei Sudong's mind was in disarray. He had pondered for quite some time on how to respond if Su Ran inquired about his return, but Su Ran's nonchalant demeanor caught him off guard. With a hint of guilt, Pei Sudong murmured an acknowledgement. The system reported to Su Ran, "Host, Little Pei is lying. He skipped class to come here. He has been marked absent." Su Ran's eyes sparkled with amusement as he pulled Pei Sudong up. "Have you sat long enough? Aren't you leaving yet?" Pei Sudong was momentarily stunned. Su Ran nodded at the teacher and tugged him toward the exit. After a long pause, Pei Sudong finally managed to utter, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Su Ran contemplated briefly. "Let's eat at home." Pei Sudong nodded in agreement, realizing that during the examination period, it would be unwise to risk eating poorly outside. As he reached for his phone, he said, "I'll inform my parents." Su Ran halted his motion. "What I meant was, come to my place." Pei Sudong appeared perplexed, "But I can't cook." Su Ran laughed. "I didn't ask you to." Pei Sudong thought to himself, if Su Ran doesn't cook, who will? After all, he hadn't hired a housekeeper, and it would be unreasonable to expect a student, especially one who is still a minor, to take on such responsibilities. Minor, oh dear. Pei Sudong felt a warmth in his heart. Su Ran was only 17. It would indeed be Su Ran cooking. While culinary skills were not his most outstanding subject, he still managed to achieve an A. Pei Sudong stood at the kitchen door, his gaze complex. Watching Su Ran deftly stir-fry with finesse, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. "Try this." Su Ran removed his apron and placed the food before Pei Sudong. Tentatively, Pei Sudong took a bite, and his eyes lit up instantly. It was truly delicious. Generally reserved, Pei Sudong seldom used extravagant adjectives, but in Su Ran's presence, he offered his praise without reservation. The system, feeling dejected in the background, lamented its desire for food, having always shared meals with the host. It angrily bit into a data bar, reminding itself that it was the host's food companion. The once appetizing data bar now seemed lackluster. Have you thought about which school and major you want to pursue? Pei Sudong had been attentive to Su Ran's situation and felt confident in his academic performance. However, as someone who had been through it, he might offer some valuable insights on school and major choices. Su Ran had no specific thoughts. He had nearly mastered all the skills he could learn. Observing Pei Sudong eat seriously, he suddenly suggested, "What if I become a chef?" Pei Sudong was initially taken aback. But if Su Ran had a passion for it, he could easily open a restaurant for him. As Pei Sudong began to contemplate where to establish the restaurant, he locked eyes with Su Ran's playful gaze and realized he was being teased. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Stop joking around." Su Ran nodded. "Let's focus on the exams first." He indeed intended to tease Pei Sudong, whose earnest nature made him take every word to heart, a quality that was truly endearing. While Pei Sudong was seriously considering the feasibility of opening a restaurant, Su Ran's heart raced with anticipation, even knowing it was merely a jest. The other party would not harbor anger, but would only helplessly urge you to cease your antics. A fleeting thought crossed Su Ran's mind. Could it be that the system, the protagonist, harbors a certain fondness for me? Su Ran was not a conceited individual, yet it was evident that the other party held a special affection for him, transcending mere fraternal obligation. The system's sounds of contemplation ceased as it wrestled with its thoughts before finally revealing the truth. "Host, every time you flirt with Xiao Pei." His heart races exceedingly fast. Su Ran contemplated refuting the notion that he flirted indiscriminately. However, upon reflection, he recognized that he had indeed been unconsciously teasing the other, wishing to infuse vibrancy into Pei Sudong's typically placid demeanor. He had been attentive to Pei Sudong, not solely because the latter was the object of his mission. Chapter 7. Do not be upset. After dining with Su Ran, Pei Sudong proceeded to the company. Recently, Pei's father had been intent on cultivating his skills, and with his natural talent, he quickly adapted to the company's affairs. Yet today, he was restless, glancing at his phone several times unconsciously. After a while, Pei Sudong tucked his phone into his pocket. Lingering there was futile, so he opted to return home. The sky was still bright, and Mrs. Pei had not yet retired. Seated on the sofa, engrossed in television. "Where's Dad?" Pei Sudong inquired casually. "He is in a video conference upstairs. Initially, he intended for you to join, but your mother thought you were tired from school and needn't rush." "Sudong, is something bothering you?" Despite his composed exterior, Mrs. Pei perceived a shift in his mood. Pei Sudong did not conceal that he had gone to see Su Ran during his college entrance examination. Mrs. Pei momentarily appeared taken aback. She and Mr. Pei had not been aware of this significant event, unaware that the examination was today. It's good that you went. Xiao Ran has no other relatives. While he is resolute, he is still a child. Noticing her son lost in thought, she asked, Sudong? Pei Sudong sat beside her and gently replied, It's nothing, Mom. I was just reflecting that perhaps he would fare better without us entangling ourselves in his life. Mrs. Pei chuckled softly, Silly child. He has lived in our household for so many years. Once he steps outside, he will undoubtedly be scrutinized. Do you think they are merely interested in him as an individual? The ties between the Pei family and him are inseparable. Having navigated the complexities of this circle for decades, Mrs. Pei, accustomed to opulence, had also encountered her fair share of cunning and deceit. To sever ties with Xiao Ran would only embolden some to act more recklessly. Pei Sudong's heart was tumultuous, yet Mrs. Pei stood and gently patted his shoulder. Your father was quite stable in his youth. His health is not what it once was, hence he relies on you. Your mother wishes for you to enjoy a lighter burden these next few years. Your father and I have endured turmoil in the past, and it has indeed placed undue strain upon you. No, Pei Sudong instinctively retorted, but upon seeing Mrs. Pei's tender expression, his heart ached slightly, and he managed a smile. Rest assured, he must diligently manage the company, ensuring his parents' peace of mind while possessing the capacity to protect Su Ran. He could not afford a single misstep. After Mrs. Pei ascended the stairs, Pei Sudong lingered in the darkened living room for an extended period. The kitchen had been tidied up by Su's mother, a stark contrast to the disarray in Su Ran's kitchen. Pei Sudong reminisced about the small kitchen of Su Ran's apartment, which was brimming with ingredients, allowing only one person to move about comfortably. While Su Ran cooked, he would wash the dishes, and the space felt cramped with an additional person. Yet, the kitchen was far from chaotic. The items were arranged in a pleasing manner, exuding warmth that filled one's heart and effortlessly induced a sense of relaxation. Gently, Pei Sudong knocked on Madame Pei's door. Mother, could you pick up Su Ran tomorrow? Other children have their parents waiting outside. The following day, during the exam, Su Ran tapped the system several times but received no response. It was only after he completed the test that the system leisurely appeared. Host, do not be disheartened. The system, feeling a twinge of concern, hesitated to inform Su Ran that Pei Sudong had no classes that afternoon. The system was puzzled. Why would someone who had attended class yesterday choose to skip today? Su Ran pressed his lips together. It was fine. He was not truly upset, merely a bit uncomfortable. The chaotic ink stains on his draft paper silently betrayed a hint of his agitation. Perhaps it was the monotony of the examination room, he mused, longing to watch a thrilling suspense film. The system eagerly agreed, reluctantly shutting down its rural love story. Host, are you not submitting your paper early today? No rush. There is no one waiting outside for me. The system focused intently on watching the film with Su Ran, disregarding the outside world. It seemed the air conditioning in the examination room was somewhat outdated, as Su Ran struggled to concentrate. The film was enjoyable, yet his mind was restless. The pen in his hand barely making contact with the draft paper. He diverted some of his attention to the system. But only one thought occupied his mind. Pei Sudong must have realized his feelings, prompting him to avoid him. Indeed, the boy, once an illegitimate child, had caused discord within his family for years, and being underage, any single factor made him an unsuitable match. A wise choice, indeed. He should feel gratified. The more astute the protagonist, the easier his task would be, wouldn't it? Yet, there was no sense of gratification at all. This was the first time he had developed feelings for someone. Once the exam concluded, Su Ran submitted his paper and slowly exited the examination hall with the crowd. Among the waiting parents, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. System, what is happening? I'm sorry, host. I got so engrossed in the film that I lost track of time. The system, typically diligent, was consumed with worry today. It's all right. It's not a big deal. Su Ran approached, deliberately avoiding the gentle smile of Madame Pei. The original owner had also referred to her as Madame Pei, but had always been sardonic, eliciting displeasure. Su Ran's clear and innocent gaze dissipated years of Madame Pei's pent-up frustration, making her perceive him as a well-behaved youth. A fresh, Fragrant tissue wiped away a bead of sweat from his forehead, leaving Su Ran momentarily dazed. Madame Pei smiled and said, Su Dong mentioned you were taking the college entrance exam yesterday. Your father and Su Dong are still at the company. Would you like to join us for a meal? The system had already begun shedding tears, exclaiming, Host, the protagonist's mother is an angel. Su Ran paid no heed to it. Yet internally he found himself in agreement. Pei Sudong's mother was a woman adept at love. Had it not been for the misunderstandings that plagued her for so many years, Pei Sudong's family would undoubtedly have been a warm one. With a silent sigh, Su Ran softened his tone. Thank you for your trouble. Yesterday, he could have taken Pei Sudong back, but today it was surely impossible to take Madame Pei as well. Su Ran obediently followed her back to the Pei residence. They resembled a true family. When the father and son returned to dine together, Pei father expressed concern for Su Ran's examination, which Su Ran answered dutifully. However, Pei Sudong's every word and action today resembled that of a competent older brother, while Su Ran was not his younger sibling. Su Ran remained at the Pei household until the third day after the college entrance examination concluded. Madame Pei presented him with a bouquet, which Su Ran accepted with a smile, though his gaze drifted towards the individual in the driver's seat. The day was sweltering, and the man's shirt collar was uncharacteristically open, sleeves casually rolled up, a stark contrast to his usual meticulousness. The floral arrangement was personally crafted by young Pei, with the cuffs stained by flower nectar. Su Ran held the bouquet tightly. Pei Sudong carefully observed Su Ran's reactions upon seeing him pleased. A subtle smile graced his lips. Just as he was about to start the car, Su Ran softly suggested, Please take me back to my apartment. Both Pei Sudong and Madame Pei were taken aback. Su Ran clarified, I am accustomed to living alone, though he did not return to the Pei residence. Su Ran did not meddle in their affairs. In the past, they had referred to him as the adopted son of the Pei family. But the truth of his status as an illegitimate child was well known in their circles, rendering the term adopted son a mere jest for self-preservation. Now, the Pei family intended to solidify this notion. Su Ran understood that the Pei family genuinely cared for him. However, such sincerity left him at a loss for how to respond. Gradually, his inner turmoil dissipated as he regained composure. Pei Sudong bore the weight of many considerations, harboring concern for numerous individuals. Su Ran was merely a transient in this world, yet Pei Sudong belonged here. He could not impose upon him, for that would be unjust. Although he was called brother, Pei Sudong was merely 20 years old. Su Ran thought of himself as the true elder, unwilling to take advantage of him. Furthermore, he had come for Pei Sudong's sake. Pei Sudong wished for the family, which had finally achieved harmony, to endure without further tribulations, while Su Ran did not wish to see him distressed. At the end of June, the day the examination results were released, Su Ran was on the cusp of adulthood. Chapter 8. To sleep or not to sleep. The time for checking results was midnight, yet it was only 6 in the evening now. Messages flooded the class group as they had agreed to stay up together to check their scores. Su Ran had just exited the market, one hand carrying ribs and corn, while the other responded to a message from the Physical Education Committee. Recently, he had developed a fondness for visiting the market. Though he struggled to rise early, by evening, the market was almost deserted. Fortunately, the produce was discounted. He ambled back with his bags, the corn and ribs being requisites from the system, for which he had reluctantly sacrificed the reimbursement for next month's mango-flavored data bars. Su Ran paused 5 meters from the entrance of his building, and the system, clutching an ear of corn, followed his gaze, momentarily taken aback. It was the end of the workday, and people flowed in and out of the building, yet one person stood still, as if frozen in place. He was clad in a smoky gray suit, his lips pressed tightly together, seemingly engrossed in his phone, diligently typing something with a serious demeanor. Su Ran pondered for a moment before retrieving his own phone and opening the chat window with Pei Sudong. As expected, the other party is typing. Su Ran, look up. The man appeared startled, extinguishing his phone screen, yet his gaze remained fixed. 1 second, 2 seconds. He did not look up, but Su Ran had already approached him. Why not say something upon arriving? Su Ran shoved a bag of corn into Pei Sudong's arms, the system blinking playfully above, discreetly tugging at Pei Sudong's button. Pei Sudong instinctively embraced the bag of corn, stating, "I just rang the doorbell, but no one answered." Su Ran did not catch what he said, as the system's antics prompted an involuntary chuckle from him. Pei Sudong, perplexed by Su Ran's laughter, pursed his lips and quieted down. Su Ran regained his focus. "I'm making corn and pork rib soup today. Would you like some?" Pei Sudong nodded, following him into the elevator. "You need to check your scores tonight. And with your birthday tomorrow," Su Ran added, placing the ingredients into the pot and covering it. He wiped his hands and turned to Pei Sudong with a smile. "Honestly, I don't need anyone to keep me company." He was no longer a child. Pei Sudong nodded. "I understand." He knew. He merely wished to be by Su Ran's side. As the clock approached midnight for the score check, Su Ran suddenly remembered. "Where do you stay?" Pei Sudong looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Su Ran reminded him, "I haven't made up the guest room." Pei Sudong tentatively suggested, "May I borrow your sofa for the night?" In truth, returning to the Pei residence only took 20 minutes by car, and there were plenty of hotels nearby. He wouldn't be left out on the streets. Yet, inexplicably, he desired to stay with Su Ran for the night. Su Ran chuckled. "How could I let a guest sleep on the sofa?" Just as Pei Sudong was about to say it was fine, he heard Su Ran leisurely remark, "My bed is quite spacious." He teased him deliberately. The young master of the Pei family had followed the rules for 20 years, unable to even conjure a curse. Su Ran crossed his arms, asking, "So, will you sleep or not?" Pei Sudong blinked. "Yes, I will." Sharing a bed was hardly a significant matter. As they awaited midnight, Su Ran turned on the computer, and they watched a movie together. During this time, work notifications arrived. Before Pei Sudong could even discern them, Su Ran had already closed them. With 2 minutes until midnight, Su Ran's phone had vibrated several times. He swiped open a message bar, seeing a class group message and 3 from the sports committee. "Su Ran, you can check your scores now. Where are you? You wouldn't have fallen asleep on such an important day, would you?" Pei Sudong had already opened the score-checking webpage, and Su Ran typed, "I'm checking now." He swiftly retrieved his examination number and password from his phone S album, inputting them with expertise before hitting enter. It didn't freeze. The system emerged, taking credit. "I accelerated the process for you." Su Ran smiled. "Thank you." Pei Sudong gazed at the score for quite some time, while Su Ran remained silent, enveloping the room in a profound stillness. The time on the computer shifted from 59 to 0. "An exceptional achievement. Congratulations," Pei Sudong remarked. He was fully aware of Su Ran's capabilities. Yet witnessing the results still filled him with astonishment. Furthermore, he added, "Happy 18th birthday." After rehearsing those words countless times in his mind, he finally uttered them, though he did not appear as composed as he seemed. The score was within Su Ran's expectations, but Pei Sudong's latter statement momentarily stunned him. Indeed, the original owner had reached adulthood today, and Pei Sudong was the first to extend birthday wishes to him. Su Ran was oblivious to his own birthday and had never celebrated it before. This was the first time someone expressed joy at his arrival into this world. Today marked the original owner's birthday, yet Su Ran understood that Pei Sudong's blessings were directed towards him. Su Ran exhibited little reaction, leaving Pei Sudong uncertain about his thoughts. And he nervously retrieved an item from his pocket. "This is for you," he said. Su Ran glanced down to see a black wristwatch. Upon unwrapping it, he could not identify the brand, yet its exquisite craftsmanship was evident. "Is this a birthday gift?" Su Ran inquired. Pei Sudong's fingers tightened around the watch. His pale complexion contrasted elegantly with the dark watch face. "Actually, no. I purchased this watch a while ago. I noticed it while shopping with my mother and later returned to buy it, intending to gift it to you," he confessed. Su Ran took the watch from Pei Sudong's hands, brushing against his cool palm. Noticing a flicker in Pei Sudong's gaze, he chuckled softly and placed the watch on his own wrist. Su Ran struggled to wear the watch properly. His one hand made the task quite challenging, and he fumbled for some time. Observing this, Pei Sudong stepped in to assist him. His palm was slightly cool, while Su Ran's hand radiated warmth. Their fingers briefly touched, and that warmth seemed to seep into Pei Sudong's heart. "What university do you aspire to attend?" Pei Sudong inquired. Su Ran replied candidly, "C University." Pei Sudong was taken aback, for that was his own institution. "That's wonderful," he responded, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his speech quickened slightly. "Our school's facilities are quite commendable." Whether Su Ran's choice of C University had any connection to him remained unspoken, a thought he dared not entertain. Pei Sudong was not a dullard, nor was Su Ran. They tacitly feigned ignorance of the underlying implications. Su Ran shifted the conversation, asking, "Are we still watching the movie? It's only halfway through. Let us continue." Pei Sudong replied. Yet, as the movie played on, the one who had suggested watching it unknowingly leaned against the chair and closed his eyes. Pei Sudong, burdened with academic responsibilities and company affairs, had come directly after work and was now battling fatigue. Su Ran observed him for a while in silence, then suddenly stood up and lifted Pei Sudong into his arms. Pei Sudong's brows twitched slightly, but he did not awaken. "Host, what are you doing?" Su Ran carefully laid Pei Sudong on his bed, adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, and wrapped him in a blanket. "He promised to sleep on my bed today," Su Ran stated matter-of-factly. The system sensed something amiss, yet it seemed the host's assertion was not entirely inaccurate. Chapter 9. The lab enthusiast in Su Ran's bed. There was ample space for two, with him nestled on the outer side, establishing a distinct boundary between himself and Pei Sudong. The host's system emerged, awakening the slumbering Pei. Su Ran chuckled softly, acknowledging the situation. Pei Sudong lay flat on the bed, utterly still, yet his muscles were taut with tension. At 6 a.m, when his biological clock roused him, Pei was still somewhat dazed. He reached for his phone, only to brush against the person next to him. Startled, he immediately withdrew his hand, holding his breath. While it is commonplace for brothers to share a bed, Pei Sudong felt a twinge of guilt, his lips pressing together in unease. Aware that his conscience regarding Su Ran was less than clear, Su Ran, already awake at the slightest movement from Pei, watched as Pei, like a thief, cautiously climbed out of bed, glancing back with every step before hastily exiting and shutting the door behind him, finally exhaling in relief as he fled Su Ran's home. The sight of the typically composed Pei Sudong in such a flustered state amused Su Ran. The summer in City C arrived slowly and departed with equal reluctance. By September, the sweltering heat still lingered in the city. The verdant expanse of C University provided a welcome respite compared to the barren streets. The entrance was crowded with freshmen dragging their suitcases, and Su Ran scanned the throng, failing to spot the familiar figure he sought. Although fourth-year students had fewer classes, attendance was still mandated in September, and Pei Sudong was currently on campus. "Is Xiao Pei avoiding you?" Su Ran mused. Perhaps he is. After being accepted into C University, Pei's parents had invited him home for a meal, showering him with gifts and money, clearly indicating to others that Su Ran remained an acknowledged member of the Pei family. However, that day, Pei Sudong had excused himself from returning home, citing work obligations. "The system is perplexed. He clearly has feelings for you." Su Ran replied with a smile. "You wouldn't understand." Lacking romantic experience, Su Ran casually dismissed the equally inexperienced system, his gaze fixed on the least crowded orientation point. This year, there were few newcomers. A girl leaned over a table, fanning herself with a small fan. A boy beside her remarked, "Our major has never had much visibility." Su Ran paused in front of their table, overhearing their exchange. A playful smile danced in his eyes as he addressed the upperclassman. "Excuse me, could you guide me to the dormitory for our major?" Startled, the girl appraised him with a curious glance before checking the banner above her, confirming the words were indeed printed correctly. Patiently, Su Ran waited for her to regain her composure. She finally stood, "Follow me." Su Ran sidestepped her attempt to take his suitcase, smiling gently, "Thank you, senior." Upon entering the dormitory, they discovered a youthful boy with a cherubic face, who cheerfully greeted, "Hello, I'm Guanji." Su Ran nodded politely. "Su Ran." Qin Siyuan, added the refined boy, adjusting his glasses. Clearly, it was the least popular major at C University, as their four-person dormitory housed only the three of them. Su Ran had yet to vacate his rented apartment and did not intend to stay in the dormitory long, so he had not brought much luggage, making unpacking a swift endeavor. As dinner time approached, Guanji suggested, "Shall we go out for a meal together?" I entered C University through a special admission process and was reassigned to this major. "What about you two?" Qin Siyuan sighed, expressing his discontent over the multitude of engineering programs at C University. His first choice, Chinese language, had not secured him a spot, leaving him as a liberal arts student with limited options. He had haphazardly selected this particular major, only to find himself accepted. Heavens, I have never even studied biology. What am I to do? Both he and his companion turned their gaze towards Su Ran. I chose this myself, Su Ran replied. They assumed he too had been compelled to select this severely understaffed paleontology program due to insufficient scores, and thus refrained from further discussion. The following day, during the opening ceremony, Guanji watched Su Ran, who had been called to the podium, with a dazed expression. He tugged at Qin Siyuan's sleeve and murmured, "I feel so foolish." Su Ran, a student from the paleontology department, had achieved the highest score among the new entrants, surpassing the admission threshold by 80 points and resolutely choosing this university. This was a testament to the institution's profound heritage and academic excellence. Subsequently, the vice president spoke eloquently from the podium while students whispered among themselves. With such impressive grades and looks, why isn't he in our major? Is our paleontology program really that strong? I hadn't heard about it before. Wouldn't it be a waste if someone like him spent all his time in a lab wearing a white coat? I think it would be quite exciting. If only we had such a person in our lab. I would want to be there every day. Do you think our program could collaborate with theirs on experiments? On the second floor, leaning against the railing, Pei Sudong observed Su Ran below. Today, he was to speak as a representative of the new students, dressed in formal attire, standing confidently beside the vice president. It had been quite some time since Pei Sudong had seen Su Ran, the high school student clad in a uniform, with bandages adorning his shoulder, now stood under the spotlight, his demeanor serene as ever. He was just as composed as when he had calmly requested a paternity test in the Pei family living room. A nearby male student remarked with interest, "Isn't the younger brother?" Pei Sudong nodded. Who would have thought, with such impressive grades, he is not doing too badly compared to you. Pei Sudong corrected him with a hint of pride. He is actually better than I was. I entered the school second in my major. The student nodded dismissively and then raised his voice. But why would someone with such stellar grades choose paleontology? Su Ran had never disclosed his motivations, leaving Pei Sudong puzzled. Perhaps it was a matter of passion. Even if Su Ran enjoyed laboratory work, his qualifications would surely have allowed him admission to a university, where the paleontology program was far superior. Instinctively, Pei Sudong retrieved his phone to check a university's admission criteria. It was indeed feasible to enroll in such a niche major, where the finest professors and resources were concentrated. If it were merely a matter of passion, Su Ran had no need to come here. What's wrong? You seem lost in thought. We won't be here much longer. With few classes left in their senior year, the day consisted of just this single session. Once class ended, his classmates chattered on about impending graduation and their future paths, each having carved out their own plans. Pei Sudong shook his head, snapping back to reality, his throat parched. Are you ill? Do you have plans this afternoon? Perhaps you should see a doctor. Pei Sudong acknowledged a slight headache, likely a result of working late the previous night and the air conditioning being too chilly. It is merely a slight cold, not severe enough to warrant a visit to the hospital or the company. With a sigh, the other party conceded, "Very well, President Pei. Even while unwell, you remain dedicated to your post. I cannot endure such hardship. I shall take a watermelon to observe the new recruits during their military training." Haha, military training? Pei Sudong paused momentarily. Chapter 10. The Pei Family Crisis. The current batch of freshmen has unfortunate luck. Their military training coincides with sweltering sun. According to the weather forecast, rain is not expected for the next 2 weeks. Even clad in identical camouflage uniforms, Pei Sudong could easily spot that individual amidst the crowd, standing impeccably at attention. The sun had barely reddened his face despite the prolonged exposure, showing no signs of distress. The scorching sun seemed to be roasting the earth, and Pei Sudong felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. When lunchtime arrived, the freshmen, having endured a morning of torment, were finally granted a temporary reprieve. Instinctively, Pei Sudong sought refuge in the shade of a tree, watching as the individual ambled away, oblivious to his presence. He should have felt relieved, yet an inexplicable sense of loss began to stir within him. Something was amiss, he mused, Perhaps it was due to his fever. Suddenly, military green shoes appeared within his line of sight, and Pei Sudong sluggishly lifted his gaze. "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Earlier in the day, he had only experienced a mild headache, but now every bone in his body ached. Su Ran assisted him in walking towards the infirmary. "Aren't you supposed to be in military training this afternoon?" The individuals still donned their training uniform, arms crossed, seated on a chair, showing no intention of leaving. "I took a leave of absence. You will receive intravenous fluids first." Pei Sudong glanced upwards at the 3 large bags of medication. "How did you manage to take a leave?" Su Ran replied, "I informed the counselor that my brother was ill." Pei Sudong was taken aback. He had never heard the other refer to him as a brother before, only to their high school homeroom teacher and the counselor, yet never in private. Perhaps it was due to a lack of rest or the monotony of the forge drip that caused Pei Sudong to grow drowsy, gradually succumbing to sleep. The abrupt ringing of a mobile phone startled him awake. Su Ran deftly silenced it and exited the room. "President, where are you? Please hurry to the company." The anxious voice of the secretary resonated on the other end. "Pei Sudong is ill and currently at the hospital." A moment of silence ensued. "This is Su Ran," he added. "How is the young master Pei?" The secretary inquired. "There are issues at the company." Su Ran disregarded the title. "There is still about half an hour left for the 4. Is it urgent on your end?" The secretary hesitated before responding. "It is quite urgent. President Pei cannot arrive immediately, which is why we contacted you. I'll bring him over." When Pei Sudong awoke, he was already in the process of having the 4 removed. Su Ran was quick to press down on the injection site. "Secretary Li just called. I'll take you to the company." Su Ran spoke rapidly, and before Pei Sudong could fully comprehend, he was already ushered into the car. Pei Sudong sat in the passenger's seat, contacting the secretary, his expression growing increasingly grave. As Su Ran drove, he listened to the system report. Upon entering this world, they had only grasped the overarching plot. Now, intricate details were gradually being revealed. A partner company had abruptly defaulted, absconding with funds. Yet, the project was already over halfway complete, incurring daily expenses. The Pei family is unlikely to fill such a substantial void, even if they report to the authorities. Recovering the owed funds will require time. As days drag on, the financial chain of the Pei family could very well fracture. In the original narrative, Pei's father had already passed away, and Pei Sudong had only just managed to stabilize the situation when faced with this predicament. A significant number of shareholders began liquidating their shares, all of which were acquired by the Zhou family. By the time Pei Sudong weathered this storm, the Zhou family had ascended to become the second largest shareholder of the Pei family, openly challenging him at the shareholders' meeting. Subsequently, internal turmoil within the Zhou family distracted them, granting Pei Sudong a brief respite to gradually reclaim shares. In the conference room, Pei's father and Pei Sudong deliberated strategies, knowing that stabilizing the situation would demand time. The Pei family was not on the brink of collapse just yet. However, a sinister force lurking in the shadows clearly had other intentions. As news of the Pei family's financial troubles had spread like wildfire, Su Ran peered through the frosted glass, observing Pei Sudong, who had just recovered from a fever, his complexion still pallid. Pei's father, usually mild-mannered, furrowed his brow and could no longer suppress his frustration, slamming his hand on the table. Despite Pei's father's repeated assurances, a notable faction of shareholders opted to divest their stakes in the Pei family. Although the Pei family possessed some assets, only a small portion could be readily accessed. To preserve the company's reputation, projects had to continue, leaving them without sufficient funds to repurchase shares. If all the divested shares were acquired by a single entity, Pei's father could only cling to the hope that it was not targeted at their shares. Yet, they were all acutely aware of the improbability of this. News of embezzlement had been disseminated the moment they learned of it, and shareholders were being deliberately incited, with the other party's intentions glaringly evident. It was a deadlock. They knew the consequences, yet had to comply, lest they unwittingly destroy the entire Pei family. Su Ran quietly departed from the Pei family and requested 2 days off from his advisor. Upon returning to his apartment, he furiously typed away at his computer, the system encouraging him, "Don't worry, host, I will accelerate your progress." He was competing with the Zhou family for the shares of the Pei family that had been put up for sale. Despite the Zhou family's vast resources, they could not deploy all their capital, while Su Ran could fearlessly invest all his assets. Both Pei's father and Pei Sudong remained at the company that evening. There were 2 accounts involved. Excluding retail investors, there were 2 accounts with clear purchasing intentions. 2 accounts were better than one. Yet Pei Sudong still could not shake the worry that they might be from the same group. Pei's father sighed, uncertain. "Hello, Zhou Quanfeng." Pei Sudong was somewhat taken aback by the caller's identity. After a few moments of silence, the voice on the other end was from the Zhou family. The statement was abrupt and lacking context, but Pei Sudong understood the implication immediately, his expression darkening. The Zhou family's business overlapped significantly with that of the Pei family. If it were indeed them, the repercussions could be dire. "I'm sorry. I only just learned of this and could not warn you in advance." Pei Sudong's tone was strained. Yet he expressed his gratitude. The current authority within the Zhou family was Zhou Churun, Zhou Chuanfeng's uncle, who would naturally not have received any news. However, judging by my uncle's demeanor, this matter does not seem to be progressing smoothly, and there may still be room for negotiation. Pei Sudong immediately recalled another account. If it were not the same group, there remained a glimmer of hope. Pei's father decisively instructed someone to investigate, reaching out to the other party, regardless of their intentions. As inaction was not an option, he did not harbor overly high hopes, fully aware that it was unrealistic to expect goodwill from the opposing side. He could only attempt what he could. Meanwhile, Su Ran, oblivious to Pei's father's mounting anxiety regarding his investigation, was undergoing military training. After requesting 2 days off, his advisor sternly informed him over the phone that if he continued to be absent, he would forfeit his credits for military training. The system had taken over Su Ran's responsibilities, continuing to contest the remaining shares against the Zhou family, while he stood in formation under the scorching sun. He found it incomprehensible. It was already frustrating enough to be at the mercy of the point system in the main world, but now he was also subject to the school's credit system in this smaller world. Chapter 11. Share Transfer Agreement. The project was progressing smoothly, and there were promising developments on the police front, leading to a stabilization of the Pei family situation. This, however, signaled that those pulling the strings were preparing to close in. Pei Sudong had not yet recovered from his illness and had been burning the midnight oil, visibly exhausted. Pei's father patted his shoulder, encouraging him to rest, reminding him to think positively. At least the Pei family had survived. The company, a product of years of hard work, had been preserved, though it was likely that it would no longer bear the Pei name. Since the 2 accounts were not linked to the same group, they still had a fighting chance. Given Pei's father's extensive experience navigating turbulent times, he remained resolute. Pei Sudong, despite his grave demeanor, managed to ease his heart, recognizing that internal discord existed within the Zhou family. Zhou Quanfeng was more astute than his father, and he vowed to assist him. The mastermind behind the other account was expected to reveal themselves soon. However, their intentions remained unclear. This individual was currently drafting the share transfer agreement. Su Ran had just completed military training worth 2 credits, and the system had been evenly matched with the Zhou family, but had now found a moment of respite. The shares in Su Ran's possession were nearly equivalent to those held by the Zhou family, and when combined with the Pei family's holdings, they presented a decisive advantage. It was only during this lull that the system realized that while it was fervently battling the Zhou family, Pei's father was diligently working to uncover their identities. Considering the fear they must have instilled in Pei's father, the system felt a twinge of guilt. As storm clouds gathered, Pei's father was unwilling to see his hard work dissipate, but was even less inclined to see the company destroyed. The Pei family had prepared for a change in ownership. The front desk recognized Su Ran and promptly allowed him entry. "Mr. Zhou, our chairman Pei is currently resting. Please wait a moment," the secretary responded, trying to appease the unfriendly Zhou Churun. Zhou Churun smiled. "Secretary Chun, there is no need to be anxious. I'm not here today as the chairman of the Zhou family, but rather as a shareholder of the Pei family. We are all part of the same family." Zhou Churun's shamelessness nearly caused Secretary Chun to lose her composure. "Oh, while Mr. Zhou holds shares in the Pei family, he is not yet a member of the board. That hardly qualifies as being part of the same family," Su Ran interjected coolly as he stepped forward. "Young master, Secretary Chen looked at the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. Zhou Churen's expression shifted, his smile waning as he scrutinized Su Yin with a gaze rife with disdain. Is it really you? You dare speak to me this way? Even your brother wouldn't. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, responding candidly, it's merely the truth. Excellent, Zhou Churen scoffed. You, a mere child yet to grow a full beard, dare challenge me without even securing a surname like Pei. Just then, Pei Sudong hurried out and was taken aback to see Su Yin and Zhou Churen locked in a standoff. Mr. Zhou, my father requests your presence inside. Zhou Churen's demeanor softened upon Pei Sudong's arrival. After all, the Pei family ought to adequately discipline their younger generation. Pei Sudong, neither servile nor overbearing, replied. This is a matter of our family. Su Yin followed closely behind Pei Sudong, catching a glimpse of his profile. Pei Sudong, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, could not conceal the dark circles beneath his eyes. He had been exceedingly weary these past days. Su Yin couldn't help but ponder how Pei Sudong had managed to safeguard the Pei family in the original narrative. This time, there was Pei's father and Su Yin. Yet in the original tale, Pei Sudong had faced it alone. The events were unfolding far less smoothly than anticipated. Not only Pei's father, but also Zhou Churen was racking his brain to unveil the identity behind the mysterious account that stood against him. Now that everything had come to a head, he hastened to the Pei family, eager to take the initiative, intending to deal with Pei's father first before tackling that account. Pei's father appeared composed, remarking, Mr. Zhou, your aggressive approach seems ill-suited to your actual capabilities. Contrary to the original storyline, while Zhou Churen held a significant number of shares, it was not sufficient to coerce Pei's father. Su Yin suddenly interjected, if memory serves, Mr. Zhou possesses shares in Pei's XX, correct? He opened his account, casually noting, I possess 1% more than you. How do you dare to act so brazenly within the Pei family? The last 3 words carried a sudden weight. The chill in his tone unmistakable. Zhou Churen nearly snatched Su Yan's phone, recognizing the familiar account. How is this possible? His earlier composure evaporated, his words hurried. I once remarked that you were inferior to your brother, yet it seems you far surpass him. For many years, he had bided his time, and now he sought the Pei family? The Pei father and son were both taken aback. Pei Sudong lowered his gaze, pursing his lips. He had initially considered intervening when Su Yin approached, fearing that Su Yan's confrontation with Zhou Churen would end poorly. Unexpectedly, the situation had evolved in such a manner. Did Su Yin desire the Pei family? It seemed the only explanation, yet Pei Sudong felt an inexplicable conviction that Su Yin did not. The more Zhou Churen spoke, the more convinced he became. What do you say, Su Yin? Would you care to collaborate with me? The Zhou family is no less formidable than the Pei family. Without allowing anyone a moment's doubt, Su Yin retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his bag and placed it on Pei's father's desk. Mr. Zhou, what I seek is altogether different from your desires. The words share transfer agreement were boldly inscribed, and Zhou Churen struggled to maintain his composure. If there is nothing further, Mr. Zhou, you may take your leave, Su Yin smiled. When the Pei family convenes its shareholders' meeting, you shall receive an invitation as a shareholder. Having navigated the business world for many years, even in such a precarious situation, Pei's father remained unfazed. Observing this, Zhou Churen concluded that the Pei family had orchestrated this encounter, misjudging their hidden strengths. Unbeknownst to him, the turmoil within Father Pei's heart was far more tempestuous. Succinctly encapsulated as follows, Zhou Churen had come seeking him. It was dire. His younger son had arrived. He must be shielded from the Zhou family as predation. And who, pray tell, holds that account? Moreover, Su Ran was indeed the very individual he had been unable to locate despite his fervent efforts. Good heavens! Su Ran intended to bestow shares upon him. Zhou Churen had been driven away in a fit of fury. Father Pei glanced at Su Ran, then at the equally dazed Pei Sudong behind him, before his eyes fell upon the share transfer contract on the table, which felt almost surreal. Su Ran nodded toward the contract, stating, I have already signed. Now it is your turn. Father Pei finally regained his composure. This child had matured, capable of shouldering responsibility. In your hands, it is the same. Father Pei's gaze reflected satisfaction. In your hands, I feel assured. Publicly, it remains unchanged. You are a child of the Pei family. Both you and I possess shares, and yours, take good care of it, for all shall know we are a family. He provided Su Ran with money and property. Yet there remained distinctions of kinship, reserving shares solely for his wife and children. However, Su Ran had acquired these shares through his own merit, and thus they rightfully belonged to him, impervious to any claim from others. Su Ran's willingness to stand by the Pei family sufficed. This child is exceptionally capable. He no longer requires the Pei family's protection, and may even extend his guardianship to the Pei family in return. Su Ran was determined to place the contract into Father Pei's hands, declaring, I do not require this. He did not covet the shares. It was Father Pei who would gain greater authority with them. Chapter 12. Mission accomplished. Father Pei was overly obstinate, leaving Su Ran with no recourse. He sighed softly and said, I shall keep the contract. Should you need it, simply sign. Su Ran conferred with the system, pondering that if Father Pei were to refuse, perhaps they could leave a will upon departing this world. Father Pei smiled and nodded, suggesting they share a meal together. Su Ran shook his head. I must return to school. I have classes this afternoon. Suddenly, Pei Sudong, who had remained silent until now, raised his head, offering, I will drive you. No need. Su Ran politely declined. I came by car. Pei Sudong's current state rendered him unfit for driving. Fatigue would surely impair his abilities. He had been avoiding Su Ran lately, fearful of making a misstep, yet upon seeing Su Ran, he found himself irresistibly drawn closer. Only after Su Ran's departure did Father Pei take up the contract to peruse it carefully. He had no intention of claiming anything from the child. Yet as he examined it, he could not help but feel astonished. Who would have thought? He handed the contract to Pei Sudong, instructing him to keep it safe. Expressing gratitude for his assistance this time, Pei Sudong clenched the paper tightly, aware of its significance. He understood. When Su Ran produced this document, he had merely paused for a few seconds before coming to a realization. Su Ran was indeed that kind of person, even if it contradicted his understanding from the past several years. Yet Su Ran was meant to be thus. Father Pei felt emboldened, systematically suppressing methods of retaliation. Revealing his brilliance, the Pei family's previous decline appeared to be nothing more than a nightmare. With Pei Sudong's assistance, Zhou Quanfeng began to contend with Zhou Churin for power and profit, as the Zhou family's upper echelons were thrown into turmoil, leaving Zhou Churin preoccupied with his own troubles. Su Ran refrained from interfering further, attending classes in a methodical manner, akin to any ordinary university student. Is the task still incomplete? He pondered. It should not be. The system replied. I consulted the main system, and it instructed us to wait a little longer. Su Ran remained troubled by the original plot. Was there truly no issue with the car driven by Pei's father? The detector had not issued any warnings. Su Ran could not shake his anxiety. Keep a close watch on Pei's father's movements. Notify me the moment he steps out. Understood. Pei's father's schedule was quite regular. He left for the office at 7 in the morning and returned home at 6 in the evening. The system had been monitoring for over a month without incident. Host, shall I continue this surveillance? The system inquired, swearing it hadn't indulged in even a rural romance story lately, fearing that something might happen to Pei's father. As the weather turned colder, Su Ran returned to his dorm after class to fetch his trench coat. Guanji asked, There's an early class at 8 tomorrow. Are you not staying in the dorm tonight? Su Ran donned his coat and replied, Yes, I have matters to attend to tonight. Qin Siyuan tossed a bag of snacks to Guanji. What are you daydreaming about? Guanji snapped back to reality. Do you think there could be anything significant happening at this hour? Su Ran isn't dating, is he? Stop overthinking, Qin Siyuan retorted. Su Ran rarely stayed in the dorm before. Guanji muttered softly, but there's an early class tomorrow. He used to stay in the dorm for that. The system continued its chatter. The main system has replied, stating we should be able to return tomorrow. Wait a moment, the system suddenly realized, host. Does this mean our task is complete? Su Ran paused abruptly. No, it can't be, he quickly comprehended. Where were Pei's father, Pei's mother, and Pei Sudong? The system was startled. Pei's father is in a meeting, Pei's mother is at home, and Xiao Pei is still working late at the office. It sounded uneventful. But with whom was he meeting, and where? In a cafe with Zhou Churin, the system disclosed, and he hasn't brought an assistant. It's just the two of them. Wait, the system exclaimed. The detector in Pei's father's car has triggered. Pei's father was often indifferent to external matters. He typically drove only that one vehicle. As long as he hadn't been drinking, he wouldn't trouble a driver. Open the car door and provide me with the location, Su Ran instructed. Starting the car, he dialed Pei's father's number. Hoping for an ideal outcome, Pei's father would answer and refrain from driving until he arrived to pick him up. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable, came the automated response. Can you find the cafe's business phone number? Su Ran urged. There's no time, host. Pei's father's car has already started moving. Never mind. Su Ran grimaced, pressing the accelerator. Su Ran was a skilled driver. He monitored the location while maintaining his speed just within the legal limit. The Pei family's villa was situated at a considerable distance from the city center, and Pei's father navigated steadily into a less trafficked area. Today, Zhou Churin seemed inexplicably chatty, dragging on a conversation that drained his phone's battery. Suddenly, the traffic light ahead turned red, and Pei's father slammed on the brakes. His expression turned serious. His brakes had failed. The road was desolate, the light red ahead, and with his phone dead, he couldn't even call for help. The road leading to the villa was mountainous, and as he attempted to steer, he discovered the steering had also failed. His gaze was filled with terror as he fixated on the road ahead. Despite the barriers, they offered no true protection from the imminent danger of the vehicle. If this continued, he would plummet off the cliff. When his attempts to open the door failed, despair began to envelop him. He closed his eyes, unwilling to accept the fate that awaited him. Should he perish without a trace, he would confront the most helpless sensation of weightlessness. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as his head struck the roof, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. Groggily, he managed to open his eyes, and there before him stood a familiar car, its body dented. The occupants shrouded in uncertainty. Pei's father struggled to lift his hand, only for it to fall uselessly. Su Ran, having exhausted all other options, compelled the system to dial emergency services and immediately used his own vehicle to halt Pei's father's car. The sharp pain was fleeting, and in his mind, the system's panicked voice echoed. Host, are you all right? He attempted to respond, but another voice interrupted his thoughts. Mission accomplished. Su Ran closed his eyes. Hello, is this Mr. Pei Su Dong? The call reached Pei Su Dong just as he was preparing to leave work for home. Yes, may I ask who was calling? The voice on the other end was urgent. There's been an accident involving your family. Please hurry to the first hospital. Su Ran had already returned to the space, watching as he and Pei's father were wheeled into the emergency room. Pei Su Dong's suit was wrinkled from his haste, his lips pressed together in a pale line. Hello, how are the victims of the accident? Are you a family member? Pei Su Dong nodded distractedly. One is my father, and the other is my brother. The medical equipment in the ward, including monitors and oxygen tanks, made it difficult for Pei Su Dong to breathe, not solely due to the machinery, but because of the individual lying on the hospital bed. The doctor briefly explained the situation. We administered timely rescue efforts. Your father's injuries are not severe, and his condition has stabilized. Pei Su Dong glanced at the bed surrounded by medical personnel, where Su Ran lay quietly, his complexion pale, almost merging with the bed itself. It was the first time he had witnessed Su Ran so frail. Pei Su Dong's gaze returned, now filled with anxiety. What about my brother? The doctor's expression turned grave. The patient's condition is quite serious. After our consultation, we recommend surgery, but there are inherent risks involved. Pei Su Dong's voice faltered. I will follow your advice. Please, save him. The doctor nodded. You will need to sign a critical condition notice. We shall do our utmost. Pei Su Dong responded. Thank you, I implore you. Su Ran was taken into the operating room, and he watched from the confines of his space, glancing only briefly before diverting his gaze to the figure outside. Pei Su Dong stood rigidly, mere steps away from the hospital seating, yet it felt as though he lacked the strength to move. The system seemed to sense this, declaring, mission accomplished, host. Su Ran had withdrawn his gaze, but, upon closing his eyes, could vividly envision Pei Su Dong teetering on the brink of despair outside the operating room. The mission remained unfulfilled, and sorrow enveloped him. I must protect him. How can I allow him to suffer? Chapter 13. Ledger and last, while Pei's father's injuries were manageable, consisting of minor bruises and a concussion. Yet Su Ran's condition was starkly different. In a tragic collision between two vehicles, Pei's father bore the brunt of the impact on the front of his car, while Su Ran valiantly used his own vehicle to shield Pei's father from plummeting off the cliff, facing the force of the crash head-on. He sustained severe pulmonary contusions, fractured ribs, and a broken left arm, with shards of shattered glass inflicting multiple lacerations upon his body. At that moment, departing from this world seemed like the most logical outcome. Yet, the system, having expended much of its energy, subtly infused Su Ran's body during the surgery, acting as an exceptional ally, intuitively grasping Su Ran's thoughts with every glance he cast. Post-surgery inflammation triggered a low-grade fever, while Pei Su Dong meticulously wrung out a towel repeatedly to soothe Su Ran's forehead and gently moistened his lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. The room was overwhelmingly silent, save for the faint beeping of the monitoring device. Pei Su Dong found himself glancing at the data on the monitor time and again, his temples throbbing painfully, yet he dared not close his eyes. He refrained from hiring a nurse, choosing instead to take care of everything himself, as he could not trust Su Ran to anyone else. Su Ran, when will you awaken? His voice emerged hoarse, yet he could not suppress the urge to speak. The silence of the room was disquieting. The police, having uncovered the truth, returned Su Ran's bag to Pei Su Dong. Within, there were but two items of significance, a ledger and a farewell note. The ledger meticulously detailed the expenses incurred by the Pei family for Su Ran's sake. The farewell note outlined all of Su Ran's assets, stating that in the event of his untimely demise, everything would be bequeathed to Pei Su Dong. Pei Su Dong gazed at the young man who had been in slumber for 2 days without stirring, his tone tinged with reproach. You are younger than I am, yet you contemplate a farewell note? Su Ran, I ask you, what misfortune could befall you? Why should there be an accident? Pei Su Dong's voice grew softer, betraying a hint of choking emotion. Have you not viewed me as your elder brother? Why then do you leave everything to me? Have you been struck senseless? Typically eloquent, Pei Su Dong found himself resorting to a mild curse as he feigned an attempt to pat Su Ran's hand. Yet, Su Ran's left arm was encased in a cast, while his right arm was marred by cuts from the glass, wrapped tightly in layers of bandages. Those jagged shards had cruelly embedded themselves into Su Ran's flesh, extracted piece by piece with tweezers, while Pei Su Dong stood by, feeling as if those shards had pierced his own heart, rendering him breathless with anguish. This scene eerily mirrored the moment he had taken the 16-year-old Su Ran from the hospital. The same stark white bandages, the same vivid crimson stains. He recalled a question he had longed to ask years prior, upon seeing that youth drenched in cold sweat whom he had roused. Are you in great pain? The forced smile he had mustered gradually faded as he tenderly clasped Su Ran's hand, cautious not to exert any more pressure than necessary. He looked down at Su Ran's hand, which could achieve anything, yet lay helplessly limp. Su Ran, you are so intelligent. Surely you have come to realize my feelings for you. Pei Su Dong's voice was thick with emotion. I like you, yet I fear to admit it. I dread disappointing my mother, afraid of causing her pain, yet I cannot help but be drawn to you. I regret it. I have hurt you. I was wrong. His voice, though quiet, was deliberate, each word an effort to articulate his remorse. I am sorry, Su Ran. The pale, frail fingers suddenly stirred slightly, tapping gently on Pei Su Dong's palm. He hastily raised his gaze, meeting a pair of dark, tranquil eyes. Why apologize? Su Ran pondered, somewhat bewildered. He was indeed aware of Pei Su Dong's affection for him, but was it truly of such significance, worthy of being compared to that of family? Pei Su Dong felt Su Ran's words pierce his heart like a sharp dagger, inflicting a profound pain. The mere act of gazing at Su Ran caused tears to cascade uncontrollably down his cheeks. He interjected, seemingly desperate to affirm something important. Su Ran, I like you. I truly like you. Those eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth, and he could hear it. He remained for Pei Su Dong's sake. Awakening was indeed a blessing. Yet Su Ran remained weak, often succumbing to slumber. He understood that Pei Su Dong must be exceedingly busy, yet this individual refused to leave his side, entrusting all company affairs to Madame Pei and the secretary, focusing solely on feeding Su Ran and engaging him in conversation each day. The recovery of this body necessitated time. During moments of fatigue, to outsiders, it appeared as though he was merely sleeping. Yet in truth, Su Ran had returned to his own realm. The points for this world had been credited, yet the system remained indignant over the final perilous encounter, exclaiming, "I wish to lodge a complaint. Where's the promised novice world?" Su Ran chuckled softly, relieved that the main system had provided him with hints. The system, in a huff, acknowledged Su Ran's cleverness. The main system's vague assertions left much to be desired. Who could decipher them? Su Ran felt capable of moving his left hand entirely. Yet Pei Sudong treated him as though he were fragile glass, insisting on feeding him. Leaning on the hospital bed, Su Ran smiled as he observed Pei Sudong bustling about. The system quietly emerged from the realm, gently tapping Su Ran's fingers. "Host, I am running low on energy." Su Ran paused, understanding the gravity of the situation. While he could choose to remain upon task completion, the system had expended a significant portion of its energy to preserve his life, rendering it insufficient to sustain its presence in this world for much longer. Once the energy was depleted, the system would be forcibly returned to the main world for recharging, and its bound host would also be unable to remain alone. Should Su Ran return to the main world, this realm, deemed a successful task, would be sealed off, no longer permitting entry for taskers. In other words, Su Ran would be unable to return and would not see Pei Sudong again. After a brief pause, Su Ran made his decision, speaking softly, "Deactivate the pain perception shield and enter hibernation." The system hesitated, unusually reluctant to heed Su Ran's request immediately. "In truth, I am not particularly afraid of pain," Su Ran mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently prodded the system with his fingertip. "Obey, and when I prepare something delicious, I shall awaken you for a feast." The system ultimately acquiesced. It understood that Su Ran had endured much pain in the past and was not so easily deterred. However, out of concern for him, Su Ran allowed the system to apply the pain shield, convincing himself that it was for the best. He wanted the system to know that he was quite capable. The system, lacking the capacity for tears, twisted 2 segments of strawberry-flavored data into a semblance of tears, brushing against Su Ran's palm. As usual, it playfully insisted, "Make sure to save me some of the delicious food." Su Ran earnestly promised, "I will remember." The system merely requires a restful slumber, punctuated by occasional indulgences, as it seeks to remain here and grow old alongside Pei Sudong, to live well for several decades, and then return to the main world with the small system for recharging. Chapter 14. No need to chase after the system entered a state of dormancy. Su Ran seldom returned to the space. Though he was in considerable pain, he preferred to remain conscious, awakened by the commotion in the ward. Su Ran opened his eyes to see someone at the door, though it was not the expected visitor. Madame Pei, upon noticing he was awake, placed a food box down. "There were some matters at the company last night, and Sudong was called away temporarily, so I came to check on you." Su Ran replied with a soft acknowledgement, noticing that Madame Pei's complexion had improved significantly. "It seems you have been sleeping much better lately." "That's good to hear," Su Ran responded, his pale face contrasting with the oversized blue and white striped hospital gown, making him appear younger than his actual age. This sight softened Madame Pei's heart. She took a seat in front of the hospital bed, carefully choosing her words. "Xiao Ran, do not blame yourself for the past. It was our generation's fault, inadvertently burdening the children. You should not suffer because of it." Naturally, Su Ran did not feel burdened. He was not from this world and harbored no guilt towards the Pei family. Yet, Madame Pei's tenderness astonished him. Even in repaying kindness, you should not risk your life. The shares you earned rightfully belong to you. Madame Pei was a kind and wise woman. While deeply grateful for Su Ran's salvation of her husband, she did not wish for him to entangle himself as she once did, exhausting himself. Su Ran shook his head. "I'm not doing this for that." He was not motivated by a desire to repay kindness. Madame Pei had prepared her speech, but upon seeing the earnestness in his deep, inky eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. He was not her child, nor had she ever taken the time to guide him. After years of misunderstanding slowly dissipated, and her decade-long emotional turmoil began to unravel. Su Ran was no longer a child. Madame Pei's eyes sparkled with amusement. I know. Sudong has spoken to me. Su Ran was taken aback. What did he say to you? Madame Pei found Su Ran's reaction somewhat rare and chuckled. Do not worry. It will not interfere with your youthful affairs. Her self-reference as Aunt felt strange to Su Ran. However, after some reflection, Madame Pei advised, you are both young. There are some things that I wish to share with you. In any relationship, the greatest fear is not the challenges faced, but rather the unwillingness to communicate. Misunderstandings will accumulate, and even the best of people can reach their breaking point. Su Ran nodded gently. I understand. He had always known Madame Pei to be reasonable, but her ability to reach this level of understanding was truly remarkable. Perhaps it stemmed from her own hardships, unwilling to impose additional obstacles upon her children. Or perhaps it was her awareness of a debt owed to Pei Sudong. She had been enveloped in her own suffering for many years, preventing her children from growing up in a harmonious family. Yet, Pei Sudong undoubtedly believed her to be the best mother in the world. By the time Su Ran was discharged, the instigator had been imprisoned. How the disputes in the business world escalated into such a relentless conflict was a tale interwoven with old grudges and rivalries. Now, it seemed that the dust had finally settled. Pei Sudong meticulously adhered to medical advice, ensuring that even after the patient's discharge, he would provide careful attention. He refrained from allowing Su Ran to return to the Pei residence, instead entering his apartment and inquiring about the access code to place his luggage there beforehand. Pei Sudong opened the car door for Su Ran and instinctively reached to fasten his seatbelt. Su Ran grasped Pei Sudong's wrist with a hint of exasperation, questioning, Am I disabled? Pei Sudong, feeling slightly embarrassed, withdrew his hand and adjusted his glasses, apologizing. Su Ran chuckled softly, asking, apologizing for what? Throughout the drive, Pei Sudong was particularly attentive, though his nature was usually serious. This time he seemed excessively so. Su Ran observed him thoughtfully, noting the tightness of Pei Sudong's lips. At the moment they arrived, Pei Sudong instinctively averted Su Ran's gaze, attempting to maintain composure. You've been discharged, and I thought we could celebrate, he stated. Su Ran smiled lightly as he glanced at the table laden with treats, aware of Pei Sudong's absence that morning, which was due to his eagerness to ensure all was prepared for Su Ran's discharge. Did you prepare all this? Su Ran inquired, eyeing the red wine, cake, and bouquet. Yes, Pei Sudong replied, his posture stiff, fingers nervously rubbing against his thigh. I practiced for several days. It shouldn't be too unpalatable. Su Ran was taken aback to discover that it was a cake he had made himself. He then turned his head slightly, bluntly remarking, So, it's your handiwork. No wonder it doesn't look very appealing. While it was indeed not as aesthetically pleasing as a bakery's creation, it was hardly unattractive. Su Ran's candidness surprised him. Yet he managed to mask his emotional fluctuations. Pei Sudong watched intently as Su Ran took a bite of the cake. So what do you think? Not bad, right? He could not bear to be harsh towards Pei Sudong. Su Ran smiled. It's truly delicious. Upon hearing this, Pei Sudong's eyes sparkled with delight, their hue considerably lighter than Su Ran's, glimmering as if touched by gold. Su Ran momentarily lost himself, inexplicably reaching over to remove Pei Sudong's glasses. Those eyes were indeed captivating. Can you see clearly? Pei Sudong was momentarily taken aback but affirmed, yes. He only had mild nearsightedness, and not wearing glasses did not significantly impede him. Su Ran poured a glass of wine from the bottle on the table, suggesting, Since you've prepared the wine, let us indulge a little. Pei Sudong quickly intervened, moving the glass in front of himself. No, you've just been discharged. You shouldn't drink. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, teasingly questioning why he could not partake in the wine that Pei Sudong had prepared for himself. Indeed, it was intended for his own courage, as he genuinely feared Su Ran might recklessly drink, prompting him to take a swig himself, only to cough violently. Su Ran stifled a laugh, while Pei Sudong felt a twinge of embarrassment, certain he appeared quite foolish. Suddenly, a gentle hand patted his back, accompanied by a casual voice from behind. Why the rush? I'm not going to snatch it from you. Pei Sudong lifted his gaze, his eyes slightly reddened from coughing, his tone flat yet somehow conveying a sense of grievance. "You're laughing at me." Su Ran could not help but laugh again, though he tried to conceal it, replying, "I wasn't laughing at you." He was just about to help the person who was coughing and bending over when Pei Sudong abruptly asked, "Su Ran, may I pursue you?" Su Ran's hand trembled slightly. Pausing in place, Pei Sudong gazed at Su Ran, unwilling to miss any flicker of his reaction. The nonchalance on Su Ran's face faded, and after a long moment, he gently replied that there was no need for pursuit. Pei Sudong's breath caught in his throat. He dared not ponder the meaning behind Su Ran's words and simply asked, "What do you mean? No need to pursue. I also like you," Su Ran said with a relieved smile, his tone earnest. A sudden pang of bittersweetness surged within Pei Sudong as he thought, "Since when did you like me?" "Long ago," Su Ran replied, helping Pei Sudong to his feet. "It was the very first day I entered this world, the moment you came to pick me up at the hospital." "Su Ran, I truly have been too indulgent." Pei Sudong's eyes reddened further. "You cannot spoil me so." Chapter 15. The world comes to an end. Pei Sudong's tolerance for alcohol was not particularly great, and he soon found himself pleasantly intoxicated. He stood up, the world spinning around him. Su Ran wrapped his arm around Pei Sudong's waist, attempting to escort him back to his room, but Pei Sudong, in his dazed state, instinctively waved goodbye. "Your injury isn't healed yet," Su Ran replied dismissively, pressing down on the drunken fool. Suddenly, a weight settled on his shoulder, and Su Ran was momentarily stunned as Pei Sudong wrapped his arms around him. "Pei Sudong?" The person did not respond to being called by name, but instead gazed intently at Su Ran's lips, seemingly lost in thought. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he pressed his lips against Su Ran's. It was merely a gentle touch, devoid of any deeper action, yet the contact was cool, the taste of alcohol lingering. Tender enough, yet profoundly lingering. Su Ran paused for a moment and chuckled lightly. Is this how kissing feels? By the time Pei Sudong had kissed Su Ran, the haze of alcohol had mostly faded. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, he became stiff and motionless. Su Ran raised an eyebrow playfully. Have you sobered up?" Upon hearing the teasing tone in Su Ran's voice, Pei Sudong hastily released his grip. However, Su Ran was unwilling to let him go. Tightening his embrace around Pei Sudong's waist and forcefully kissing him again, Pei Sudong's lips parted in surprise, and his opponent seized the opportunity to invade and conquer. Su Ran's kiss was far more aggressive than Pei Sudong's fleeting touch, leaving him utterly defenseless, his gaze unfocused and his mind awhirl. Had the effects of alcohol returned? Su Ran lightly pressed his finger against the slightly reddened corners of Pei Sudong's eyes, his misty gray irises gazing at him in confusion, as if still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. Pei Sudong, dazed, pressed his lips together, the sensation of their earlier kiss still fresh. And a sudden warmth surged within him. "Let us go to the bed," he murmured almost inaudibly. Su Ran did not understand. "What for?" Pei Sudong's voice dropped even lower. "Your bedside table, I prepared something." With his head lowered, his earlobes burned crimson. "Then let us not waste it," Su Ran said, grasping Pei Sudong's wrist with a gentle yet firm grip that allowed no refusal. Pei Sudong felt the need for further discussion, yet as Su Ran gently tugged him, he found himself ensnared in Su Ran's embrace. Strong arms encircled his waist, lifting him effortlessly. Suddenly feeling weightless, he anxiously glanced at Su Ran's hands. "Your injury." "It's fine," Su Ran reassured him, placing him on the bed and leaning down to kiss the corner of his lips. He smiled as he gently caressed Pei Sudong's face and playfully pinched his ear, his eyes radiating pure joy and affection. Pei Sudong gazed into his deep, dark eyes, momentarily taken aback, before softly murmuring, "Really?" His hand rested on Su Ran's shoulder, and as Su Ran drew closer, he planted soft kisses on him intermittently. Su Ran pulled him into an embrace, asking, "Shall I take you to take a bath?" The other remained in a daze, his usually indifferent gaze now tinted with desire, appearing unexpectedly docile. The result of their afternoon frolic was that Pei Sudong slept soundly until midnight. Upon awakening, he sensed an unusual strangeness behind him. Heavens! Pei Sudong pressed his forehead. If only I could forget everything after drinking. The temperature beside the bed was cool, and there was no sign of another person in the room. Pei Sudong opened the door, only to come face to face with Su Ran, who was wearing an apron. Su Ran smiled as if nothing were amiss, saying, "I was just about to call you for dinner." Pei Sudong froze in place. Su Ran chuckled, took his hand, the warmth from his palm bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Are you dazed? I made dinner for us to share." Pei Sudong nodded absent-mindedly, then realized. "What about your injury?" Su Ran tilted his head, assuring him that he was fine. Pei Sudong, lost in thought, hastily dug into his meal, nearly burying his face in the bowl. Su Ran placed a piece of meat into his bowl, asking, "How about your body? Are you feeling unwell?" Pei Sudong replied, "No," and he began to eat even more quickly. Su Ran's apartment lacked a dishwasher, and after finishing their meal, Pei Sudong instinctively began to clear the dishes. It was a common understanding that the one who cooked did not wash the dishes. However, Su Ran gently pressed down on his hand, a smile in his eyes. "Today, you rest." Pei Sudong appeared somewhat bewildered until he heard Su Ran leisurely say, "Let your boyfriend do the washing." Upon learning of Su Ran's car accident, the counselor had suggested that he take a leave of absence from school. However, with the assistance of the system, Su Ran was well aware of his body's recuperative capabilities and declined the counselor's kind offer. Returning to school during finals week, Guanji and Qin Siyuan generously shared their notes, and Su Ran diligently reviewed his materials. The final exams at school were not particularly difficult, and he felt little pressure. After completing his last exam in modern history on a snowy afternoon, he emerged from the examination room to find the snowfall intensifying. Battling the biting wind on his way back to the dormitory, he found Guanji and Qin Siyuan busy packing their belongings. "Are both of you heading home today?" "Yes," they replied. "What about you, Su Ran?" "Oh, you have nothing to pack, right? Isn't your apartment quite close?" Su Ran pondered for a moment, deciding not to return to his apartment as he had a date today. "Wait," Guanji exclaimed in disbelief. "You have a girlfriend now? When did this happen?" Su Ran corrected him seriously. "It's a boyfriend." Pei Sudong said he would come to pick him up today, leaving behind two astonished roommates. Su Ran waved with a smile. "I'm off now. Safe travels to you both." "Wow," Guanji turned to Qin Siyuan. "Pinch me." "Ouch." Guanji grimaced. That really hurt. As the seasons passed, Pei Sudong had fully taken over the Pei family business. Su Ran did not interfere with his work, having complete faith in Pei Sudong's abilities. Although Pei Sudong had encountered a few setbacks over the years, he had grown remarkably. Pei's father stepped back from his responsibilities, beginning to travel with Pei's mother, rediscovering the feelings of their youth. Due to Su Ran's remarkable performance in business investment, both Pei Fu and Pei Sudong once inquired whether he wished to join the Pei family. Upon realizing that Su Ran had no intention of doing so, they refrained from pursuing the matter further. Su Ran did not abandon his studies. Instead, he successfully secured a recommendation for postgraduate studies and entered the laboratory of his esteemed mentor. The nature of their relationship was not concealed, and the number of those aware of it grew steadily. Yet most within their circle scoffed at the notion. It was commonly asserted that with the vast family fortune of the Pei family, Pei Sudong would eventually marry and have children. As Su Ran's accomplishments continued to flourish, many speculated that, for the sake of reputation, he and Pei Sudong would inevitably part ways. However, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, and even decades later, they remained as they had begun. You arrived, and I, amidst a haze, finally glimpsed the light. Chapter 16. He knew his fate as twilight descended. The streets of Tianqi Imperial City bustled with a lively throng. A group of modestly dressed children chased after one another, laughing and singing a verse that extolled the Regent King. With a visage as exquisite as jade, a talented scholar is also a hero, among the world's finest. None can compare. The sword dances with grace. Poetry fills the heart. On the battlefield, he is valiant and unmatched. In literary circles, his verses linger long. With features as picturesque as a painting, he exudes an elegance that captivates. As the spring breeze caresses the face, he enchants the city and the nation. A discreet carriage passed by, and within sat an elderly man clad in official attire. Upon hearing the praises of the Regent King, he slowly closed his eyes and let out a sigh. A nearby servant hastily inquired, "Sir, what troubles you?" Du Xiang replied, "The Regent King's prominence is overwhelming." The servant, puzzled, responded, "The Regent King serves the nation with great merit and noble intentions. Thus he should." Du Xiang shook his head, interrupting the servant's words. His gaze clouded with concern. The central figure of this new world, Pei Guan, was the Regent King wielding immense power in the Tianqi dynasty. The Pei family had guarded the borders for generations, renowned for their loyalty and valor. At the age of 14, Pei Guan entered the battlefield, and by 15, he infiltrated the enemy camp, capturing the enemy commander and earning a formidable reputation in the northern frontier. That year, amidst swirling sands, the young general donned his iron armor and exacted vengeance upon the commander responsible for his father's death. He was the youngest war god of Tianqi. When the former emperor fell ill, the ambitious Rui Wang plotted a coup. Pei Guan returned to the capital to rescue the throne, and on the former emperor's deathbed, he entrusted the kingdom to Pei Guan, who, at the tender age of 17, became the Regent King, second only to the emperor. At that time, the crown prince, Su Ran, was merely 10 years old, and the court was in disarray, which Pei Guan single-handedly quelled. This individual was the most extraordinary talent of the Tianqi dynasty, his accomplishments in both civil and military affairs immortalized through the ages. Yet, envious fate did not allow him a peaceful end. Although his name was celebrated in history, he did not meet a good conclusion. In his youth, the emperor relied on the Regent King, and as the emperor matured, the realm could not sustain two sovereigns. An emperor could not tolerate a minister whose achievements overshadowed his own. Pei Guan willingly drank from that poison chalice, harboring thoughts of the realm and refusing to incite further turmoil. At the moment that cup was presented to him, he was fully aware it contained lethal poison. As the cycles of spring and autumn turn, there must inevitably come sorrow for the departed. The stability of the court was hard-won, and the peace of the people was bought with the blood of the Pei family across generations. He felt he had fulfilled his mission. The emperor was now capable of securing his reign and protecting his subjects. To assure the emperor's peace of mind, he willingly succumbed to a swift demise, concluding his life in haste. The system observed with a heavy heart, questioning why he had to perish when he was so virtuous. He was so virtuous, pouring forth his all for the people. Even though he bore no hatred or resentment, when he was slain by the very child he raised, did he not feel sorrow? He was merely 25 at the time of his death. At the age of 25, Pei Guan is a general who instills terror in the hearts of his enemies on the battlefield, and a powerful minister whose words carry absolute weight in the court. The emperor possesses no true power to eliminate him. It is merely a choice Pei Guan has made willingly. By the time Su Ran arrived in this realm, it was already the 8th year of the Qi Shang era. Su Ran was 18, while Pei Guan was 25, and he had nearly returned all governmental affairs to the emperor. In a month's time, the emperor would bestow upon him a cup of poisoned wine. He was well aware of his impending fate. "Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court," reminded Chief Eunuch Zhao Fu from outside. This emperor, having nearly lost his life to a palace made in his youth, refused to allow anyone to serve him thereafter, during bathing and changing. He only permitted Zhao Fu to wait outside. This suited Su Ran perfectly, and he adjusted his hairpin before stepping outside. "His Majesty has arrived." Su Ran took his place upon the exalted dragon throne, surveying the ministers as they prostrated themselves in reverence. The only one who did not kneel was the regent, Pei Guan, who merely bowed in respect. The late emperor had granted him the privilege of audience without kneeling, and a separate seat was prepared for the regent to the lower left of the throne. Ordinarily, the emperor would summon the regent to take his seat, but today, the regent had been bowing for quite some time without being called. Although the ministers remained kneeling, their minds were racing with thoughts. Could it be that the emperor, feeling he had reclaimed control, no longer wished to engage in pretense with the regent? Su Ran's gaze held a mix of astonishment, realization, and a flicker of hope. "All rise, please." As Pei Guan straightened, he felt a wave of relief. He did not wish for the emperor to challenge him publicly, as he had served diligently all these years and had relinquished power decisively. The emperor's animosity toward him would only tarnish his reputation. He was acutely aware that his brilliance over the years might have long been a source of the emperor's apprehension. He was not a fool blinded by loyalty. Rather, he recognized the emperor's potential as a wise ruler. Thus, he was willing to exchange his life for the emperor's peace of mind. Yet, he wondered if the emperor was even willing to leave behind this pristine reputation for him. Lost in thought, Paiguan could not help but glance at Su Ran. Through the ornate glass crown, he met a pair of exceedingly gentle black eyes, and perhaps he was mistaken. But those eyes seemed to reveal a hint of concern for him. Paiguan was momentarily taken aback when he heard the voice above urging the regent to please take his seat. The emperor's tone today sounded somewhat different. The system had flown to Paiguan's side, observing him with astonishment. It returned to Su Ran's ear, asking, "Is he little Pei? Or do the protagonists share the same visage?" Su Ran recalled the gaze of the man from earlier. While appearance alone might not convey much, the feeling was unmistakable. It was he, the one who had accompanied him throughout his life. He would not mistake him. In this era of peace, with citizens living in comfort and no significant affairs troubling the court, Paiguan had achieved great acclaim. Su Ran divided his attention, listening with one ear to the ministers discussing trivial matters, responding occasionally. Was he unwell? The youthful general, renowned in the northern borders since the age of 15, had earned his accolades through battles fought with sword and spear. As an extraordinary warrior, Paiguan appeared rather too slender. Su Ran observed his pale lips and contemplated how to take his pulse. The system had scoured the narrative but found no mention of little Pei's health. The absence of such details led Su Ran to speculate that, on the battlefield, where blades are merciless, he must have sustained injuries. Upon returning to the capital, the emperor became immersed in state affairs, exhausting himself without respite, leaving little time for recuperation and likely leading to the accumulation of fatigue-induced ailments. As the appointed hour arrived, Zhao Fu hurried forward to present matters for discussion. If there were none, he would withdraw from the court. The familiar ministers exchanged subtle glances, noting that the emperor's gaze had not once strayed from the regent. His expression revealed neither joy nor anger, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. The regent was briefly retained, and Su Ran had already approached Paiguan, stating, "I have matters to consult." Paiguan, momentarily taken aback, complied with the emperor's directive. In the past, after court sessions, Paiguan would remain in the imperial study to review memorials and instruct the young emperor in governance. During busier times, he would even stay overnight in the palace. However, now that the emperor had fully assumed power, Paiguan had refrained from lingering to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Dressed in his crimson court attire, Paiguan appeared somewhat pallid, casting a fleeting glance at Su Ran before immediately lowering his gaze. Surely, the emperor would not be foolish enough to harm him within the palace? Chapter 17. Softening his heart, "May I inquire as to why your majesty has summoned me?" Paiguan asked. Su Ran gestured for him to sit. "Have you had your breakfast?" Paiguan hesitated. "Not yet." Su Ran smiled. "Perfect. Join me for a meal." Paiguan was perplexed as Su Ran summoned the servants to bring the meal and waved away Zhao Fu, who was preparing to serve. Realizing the emperor's intent, Paiguan took a white porcelain bowl from in front of Su Ran and served him a bowl of congee. Su Ran raised his hand to stop him, fingers lightly resting on Paiguan's wrist. "I did not ask you to do this." At the gentle touch, Paiguan felt an involuntary shiver. Lowering his gaze to place the bowl before Su Ran, "The food has been tasted by a designated individual. Should I taste it again?" Su Ran felt a surge of anxiety, urging himself to remain calm. The system sensed the spike in his heartbeat and promptly alerted him. Su Ran smiled, reassuring the system that all was well. Although his lifelong partner had forgotten him and believed he intended to kill him, the palace had been fortified by the regent, requiring no such scrutiny. Su Ran offered genuine praise, yet Paiguan could not help but interpret it differently, acknowledging his previous transgressions. As an outsider, he had indeed overstepped by extending his reach into the palace. With a soft sigh, tinged with a hint of resignation, Su Ran addressed him, "Paiguan." Paiguan's lips tightened. It was the first time the emperor had called him by his name. Previously, he had been addressed as the regent, Lord Pei, or even initially as General Pei, each title accompanied by tones of reliance, testing wariness, and even flattery. Su Ran wished to avoid hearing Pei Guan speak of such matters. "Let us eat first, shall we?" He served a small bowl of ginseng chicken soup beside Pei Guan. "Drink up, it will cool if you delay." Pei Guan paused. It was not unusual for him to dine with the emperor, yet the emperor would never serve him soup. Noticing Pei Guan's hesitation, Su Ran inquired, "Is something amiss? Don't you like it?" He recalled that in their previous life, Pei Su Dong had a fondness for chicken soup. "There is no dislike," Pei Guan replied, meeting the clarity of Su Ran's dark eyes, devoid of suspicion or wariness today. He no longer pondered whether the soup might be poisoned, nor did he wish to delve into the intentions behind the emperor's behavior. He chose to perceive this as genuine concern, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. "Thank you, Your Majesty." As Su Ran observed him diligently finishing his soup, an unexpected wave of compassion washed over her. She had no desire to press him. After all, he possessed no memories of his past, and had truly lived for many years in this distinctly hierarchical era. Her very existence was an inherent oppression to him, particularly since the original's murderous intent had already manifested. Su Ran had ample time at her disposal. There was no need for haste. "I perceive that your complexion is rather poor. Shall I summon the imperial physician to examine you?" Su Ran altered her mode of address. Initially, she believed Pei Guan to be in a state of physical depletion, yet upon taking his pulse, she discovered it to be unexpectedly robust and even stronger than that of an ordinary person. Almost as soon as these words left Su Ran's lips, Pei Guan felt a familiar phantom pain surging within him. Unconsciously, he bit his lower lip, his gaze turning momentarily vacant. The time had not yet come. It was merely an illusion of pain. He pinched his palm sharply, and in a moment regained his composure. With a forced smile, he expressed, "Your Majesty, I appreciate your concern. I assure you, my health is quite well, and there is truly no need to trouble the physician." While others remained oblivious, Su Ran could not fail to notice. Her expression remained unchanged as she strode purposefully out of the hall. "Summon the physician," disregarding the man opposite her. Su Ran closed her eyes, delving into the narrative. "He refuses to disclose anything to me," she stated in a flat tone. The system, nearly in tears with worry, responded, "Host, I have searched thoroughly. The unlocked plot does not contain any relevant information. The assessments for the traversers are exceedingly stringent, such as the car accident involving Pei's father in the previous world and Pei Guan's condition in this world, which must be discovered by the tasker themselves." However, what troubled Su Ran was not his lack of memory. She remembered everything. "Host, please do not be disheartened. Little Pei did not intend for this," the system consoled. Naturally, she could not blame Pei Guan, and with a sigh, she resolved to take things slowly. "May I use the supplements from the main world for him?" Su Ran inquired. The system pondered briefly before concluding that it should be permissible. However, the supplements were only suitable for those recovering from severe illnesses, and little was known about Pei Guan's condition at present. "Let's procure them for now." The physician's assessment aligned with Su Ran's. Pei Guan's pulse was commendable. Retracting his hand, Pei Guan smiled. "I have already stated there is no issue, Your Majesty. Do you now believe me?" "I do not," Su Ran replied, her heart heavy with unspoken sentiments as she scrutinized his startled expression. "What transpired just now? Can you share with me?" He had indeed noticed the peculiar moment earlier. Pei Guan's voice faltered, the usual evasive phrases stuck in his throat. After a pause, he met Su Ran's gaze and articulated, "I sustained some injuries during my time in the army. I was young then, and the memories linger, manifesting as phantom pains. I apologize for causing you concern." His explanation was quite plausible. A youth emerging from the blood-soaked battlegrounds at such a tender age would undoubtedly bear the scars of trauma. Su Ran softly inquired, "Is that truly so?" "Indeed," Pei Guan replied, a light smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "It is merely a case of over-exaggeration, unworthy of Your Majesty's attention." Su Ran gently shook her head. "It is not mere exaggeration. The pain must be quite severe. What can be done to alleviate it?" Pei Guan froze, nearly gasping for breath, wishing to flee the confines of the room immediately. "It does not hurt much anymore," he found himself saying. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Since you are well, Remain and assist me with the documents. The emperor reverted to his royal pronoun, his tone now tinged with coldness. Pei Guan felt a sense of confusion envelop him. Pei Guan had not reviewed any memorials this year. He had taught the young emperor and then retreated without a trace of longing. Why now? Was he being summoned to review memorials again? Was this a new test? Pei Guan pressed his parched lips together. He ought not to defy the emperor. After all, he was solitary and unencumbered. Whatever the emperor desired, he would acquiesce. Though it was the logical course of action, he found himself speaking. This humble minister has overstepped in the past. I implore your majesty's forgiveness. He was reluctant to face death at the emperor's hands. Suddenly, Su Ran grasped his wrist, cold and rigid, revealing his unease. But I cannot complete this alone. Su Ran understood how to soften Pei Guan's heart. Pei Guan, please assist me. The 18-year-old sovereign's gaze was gentle. He frowned slightly, appearing genuinely distressed by the sheer volume of memorials. This humble minister complies with your command. Pei Guan could not refuse such a request from Su Ran. Chapter 18. What punishment? Su Ran divided the memorials, handing half to Pei Guan, and they both took up their pens in silence. Su Ran cherished the moments spent alone with Pei Guan, and upon completing the last memorial, he turned to the man sitting upright before him. Pei Guan, slightly delayed in his actions, presented the memorials to Su Ran. This humble minister has completed the reviews. Your Majesty may affix your seal once you have perused them. Pei Guan was meticulous, and Su Ran smiled as he opened one of the memorials. You are the regent. Your seal holds the same weight. Pei Guan. Su Ran's smile faded completely, and he sighed in exasperation. Why did you use my handwriting to review the memorials? The handwriting on both memorials was nearly indistinguishable, leading any observer to assume they originated from the same hand. Pei Guan hesitated momentarily before responding calmly. This minister was thoughtless. I beg your majesty's pardon. Why, of course. It is to diminish the regent's influence in court. Until this person fades away, there shall be no significant upheaval. Using my handwriting and affixing my seal, does the regent intend to work for free on my behalf? Su Ran's tone was tinged with frustration. He almost wished to strike the memorial against Pei Guan's forehead. What does work for free mean? Pei Guan was perplexed. Yet, the emperor's words seemed not to seek his reproach, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Although the Grand Tutor was present, the young emperor was more often guided by Pei Guan. Thus, his handwriting naturally mirrored that of Pei Guan, making imitation effortless. Reflecting on this, Su Ran felt a pang of jealousy. Why had he not come 2 years earlier? The usually composed regent appeared overly tense. Su Ran sighed. It's getting late. You should return to your residence. Pei Guan, as if granted a reprieve, replied. This minister takes his leave. By the way, Su Ran observed the slightly stiff figure, and a smile flickered in his eyes. Remember to bring your seal tomorrow. Tomorrow? Pei Guan was unclear about Su Ran's intentions. His performance today had been abysmal. He felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles before the emperor. At the age of 15, he had welcomed the bodies of his parents home, donning heavy silver armor amid a demoralized army, facing tens of thousands of enemy cavalry. The flesh by his teeth had been bitten raw, blood spreading, yet he had swallowed it down without revealing any sign of discomfort. He had won that battle. Thereafter, he would never know unease again. The father asserted that the Pei family serves the nation and the people, and even in death, they would not tarnish their lineage. He heeded his father's words and earnestly cultivated an emperor, until the emperor possessed the ability to safeguard the mountains and rivers, to protect the common folk. He handed the dagger meant for his own demise to the emperor, believing he would face death with equanimity. Yet, merely half a day's companionship left him in rare disarray. He relinquished his guard against the emperor's lethal intent, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of trust and concern that left him bewildered. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, he evaded the gazes of several palace attendants and retreated to a secluded corner of the palace, rarely trodden by human feet. In the ensuing days, Su Ran insisted that Pei Guan join him for meals, and without hesitation, he divided half of the memorials with him. Naturally, the court officials noticed that the regent had begun reviewing the memorials anew, which sparked a flurry of gossip. Although Pei Guan had remained largely silent throughout the year, merely occupying the hollow title of regent, His prior reputation was formidable enough that even those with dissenting thoughts dared not act impulsively. The entertainment of ancient times was monotonous. After finishing a rural love story, Su Ran had fortuitously discovered a captivating film the previous night. As the night deepened, he found himself somewhat fatigued during the morning court session. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Su Ran directed his gaze toward the middle-aged man below. The upright Minister of Revenue, Zhang Daoquan. This man would later cause significant trouble, and he had yet to find the opportunity to deal with him. Now, he had delivered himself right to his doorstep. "Minister Zhang has something to say." Zhang Daoquan's voice boomed, each word sincere. "Your Majesty, though I admire the regent, now that you have taken the reins of governance, how can the regent continue to wield power unilaterally?" As he spoke, he knelt, recalling the days of the young emperor when the regent's review of memorials was a necessity. However, such a practice was now illogical, especially given that the regent had left his seal on the memorials. His words struck at the heart, nearly accusing Pei Guan of treasonous intentions. Inside the hall, silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Su Ran glanced at Pei Guan, who remained composed in the face of such accusations. Upon receiving Su Ran's gaze, he silently rose to bow. "I indeed have overstepped. If your Majesty wishes to punish me, I shall harbor no grievances." Su Ran's tone turned slightly frigid. The regent indeed should be punished. Pei Guan felt a tremor in his heart. It was only right, yet inexplicably, he felt a twinge of grievance. The court officials whispered among themselves. "Indeed, His Majesty is set to confront the regent. I ordered you to review the memorials. If you seek to shirk your duties, then very well. You shall review all of today's memorials, and you shall not return to your residence until you have completed them." Pei Guan, taken aback, lifted his eyes, his dark orbs concealed beneath the glassy crown glimmering with a hint of mischief, fixed intently upon him. The notion of His Majesty defending him was nearly unfathomable, yet it occurred with such naturalness. "Wait, what? Did His Majesty just impose a punishment?" Zhang Daoquan, alarmed, interjected. "Your Majesty, think carefully. I am not in good health." Su Ran replied languidly. "I cannot toil excessively." "Minister Zhang, do you wish for me to perish prematurely by preventing the regent from assisting in reviewing the memorials?" Zhang Daoquan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. No one had ever mentioned the emperor's frail health. His legs felt weak. "Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. Please see my loyalty." Su Ran, growing impatient, interrupted. "Minister Zhang seems to hold a grievance against the regent, likely due to the rejection of the funding for road repairs mentioned in your memorial the other day, correct?" Zhang Daoquan was taken aback, and he mustered the strength to respond, asserting that he would never harbor resentment towards the regent. His previous remarks were solely for the benefit of His Majesty, devoid of any selfish motives. Regarding the matter of road construction, it was indeed a concern for the approaching cold weather, as he feared the populace might face considerable inconveniences. "Your Majesty." Zhang Shangshu's deep concern for the people moved the emperor profoundly. However, Su Ran's tone shifted abruptly. Zhang Shangshu had exaggerated the allocated funds, intending to conceal the remaining silver beneath the roads. Was he not? Su Ran spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words terrified Zhang Daoquan to his core. Beads of cold sweat nearly dripped to the ground. "Your Majesty, Zhang Daoquan stammered, perhaps I have become senile." Su Ran smirked slightly, suggesting that Zhang Shangshu might as well retire to his hometown. This man had embezzled for the first time. The house search would yield little. Su Ran did not seek complete annihilation, but would not allow him to continue holding a significant position. "Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I shall never dare again." Su Ran, lost in his thoughts, designated the position of Minister of Revenue to Deputy Minister Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, suddenly called upon, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Su Ran paid no heed to the prostrate Zhang Daoquan and declared, "Today's court session concludes here. Dismissed." With that, he rose directly, his gaze locking onto a certain individual, and softly stated, "You shall face punishment today." The person's lips tightened instantly. Punishment for what? In Chapter 19, "Do you wish for me to take a wife?" Zhao Fu presented the day's memorials to the emperor, who signaled for them to be placed entirely before Pei Guan. Su Ran nodded at the stack of memorials, a smile gracing his lips. "Please, Regent, is this the punishment decreed by your majesty?" Pei Guan was momentarily taken aback. Su Ran surveyed the towering pile of memorials, incredulous. "It took you the better part of a day to review all these, and it is still insufficient? Truly, the regent is unparalleled." Pei Guan met Su Ran's gaze, imbued with admiration, rendered speechless. "He clearly did not mean that. Your majesty mentioned earlier in the court that the dragon body was ailing." Su Ran's eyes sparkled with mirth. "I was deceiving them." "Your majesty must refrain from such statements in the future," Pei Guan warned solemnly. He genuinely worried for his well-being, but Su Ran reassured him, "Do not fret." As time passed, Su Ran immersed himself in a travelogue, thoroughly engrossed. The system curiously leaned in to catch a glimpse, subsequently astonished. "Is this it?" This dull book has caused the host to forfeit the enticing prospect of returning to the village together. Truly, humans lack the appreciation for art. Pei Guan's tranquil expression suddenly stiffened as he read a memorial for an extended period, pen poised yet unmoving. Minister Du Yuqing respectfully submits. "Long live our emperor. The sovereign, in the prime of life, enjoys robust health, a blessing from the heavens. Yet the palace remains empty, the royal position unoccupied, and the heirs few. This is a hidden concern for the nation. I humbly urge your majesty to take heed, to enrich the palace, to gather beautiful maidens, thereby extending the royal lineage." Minister Du Yuqing, the current prime minister, was known for his integrity, yet Pei Guan instinctively wished to dismiss this memorial. However, Du's reasoning was sound. Pei Guan's right hand tensed, the brush nearly breaking under the strain. "Gather beautiful maidens, extend the lineage, a practice upheld by emperors throughout history." Su Ran observed Pei Guan's movements and quickly set aside his travel notes, inquiring about his discomfort. Pei Guan's hand, which had stiffened, relaxed, and the ink-stained brush abruptly left a bold mark on the meticulously arranged memorial, precisely landing on the characters "for beautiful woman." Pei Guan, startled, raised his gaze and met Su Ran's concerned eyes with a slightly sharp shape that exuded an oppressive air when he regarded others. Yet at that moment, they were gentle and clear, instilling no sense of unease. Distracted, Pei Guan respectfully handed the memorial to Su Ran, saying, "Your Majesty, please peruse this official document." Su Ran raised an eyebrow in confusion as he accepted the memorial. His initial nonchalance transformed into a furrowed brow. It seemed that the court had grown rather idle of late, as even Minister Du had begun to concern himself with such trivial matters. Pei Guan lowered his gaze to the ink-stained memorial, the dark blotch increasingly glaring, reminding him that the emperor was already 18, and the harem was devoid of occupants, a failure on his part. Su Ran, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Do you wish for me to take a wife?" Pei Guan, adhering to protocol, replied, "Your Majesty, I would not presume to meddle in your private affairs. However, should you have a favored noble lady, it would be prudent to make preparations early, establishing a consort before marriage, which would be beneficial for the stability of the harem." Su Ran paused for a moment and mused, "I ought to take a wife. The regent is already 25. Why is he still alone? The matter of heirs concerns the nation's stability. How could I compare myself to your majesty?" Su Ran remained silent for a long while before softly inquiring. Setting aside the state, "Pei Guan, do you wish for me to take a wife?" "I do not comprehend your majesty's intent." Su Ran suddenly smiled, feeling somewhat fatigued, his voice tinged with weariness. "Please, Regent, finish today's memorials. I shall retire to the inner palace for a rest." Pei Guan stood frozen in place, picking up the memorial that Su Ran had forgotten, gently closing it, and placing it back as if he had never seen it. On the other side of the wall, Su Ran returned to the system space, stating his intention to rest. The system prodded him. "Are you all right?" Su Ran sighed. "It does not mean that Pei Su Dong will like me, just because Pei Guan does not." The system hesitated to respond. Pei Guan, having completed the memorials, noticed Su Ran had not yet emerged, causing Zhao Fu to pace anxiously. "Regent, His Majesty has yet to dine, but an old servant would not dare disturb His Majesty's rest." Pei Guan, having lost track of time in his flurry of work, felt a pang of hunger at Zhao's reminder. You go fetch the meal. I will summon His Majesty. Zhao Gonggong hurriedly complied. Pei Guan held his breath as he entered the inner chamber, where not a sound could be heard. Your Majesty? Su Ran lay quietly on the couch, his brow slightly furrowed, as if troubled by some concern. Almost instinctively, not wanting to see him unhappy or frowning, Pei Guan unconsciously reached out to smooth his brow. Su Ran, still within the confines of the space, clearly perceived Pei Guan's actions. The sleeping figure suddenly opened his eyes, clarity shining within, startling Pei Guan, who withdrew his hand as if shocked. Your Majesty, forgive my presumption. Su Ran unexpectedly seized his hand, calling out, System. The system exclaimed, Pei Guan's heartbeat is racing. Su Ran tightened his grip on Pei Guan's hand, triumphantly declaring in his mind, I knew it. The system, initially excited, suddenly calmed down. Away with you. You wretched little couple. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, said Pei Guan, attempting to withdraw his hand. However, he was taken aback by Su Ran's unexpected strength, and, fearing injury to Su Ran, hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Fear not. I permit your offense, Su Ran replied with a smile. Pei Guan raised his gaze to meet Su Ran's earnest eyes. The warmth radiating from Su Ran's palm made Pei Guan involuntarily curl his fingers. With a light laugh, Su Ran released his grip, prompting Pei Guan to abruptly rise, retreating several steps. Your Majesty, please let us dine. Su Ran, no longer teasing him, added, The regent should remain and dine with me. At these words, Pei Guan froze. The shift from from Pei Guan to the regent, was a command this time. As a piece of meat was placed into his bowl, Pei Guan's heart trembled. Su Ran, seemingly oblivious, asked, Why do you not eat your vegetables? Before the meal was finished, a familiar dull ache surged in Pei Guan's chest, causing him to grip his chopsticks tightly, concealing his discomfort. Your Majesty, there are matters at my residence. May I take my leave? Su Ran paused, concern etched on his face. What troubles you? Are you unwell? He reached to summon the physician. Your Majesty, I assure you I am fine. Summoning the physician would yield the same result. I merely have pressing matters at home that occupy my mind. Su Ran scrutinized him intently, but Pei Guan maintained an untroubled expression. The system, after a brief examination, found nothing amiss. Truly, all is well? Pei Guan chuckled lightly, indeed. Cao Fu, send someone to escort the regent back to his residence. Upon hearing this, Pei Guan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his tense fingers gradually relaxing. He expressed his gratitude to Su Ran with the last of his strength, then hurried home at the fastest pace possible. Contrary to the extravagant assumptions of outsiders, the regent's residence was stark and empty, lacking any valuable adornments. With scarcely a servant to be found, Pei Guan hurried to his chamber, his steps somewhat unsteady. As soon as he closed the door, he could not suppress a fit of deep coughing. Clutching his chest, the piercing pain nearly stifled his breath, and with a warm sensation in his throat, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 20. I shall eavesdrop. Su Ran had yet to marry, and the late emperor's concubines had long since moved to the temporary palace. The imperial palace exuded an air of desolation in the evening. With autumn well underway, the imperial garden offered little in the way of beauty. Su Ran plucked a crimson leaf and, with keen interest, inquired of the system, Do you know where this grove leads? The system promptly displayed an electronic map of the palace in Su Ran's mind. Su Ran observed a red dot deep within the grove. What is this? The system faltered. It's the map you provided. Do you not know? Su Ran raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. I retrieved it from the database. Su Ran chuckled softly. Very well, let's investigate. The further they ventured, the more desolate and forlorn the surroundings became, resembling a place rarely touched by humanity. Host, there is smoke over there. Smoke wafted up, indicating someone was cooking. Su Ran looked up, squinting slightly. He was astonished to find such a dilapidated palace within the imperial grounds, its tiles cracked and its plaque covered in dust. Vaguely identifiable as Yuhua Palace. Yu, denoting nobility. Hua, signifying prosperity. The artificial lake beside the palace lay abandoned for ages, its surface still and silent, while the autumn breeze gently swept across, enveloping the air in a humid mist. The name Yuhua Palace is ironically placed here. The system quickly pressed against Su Ran's shoulder. "Host, where is this?" Su Ran glanced around, pondering. "Are you familiar with the concept of a hidden beauty in a golden house?" The system responded, "Huh?" The sound attracted the attention of a woman in her 30s, who emerged carrying a lump of dough, chuckling softly. "Who has come here so quietly?" Upon seeing Su Ran, her expression instantly shifted to one of terror. The dough slipped from her hands with a thud, her lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Her feet seemingly glued to the ground, trembling as if she had seen a ghost. Su Ran was puzzled. "Do I appear that frightening?" The system shook its head. "She looks even more terrifying." The woman's exposed skin was smooth and delicate, marred by pockmarked scars on her cheek, evoking a chill, as if she had been mercilessly slashed by sharp objects, rendering her original appearance unrecognizable. Footsteps echoed from within. "Yuehua, what is the matter?" A melodious female voice called out, and another veiled woman of similar age stepped out. Upon seeing Su Ran, she too was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Bowing to Yuehua, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Su Ran regarded her coolly. "Who are you? Since you recognize me, explain this situation. Are there places in the palace that I am unaware of? Wasn't he the owner of the palace, supposed to be him? Why was there no memory of this place in the original's recollections?" The woman lowered her gaze and replied, "I am named Yue." Su Ran furrowed his brow. "What?" The woman hesitated slightly. "I, along with Yuehua, served the late emperor as musicians." Yuehua Palace. These two must have once been greatly favored. As concubines of the late emperor, how could they not have visited the palace? Yue bowed again. "I fear to dirty Your Majesty's ears. Both of us hail from humble origins. Though we were fortunate to serve the late emperor, we lacked formal status. After the late emperor's passing, the Empress Dowager left the palace, and we intended to end our lives to preserve our integrity. Fortunately, the Regent Wang Rinshan permitted us to remain in Yuehua Palace, forbidding others from disturbing us." Su Ran's expression shifted subtly, an inscrutable meaning in his eyes. "The regent?" Yue affirmed, "Yes, Your Majesty, forgive me." Su Ran chuckled lightly. "Has the regent ever visited this place?" Yue paused momentarily. "The regent is quite busy and has not come here." Su Ran smiled. "Non-committal. In that case, you may continue residing in Yuehua Palace without worry." Yue breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Your Majesty." As Su Ran walked away, Yue gazed at his tall and handsome figure, her eyes deep with contemplation. A soft sigh carried away by the wind. The breeze lifted her veil, revealing a face, much like Yuehua's, marred by scars. Yuehua anxiously grasped her hand. "Sister." Zhao Fu, concerned that Su Ran might catch a chill, returned to the Ninghui Hall with a cloak only to find the emperor had vanished without a trace. Feeling rather anxious, now, seeing Su Ran emerge, he hurried to fasten the cloak around him, his face a picture of distress. "Your Majesty, you frightened this servant to death." Su Ran laughed. What could possibly happen in the palace? In the past, there were indeed assassins lurking within, but after Pei Guan's bloody purge of the palace, such occurrences have ceased. By the way, Su Ran turned to Zhao Fu. "What is the situation with Yuehua Palace? I was previously unaware of it." Zhao Fu Dao. "You mentioned the two ladies, Lady Yu and Lady Yu, whom no one in the palace dares to speak of. Even now, after more than a decade has passed, few remember them." Su Ran raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. The servant recounted what he had heard from his master. When His Majesty was still young, the matter was forgotten in the passage of time. These two ladies were originally musicians from the dance troupe. Due to their exquisite beauty and their talents in poetry and song, they caught the eyes of the late emperor. Although they were never granted an official title, they were lavished with affection, and the construction of Yuehua Palace was dedicated to them, where they were referred to as ladies. Su Ran recalled the striking features of those two women. What happened afterward? Lady Yu, for reasons unknown, angered the favored consort, leading to both her and Lady Yu suffering disfigurement by the consort's orders. The late emperor was quite furious, but since the consort hailed from a noble family, he could not punish her for the sake of two nameless women, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Once the two ladies lost their beauty, so too did they lose the emperor's affection, and thereafter they resided mostly in Yuehua Palace, seldom seen. Su Ran, being the offspring of the late empress, understood this dynamic. The late empress was frail, while the favored consort wielded immense power in the palace, which made sense. Su Ran inquired about the year this incident transpired. Zhao Fu replied that it was the year before His Majesty's birth. I see. Let us return to the Ninghui Hall, Su Ran said enigmatically. The system chimed in, host. Do you have any questions? Su Ran asked. Do you not find Lady Yu's features somewhat familiar? The system responded with surprise. Huh? Su Ran, adopting a casual tone, instructed. Go back to Yuhua Palace and eavesdrop. I suspect that Lady Yu may be the original body's biological mother. The system exclaimed. I shall go eavesdrop at once. Chapter 21. Alone, he cannot be with the system absent. Su Ran went to bed early that night. The following day, he arrived at court exceptionally invigorated. There were no pressing matters of state to occupy his mind, leaving Su Ran with surplus energy that he could not channel. Concealed by the Lioli crown, he occasionally cast furtive glances at Pei Guan. Pei Guan felt increasingly uncomfortable, and only when Du Yuqing stood to speak did Su Ran divert his gaze, allowing Pei Guan to exhale with relief. Your Majesty, I previously submitted a memorial requesting the establishment of an empress, yet I wonder why Your Majesty has not responded. Du Yuqing's heart raced. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced up at the sovereign, his heart fluttering, but in an instant his gaze dimmed. Su Ran sighed. Chancellor, I have just stated that my health is poor, and thus I cannot handle official documents for prolonged periods. It is naturally unwise for me to take a wife. Du Yuqing paused, nearly terrified by the emperor's candidness. The emperor's health is of utmost importance, yet this matter of establishing an empress is vital for the state. Surely, the emperor cannot be incapable. Even if he were, such a truth must not be uttered. Su Ran's tone grew solemn. This matter need not be discussed further. Your Majesty, think carefully. As early as when the original body was 15, Du Xiang had suggested the establishment of an empress, yet the original body had declined, wary of Pei Guan, not wishing his marriage to be dictated by others. Du Xiang is indeed a loyal minister, and Su Ran softened his tone. Since I bear this heavy responsibility, I shall prioritize the welfare of the people and the state. However, regarding matters of the harem, I implore you all not to speculate excessively. Rest assured, I shall not leave Tianqi without an heir. Is it not simply a matter of progeny? What a trivial concern. Among the many offspring of our noble kin, one with exemplary character can surely be nurtured with greater care, even if we cannot find such a candidate within the family. What harm is there in selecting a worthy successor from the prominent families or even the humble ones? In the end, he could declare an emulation of the ancient sages' practice of passing on authority. As long as the common folk live in peace and prosperity, all will be well. The emperor's demeanor bore a distinct weight. Du Yuqing slightly raised his head to meet those indifferent black eyes. After a brief pause, he acquiesced, stating, If that is the emperor's will, I shall dutifully comply. Yet, Su Ran suddenly proposed the name of Pei Guan, inquiring how the regent would respond. Pei Guan's fingers within his sleeves twitched slightly. I dare not presume, but I shall defer to Your Majesty's wishes. Su Ran found this response unsatisfactory and refrained from meeting Pei Guan's gaze again for the remainder of their time together. After the morning court session, Pei Guan followed Su Ran closely. The day's memorials were few, and Su Ran abruptly remarked, If the regent has matters to attend to, there is no need to linger. Pei Guan was taken aback, nearly voicing that he had no affairs today, but feared this was the emperor's way of stripping him of the authority to review memorials. His words caught in his throat. Su Ran glanced at him lightly. You should dine first. Unlike Pei Su Dong, who grew up in the modern world, Pei Guan was a true product of the ancient era, raised under the ideals of loyalty to the throne and devotion to the nation. He had fought on the battlefield in his youth and spent many years immersed in court life, his every deed for the country and its people. He would even lay down his life if necessary, and Su Ran did not dare to press him. Naturally, Su Ran served some of his food into Pei Guan's bowl. Startled from his reverie, Pei Guan accidentally dropped his bowl, shattering it on the ground. In a flurry, he attempted to clean up the mess, exclaiming, I have acted inappropriately. Your Majesty, please forgive me. A shard of porcelain had cut his palm, and the emperor, appearing even more anxious than he, pulled him up, reproaching gently. "Why are you so hasty? Have you injured yourself?" A trivial wound was being tended to by the most esteemed person in the realm, and Pei Guan felt a warmth radiating from it, closing his eyes momentarily. What is it that the emperor truly desires? Is it the art of governance? Yet, he has already devoted everything. What then is the purpose of this kindness shown in recent days? If not for some other error, he might almost believe that the emperor had been misled. Su Ran released his hand, stating, "I wish to spend my life with the one I cherish." Pei Guan, tell me, is this too much to ask? Compared to those debauched rulers who trample upon human life, is this excessive? Surely, your majesty deserves the finest companion in this world. Pei Guan lowered his gaze, disapproving of those monarchs who wield their harem to influence state affairs. Thus, he had refrained from encouraging the emperor to marry or take concubines, hoping the emperor would choose a beloved partner once he took on governance. Yet, events had strayed far from his expectations. Even if the emperor harbored a preference for the refined and upright young man, it could not be him. He was a man already on the path to ruin. A flicker of tender sorrow passed through Pei Guan's eyes. He harbored thoughts deemed rebellious. Yet even if the emperor were willing, he could only suppress such feelings. He heard his own voice, cold and nearly devoid of emotion, utter, "Your Majesty, I do not wish to be a sycophantic favorite." The emperor appeared momentarily paralyzed, yet Pei Guan suddenly curved his lips, his voice soft yet frigid. "I do not cling to this illusory reputation." Whether history remembers Pei Guan as a loyal minister, a power broker, or even a treacherous sycophant matters not. What is paramount is that I cannot be labeled merely as a favored courtier. Such a candid rejection. How could the emperor possibly punish him? Execution was merely a matter of time, yet His Majesty seemed genuinely disinclined to deal with memorials. If he were to perish, who would attend to the imperial edicts? Su Ran remained silent for a long while, finally speaking with difficulty. "Let us discuss this another day." The emperor had been excessively indulgent towards him, which left Pei Guan's heart aching. After all that had transpired, how could the emperor still refrain from anger? His innermost thoughts remained concealed, and he respectfully declared, "I take my leave." As he turned away, the chill on Pei Guan's face morphed into an indescribable sorrow. How many tomorrows could he truly expect? The emperor's recent concern and favoritism could not be feigned. It was precisely for this reason that he must extinguish the emperor's inclinations. He would rather believe that the emperor was merely toying with him, allowing him to feign ignorance while events unfolded, granting him a few fleeting days of joy. But the emperor was sincere. He was indeed sincere. Tears brimmed in Pei Guan's eyes. He fiercely shut them, experiencing, for the first time, a selfish yearning. He wished to confess his feelings to the emperor, to steadfastly remain at his side, yet he was destined for an ill fate. The system had lingered in the Jade Hua Palace all day, fearing it might miss a vital piece of information, ignoring even the temptation to return to its village. Bored, it fiddled with data strips, sending messages to Su Ran in its mind. "It is so painful, QAQ. Why did these two incessantly discuss food? It was so tantalizing. Enough of the delectable conversations. Let us talk about the palace secrets, for heaven's sake." Su Ran had pampered it too well, allowing it to purchase various flavors of data strips freely. Thus, what would be considered precious data for other systems was quite ordinary for it. It longed for the meals prepared by Su Ran, yet alas, in this world, Su Ran was the emperor and did not cook. In the dead of night, Yu Ying and Yu Hua had already retired, although the system S screen would automatically obscure anything inappropriate. Adhering to the principle of respecting the privacy of the characters in this miniature world, it did not follow them into their inner chamber. Having consumed the last data strip, the system recalled the pastries left by the two during the day and resolved to sneak into the kitchen for a bite. To reach the kitchen, it had to pass by their sleeping quarters, and by sheer coincidence, the two were engaged in conversation as it approached, their words drifting into the system's ears. "The emperor is, after all, my sister's child." The system's eyes widened in astonishment. The host was correct. Before it could convey this to Su Ran, it overheard an even more significant secret. A quarter of an hour passed, and the system stood frozen in place. After a while, it touched its forehead, which bore no sweat, trembling as it departed the Jade Hua Palace. Suddenly awakened from slumber, Su Ran's mind was filled with the system's earth-shattering cries. Host. Chapter 22, He must see Pei Guan at once. The reincarnation elixir, seemingly a potion for longevity, stabilizes one's pulse, even surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, in reality, anyone who consumes it must take another dose every month to sustain life. Otherwise, they would endure excruciating pain, far worse than death itself. Pei Guan felt a crushing pain in his chest, nearly suffocating him. He clutched a porcelain vial tightly, the pristine ceramic shattering, dark pills scattering across the floor. He had refrained from consuming the monthly elixir of reincarnation, and this was the second time he had suffered such an episode. Struggling to divert his gaze, he forced himself not to look at the pill, unable to quell the urge to ingest it. If only he could swallow it, the pain would cease instantly. But he could not, for he had matters to attend to. He wished to endure and return to His Majesty's side, inquiring whether he still required assistance with the petitions. During times of political turmoil, the documents would often demand attention until the late hours, and he did not wish to leave the Emperor alone. Yet the agony was overwhelming. Every bone in his body felt as though it had been ground to dust. His forehead drenched in cold sweat, and his vision blurred. He bit down hard on his wrist, attempting to stifle a cry of despair. At that moment, the pain from his teeth breaking the skin was insignificant compared to his suffering. Crimson blood poured from his mouth, cascading over the wound on his wrist, and he was on the verge of losing his last shred of clarity. Ultimately, he succumbed to the excruciating torment, his hands groping the ground for the pill, his body trembling with pain, rendering him unable to lift it. Suddenly, a bony hand enveloped his trembling fingers, and he heard a sigh. His stiffened form was drawn into a warm embrace, devoid of any carnal desire, yet radiating an intense heat that melted away the chilling cold that had seeped into his bones. It was the Emperor. It could only be the Emperor. Yet how could it possibly be him? Pei Guan felt a sting at the tip of his nose, hesitant to speak. This had to be a dream. For no one would ever hold him like this. No one would shield him from behind. Are you feeling any better? Su Ran observed Pei Guan's pallor with concern. He had summoned his own powers. Fortunate that this small world granted the body of an emperor, blessed by the dragon's aura. Had it been any other vessel, he feared he would have already bled from all 7 orifices. It seemed he truly felt an improvement. The pain was gradually waning, transforming into a gentle, lingering numbness. Pei Guan stared up, lost in thought, as the other gently stroked his head. Is it better now? Instinctively, Pei Guan grasped that hand, warm, familiar, undeniably real. This was not a dream. His eyes began to well up. Your Majesty? Su Ran nodded, responding gently. It is I. Pei Guan stubbornly repeated, Your Majesty? Su Ran, possessing remarkable patience, tightened his embrace slightly. Yes. While responding, he half-carried, half-dragged Pei Guan to the bed. Lady Yu, she is my birth mother, correct? Pei Guan was taken aback. Your Majesty, Su Ran caressed his back, reassuringly. It's all right, I understand. We can resolve everything. For now, rest. Pei Guan wished to say more, but the Emperor's hand and voice seemed to possess a magical quality, his eyelids growing heavier, and his battered body finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Ran pressed his aching temples, even with the protection of the dragon's aura. Utilizing spiritual energy in a body that was not his own was no trivial matter. The system stored the reincarnation pill into the space. Casting a glance at the 2 pallid figures and muttered a curse at the pill. That vile thing. Su Ran adjusted the corners of Pei Guan's blanket, enveloping him entirely and cradling him close. His greatest fear was that Pei Guan had lost the will to live. Yet Pei Guan endured the excruciating pain without taking the medicine. He wished to survive, regardless of whether the thought sustaining Pei Guan was himself. Su Ran found immense solace in it. Zhao Fu paced anxiously outside the royal residence, and upon seeing Su Ran emerge, hurried to him. Upon noticing the person in Su Ran's arms, he felt a tightening in his chest. Your Majesty. Su Ran preferred not to engage in conversation and made his way back to the palace. 2 hours prior, Ying had been summoned to the Hall of Glimmering Light under the worried gaze of Yuhua. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Yu Ying bowed her head. Though the emperor was her own flesh and blood, they had never interacted before, and her eyes betrayed her nervousness. Su Ren scrutinized her for a long moment before suddenly chuckling lightly. Madam, you are my elder. There is no need for excessive formality. I have summoned you today merely to inquire a few matters. The reincarnation pill consumed by the regent is in your possession, is it not? Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's palms clenched tightly. Su Ran leisurely turned the teacup in his hand. There is no need to be anxious, madam. The regent is a vital minister of Tian Qi, and I cannot allow anyone to jeopardize his health. Yu Ying hesitated, biting her lip, and cautiously replied, Your Majesty, under the late emperor's command, the regent has been coming to me each month to procure the reincarnation pill. The late emperor has passed. Su Ran's voice turned cold. You are now the one most familiar with the past. I implore you to elaborate. I have never heard of this reincarnation pill. What exactly is it? And could it be detrimental to one's health? He referred to the late emperor rather than his father, and there was no trace of reverence in his tone, causing Yu Ying's heart to constrict. Years ago, when the late emperor fell gravely ill and sensed that Prince Rue harbored treacherous intentions, he summoned the regent back to the capital to save him. By the time the regent apprehended Prince Rue, the late emperor was on the brink of death. The emperor was only 10 years old at the time, while the second prince was merely 6, and with the empress having passed away, the favored consort was of an impulsive nature. Thus, the late emperor requested the regent to consume the reincarnation pill and entrusted the affairs of the state to him. Su Ran's gaze held scrutiny, yet his lips curled into an inscrutable smile. Oh, how did he request it? Yu Ying's spine stiffened. How could she explain that it was under duress that the late emperor had induced him to consume it? Su Ran had already inferred the truth from her expression. His face abruptly turned cold. What does the reincarnation pill entail? Yu Ying hesitated. It is indefinable. It must be consumed once a month. Indefinable? Su Ran's eyes turned frigid. What are the repercussions of such prolonged consumption? The late emperor had lived a life of folly, yet in his final moments, he had displayed clarity, knowing to summon Pei Guan back and to use medication to keep him in check. But why should Pei Guan be burdened with this mess? If it were up to Su Ran, he would have long since changed the name of this world. I do not know. Yu Ying's forehead was slick with cold sweat. She genuinely had no knowledge of it. The late emperor had only entrusted her with the reincarnation pill, and indeed had not disclosed anything else. Su Ran closed his eyes and inquired once more, did the late emperor ever consume the reincarnation pill? Yes. The late emperor was infatuated with the art of alchemy in pursuit of immortality, and this reincarnation pill was one he regularly consumed. Su Ran's mind raced as he pondered the implications. The late emperor had passed away at the age of 35. Had he experienced any discomfort prior to that? When did he begin consuming the reincarnation pill? A chill ran through Yu Ying's heart. The late emperor had succumbed to a sudden illness, dying in agony. He had commenced the use of the reincarnation pill at the tender age of 25. A death steeped in pain awaited him should he fail to take the pill each month. Both their faces turned pale. The late emperor had been between the ages of 25 and 35, while Pei Guan had been merely 17 at that time, and now he was 25. Yu Ying suddenly knelt down, confessing her guilt. She genuinely felt gratitude towards the regent, yet she did not foresee that she had become the very dagger in the late emperor's hand that claimed the regent's life. Su Ran, preoccupied with the unfolding hidden narrative in his mind, had no time to attend to her. As Pei Guan drank the poison wine, a flicker of resignation flashed in his eyes. Just 2 years remained. Was that truly too long to wait? His tone bore a hint of reproach, but predominantly, it was one of acceptance. From the moment he ingested the reincarnation pill, his lifespan was tragically reduced to merely 10 years. Over these years, he had grown weary of such a fate. Perhaps, in this, there lay a form of liberation. It was often said that the late emperor was foolish and tyrannical. Yet in his final moments, he had calculated astutely, and the target of his schemes was none other than Pei Guan. Su Ran called out loudly, Zhao Fu, to the regent's residence. He needed to see Pei Guan without delay. Chapter 23. A moment of joy. Yu Ying had not yet had the chance to clarify matters with Yu Hua when she thoroughly rummaged through the halls of Yu Hua Palace, eventually uncovering an ancient tome. The veil fell to the ground, and without time to retrieve it, she hurriedly clutched the book, her face marred by a hairpin scrape. As she made her way towards Ninghui Palace, a woman in her 30s, sprinting through the palace, startled a young maid, who nearly lost her composure and was hastily admonished by eunuch Zhao Fu within Ninghui Palace to remain silent. Pei Guan still lay asleep as Yu Ying presented the tome to Su Ran. It contained records of the late emperor's medicinal pills. She gasped for breath, asserting that the regent was a good man who had shown her kindness, and she had never intended to harm him. She had no desire to betray Pei Guan, for he had saved her, her child, and Tianqi. Su Ran nodded. I understand. Hesitating for a moment, he inquired, Madam, do you wish to become the Empress Dowager? Initially startled, her eyes shimmered with tears as she asked, What must I answer, Your Majesty? Su Ran's tone softened. Any answer will suffice. If you wish to ascend, I implore you to take charge of Ningshou Palace. If not, feel free to wander and observe. Tears fell from Yu Ying's eyes as she quietly asked, What of you, Your Majesty, and the regent? Su Ran glanced at the figure on the couch and replied, What of it? He can be saved. I have come here precisely to rescue Pei Guan. Yu Ying surrendered all the reincarnation pills in her possession to Su Ran, including the one that Pei Guan had dropped on the ground, which Su Ran collected. The system worked tirelessly, ultimately devising a feasible treatment method. However, it warned Su Ran that he must endure some hardships. No pills could be consumed. Pei Guan would not withstand the agony of withdrawal without Su Ran as support. Su Ran did not concern himself with this minor suffering. The system whispered, I have discreetly integrated a bit of your data. It will alleviate your burden. Su Ran was taken aback. Is the main system truly permitting such subterfuge? The system nodded vigorously, secretly, without its knowledge. Su Ran chuckled. How could such a secret escape the main system? Pei Guan awoke to a night shrouded in darkness. Yet the flickering candlelight still illuminated the table before him, where a solitary figure sat quietly amidst a mountain of documents. How could there be so many? His voice, still hoarse from illness, bore a hint of weariness. But the wariness and aloofness had dissipated, leaving behind a rare smile tinged with light-hearted mockery. Su Ran suddenly turned, finding the man on the couch half upright, his misty gray eyes gazing at him with tenderness. Because today the regent did not assist me in reviewing the memorials. The man seemed surprised, then promptly accepted the blame. It is my fault, causing Your Majesty distress. A sense of frustration that had lingered in Su Ran's heart vanished instantly. He found himself utterly at a loss with this person. Su Ran approached the couch and gently pressed his palm against Pei Guan's chest, feeling the contours of a deep scar beneath the thin silk of his inner garments. There lay a profound knife wound, nearly cleaving the man's chest open. Although the injury had long since healed, the scar remained a haunting reminder. When did you sustain this injury? Pei Guan paused, recalling that it was the emperor who had changed his sleeping attire. Do not worry, it was merely a change of clothes. Pei Guan responded, That is not what I meant. Su Ran chuckled lightly. That is precisely what I meant. With his hand still resting on Pei Guan's chest, the emperor's delicate lips parted, each word pronounced with clarity. I indeed harbor unseemly thoughts toward you. Pei Guan hastily averted his gaze, remembering the year he returned to the capital. Wary of alarming the enemy, and thus traveling with few companions, they had been ambushed along the way. Su Ran hesitated, withdrawing his hand, recalling how Pei Guan had rushed back to protect the emperor despite his wounds, only to be forced to consume the reincarnation pill and subsequently face a tumultuous court. Others merely spoke of Pei Guan's youthful brilliance and his unparalleled prowess on the battlefield and in court, unaware of the heavy burdens that rested upon the shoulders of a 17-year-old boy, where a single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Su Ran felt a pang of bitterness, though he could not articulate its source. He spoke softly. Pei Guan, do you resent the late emperor? At this, Pei Guan immediately understood that Su Ran was aware of everything. He fell into a long silence before replying, No, I do not resent him. When summoned secretly, he had believed the emperor trusted him, feeling ambitious on his journey back from the northern frontier. But upon learning the truth, disappointment replaced that ambition. Yet, he genuinely did not harbor resentment. Su Ran regarded Pei Guan's serene demeanor, recognizing that he had long since come to terms with it. And what of me? Have you ever held resentment toward me? Pei Guan, taken aback, nodded honestly. He had felt resentment. The young emperor was different from the late emperor. He truly invested his heart and soul, offering protection and guidance, and indeed had nurtured a flicker of expectation. Su Ran fell silent. What should he do? Should he reveal to Pei Guan that he was no longer the emperor of old? That Tianchi did not believe in ghosts, and that such absurdities as an emperor being replaced could never occur within the palace walls? Suddenly, Pei Guan tugged gently at Su Ran's sleeve, asking, "Is your Majesty's name truly Su Ran?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. The man continued teasingly, "Su Ran?" "Yes." Su Ran instinctively replied. Pei Guan then inquired, "Why does your Majesty worry? You have never harmed me." Su Ran felt a surge of frustration. This man was utterly forgetful of past grievances. He was about to impart wisdom when an idea flashed through his mind, one that ignited a burning sensation deep within his heart. "Are you Su Ran?" Pei Guan asked, a smile flickering across his lips as glimmers danced in his eyes. "When I call your name, your Majesty seems quite pleased." He did not perceive it as disrespectful or presumptuous. Rather, it brought him joy. The young emperor of Ur had despised this name, finding it too casual, harboring envy towards the favored second prince-born of the consort, named Su Jing, a name that resonated with far more grandeur than his own. The dark cloud surrounding the emperor dissipated entirely as he nodded earnestly, admitting to his fondness for it. Such subtle hints were permitted. Pei Guan inquired, "Is there more that cannot be said?" Su Ran nodded, affirming that there were indeed unspoken matters. Feeling it insufficient, he added, "It will not bring harm." "Ah, then it is of no consequence." Pei Guan contemplated, feeling the need to clarify in the past. "My reverence for your Majesty was solely that of a subject towards his sovereign, coupled with the protectiveness one feels towards the youth." Su Ran, reclining against the couch with his arms crossed, asked, "And now?" "I do not know," Pei Guan replied, suddenly feeling as though his words echoed those of a dandy in a brothel, and he was vexed by this realization. However, the emperor smiled reassuringly, unhurried. Pei Guan pressed his lips together. "Your Majesty should not squander time on a mere subject, particularly one whose days are numbered." "I take delight in engaging in such endeavors that defy fate," the emperor declared. Su Ran retrieved a set of silver needles from his sleeve, asserting, "I possess a method to heal you. Trust me." The emperor had learned many things, yet healing arts were not among them. Pei Guan hesitated, averting his gaze, and softly replied, "I trust Su Ran. Most importantly, I wish for you to pursue whatever you desire." The silver needles glinted coldly under the light as Su Ran instructed Pei Guan, "Remove your clothing." Pei Guan paused. In the past, military physicians had never asked for undergarments to be removed. Su Ran, already pulling at his garments, spoke with a playful tone, "Listen to the doctor. The patient has no say." Pei Guan instinctively reached to cover himself, but then heard Su Ran languidly suggest, "If you refuse to undress, I shall summon Zhao Fu to attend to General Pei." Protecting his collar, Pei Guan begrudgingly conceded, "I shall undress myself." Exposing his back to another was a perilous act. The moment the needles pierced his skin, discomfort washed over him, and his body tightened instinctively, years of battle experience igniting a desire to flee. He bit down on his lip, his nails digging into his palm, suppressing the urge to resist. Trusting the person behind him would not harm him, he gradually lowered his defenses. Su Ran focused intently as he administered the first sequence of needles, slowly exhaling as he divided his concentration to gently press on Pei Guan's shoulder. "Do not worry. It may be uncomfortable, but you shall recover in 3 months." Su Ran's voice carried an inexplicable sense of assurance. Yet Pei Guan keenly sensed an oddity in Su Ran's tone. "Your Majesty, could you come closer to me?" Su Ran, perplexed, complied and stepped before him, questioning, "What is the matter?" Wiping the cold sweat from Pei Guan's brow with his sleeve, Su Ran asked, "Does it hurt terribly?" The emperor, oblivious to Pei Guan's expression, lamented softly to himself, "If only I had come sooner. Had I arrived when Pei Guan was 20 or even 17, I could have replaced the reincarnation pill with sweetened pills, or, at 14, clothed the still innocent Pei Guan in heavy armor to battle the enemy." Pei Guan tightly grasped his wrist, his eyes revealing a sense of despair for the first time, an expression that had eluded him at 14 and remained absent at 17. Even during moments of pain that drove him to contemplate smashing his head against the wall. Veins bulged on the back of his hand. Yet the pressure resting upon Su Ran's wrist was measured and devoid of discomfort. Pei Guan, what's wrong? The same tone, imbued with genuine concern, made Pei Guan shiver. Su Ran remained oblivious to the fact that Pei Guan appeared ashen, his voice hoarse, in a state worse than that of the patient himself. Despite the exertion required for the injection, such a reaction was unexpected. Pei Guan trembled slightly, articulating each word with care. You're unwell, aren't you? The cycle pill has no remedy. What will it cost you to break it? The more he spoke, the more he felt he deserved condemnation. It was evident that he should never have consented to Su Ran treating him, nor should he have entertained such reckless thoughts. He had long since forsaken his own life. The burdens of suffering were his to bear alone. If Su Ran were to be harmed on his account, he would deserve 1,000 deaths. I don't want you to treat me anymore, Su Ran. Just leave me be. I never wish to live, he declared earnestly, unable to meet Su Ran's gaze, feeling only the slackening of Su Ran's grip as his wrist fell limply. His heart plummeted alongside it. Tears welled in Pei Guan's eyes again. How foolish he was to have given up so soon. Had he known Su Ran would come, he should have held on longer. But with only 2 years remaining, hope was futile. He dared not imagine what Su Ran might sacrifice to save his life. The system, alarmed, had just hurriedly received some data from Su Ran, wanting to inquire about his well-being when it witnessed this scene. What is wrong with little Pei? If I didn't know better, I do think the host was on the brink of death. Is it merely a drain on mental energy? Humans are truly peculiar. The atmosphere was thoroughly disrupted by the system's chaotic thoughts, causing Su Ran's eye to twitch. Be good, consume your data bars. If you can't articulate, then refrain from speaking. Su Ran lowered his head, extracting his wrist from Pei Guan's grasp, then gently lifted the chin of this disobedient patient, compelling him to meet his gaze. I forgot to mention something. Pei Guan was in pain, not from the injection, but from the phantom agony akin to a festering wound. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he slowly comprehended Su Ran's words, his voice rough. What? Su Ran patiently brushed aside the dark strands of hair from Pei Guan's forehead, continuing, I forgot to tell you, if you were not here, I would have no meaning in this world. Whether out of duty or personal sentiment, Pei Guan was the sole reason for Su Ran's existence in this realm. He must not allow him to indulge in despair, for as the system had pointed out, if this individual continued to spiral into such thoughts, Su Ran would suffer metaphorical deaths 1,000 times in Pei Guan's heart. It's not worth my effort to save you, so don't underestimate me, understand? Your Majesty cannot deceive your subjects. Su Ran moved behind Pei Guan, affirming, Indeed, I do not lie. That is not true, Pei Guan thought. Su Ran was quite adept at deception, having claimed twice during court that he was unwell. As time elapsed, Su Ran removed the silver needle from Pei Guan's back. Reflecting on Pei Guan's earlier demeanor, he felt it necessary to caution his patient to remain still and relax, as each acupuncture session required the insertion of 3 needles. Su Ran, contemplating the need for a stricter tone, found his voice surprisingly intimidating. Pei Guan dared not move as the silver needles punctured various acupoints. The pain rendered him somewhat disoriented. A hazy whiteness clouded his vision, while the sounds of breathing beside him suddenly grew heavy. Pei Guan became acutely aware that the labored breaths were not his own, but rather those of Su Ran behind him. Unable to discern the scene behind, he could distinctly sense the struggle in Su Ran's respiration. His chest heaved in turmoil. He felt deceived once again by His Majesty, who claimed this was inconsequential and effortless. Stop! He bit down on his own lip, a mixture of reprimand and plea. The pain, which typically resided in his chest, now throbbed within his heart. A gentle yet firm hand squeezed his palm, patiently offering reassurance until he gradually calmed down, hearing a resigned sigh from the other. All right, don't worry. The hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Stay still, just a little longer. Pei Guan closed his eyes, feeling unworthy of such concern. Had he truly absorbed none of the words spoken earlier? Su Ran playfully tapped his head, reiterating, "I said I would save you. I told you I would be fine. Why won't you believe me?" Pei Guan fell into profound silence, doubting the existence of such fortuitous events. Su Ran's arrival seemed a miraculous salvation, without him needing to sacrifice anything. Throughout his 25 years of existence, he had learned that gaining something always entailed losing something of greater significance. How could he trust that such a fortunate occurrence could manifest in his life, especially after he had already relinquished hope? Su Ran's voice deepened, the authority of an 18-year-old emperor resonating with gravity. "No more stubbornness. Will you heed my words? If not, so be it. You must take care of yourself for the next 2 years, and I will accompany you. After 2 years, I shall join you in the underworld." Pei Guan's voice quickened. "Your Majesty is the emperor. How can you threaten me with the state and its people?" Su Ran spoke without mercy, yet his tone remained calm and gentle. "In 2 years, I can cultivate a good emperor. It may be a challenge, but it is not impossible." Pei Guan wished to protest, to argue that his Majesty had many years ahead and should not be burdened by a dying man. Yet, the words that escaped him were feeble and insipid. "Your Majesty, please do not speak of this. Do not mention such things." He suppressed the bitterness within. "I will listen." He acquiesced to Su Ran's insistence, urging him not to speak of such matters any further. The silver needles were slowly withdrawn, and he was enveloped in a warm embrace. "All right, don't worry." Chapter 25. The timing of the antidote, the reincarnation pill, was not a matter of urgency. Su Ran intended to administer the antidote to Pei Guan within 3 months, as a calamity loomed over Tianqi thereafter. In the original narrative, the Northern Borders Army was well-trained and formidable. Prior to Pei Guan's return to the capital, thorough preparations had been made, theoretically ensuring a decade of tranquility for Tianqi. In that span, it was not inconceivable that another war hero could emerge. Yet, it is only natural that during this winter, the fierce winds and heavy snow have wrought havoc. The nomadic tribes of the north, accustomed to the harshness of their environment, find their pastures buried under a thick blanket of snow, leading to the starvation and freezing of livestock and children alike. Despair spreads across this land, where they cherish both freedom and fervor, while simultaneously coveting the wealth and warmth of Tianqi. As the snow threatens to block all passage, news of the demise of the formidable war god, Pei Guan, reaches them, prompting their king to take a desperate gamble. The children of the prairie are born as eagles. Yet even such resilient spirits cannot fathom how to confront the relentless onslaught of harsh winters, each one more unforgiving than the last. The invaders are not merely warriors. They encompass women and children, all of whom are prepared to fight. The etiquette-bound Tianqi cannot comprehend such a reality. Young soldiers are incapable of raising their swords against children, leaving them caught unawares. Following the regent's death, the already unstable court plunges into further chaos as the tribes invade the borders of Tianqi, pillaging with a ferocity reminiscent of starving wolves descending upon a city. In a moment of desperation, the emperor takes to the battlefield himself, for he is, after all, a product of Pei Guan's tutelage, possessing a modicum of skill. After 3 years of preparation, Tianqi's forces finally manage to repel the desperate tribesmen, who are left with no supplies. The decision to hasten the antidote's release to march carries its own risks, even if Su Ran ensures that Pei Guan remains unharmed. The pressures of survival will inevitably lead the tribes to strike again, as they did in the original narrative. With formidable neighbors at their doorstep, a battle to the death looms, and Pei Guan cannot be allowed to lead in his weakened state. Thus, Su Ran resolves to lead the charge himself. Before embarking on this personal campaign, he must first ensure that Pei Guan's poison is cured and then entrust the governance of the state entirely to him. Pei Guan ought to be the one to review his edicts for a lifetime. The antidote must be administered without error, and Su Ran forbids Pei Guan from attending court, igniting a flurry of speculation among the court and the populace alike. While His Majesty holds the reins of power, the regent's long-standing reputation cannot be easily erased. Many await to see which of the two will prevail, while others anticipate a mutually destructive outcome. The regent has not attended court for 3 days, and the palace remains closed to visitors. Whispers circulate that he has been placed under house arrest by the emperor and may already be deceased. Du Yuqing casts a worried glance at the empty seat beside the emperor. Though he is loyal, he is still a subject and does not wish to witness such a treacherous conclusion. The ministers harbor diverse thoughts, but upon receiving the returned edict after court, their various concerns dissolve into shock, for the document bears the unmistakable seal and script of the regent, Pei Guan. The emperor has not acted with malice. Does this imply that the regent is indeed unwell? Even if the emperor values their bond, there should be ample suspicion and caution towards the regent. In this moment of illness, it would be the perfect opportunity to strip him of his power entirely. How could the regent still be allowed to review edicts? Du Yuqing's lips twitch in dismay. He fears for the regent's life. Yet Pei Guan, with a flourish of his pen, writes reviewed on the very memorial he has painstakingly crafted. In times past, the emperor would have responded with a reassuring, "I am well." Upon reviewing such documents, Su Ran, feeling somewhat fatigued, hastens back to the side hall of the Ninghui Palace after court, where the untouched breakfast lies before him. Pei Guan, clad in a blue robe, diligently reviews the day's memorials. Su Ran's gaze sweeps across the table, questioning why he has not yet dined. Pei Guan hesitates for a brief moment, and Su Ran nods knowingly. He is indeed waiting for me. He had just awakened and did not yet feel hunger, but upon noticing the smile on His Majesty's lips, he decided it was best not to contradict him. The system, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, stealthily snatched a pastry and retreated to a corner to nibble at it, before fluttering back to Su Ran's ear. It felt that the delicacies prepared by the host were far superior. Su Ran chuckled, wondering how one could be dissatisfied with the culinary skills of the royal chef, honed over many years. The system sighed. "Host, perhaps I should select a world for you where you could be a chef or a food blogger. I yearn to savor the meals you create every day." After finishing breakfast, Su Ran checked Pei Guan's pulse once more. The results were satisfactory. After the reincarnation pill was resolved, his health would be slightly compromised, but he reassured him that it could be restored. Pei Guan, however, was indifferent to whether his health improved or deteriorated. "What is Majesty? I heard from Zhao Fu that he was utterly exhausted after administering the needle yesterday and nearly missed the morning court today." "I am fine," Su Ran replied with a smile. "However, as the weather grows colder, it is indeed arduous for the ministers to come to the palace. Henceforth, let us convene court every 3 days." Pei Guan hesitated, torn between feeling pity for the minister's toil and the realization that His Majesty himself struggled to rise. At only 18, he had not yet reached the age of maturity. Pei Guan's heart softened momentarily. He adjusted his tone to align with Su Ran's words. "Your Majesty is wise. It is natural for an 18-year-old to crave sleep, and as long as it does not hinder affairs of state, there is no need to be excessively harsh." From that day forth, after treating Pei Guan in the evenings, Su Ran would use the excuse of not needing to attend court the following morning to linger in the side hall. Initially, he merely sought to tease Pei Guan, but to his surprise, Pei Guan did not resist too strongly. After the treatment, Su Ran appeared pale, his voice hoarser than usual, and he softly confessed, "Pei Guan, I am weary and do not wish to go." The 18-year-old, shedding the regal garments of an emperor, spoke in a manner reminiscent of a pampered young master from an ordinary family. Pei Guan could hardly withstand this, and, after offering a few gentle words of persuasion, he acquiesced to Su Ran's desires. That night, Pei Guan quietly opened his eyes, the darkness rendering Su Ran's features indistinct. He gazed for a while, and in a moment of reverie, he discerned Su Ran's warm, dark eyes smiling at him. Initially, he had consented to provide treatment out of compassion for Su Ran's heartache, but gradually, he found himself genuinely yearning for life, longing to remain by Su Ran's side until the day Su Ran no longer required him. He had witnessed high-ranking officials with a penchant for male companions, lavishing them with affection, even presenting them publicly, granting them status, while simultaneously maintaining a household filled with wives and concubines, treating their male lovers with a clear disdain. Yet Su Ran was different. As a ruler, he had never exhibited any semblance of frivolity towards Pei Guan. As long as he remained by his side, Su Ran's eyes were always brimming with joy. Such simplicity in his satisfaction left Pei Guan feeling a bittersweet ache within his heart. As autumn faded into winter, Pei Guan's reincarnation pill was finally resolved, alleviating his concerns about lifespan. However, with the removal of the reincarnation pill, the old wounds from the battlefield and ailments from years of toil began to manifest, leaving his body still frail. The imperial physician prescribed medication, and Su Ran personally supervised Pei Guan's daily doses, showing no inclination to release him back to the Wangfu. Strangely, Pei Guan did not mention this either. Su Ran calculated that upon completing the tonic prescribed by the physician, he would be able to address the looming threats in the northern border, thus preparing the restorative elixirs for Pei Guan. As the first heavy snow descended, the weather turned abruptly frigid, rendering this winter even more arduous than portrayed in the narratives. After a 3-month hiatus, Pei Guan returned to court only to receive urgent reports from the long-stable northern frontier. The tribes are on the offensive, not with their usual provocations and tests, but with a fierce determination that suggested a fight to the death. Su Ran shifted her gaze from Pei Guan, whose deep crimson court attire suited him remarkably well. After months of separation, the tribe's incursion was disheartening. The emperor exuded an inexplicable gloom, and the ministers were visibly anxious. Although the Tianqi Empire possessed formidable military strength, the tribesmen were fearlessly reckless, instilling a sense of trepidation. Given the emperor's demeanor, it was feared that this battle would be particularly arduous. Had the system been aware of their thoughts, it would have clicked its tongue in disapproval. Su Ran clearly wished to avoid a long-distance relationship with young Pei. Your Majesty, we must not underestimate the tribesmen. Although there are capable generals in the northern frontier, I believe it prudent for the regent to take command personally, spoke Du Yuqing, an elder statesman with a family history of military service, keenly aware of the perils involved. Su Ran sighed softly, poised to counter his argument. But Pei Guan had already risen to his feet. Your Majesty, Du Xiang's words ring true. I volunteer to proceed to the northern frontier. I implore you to grant your consent. Pei Guan's complexion was pale, old wounds that had long lain dormant now flared dangerously. He began to regret having chosen this moment to detoxify himself. Upon learning of the military situation, Pei Guan had sensed the gravity of the matter. The current commander in the north was his former deputy, Qi Panshan, a fierce and skilled warrior, yet not devoid of compassion, which left him vulnerable to the tribesmen's cunning. As soon as Du Yuqing's words fell, Pei Guan mustered his spirit to request permission, though he felt no certainty. His current condition was far from what it once had been. Regret weighed heavily upon him. Had he foreseen this calamity, he would never have allowed Su Ran to detoxify him at this critical juncture. Although the reincarnation pill was a harmful substance, its consumption undeniably allowed him to maintain better health, enabling him to safeguard Su Ran's realm. Unacceptable. Su Ran's voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 26. Farewell with a mere glance. Su Ran discerned Pei Guan's thoughts. She anticipated that should trouble arise in the northern frontier, Pei Guan would vehemently oppose her attempts to detoxify him. Hence, he was so hastily seeking her assistance before calamity struck. This man had grown accustomed to shouldering burdens alone. Yet Su Ran was determined to share the weight. She fixed her gaze on Pei Guan, but directed her words to Du Yuqing. Du Xiang is devoted to our Tianqi, but the regent's health remains compromised, making it truly inadvisable for him to venture into battle. Du Yuqing found his words caught in his throat. He had not expected such a turn of events, nor had any of the courtiers present anticipated this. Pei Guan stood at the forefront, his voluminous crimson robe accentuating his pallid and slender form, thus validating the emperor's assertion. Whether others believed it or not was of little consequence. Pei Guan understood the truth of Su Ran's words. She was not concerned about him reclaiming military power. Rather, she feared for his safety. The emperor's gaze was piercing, prompting Pei Guan to instinctively lower his eyes. Your Majesty, I am fit for duty. Many of the martial officials in the court bear old injuries. And although General Qi from the north possesses both valor and strategy, he lacks sufficient experience. I beseech you to permit me to proceed. I am acutely aware that this matter bears significant weight, Su Ran asserted with unwavering conviction. I do not harbor an inflated sense of self-importance. The regent is a rare and commendable general, indispensable to the realm. However, considering the regent's unhealed injuries, I cannot possibly disregard your life." Before Pei Guan could interject, Su Ran continued, "I shall personally lead the expedition." "Your Majesty, you must not," Pei Guan exclaimed with urgency. "The battlefield is fraught with peril, and your royal form is of immense value. You are still quite young. How can you expose yourself to such danger?" A hint of barely perceptible amusement colored Su Ran's tone. "I have reached the age of 18, while the regent was merely 14 when he first took to the battlefield. Why should I not fight for Tianqi?" Pei Guan attempted to argue further, but was interrupted by Su Ran's resolute declaration. "My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Your Majesty's stance is unwavering. For matters of state, the regent and Prime Minister Du will manage everything competently." Despite the entreaties of Du and others, their concerns were not truly for the governance of the court. To utter a most audacious thought. As long as the regent presides over the court, no grave matters can arise, even in the absence of the emperor. Yet, your Majesty has yet to take a wife, and there are no heirs in the palace. Should anything unfortunate befall you, Su Ran was confident of his safe return. Yet he adhered to protocol in expressing his thoughts. "Regardless of my fate, I shall not have heirs in this lifetime. If there are suitable candidates among the royal kin, they may be brought to the palace for cultivation. Should I meet with misfortune, the matter of succession shall rest entirely in the hands of the regent." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the hall, save for a few royal relatives exchanging glances, concealing their thoughts. The relatives ceased their opposition, and the dissenting voices against the expedition within the court diminished significantly. Su Ran cast a deep glance at Pei Guan before dismissing the court. The atmosphere in Ninghui Hall grew thick, and Su Ran signaled to Zhao Fu, who discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind him. With a tone laced with humor, Su Ran remarked, "The regent is displeased with me." Pei Guan was not merely angry. He had restrained himself from striking the emperor. "How could your Majesty act so impulsively? Do you not comprehend that the battlefield acknowledges no rank?" Su Ran sighed. "I am fully aware of that, and precisely because I know I must go. The soldiers of a northern frontier are most familiar with your tactics. I am indeed your protege." Pei Guan hesitated, cognizant that certain questions were better left unasked. Yet astonishment bubbled within him. "You are not." Su Ran grasped his meaning, and the realization only fueled his ire. In the original narrative, the emperor's narrow victory in that battle was largely owed to Pei Guan's guidance. Even in death, this man continued to illuminate the path of the Su family's empire. The more Su Ran pondered, the more discontented he became, momentarily forgetting that he too bore the surname Su. "I must go, and I shall undoubtedly prevail. You must believe in me," Su Ran stated with determination, and Pei Guan could not afford to doubt him. For the consequences of not trusting Su Ran during the last poisoning incident were still vivid in his mind. The emperor had nearly dragged him to the afterlife. Even though he recognized this as the most prudent course of action, he could not hinder Su Ran. Pei Guan's worry remained evident. He understood the merciless nature of war. Yet facing the prospect of sending someone he cared for into such peril was a profound burden. If only the elixir of reincarnation had not yet been undone. 2 years would have sufficed for him to secure peace in the northern territories for Su Ran. As he continued to dwell on these troubling thoughts, "You are already feeling discomfort at the thought of my departure, are you not? Have you considered how I would feel if you were to venture forth in your weakened state?" Pei Guan noticed the reproach in those dark eyes and felt a pang of guilt. He wished to assert that it was different. He had long since experienced the battlefield and commanded troops. He wished to express that the situation had not yet escalated to the point where he must personally lead the charge. He believed that His Majesty should not place such great importance upon him. Death on the battlefield was an ordinary occurrence. It could be him, but it could never be Su Ran. It must not be Su Ran. Although he did not voice these thoughts, when he spoke, his demeanor was remarkably composed. "Your Majesty, regarding the offspring of the royal kin, are there any candidates of interest?" Such a statement led Su Ran to almost believe that this man was entirely indifferent to his own fate, as long as he could leave behind a successor to safeguard the empire of Tianqi. Pei Guan maintained a calm expression, yet blood was already seeping from his bitten lip. It was not due to indifference, but rather an excessive concern. He was deeply invested and thus sought clarity. Should there be a suitable candidate, he would hasten to impart the art of kingship. If Su-ran were to meet with misfortune, he would have no interest in the empire thereafter. In his 25 years of life, he had already devoted 10 years to Tianqi, and should anything happen to Su-ran, he could at most teach a successor, then swiftly make his way to the northern frontier. This life was saved by Su-ran, thus it rightfully belonged to him. He had lived for the sake of the people of Tianqi and the wishes of his father. The time for this life was drawing to a close. Henceforth, Pei Guan's existence will be intertwined with Su-ran's. In life or death, they should remain together. Some realizations come in an instant. At this moment, Pei Guan understood that he ought to be with Su-ran, to live in tandem, and to die in unison. A familiar hand squeezed his shoulder, and Pei Guan was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet a pair of gentle black eyes. Why does it feel so difficult? His Majesty seemed to exhale a sigh. Pei Guan felt the warmth on his shoulder, a warmth that was not his own. I'm not troubled, he asserted, though he felt a twinge of fear. Su-ran offered a slight smile, his tone soothing. Nothing will happen, I assure you, all right? Pei Guan felt a lump in his throat, nodding gently. As the year drew to a close, the palace felt even more desolate than usual. The following morning, Su-ran was to depart the capital. Pei Guan remained in the side hall of the Hall of Radiant Splendor, while the wind and snow continued unabated outside, his heart growing increasingly anxious. Such weather was ill-suited for travel, and His Majesty's journey to the northern frontier would be arduous. The next day, Pei Guan escorted Su-ran and his party to the city gates. Time was of the essence. Su-ran donned Pei Guan's armor from years past, casting a single glance at Pei Guan before galloping away. Pei Guan lingered, unable to move. In battle, he never sought the blessings of deities, yet the previous day, he had personally placed a talisman for safety within Su-ran's armor. May he return safely. May he come back soon. Chapter 27. I may have overstepped. The northern tribes were quite pleased to learn of His Majesty, the Emperor of Tianqi's personal campaign. Their clans rallied behind a single king, and the most distinguished warrior among them was the second prince, Qi Na, who entered the royal tent, wrapped in snow and wind, his face alight with joy. Father, just as you predicted, Pei Guan must be gravely ill. There are no capable generals in Tianqi, and the young emperor has no choice but to lead the charge. I shall surely defeat him soundly. The king leapt to his feet, laughing heartily. Excellent, excellent. My son shall show that pampered child from his wealthy nest the valor of our prairie warriors. An 18-year-old emperor who has likely never even caught a hawk. How would he know the art of war? Before the onset of hostilities, their scouts had sent back intelligence indicating that the regent of Tianqi, Pei Guan, was gravely ill. This news emboldened them, infusing their ranks with renewed vigor. However, they celebrated prematurely, for they had not anticipated that the young emperor was even more cunning and treacherous than Pei Guan himself. Host, do you think little Pei will no longer favor you in your current state? The system fretted, tugging at Su-ran's beard with concern. Su-ran waved it away, feeling a twinge of unease within the army, prompting him to send the system back to the capital to check on Pei Guan. Upon its return, the system appeared possessed, babbling incessantly throughout the day. How is Pei Guan? Has he taken his medicine on time? Su-ran inquired. The system sighed, releasing its grip on Su-ran's beard. Rest assured, little Pei has been obedient with his medication. However, dear host, you now appear older than little Pei. Even a most handsome face cannot withstand such wear and tear. Su-ran froze momentarily, raising a hand to touch his somewhat prickly beard. Was he truly unappealing? He had merely refrained from shaving due to inconvenience. The system, abandoning its conscience, nodded resolutely, affirming that he was certainly not as handsome as before. Yet in truth, the host was still striking. Despite his scruffy appearance, he exuded a rugged charm. Su-ran found himself wavering at its words. Perhaps he should order a razor? Spending points on such trivialities felt wasteful. The military reports were dispatched to the court monthly, accompanied by letters Su-ran had penned to Pei Guan. Yet, no matter how many times he reassured Pei Guan of his well-being, the letters were but insipid words, as long as he could not see the man. His heart remained restless. After finishing the last decree, Pei Guan withdrew Su Ran's letter from the box. Once on the battlefield, few could return unscathed. Yet, His Majesty had never mentioned whether he had sustained injuries, nor how arduous life in the military was, nor whether the brutality of the battlefield was difficult to bear. His Majesty had learned to share only good news, concealing his woes. Nevertheless, Pei Guan could only trust that every word in the letter was true. His Majesty was well, and victory would soon bring him home. He would ensure that His Majesty's rear was well managed, allowing him to have no lingering concerns. For Su Ran, warfare posed no significant challenge. Moreover, with Pei Guan's urgent request to Qi Panshan, the commander of the Northern Front, Su Ran thrived in the camp. The incursions by the barbarians were thwarted time and again by Su Ran and Qi Panshan, due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain of the grasslands. The enemy refrained from recklessly pursuing their advantage. Even so, as time dragged on, the barbarians found themselves in dire straits, running low on ammunition and provisions. With the arrival of spring, the ice and snow had melted, making the grassland paths more passable. Su Ran conferred with Qi Panshan, declaring that it was time for a counteroffensive. As the tent flap was lifted, a chilling wind swept in, causing a woman clad in foreign attire to shiver in fear. "General, my mother was captured by the barbarians and endured torment until her death. She entrusted me with the task of finding a way to return to Tianqi. General, I am all alone. I beseech you to grant me a chance at survival." The barbarian woman knelt, weeping, her pleas earnest and heart-wrenching. Qi Panshan pressed his forehead, turning to the soldiers nearby. "What is the situation?" The soldier's expression was troubled. "General Qi, during my patrol, I discovered this woman acting suspiciously outside the camp. So I brought her back. However, her words and her fair complexion, delicate and frail, resemble those of our Tianqi people. Thus, I beseech you to make a decision." The woman knelt, pleading, "General, I merely wish to return home. I can no longer endure this. Those barbarians are nothing but beasts." Her voice, filled with sorrow and tears, moved many. Qi Panshan sighed. "My dear lady, the military camp is of utmost importance, and we cannot take your single account at face value." The woman, with a mournful expression, replied, "If you refuse to shelter me, I have only the path of death left." Observing her frail frame, with bruises on her neck and hands, elicited pity. Qi Panshan hesitated. A glimmer of determination flickered in the woman's downcast eyes. The words of Prince China rang true. Our Tianqi people's greatest flaw is their compassion. She awaited Qi Panshan's concession, yet suddenly felt a chill behind her. The token of trust was torn away, and she turned in panic to meet a pair of emotionless black eyes. Su Ran tossed the wolf fang, a symbol of the barbarian royal family, a smirk gracing his lips. "Only the path of death remains? Then I invite you to embrace it." This unforeseen turn of events caught the woman off guard. Realizing she had been exposed, her expression shifted dramatically. Silver needles appeared in her hand as she lunged at Su Ran. Qi Panshan's gaze turned icy. Before he could unsheath his sword, she was already subdued by Su Ran's swift action. Filled with regret, Qi Panshan clasped his fists. "I have failed in my duty. Your Majesty, forgive me. Had it not been for your Majesty today, I fear a grave mistake would have occurred." Su Ran bound the woman. Understanding that Qi Panshan lacked experience in dealing with women and children, a lapse that could be forgiven, but he must be more vigilant in the future. Qi Panshan admonished her. "Who are you to dare attempt to assassinate His Majesty?" The woman, filled with resentment, retorted, "If I am outmatched, do as you will." Her gaze fixed hatefully on Su Ran. If she succeeded, chaos would surely ensue in Tianqi, granting Prince China a chance to breathe. Su Ran mused, "Given your appearance, I surmise your earlier claims may not be entirely false. You must possess the blood of Tianqi. Your courage is remarkable. Yet why do you risk your life for the barbarians?" The woman remained silent, her eyes locked on the wolf fang in Su Ran's hand. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, observing her changing expression as he slowly remarked, "This wolf fang, is it from your king?" He shook his head. "It seems not. Is it from the second prince, Chen Na?" Her pupils constricted sharply, and Su Ran smiled, tucking the wolf fang into his sleeve. "It appears so." "What nonsense are you spouting?" she exclaimed, panic-stricken. "I do not owe loyalty to the place that abandoned me and my mother." Su Ran ignored her, whispering to Chi Panshan, instructing him to take the woman away and keep her under strict surveillance. Upon returning to his tent, Su Ran began to write a letter, with the system peering over his shoulder. "Host, haven't you already written to Xiaopei this month?" "Indeed," Su Ran replied, his pen moving swiftly. "I find myself missing him. Yearning is not a one-way street." It was already the hour of the pig, yet the side hall of the Ninghui Palace remained brightly lit. Pei Guan did not return to the Wangfu. Perhaps he believed that remaining in the place where His Majesty once resided would afford him some respite from his nightmares during the night. Perhaps he thought that only Zhao Fu could engage him in conversation about His Majesty. He would have never believed he would find himself in such a situation. As a minister, residing within the imperial palace would surely lead others to suspect he harbored treasonous intentions. Indeed, thoughts of rebellion stirred within him, but not against the throne. As the nights grew longer in the Ninghui Hall, these thoughts crystallized with increasing clarity. He understood what he desired, and even if it led to his utter ruin, he would not regret it. Zhao Fu approached to extinguish the oil lamp. "Regent, His Majesty advised me repeatedly before his departure, urging that you must not wear yourself down. For the sake of this humble servant's life, please retire for the evening." Pei Guan chuckled softly, resigned as he reclined upon the couch, realizing how genuinely concerned His Majesty was. In his youth, he had been mature beyond his years. His mother had never worried for him in such a manner, making this a rather novel experience. Upon closing his eyes, however, unpleasant scenes inevitably surfaced, disturbing his peace and sleep. Such nightmares had plagued him before. When he first entered the battlefield, he was still but a child, enduring the blood-soaked chaos and carnage. Though he could not openly express it, fear was inescapable. Yet, he adapted after a month, coming to terms with the mechanical slaughter and the grim reality that brothers, who had shared laughter just the day before, could become lifeless corpses. Now, months had passed since His Majesty's departure, and he had been gripped by anxiety for just as long. It was unbearable. After merely an hour, he awoke from a dream, the crimson visions still vivid before him. Gasping for breath, he stumbled to his desk, clutching the box tightly to his chest, finding some semblance of solace. His Majesty had promised him he would return safely, and he believed he would wait. Yet, not long after, news arrived. "Regent, urgent military report." The messenger, drenched in sweat, held the seal of Chi Panshan, gasping for breath before proclaiming, "His Majesty is trapped." Pei Guan abruptly rose, his voice trembling with disbelief. "What?" Indeed, Su Ran was ensnared. The China had unleashed their full wrath, surrounding their party with an unyielding resolve. Though a breakout was possible, Su Ran had ulterior motives and was unwilling to incur further casualties. Stepping forth, he flashed the wolf tooth before China, causing the latter's expression to shift dramatically. The Emperor of Tianqi thus exchanged his own safety for the return of the remaining soldiers, taken captive by the China prince. The news could not be widely disseminated. Only a handful of trusted confidants were in a state of frantic turmoil, eager to rush to the barbarian camp and rescue His Majesty. Yet, they were firmly restrained by Chi Panshan. "His Majesty possesses unmatched wisdom. We must not act impulsively and create further chaos." Chi Panshan, too, was in a state of disarray, for that was indeed the Son of Heaven. However, he held an unwavering belief that His Majesty would never engage in actions without certainty. Should anything happen to His Majesty, as the commander of the northern frontier, he could only atone with his life. The honor earned through years of bloodshed would be rendered meaningless, and he feared it would bring ruin upon his entire family. They spurred their horses onward, racing back to the capital to inform the regent, emphasizing that it must be communicated solely to him. Meanwhile, within the barbarian camp, Su Ran faced little reprimand, as China treated him as a distinguished guest. Su Ran smiled lightly. In these dire times of war, it is likely that Prince China has no viable solutions. Yet, I possess something that you desire. I wonder how Prince China will decide. Chiana, unable to tolerate Su Ran's roundabout words, spoke candidly. "Your Majesty, the wolf tooth you possess was once my cherished possession. I beseech you, reveal to me the whereabouts of its rightful owner." Is he still alive? As she uttered the words still alive, a glimmer of concern flickered in Chiana's eyes. So, the maideness name was Aya, indeed the beloved of the second prince. Su Ran fell silent for a moment. Noticing Chiana's growing gloom, he finally replied, I admire that girl's courage and spared her life. Chiana visibly exhaled in relief. Who, then, was this woman to Prince Chiana? Did she not inform you? Chiana was taken aback. Su Ran, perplexed, responded, I have never subjected captives to harsh interrogations. If she did not wish to submit to my reign, why would she divulge anything to me? Chiana fell silent. Previously believing that Aya's mother was a Tianchi woman abandoned during past conflicts, and that, due to her striking beauty, she was taken in by a noble of the Yi tribe, barely preserving her life. He assumed that if Aya's identity were exposed, she would undoubtedly have become this Tianchi emperor's consort to ensure her safety. He would not mind. He would take Aya back and make her his wife. Su Ran's words cast a shadow on his thoughts, rendering them despicable and unworthy of revelation. He should have known that while Aya appeared delicate and vulnerable, her spirit was fiercely resilient. She would never succumb to anyone else. His initial feelings toward Aya had been a blend of affection and opportunism, but now guilt had entirely overtaken the latter. He spoke with a hoarse voice. She risked herself for my sake. Thank you for sparing her life. I implore you to release her. She's my princess. Su Ran had never intended to take her life. He merely acquiesced to Chiana's words. In a world where gender inequality still prevailed, it was rare for a prince like Chiana to reflect upon his own nature and empathize with the struggles of women. With that understanding, Prince Chiana could now share his thoughts with me. The tent fell into a serene silence, and having reached an agreement with Chiana, Su Ran felt a sense of relief. Soon, the turmoil of war would subside. The system delightedly ignited fireworks, congratulating the host on the impending reunion with Xiao Pei. As the fireworks illuminated the sky, a sudden realization struck Su Ran. Wait, Pei Guan. The ease in his demeanor vanished. The situation had been unique at that moment, and his feigned weakness to engage in dialogue with Chiana had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, one he hadn't had time to discuss with Qi Panshan. He believed that his understanding of Qi Panshan would ensure stability and prevent chaos within the ranks. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. Qi Panshan had once been Pei Guan's deputy, and Pei Guan had consistently shown concern for him. Thus, Qi Panshan would undoubtedly relay the news to Pei Guan. This realization stiffened the curve of Su Ran's lips. I may have miscalculated. The system interjected with confusion. A young, renowned warrior knows to proceed with caution in such circumstances, while a powerful regent weighs the pros and cons with composure. However, Su Ran had stripped Pei Guan of both identities before him. To Su Ran, Pei Guan was simply Pei Guan. As for Pei Guan's thoughts, they were easily discerned. Su Ran merely needed to envision himself in Pei Guan's place and consider the missing individual as Pei Guan, immediately grasping his current state of mind. His voice was somewhat elusive. Can you transform into a dove and deliver a letter to Pei Guan on my behalf? The man had yet to recuperate. He ought to be resting well. Chapter 28. Bitterness. Qi Panshan was so worried about Su Ran that he did not fall asleep until the latter half of the night. Suddenly, an ominous shadow appeared in the tent. Qi Panshan's heart jolted, and he discreetly drew the dagger hidden beneath his pillow, only to hear a familiar voice say, General Qi, it is I. With a clang, the sharp weapon clattered to the ground. Your Majesty, how did you escape? Are you unhurt? Su Ran's expression was complex as he picked up the dagger from the floor and handed it to Qi Panshan, who was still under the covers. I am fine. I shall explain the details to you later. For now, I have urgent matters to attend to, so you need not worry. Qi Panshan, astonished, inquired, What pressing matter does your Majesty have? I can send someone to accompany you. What sort of emperor travels alone without a single guard, daring to infiltrate enemy territory? Su Ran chuckled. There is no need. I am merely going to fetch someone. The system ultimately did not transform into a dove. For Pei Guan had already left the capital. To avoid causing panic, he took no one with him, packed nothing, and rode out of the city alone under the cover of night. There was little to worry about in matters of state. He only hoped that Minister Du would not be too upset upon receiving his letter in the morning. This was indeed quite reckless. Pei Guan coughed twice against the cool night breeze, knowing that His Majesty wished for him to rest and that he might be displeased with his overnight journey. Yet, he was determined to find His Majesty and return to the palace together. This path was not new to him. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the moonlight seemed to brighten, illuminating the road ahead. The glowing system anxiously messaged Su Ran. "Had you arrived yet, host?" While it could soar through the skies, Su Ran was left to ride like Pei Guan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Ran replied, "Almost there, almost there. Thank you for your hard work. I will buy you some data bars, all the new flavors." The system's energy was not meant for such consumption. But Pei Guan was too impatient, and Su Ran feared he might stumble along the way. The system glared resentfully at the pale moon. Its light was feeble, relying entirely on its own energy. The mountain path was treacherous and fraught with peril, yet it was also the most direct route. Pei Guan hesitated not a moment, cracking the whip and plunging straight into the forest. As the system tracked Su Ran's location, it remarked, "Do you not think Pei Guan resembles you?" Su Ran paused, staring at the location, tightening his grip on the reins. The distance was closing quickly, though it should not have been this fast. Both were racing against time, as if pursued by a relentless specter of death, or perhaps there lay treasures beyond life itself. Even the finest steed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles, would tire under such relentless travel. Pei Guan patted his horse, urging it to persevere just a little longer. In truth, he himself was nearing exhaustion, shadows dancing before his eyes. He could not stop. He dare not pause. He had yet to see Su Ran. He had not had the chance to tell him. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, growing nearer, becoming clearer. Pei Guan had lost the strength to lift his head, barely managing to turn his horse to give way. Yet the hoofbeats came to an abrupt halt as well. Pei Guan raised his eyes in a daze. The indistinct figure before him, somewhat familiar. He heard a teasing remark devoid of any frivolity. Is this young master in such a hurry to meet his beloved? There is only one person in the world who would utter such words to him, and only that individual could infuse even jesting words with such tenderness. Pei Guan pressed his palm, feeling the black mist dissipate before him, his eyes slightly moistening with emotion. He whispered, "Your Majesty?" The figure remained still, simply observing him from atop the horse. Pei Guan relaxed the reins and smiled. "Su Ran, my horse is rather weary." There was no need to question why the other was present. It was only natural for them to share a ride, given his horse's fatigue. Pei Guan leaned against the chest of the person behind him, the warm breath near his ear causing him to tremble involuntarily. He instinctively reached for the reins. Yet another pair of hands gently restrained him, the grip light yet firm. Su Ran noted the bloodstains on his palm, saying, "You are injured. I shall take care of it." Pei Guan looked down at the swollen red marks from the ropes. Not even a trace of blood visible. What sort of injury was this? Only this person would concern themselves with even the most trivial of his wounds. Su Ran, who was he? Pei Guan knew he could not inquire. Yet he could not help but speculate, feeling a constant anxiety knowing that such a good person was by his side. "Is your Majesty injured?" Pei Guan's tone betrayed a hint of annoyance. He had momentarily forgotten that he had come in search of Su Ran, only to find that Su Ran had sought him first. His body, leaning against the other's chest, felt somewhat rigid, and Su Ran pressed him closer, suppressing a smile. "I am not injured." Pei Guan's heart finally calmed. Yet another question sent his spirit soaring to his throat. "I instructed the regent to take his medicine daily. How could it be acceptable for him to have missed it these past 2 days?" The heat of embarrassment flared in Pei Guan's chest, burning his ears. Not even his father's tutors had ever held him to such accountability. Su Ran's laughter was impossible to conceal as he mused. What should be the punishment for failing to fulfill a promise? What punishment? Last time, the emperor had merely ordered him to review documents for an entire day. Pei Guan tentatively suggested, "Whatever your Majesty decides will be the punishment." After all, he believed the emperor would not harm him. Unable to think of anything at the moment, he decided to hold off on it for now. The system, cradling the supplements he had purchased earlier, swayed nearby. Should he give little Pei something to drink? Su Ran pondered and then covered Pei Guan's eyes, saying, "Allow me to perform a little trick." Pei Guan's eyelashes fluttered, instinctively closing his eyes. as a cool porcelain vial was pressed against his lips. "Drink this." Pei Guan opened his mouth and sipped the oddly flavored liquid, its taste both astringent and bitter, causing him to frown. In the next moment, he was fed a sweet candy. "Now, how obedient you are, drinking and eating whatever I give you." Su Ran chuckled with satisfaction. "Was it unpleasant? Have a candy to soothe it. If that is not enough, I have more." The round candy rolled on his tongue, completely obliterating the previous bitterness with its sweetness. Speaking with the candy in his mouth made his words a little unclear. "What did your majesty give me to drink?" Su Ran half-jokingly inquired. "How about a poison that runs through your intestines? Are you afraid?" Pei Guan had long discerned the difference between this person's jest and sincerity. Even if he couldn't tell, he knew that this individual would never approach him. Displaying no trace of fear, he humored Su Ran's words, noting that it was commendable of the emperor to offer a piece of candy, ensuring that his subjects would not taste bitterness before death. Su Ran chuckled at the remark, but soon became pensive, the smile fading from his lips. He pondered about Pei Guan from the original narrative. Was that cup of poisoned wine truly bitter? Did the bitterness linger on the tongue until the very end without a chance to dissipate? Chapter 29. Indulgence. For all the years Pei Guan had spent writing, it was his first time being so indulged by another. He comfortably leaned against the person behind him, exerting no effort whatsoever, while the red marks on his hands were carefully treated with ointment. In his grasp, he held a pouch filled with candies. It felt less like a journey and more like a leisurely outing. Su Ran rambled on about affairs in the military, consistently delivering good news while omitting the bad. A smile graced Pei Guan's lips. Indeed, hearing the few lines from the emperor's own mouth made all the difference, providing ample reassurance. Perhaps it was not mere illusion, but the long-accumulated pain in his chest seemed to gradually dissipate, and his entire being felt lighter, as if vitality was slowly reviving. As the sky darkened, Su Ran dismounted with Pei Guan. Unable to find a place to rest, they casually leaned against a tree and sat on the ground. The tender grass absorbed the chill of the spring night, damp and cool. Pei Guan furrowed his brow, gently pulling Su Ran up and removing his outer garment to lay beneath them. The soft fabric shielded them from the moisture below. And Pei Guan encouraged Su Ran to sit down, saying, "Your Majesty has worked hard on this journey. Rest for a while. I will keep watch." The system observed Pei Guan's pale complexion and the youthful exuberance of Su Ran, clicking its tongue. Su Ran did not retort, thinking it was better not to argue. Could they buy a blanket? Bound to the system, his mood influenced it as well. The system nuzzled closer to Su Ran, saying, "Host is doing well. I'll buy you both a blanket." Pei Guan patted Su Ran's hand, asking, "Your Majesty, why are you in a daze?" Su Ran grasped his hand in return, feeling the unsettling chill of his body, silently pulling him closer, his expression inscrutable. Did not realize how cold he was? "My apologies," Pei Guan readily acknowledged. "Your Majesty values my well-being, and I must not neglect myself. I shall not make the same mistake again." With that, he truly remained still, sitting properly on his garment. Inching closer to Su Ran, their body warmth intertwining. "Is this warmth sufficient? Is it all right?" His misty gray eyes shone with gentle light, unwavering as they gazed upon the most revered individual in the realm. Su Ran's heart softened. He revealed a flicker of emotion, which was immediately caught and held by the person before him, preventing any discontent from settling within. Lowering his head, Su Ran unfastened his outer garment and wrapped them both in it, his brows and eyes relaxing. "Let us take a moment. There is no need to rush." With him present, Pei Guan need not compel his weary body to hasten to the barracks, nor must he cast aside his feelings for the greater good. They had all the time in the world. He was in no rush. Even in the presence of those who bore no memories, love could blossom gradually. The system, having finally secured a discounted quilt for 9 points, returned, eager to share the good news with Su Ran, only to find the two nestled together in an intimate embrace. The system, with a hint of melancholy in its gaze, murmured, "Do you still want the quilt?" Su Ran chuckled softly, the sound resonating in his chest. He pulled the person beside him even closer, dismissing the quilt-clad system back into its space, instructing it to go watch a movie instead, and promised to grant a membership. Chi Panshan stood for a while in front of Su Ran's tent. A soldier delivering wine and dishes approached and inquired, "Is the general looking for His Majesty?" Chi Panshan wiped his face and gritted his teeth, replying, "No need for concern. You may go in without informing His Majesty of my presence here." Had the soldier observed closely, he would have noticed that General Chi's steps were slightly unsteady. Chi Panshan had not anticipated that the person His Majesty wished to receive was General Pei. He recalled the scene when His Majesty and General Pei returned. Upon seeing the two, he hastily moved to greet them, only to freeze in his tracks at the sight of their intertwined hands. That alone was startling enough. But when he intended to arrange a tent for General Pei, His Majesty intervened, stating it unnecessary and suggesting that the regent stay in his tent instead. Staying within the emperor's tent, there were no women in the army, and he had witnessed some soldiers finding solace in one another amidst the chaos of battle. In such an environment, trust was scarce, and many soldiers, unable to marry and start families, often chose to share their lives with fellow comrades. Chi Panshan swore he held no prejudice against this. However, this was General Pei. General Pei had spent the most time with him in the army, and he had never perceived any inclination towards such preferences. If His Majesty were to establish a consort or select a wife in the future, how would General Pei navigate that situation? With one regent and one emperor, how would history judge their relationship? He thought to stealthily inquire with General Pei, but then he witnessed His Majesty tying General Pei's hair. Who in the world could have His Majesty perform such an intimate act? The closeness of their gestures and the intensity of their gazes were unmistakable. Chi Panshan looked skyward, his expression weary, lamenting the brightness of day and the clarity of the heavens. Su Ran remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil within General Chi's heart. He picked up the wine delivered by the soldier and asked with a smile, "Would you care for a drink?" Though the army's liquor could not compare to the delicate brews of the palace, it was still quite refreshing in its own right. However, Pei Guan appeared conflicted. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised. The Pei Su Dong of the previous world had never been able to drink. For decades thereafter, he had tried countless times, only to succumb to inebriation. Could it be that this trait had followed him here? He lifted his gaze slightly, but refrained from pressing further, pouring a bowl of wine for both himself and Pei Guan. Pei Guan took a small sip before setting it down. Noticing Su Ran's confusion, he explained, "I have a low tolerance for alcohol. Should I drink more, it might lead to impropriety. Isn't there a customary farewell toast in the army?" Su Ran inquired. Pei Guan's face tinged with embarrassment as he recalled an incident from some time ago when he had drunk to the point of losing consciousness and feared it would disrupt matters, leading him to replace the wine in his bowl with plain water ever since. Su Ran found herself on the verge of laughter, yet feared it might provoke him. Caught in a dilemma, she took a sip of wine to conceal the curve of her lips. Pei Guan, feeling somewhat exasperated, sighed and thought, "If the emperor wishes to laugh, then let him do so." However, Su Ran shook her head and earnestly said to him, "I appreciate your efforts." In truth, Pei Guan was not as adept and composed in his youth as others perceived him to be. Bearing the weight of countless lives, he could not afford any missteps. Thus, even if he struggled to drink, he feigned confidence and boldly sipped a bowl of plain water. In the future, he could indulge freely, unburdened by concerns of propriety or duty, for I shall always be here. Su Ran smiled lightly and added, "If you do not wish to drink, there is no need to, not even plain water." Pei Guan's hand trembled slightly. He yearned to force a smile, yet felt an invisible hand tugging at his lips. In a daze, he seemed to hear a gentle voice saying, "If you do not wish to laugh, then do not." So, he merely nodded stoically, affirming his agreement with a firm gesture. Chapter 30. The teacher that night. The two shared a bed, and Pei Guan observed that Su Ran indeed slept well, free from nightmares, which allowed him to relax and drift into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, after he finally fell into a deep sleep, Su Ran quietly opened her eyes and embraced him. Subsequently, they engaged in several skirmishes with the people, all culminating in victories for Tianqi, gradually stabilizing the situation. Following the demise of the Yi tribe as king, the second prince, Qina, ascended the throne. With their resources exhausted, the Yi tribe sought survival by surrendering to Tianqi. To demonstrate their sincerity, Chi Na personally arrived with envoys to negotiate. Su Ran and Chi Panshan awaited in the grand tent, and Su Ran cheerfully suggested, "Let us invite Lady Aya to join us." Upon entering, Chi Na offered a respectful salute, greeting His Majesty of Tianqi, not yet congratulating the new king. "Please take a seat." Su Ran smiled gently, but did not rise. This Prince Chi Na was more astute than his father. Despite victories, he spared the citizens of Tianqi. Su Ran did not endorse relentless warfare. If Chi Na were to rule, it might foster years of peace between their nations, sparing the common folk from suffering. "Your Majesty has kept the general and I waiting for some time. I am willing to bring my tribe to surrender and will withdraw my troops immediately. Your Majesty, being compassionate towards your people, would surely not wish to incur further casualties." Once seated, Chi Na spoke candidly, outlining his thoughts. Su Ran picked up his teacup, moistening his throat before responding leisurely. "What you say is true, Prince Chi Na. However, as I understand, the grasslands are now covered with the fallen, and many livestock have perished. Following this great conflict, it will be difficult to restore vitality for at least a year. How do you intend to prepare for the coming winter?" Chi Na's expression darkened. "I am willing to exchange gold and silver for provisions." Should your Majesty merely nod in agreement. "The treasury of Tianqi is abundant, lacking neither gold nor silver." Su Ran set down the teacup and smiled. "Your sincerity is insufficient." "Prince Chi Na furrowed his brow, stating, "Since your Majesty is willing to negotiate, please voice your thoughts openly." Su Ran replied, "You are forthright, Prince Chi Na. I require your tribes to acknowledge their fealty to Tianqi." "This is unacceptable," Chi Na replied solemnly. "The Yi people are valiant and fierce in battle, preferring bloodshed over surrender. This time, Chi Na's submission to Tianqi has already endured immense pressure. Should they declare fealty, it may incite turmoil within the tribe." Upon hearing my words, King Qianna understood that the Yi people would submit to Tianqi, yet Tianqi would not interfere in their internal affairs. The Yi people were required to offer annual tributes of gold, silver, precious stones, cattle, sheep, and furs, while Tianqi would provide them with grain and cloth, sending scholars to impart knowledge and skills. Trade between the two parties would also be permitted. Su Ran smiled, reflecting that if King Qianna were to consider the many elderly and children lost to this winter on the grasslands, he would know what actions to take. King Qianna clenched his teeth, remaining silent for a long while before finally lifting his gaze and declaring, "This matter, I shall comply." Su Ran turned his gaze towards the tent entrance, where King Qianna's queen awaited outside. With a sigh, King Qianna solemnly performed the rites of submission. Once he departed, Su Ran returned to the tent, finding Pei Guan engrossed in a letter. "We can set forth back to the capital," Su Ran remarked. Pei Guan handed him the letter, noting that Minister Du had urged their return twice, stating it was indeed time to go back. It was inappropriate to leave state affairs to an elderly minister. "As for Minister Du, I shall reward him appropriately," Su Ran replied. Pei Guan, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, mentioned that he had initially thought, should the war become stagnant, the emperor might return to the capital to oversee matters, leaving military affairs to him. Su Ran nodded, recognizing this as Pei Guan's character. And afterwards, Pei Guan paused, his gaze filled with contentment, realizing the emperor surpassed his expectations. Su Ran rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "Is that so?" Pei Guan's expression grew nostalgic as he slowly remarked, "Your Majesty has performed better than I did at the outset." Su Ran fell silent for a moment, shaking his head gently. "No, I did not perform well the first time." Pei Guan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Su Ran chuckled, looking at Pei Guan. "Sometimes I truly envy him. I wish you had been my teacher." Pei Guan pondered. "Su Ran, who was your teacher?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow and replied playfully, "A stubborn person. I am quite carefree and dislike strict teaching, so I ran away. Had I encountered the regent at that time, he would have found me quite bothersome." The original self was cautious around the regent, thus more restrained, obediently listening to Pei Guan's teachings. "No," Pei Guan suddenly interjected, "if it were you, I would find it much easier." For he knew Su Ran would not go astray. Su Ran's smile faltered slightly. Then he shifted the topic. "In any case, you need not worry about me. I am not an inexperienced youth." Pei Guan nodded. "Your Majesty is a wise ruler." Though he was untroubled, he felt a tinge of regret for not having witnessed Su Ran's true youthful self or knowing what he had endured. Yet, Su Ran understood him well, even sharing in his pains and soothing them one by one. In this light, it seemed quite unfair. Pei Guan then raised his gaze, his eyes softening. "I should treat your majesty even better." Su Ran inquired. "Isn't it already sufficient?" Pei Guan had already worked tirelessly for him. What more could he do? Pei Guan nodded. "Indeed, it is still not enough." Teacher. Su Ran had indeed had a teacher, but the years had dulled those memories. However, upon seeing Pei Guan and thinking of his guidance towards the young emperor, the deepest memories began to resurface, and the more he recalled, the more indignant he felt. How could such an excellent teacher like Pei Guan not be cherished by the young emperor? Pei Guan, at his core, was a person easily swayed by compassion. Even when the young emperor failed to complete his studies, he never truly imposed any punishment. During the emperor's illness, Pei Guan stood vigil throughout the night at the Ninghui Palace. Being youthful himself and embarking on his inaugural teaching journey, he had exerted every effort. Su Ran's teacher, however, was far less merciful. At the tender age of 6, Su Ran was taken from the orphanage by his teacher, consequently forfeiting any right to make mistakes or fall ill. To not achieve perfection in training was deemed a failure, while injuries and ailments were regarded as signs of incompetence. Su Ran was on the verge of forgetting the dark. Oppressive punishment room filled with instruments of torment, a place where he spent most of his time, resting, eating, and recuperating. This chamber lacked a bed or light, and even furniture was absent. Su Ran could only curl up in a blood-stained corner, dozing in the cold and darkness. There were no meals provided, only a peculiar nutritional supplement tossed in daily, and perhaps some medicine if he were injured, courtesy of a teacher's fleeting benevolence. The only reprieve from this grim confinement was during training, yet that was another abyss altogether. The teacher referred to him as a mere tool. Tools do not feel pain, hunger, or fear, thus he was not permitted to exhibit such emotions. Su Ran yearned not to be a tool. After years of waiting for someone to rescue him, he ultimately took the life of his teacher. Upon emerging from the sunless punishment chamber, he was greeted by the warmth of sunlight, which seared the wounds hidden beneath his shirt, intensifying his pain. He understood that reclaiming his humanity would be a formidable challenge. However, having slain his master, he was no longer a suitable tool. Su Ran closed his eyes, yet fate smiled upon him, and he found himself smiling as he addressed Pei Guan. "I have another teacher, though not one who had personally instructed him. This figure had facilitated his rebirth as a human." Chapter 31. A night Su Ran's gaze was clear and luminous, devoid of any shadow. He looked at Pei Guan and said, "I have yet to meet him, but I am profoundly grateful." At that time, he had nowhere to turn. His body pushed to its limits, and he randomly collapsed in a corner. He was subsequently rescued and awoke in a special training camp of the Quick-Ware Bureau. His injuries had healed, and all that had transpired felt like a distant dream. It was only after turning 20 that he realized most medications applied to wounds do not cause pain. The methods employed in the special training camp belied its intimidating name. As Su Ran remarked, it might as well be renamed a retirement home, as the punishments were limited to copying lines or standing in place. Nevertheless, he endeavored to perform to the best of his abilities, not out of fear of punishment, but in hopes of advancing into the Quick-Ware Bureau. He recalled a hazy memory from his unconsciousness, sensing someone lifting him. Struggling to open his eyes, he could not discern the person's face, only remembering the uniform they wore, which he later learned belonged to the Quick-Ware Bureau. Pei Guan cast his gaze downward, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. That is indeed a good thing. In his absence, someone had aided Su Ran, which brought him great comfort. Having experienced profound solitude himself, he feared for Su Ran's isolation. Yet, there lingered a twinge of regret. If only they had met sooner. Su Ran closed his eyes, recalling the figure who had rescued him, tall and graceful, likely of a similar age. Having become a formal employee, one should have the opportunity to meet that person who has yet to express his gratitude. I am thankful to him for saving me, for sending me to the training camp, and for allowing Su Ran to regain his identity, which eventually led to my encounter with Pei Guan. After this mission, I must find a way to uncover who Pei Guan truly is. The same soul existing in different realms can only originate from the main world. Yet, why does Pei Guan lack any memories? Finally, Du Xiang, who had been eagerly awaiting Su Ran and Pei Guan's return to the capital, was overwhelmed with emotion. Pei Guan appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Su Ran remained unfazed, smiling as he thanked Du Xiang. Du Xiang handed over a thick stack of documents to Su Ran and returned to the Prime Minister's residence with a sense of relief. By the time the two completed their paperwork, it was already late at night, and Pei Guan naturally chose to stay in the Ninghui Palace. Sharing a bed with His Majesty had become a common occurrence. Yet at that moment, with His Majesty beside him, Pei Guan found it difficult to sleep. He occasionally needed to confirm that Su Ran was indeed lying next to him and not in the military camp. Su Ran quietly opened his eyes, wondering why he couldn't sleep. Pei Guan stiffened. "Did I wake your Majesty?" Su Ran did not respond but propped himself up, gazing down at him. "What troubles you?" Su Ran's words brought an inexplicable sense of comfort to Pei Guan, and the agitation within him gradually subsided. He spoke, "Actually, I have been plagued by nightmares since your Majesty departed." Su Ran was taken aback. "Why?" He then anxiously pressed on. "Is it severe? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Before Pei Guan could respond, he was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. "You should have told me sooner," Su Ran sighed. Pei Guan would worry. Had he confided earlier, he would not have been so easily left in the capital. Pei Guan did not resist. He felt Su Ran's chest vibrate as he spoke softly. "Did your Majesty not instruct me to manage the court affairs?" Su Ran pulled him closer, and Pei Guan was momentarily startled, meeting Su Ran's earnest gaze. "The throne can be occupied by another, as long as the realm and its people are safeguarded. I do not mind." Su Ran truly did not care. He had never desired to be an emperor, but having assumed this role, he felt obligated to fulfill his responsibilities. Yet, there was only one Pei Guan. Pei Guan grasped Su Ran's sleeve, asking, "If I were to continuously refuse your Majesty's affections, what would you do?" Su Ran fell silent for a moment, then uttered a single word. "Wait." Pei Guan smiled faintly. "Your Majesty possesses the world. How can you not know how to win a person's heart?" "You are correct." Su Ran nodded seriously. "I will strip you of your title and confine you within the palace, locked in Ninghui Palace." Pei Guan, skeptical, replied, "Is that true?" Su Ran shook his head with a smile. "I cannot bear to do so. It is not that I do not wish to, but I cannot bring myself to." Pei Guan felt a twinge of emotion. "I knew it. But I shall not permit the regent to marry." Su Ran stated firmly. He could wait, but Pei Guan must not have anyone else by his side. He could not bear to confine this person unless it was of their own volition. Pei Guan chuckled. "If I were to marry, would your Majesty accompany me to the underworld?" This was something His Majesty had once said. Su Ran did not appreciate the remark. His usually expressive brows furrowed into a tight knot, and his tone turned cold. "You must not marry anyone else." Pei Guan gently touched his brow. "There's no one else. Your Majesty may imprison me if you so desire." Pei Guan chuckled. "You may do as you wish, your Majesty." In a sudden embrace, Su Ran held him tightly, as if attempting to merge Pei Guan into his very being. Pei Guan struggled for breath, but managed to softly utter, "Is it too late?" "I forgot to say, my heart belongs to you." "Not too late." "Not all." Su Ran could wait a lifetime for Pei Guan. "Then please do not marry, if you will be so kind." Such a rebellious notion, indeed, yet it was immediately accepted. "I shall not marry." Pei Guan gently caressed Su Ran's back, chuckling softly. "Your Majesty is at a loss." Su Ran captured his lips, giving a gentle bite. He had endured for far too long. Yet, once obtained, it felt far from a loss. As long as it was Pei Guan, it was never a loss. That night, it was unclear who first succumbed to their emotions. The candlelight flickered, the silken covers fell, and the two became entwined in a passionate embrace. Pei Guan's gaze became hazy, and in a daze. He felt as though the intensity of the person before him might consume him whole. Su Ran's lips wandered aimlessly over Pei Guan's lips, cheeks, and forehead, his words muffled. "I miss you." Pei Guan lifted his weary arm to encircle Su Ran's waist, his voice husky. "I was mistaken. I should have recognized my feelings sooner." Su Ran paused, wrapping them both in the silken covers, their bodies pressed closely together. His breath was hot and fervent. It is not too late. I could spend a lifetime waiting for you. If a lifetime is insufficient, I would wait for eternity. He had many worlds to traverse, and he would seek out this person. Paiguan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. In the next life, my heart will only belong to you. Su Ran brushed aside Paiguan's hair. I know. Paiguan shook his head. You do not understand. I implore you. Do not let go. He was unaware of Su Ran's true identity. Perhaps he was a celestial being, or perhaps they did indeed have a next life. If he were to remember nothing, it would be unfair to Su Ran. Yet, he selfishly pleaded with Su Ran never to abandon him. Su Ran's fingertips trembled, releasing Paiguan's hair, understanding at last. The following day, His Majesty did not rise at his usual time. Zhao Fu, fearing Su Ran would miss the morning court, entered the palace to call for him, only to freeze in shock upon stepping inside, quickly shutting the palace doors, leaving the bewildered palace maids outside. Zhao Fu wished he could blind himself. His voice trembled. Your Majesty, it is time for court. Chapter 32, Elopement. Du Xiang had grown accustomed to receiving memorials reviewed by the regent, but the emperor's reluctance to select a consort, leaving the throne without an heir, truly troubled the elderly minister, preventing him from sleeping at night. He had intended to speak with the emperor privately, but every morning after court, the regent accompanied the emperor back to the Ninghui Hall, leaving him with no opportunity. During today's court, the regent appeared unwell. Du Yuqing noticed that every time the emperor glanced at the regent, he averted his gaze. Even after the court session concluded, the regent hurriedly exited the palace without waiting for the emperor to speak, his demeanor cold and hurried. Could it be that the emperor and the regent had quarreled? Su Ran sighed as he gazed at Paiguan's retreating figure. He had truly angered him this time. Paiguan, who was usually so good-natured, had not even spared him a glance today. It is indeed his fault for being overly spirited last night and failing to exercise restraint. He intended to pursue and coax the individual back, did he not? Paiguan returned to the Wang residence alone, without even a servant to attend to him. Today, they merely refrained from allowing Paiguan to review memorials, and they would not disturb him in the evening either. To be fair, Su Ran is truly not a person devoid of moderation. Yet, he had not yet exited the Grand Hall when Minister Du approached, compelling Su Ran to summon someone to the imperial study. Du Yuqing bowed respectfully, raising his gaze to the sovereign seated at the head of the room. The carefully chosen words momentarily lodged in his throat. His Majesty was not one to adhere strictly to formality, rarely sitting with a solemn demeanor. Instead, he lounged lazily in his chair, propping his chin with one hand and casually observing him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Minister Du, with utmost reverence, ventured to inquire, May I dare ask Your Majesty how you intend to resolve the matter of an heir should you remain unwilling to take a wife? Su Ran smiled, replying, I shall select a suitable successor from among the royal relatives. Du Yuqing was taken aback, exclaiming, Your Majesty is but 19. Why not take a wife? I've already found the one with whom I wish to spend my life, Su Ran declared. Du, not lacking in intelligence, understood precisely whom Su Ran referred to. The emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, Minister Du urged. Yet, Su Ran shook his head with a smile, interrupting, I do not wish to pursue this matter. Du closed his eyes, resolutely stating, It is inappropriate for the regent, as an external minister, to stay overnight in the imperial palace. The court and the people will surely gossip. How will Your Majesty and the regent navigate such scrutiny? If history records this, do you not fear the weight of public opinion? Your Majesty's illustrious achievements could be tarnished by the regent's lifelong integrity. Su Ran's expression gradually turned serious as he replied, I fear not the opinions of others. I seek only a clear conscience. He had already promised Paiguan a lifetime commitment. Let Minister Du return, Su Ran said with a laugh. He wished to end the conversation, for he was eager to meet Paiguan. The system hovered on Su Ran's shoulder, enveloped in a faint aura of melancholy that almost seemed tangible. It gazed at Su Ran's profile and suddenly scoffed. A beast in human clothing. This is truly a beast in human clothing. Su Ran flicked it away, asking, What are you doing? The system retorted with a cold laugh. Host, Do you know how long I had to endure the pixelation last night? Su ran, feeling guilty. Lowered his hand. The system retreated into its space, disinterested even in the young Pei, and now wished to ignore Su ran altogether. An inconspicuous carriage passed through the bustling streets of the capital, halting by the wall at the back of the regent's residence. Su ran gestured for Zhao Fu to remain where he was, then lightly leaped, his robes billowing, landing gracefully on the other side of the wall. Zhao Fu reached out in vain to stop him, watching helplessly as Su ran scaled the high walls of the royal residence. Darkness enveloped his vision. The Emperor's movements were fluid and elegant, yet this could not disguise the fact that he was indeed climbing a wall. Climbing a wall. This was an act even the most dissolute young masters of the capital would not dare to undertake. Coincidentally, the young servant was sweeping the fallen leaves in that area. As Su ran descended from above, the servant had never seen the emperor before. Upon spotting him, he dropped his broom and fled. Someone, there's an assassin. Su ran instinctively looked down at his attire. A long indigo silk robe, with a jade belt cinching a translucent jade pendant. Dressed as such, how could he possibly resemble an assassin? Su ran felt somewhat vexed. This was the very outfit he had deliberately changed into before leaving the palace. Pei Guan arrived upon hearing the commotion and found the assassin standing motionless, seemingly in a daze. The chill surrounding him dissipated as he approached Su ran, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Su ran, suddenly regaining his senses, silently grasped his hand and pulled him into the room. Pei Guan, bewildered, allowed Su ran to push him onto the couch, only to raise his hand abruptly. "Your Majesty, please refrain." Su ran, then retrieved a small vial from his sleeve. Raising his gaze in surprise, refrain from what? Refrain from lewdness in broad daylight. Pei Guan's myriad of words lodged in his throat. He realized his misunderstanding the moment Su ran produced the vial, raising his hand to conceal his expression, and chose silence. Su ran chuckled softly. "Shall you do it yourself? Or shall I assist you?" Pei Guan immediately reached for the vial. "I shall handle it myself." Su ran arched an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his dark eyes. Too late. Pei Guan leaned back against the couch, his gaze distant. Su ran pinched his palm, finally drawing Pei Guan's attention, his gray eyes filled with reproach. "The servant from the regent's residence claims I am an assassin." Su ran gestured to himself, as if seeking Pei Guan's defense. Pei Guan, somewhat helpless, replied, "Your Majesty does not resemble an assassin. It is merely the servant's lack of discernment. Shall I offer my apologies on his behalf?" Su ran, ever considerate, acquiesced. "Then I shall overlook this matter. After all, I have angered the regent, and I deserve it." Pei Guan paused momentarily, then realizing chuckled, "When have I ever been angry with your Majesty?" Su ran, filled with skepticism, poked his arm. "Then why did you leave without a word?" Pei Guan recalled his inquiry to the physician the previous day, who had advised moderation in matters of intimacy, warning that excessive indulgence could harm one's health. Though Su ran was still young, he should not succumb to fleeting pleasures. Yet, Pei Guan found it impossible to refuse Su ran, contemplating a temporary retreat to his residence. Coincidentally, he had matters to attend to and needed to spend more time with Su ran. As he was on the verge of completing a task that had lingered for quite some time, he then smiled gently, producing a jade hairpin from his sleeve. "Have you forgotten that next month is your Majesty's birthday?" Su ran remained silent, gazing at the intricately carved pin. Pei Guan remarked, "It is my first attempt, and the coming-of-age ceremony may appear rather humble. I hope you will not disdain it." Coming-of-age ceremony? Su ran momentarily failed to comprehend. "Indeed," Pei Guan affirmed with a smile, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. "I once feared I would not witness your Majesty's coming of age." Su ran paused, pulling Pei Guan into his embrace. "I plan to visit the residence of Prince Kong to meet that young heir." Pei Guan, somewhat perplexed, nodded against Su ran's back, urging him to continue. "Prince Kong's family is known for their strict demeanor, and the heir is reputed for his virtue in the capital. He seems ambitious. If I find him suitable, I might bring him to the palace for further education." Su ran explained slowly. Pei Guan grasped Su ran's intent, but his brow furrowed slightly. "That heir, while indeed composed and capable, is already 14. It may be wiser to choose a younger child for more attentive guidance. Paiguan harbored reservations. He understood Su Ran's character. Yet Su Ran was only 6 years older than the heir. The age difference was minimal. As time passed, Su Ran would flourish, and the crown prince would have matured, inevitably stirring discord. Su Ran shook his head. Let it be him. I wish to hand over this realm soon, so that I may accompany you in exploring the mountains and rivers. Time flows endlessly, and the mountains and rivers stretch vast and wide. He does not wish to remain trapped in this palace with Paiguan for a lifetime. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, embodying the spirited demeanor of a young gentleman. If all goes well, I shall elope with you. Paiguan trembled at that moment, falling into a prolonged silence before finally embracing Su Ran tightly, his arms taut. He parted his lips, but his voice was choked, unable to utter a single word. Su Ran held him quietly, waiting for Paiguan's tense body to finally relax, before he heard the reply. All right. Paiguan's eyes brimmed with emotion. He ought to live for himself this time. Chapter 33. The way home crown prince, Su Hufeng, was not undeserving of his reputation. Though still young, he possessed great ambition and, more importantly, a heart for the people, valuing loyalty and righteousness. Such qualities were truly commendable. The realm should be entrusted to someone of his caliber. Su Ran resolutely dismissed opposition and appointed Su Hufeng as the crown prince, taking him under his wing for personal guidance. At just 15, the crown prince entered the court, observing and learning, and within a decade, he had already made significant strides. Su Ran was confident in his judgment, and without hesitation, he abdicated. The court officials were left in shock as Su Ran and Paiguan vanished into the mountains, leaving no trace behind. Duke Du, whose temples were grayed with age, looked upon the newly crowned emperor, whose actions bore the marks of a wise ruler, and set aside his resignation. He had never anticipated that, before he could retire, the sovereign would take such a decisive step. In a single night, Duke Du dismissed his intentions to resign. He wished to witness the new emperor usher in another golden age. The mountains and rivers remained intact, heralding an era of peace and prosperity. That year, Su Ran was 30 and Paiguan was 37. They journeyed to Jiangnan, admiring the pavilions and misty rain, sharing an oiled paper umbrella as they strolled into the deepest corners of a stone-paved alley, reclining on a black-sailed boat, intoxicated by the sounds of the opera. This was the idyllic time Paiguan had never dared to dream of. It turned out that time could indeed be spent idly. As long as he was with Su Ran, merely existing was enough to bring joy. After residing there for 2 months, they noticed a red silk banner hanging from a nearby house. Without needing to inquire, they understood that someone was to be wed. Upon investigation, they confirmed that it was indeed the youngest daughter getting married, inviting neighbors to celebrate, filling the alley with festivity. Su Ran and Paiguan arrived unprepared, partaking freely in the joyous feast. As they exited the alley, Su Ran quietly grasped Paiguan's hand. Paiguan, marry me. He wished to wed this person. Paiguan had never anticipated that he would marry in this lifetime. Aware of his own frailty, he had never dared to contemplate romantic matters, fearing he would bring misfortune to others. However, upon meeting Su Ran, he had unknowingly fallen deeply in love, and once such feelings took root, they could not be retracted. Even without the elixir of rebirth, he had once damaged his foundation. How could he dare to yearn for eternal love? Moreover, he was 7 years older than Su Ran. How could he not worry that beauty would fade and love would wane? Yet, he chose to remain by Su Ran's side, even if it was merely for fleeting joy. Gradually, his health improved and lingering ailments began to heal, and he knew without thinking that it was all due to Su Ran. He felt anxious, but Su Ran had already paved a smooth path for their future. Such fortune seemed unfathomable to Paiguan. Could it be that he was truly favored by the heavens? No, it was not the heavens. He was the one cherished by Su Ran, and Su Ran's affection was reserved solely for him. The union of two souls in matrimony need not be a cumbersome affair. Su Ran procured red silk, lanterns, and crimson candles, along with sweet osmanthus wine. Clad in red garments, the couple paid homage to heaven and earth on a gentle rainy evening, partaking in the ceremonial wine. The flickering red candles cast a glow upon the intricately cut window flowers crafted by Paiguan, illuminating the glistening tears in his eyes. Here stood a pair of newlyweds, two hearts in perfect harmony, bound together through life and death. The following morning, as Paiguan tied his hair, he discovered a single white strand. Rather than feeling melancholic, he was struck by a sense of novelty. He had truly reached the age of graying hair. Most astonishing was that, despite the passage of time, Su Ran remained just as he had always been. Su Ran, still in a dreamy haze, embraced him from behind, chuckling softly, urging him to wait a moment longer, for they were destined to grow old together. Paiguan gently lifted Su Ran's hair, meticulously arranging it once more. "I am older than you. It is only natural that I shall depart first." Su Ran merely acknowledged this with a hum, undeterred by sorrow. "When the time comes, I shall take wine to your grave. Perhaps you will drink better in the afterlife?" Paiguan, feigning irritation, felt the urge to scold him, for his drinking skills were abysmally poor, having been ridiculed time and again by Su Ran. Su Ran, laughing, evaded his playful reprimand, rummaging in a corner for a fishing rod, declaring his intention to fish. With a resigned sigh, Paiguan acquiesced to accompany Su Ran, a skilled angler. Su Ran was further aided by the system that pinpointed the locations of the fish. After years of yearning, the moment had finally arrived where Su Ran, no longer an emperor, could once again savor the meals prepared by Su Ran's hand. The thought of enjoying the fish soup he had crafted filled Paiguan with delight. However, the system had miscalculated. Su Ran inadvertently pricked his hand on a fishhook, rendering the kitchen off-limits to him. Fortunately, Paiguan was also adept in culinary arts, and the system patiently awaited Su Ran's recovery. It felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that its earlier excitement had inadvertently caused Su Ran's injury. Paiguan, observing the minor wound on Su Ran's hand, refrained from uttering a word of reproach. Su Ran, resting his chin on the table, chuckled. "What is with all this fuss?" The system remained silent, yet the pride gleaming in Su Ran's eyes was impossible to conceal. When Paiguan emerged from the kitchen with the meal, he called out to Su Ran with mock annoyance, "Hurry and serve the dishes." The once mighty emperor, now out of the palace, found ease in these mundane tasks. On an ordinary afternoon, a mechanical voice resonated in Su Ran's mind. Task completed. He paused for a moment before rising from the rocking chair, enveloping Paiguan, who sat by the window engrossed in a book. Another winter had arrived, and as the couple returned home through the snow-laden winds, they were adorned with a cloak of silver frost. Paiguan brushed the snow from Su Ran's shoulder and suddenly laughed. "Does this not signify we have grown old together?" Su Ran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it does." Su Ran retrieved a jar of wine from within, pouring 2 cups. In the biting cold, they shared a drink to warm their spirits. Su Ran handed Paiguan a cup, a smile gracing his lips. "Today, I shall not tease you." Paiguan accepted the cup, momentarily lost in thought. Su Ran gazed up at him, softly asserting, "Let us indulge in this moment of inebriation, for I am here with you. Time flows mercilessly, but I shall be your homecoming." Chapter 34. Calling the master a mere servant-disciple dared to hoard celestial herbs. 2 young men adorned in the garb of inner disciples cast a derisive glance at the boy sprawled on the ground, their tone laced with scorn. Mediocre talent. Even with this celestial herb, it would be in vain. Pei Chenxi's complexion turned ashen. Crimson blood surged from his lips, staining his azure robe. He pressed his mouth shut, laboriously propping himself up, and spoke coldly. "I cultivated this celestial herb myself." One of the youths frowned, evidently impatient. "The seeds of the celestial herb come from the sect. You merely watered them a few times and dare to claim ownership?" Pei Chenxi fixed his gaze on the celestial herb that had been snatched from his hands, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Are you 2 brothers planning to present this celestial herb to the sect?" One of the men's expressions shifted, and he attempted to strike again. But upon seeing Pei Chenxi laugh, blood gushed forth anew, dripping through the gaps of his fingers, accentuating his pallid visage, resembling a specter. The other young man tugged at his companion, urging, "Why bother arguing with him? If this escalates to a fatality, we will be in trouble. The Shenxing Palace won't intervene if two inner disciples seize the belongings of a mere servant disciple. But if someone dies, it will be problematic. The pair turned to leave, oblivious to the subtle smirk that played at the corner of Pei Chenxi's mouth, his gaze still fixed on the celestial herb. It was easy to snatch something from a servant disciple, yet they feared the repercussions should it be reclaimed. Above them, the air stirred, and Pei Chenxi narrowed his eyes. Lifting his gaze, a figure descended gracefully, clad in flowing clouds, with eyes as dark as ink, exuding an extraordinary presence despite their restrained aura. Pei Chenxi pondered, having not encountered this individual among the elders of the Xianxing Palace. Clearly, this person was no ordinary disciple. As they stood at the foot of the Qingshuang Peak, it was unlikely that these two inner disciples would suddenly be startled in a bowing. We pay our respects to the Qingshuang Immortal. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. How could the Qingshuang Immortal emerge from seclusion so unexpectedly? Pei Chenxi's pupils dilated. It was indeed Su Ran, displaying no discernible emotions, offering a slight nod to the two men before raising his hand to cast a spell, assisting Pei Chenxi to his feet. Pei Chenxi momentarily froze, the ethereal figure before him gazing at him with clear, gentle black eyes, before slightly furrowing their brow. Did they take your belongings? The two inner disciples, sensing the shift, grew flustered and hastily bowed. The Qingshuang Immortal has been in seclusion for many years, unaware that the celestial herb is now exceedingly rare. This Pei Chenxi possesses mediocre talent. Not only does he neglect his cultivation, but he has also harbored ill intentions, hoarding the celestial herb. Pei Chenxi pressed his lips together in silence, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes at the mention of mediocre talent. The self-deprecating curve of his lips had yet to form when another gentle voice interrupted. Pei Chenxi looked up in surprise, seeing the Qingshuang Immortal shake his head in disapproval, his tone neither cold nor warm. Though the celestial herb is scarce, it is unjust to harm others for it, especially fellow disciples. The inner disciples simmered with indignation. What merit did Pei Chenxi possess to be deemed their peer? Su Ran, unwilling to engage in further debate, directly placed a mark of punishment upon the two. Go and accept your consequence. Immortal. Su Ran pointed at the jade token of Qingshuang Peak at Pei Chenxi's waist, his voice deepening. You are bullying my disciple. Pei Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. What disciple? A mere servant disciple had never even met the Immortal. Could this truly be considered a disciple? The esteemed Qing Shuang Xianzun, the foremost figure of righteousness, has remarkably low thresholds for accepting disciples. Pei Chenxi cast his gaze downwards, observing his own soiled, blood-stained azure robe, and he let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing he was not even worthy of a fragment of the Xianzun's garment. The two disciples stood there, silenced by their trepidation, while Su Ran sighed softly, waving his sleeves to dismiss them from Qingshuang Peak. Let this serve as a cautionary tale for you. The Xianzun's magical prowess was as serene and profound as his demeanor. In a moment of distraction, Pei Chenxi noticed that Su Ran was holding the celestial herb that had been seized. He stepped forward abruptly, intending to claim the herb, but Su Ran, taken aback, was just about to hand it over when the herb suddenly exploded. The celestial herb disintegrated into ashes, tearing a portion of Su Ran's sleeve in the process. The little system, startled, exclaimed. Su Ran glanced at his tattered sleeve, then at the visibly anxious Pei Chenxi, raising an eyebrow slightly as he communicated with the system in his mind. Ah, it seems I need not intervene. The system trembled nervously. Host, are you certain you have not mistaken the person? The previous incarnation of Pei was undeniably the paragon of virtue. Pei Chenxi gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Forgive me, Xianzun, I acknowledge my error. Just moments ago, he had regarded himself as inferior to a mere corner of the Xianzun's garment. Yet now he had inadvertently destroyed a piece of it. How could such a thing occur? Su Ran sighed, dismissing the matter. It's just a piece of clothing. What s in a name? He knew the answer, but the Qingshuang Xianzun remained unaware. Pei Chenxi answered earnestly. I am Pei Chenxi, a disciple assigned to Qingshuang Peak for menial tasks. The Xianzun has been in seclusion, so we have yet to meet. Su Ran chuckled softly. Chinsi is a lovely name. Are you the only one? The warmth in Su Ran's voice when uttering his name made Pei Chinsi momentarily dazed, instinctively nodding. Yes, the sect master said you prefer tranquility, hence only I was assigned. Excellent, Su Ran remarked. Pei Chinsi was momentarily uncertain about the meaning of this praise. Was it commendation for the lack of disturbance to his serenity, or was it due to his own presence? He pressed his lips together, internally chastising himself for his foolish thoughts. Su Ran glanced back at the still stunned youth. Aren't you coming? Pei Chinsi, consumed by thoughts of the celestial herb, felt immense regret. He had no intention of allowing others to benefit. Yet he had lost his own herb and inadvertently ruined the Xianzun's robe. He hurried forward a few steps, a pang of internal injury causing him to grunt softly. Xianzun, Su Ran raised a finger, a mischievous glint in his eyes, correcting him. Call me master. Pei Chinsi hastily shook his head, insisting, I am but a foolish disciple, fortunate merely to be assigned to the Xianzun's abode. It would be a great honor to serve as your disciple. Su Ran ruffled his hair thoughtfully. We are fated to be together. The warmth from Su Ran's hand was an unfamiliar sensation, causing Pei Chinsi to stiffen. He stubbornly replied, You will regret this. No one in Zwanking Palace cultivates slower than I. Su Ran, observing his obstinate disciple, felt a twinge of exasperation and pondered for a moment. Once you enter our sect, you cannot leave. I will not regret this decision, nor will I cast you out. Pei Chinsi was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that the esteemed Qing Shuang Xianzun was prideful and aloof, having no disciples nor a master of his own. Though Pei Chinsi suspected that the immortal was merely jesting, he found it hard to believe that the Xianzun would bother with such deception. The more he pondered, the more tangled his thoughts became. Who belonged to his sect? You, Su Ran, stifling a laugh, replied seriously. There's also me. In Chapter 35, titled Falling into Darkness, the newly accepted disciple, despite suffering internal injuries, stubbornly refrained from speaking of his pain, enduring the journey in silence. Upon reaching their quarters, he coughed up blood, his demeanor still somber. Su Ran administered spirit medicine, coaxing the young one to sleep. At such a tender age, why learn the art of endurance? The protagonist of Pei Chinsi's cultivation tale was meant to vanquish foes and strike back at adversaries, yet he found himself ensnared in a flawed world, where the heavenly path was incomplete and the protagonist faced tribulations. This individual's fortune was inexplicably poor at every turn. Su Ran, twirling a jade fan in his hand, closed his eyes to hear the system analyze the plot. The system sighed, lamenting the plight of young Pei in this world. Upon their return to the primary realm, though they gained little else, they confirmed that the protagonists across various worlds were indeed the same person. However, as a junior staff member, Su Ran lacked the authority to investigate the individual's identity. The protagonists of the task worlds each endured great misfortune, and it seemed unjust that a single soul bore such burdens. Which world was not marked by tragedy? Su Ran retorted. If it were not tragic, he would have no reason to be here. Shifting away from this topic, the system turned to discuss Su Ran's identity in this realm. Qing Shuang Xianzun, the only transformation sage in this world, the foremost figure of righteousness, unparalleled across the land. The host had previously expressed a desire to be the best. Was he satisfied with this identity? Su Ran remained silent, indeed content. If only Qing Shuang Xianzun were not the one who inflicted grave injuries upon Pei Chinsi in the original narrative. He sighed, resolving to refrain from making demands in the future. The main system was evidently unwilling to concede any losses. Every request he made seemed to prompt the system to compensate elsewhere. The system's observations held truth. Pei Chinsi's world was decidedly lacking in virtue, even exhibiting a hint of malevolence. After all, they would rather destroy the spirit herbs than allow those two individuals to go unpunished. Regrettably, the lesson was not delivered, resulting instead in the destruction of Qing Shuang Xianzun's sleeve. Su Ran held a deep affection for this garment, a snow blue long robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns, exquisitely beautiful. Upon entering this world, he hurried to support Pei Chinsi, for according to the original narrative, the The revered Qing Shuang would only emerge at the end to deliver a devastating blow to the protagonist. Pei Chen-si, possessing the bloodline of the demonic clan, found his cultivation path exceedingly slow, expending tenfold the effort of others merely to qualify as a servant disciple of the Xianqing Palace. He was shunned by others and assigned to Qing Shuang Peak. This assignment was not due to any fault of Qing Shuang Peak, for the Xianzuan was revered by all cultivators. Yet, the Xianzuan had long been in seclusion, and a past incident involving a servant disciple disturbing his meditation resulted in that individual being expelled from the Xianqing Palace. Consequently, others avoided Qing Shuang Peak, fearing the ire of the immortal. Though the Xianzuan remained secluded, his reputation was one that none dared to provoke, and Pei Chen-si managed to live a relatively peaceful life for 2 years. Yet, he was unwilling to remain a mere mediocre figure and ventured into secret realms in search of opportunities, only to be grievously injured and fall into the Ghost Tomb Mountain, awakening the power of his demonic bloodline. Subsequently, Pei Chen-si fled to the demon realm, battling fiercely as he traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ultimately becoming the demon lord. However, the cultivation of his demonic powers took a toll on him, and he bore within him 2 conflicting energies, spiritual and demonic, that inflicted relentless suffering. His spirit grew increasingly agitated, and his actions became ever more violent. As the leader of the righteous path, Xianqing Palace specifically summoned the esteemed Qing Shuang Xianjun from seclusion to confront the demon lord. At that time, Pei Chen-si, even when faced with Qing Shuang Xianjun, possessed the strength to contend. Yet, he remembered the 2 years he spent at Qing Shuang Peak. Although he had never seen the Xianjun, it was undoubtedly the residual might of the Xianjun that had sheltered him during those 2 years. The Xianjun remained in deep meditation, leaving Pei Chen-si with little to occupy himself. Aside from suffering minor losses at the hands of other disciples, those 2 years were perhaps the most blissful of his life. Thus, Pei Chen-si refrained from exerting his full strength. Despite inflicting significant injuries upon the demon lord, Qing Shuang Xianjun ultimately allowed him to escape when the opportunity arose. The entirety of Xianqing Palace scoured the demon lord's lair, Soul Prison Mountain, without success. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Pei Chen-si lay beneath Soul Prison Mountain, ensconced in a dark and frigid cavern, binding himself with chains forged from mysterious iron. His internal energies, spiritual and demonic, raged within him, plunging him into an abyss of unending torment. In a state of delirium, he feared that if he ventured outside, he might harm others, hence he confined himself. Though he was not entirely pure, deep down he remained the same person, akin to Pei Su Dong and Pei Guan, with little distinction. Different environments shaped different temperaments. One could blame anyone, but he was not to be blamed. At his core, he was a gentleman of virtue, incapable of deceit. The system observed the results transmitted from the main world. This world faced turmoil, leading to the protagonist's tragic fate. The prolonged seclusion of Qing Shuang Xianjun, with no progress made, was also a consequence of the incomplete heavenly order. Su Ren nodded knowingly. He was aware that the celestial spirit grassland, once abundant, had now become a coveted prize. The system lamented, "Host, what shall you do? The heavenly order is flawed, and this time, young Pei is destined to fall into darkness. But if he succumbs, how shall we proceed with the mission?" It was inappropriate for junior staff to undertake such a challenging task. Perhaps they were allowed entry prematurely as a form of compensation, before anything had truly transpired. However, having entered, they could not prevent the protagonist's descent into darkness. What a predicament! Nonetheless, Su Ran continued to observe the unfolding narrative, dividing his attention to converse with the system. I am not merely his teacher, whether he is celestial or demonic, mediocre or exceptional, he is still my disciple. Whatever the outcome, I shall strive to minimize his suffering. He assured Pei Chen-si that once he had entered this sect, he would not be cast out, and Su Ran would stand by him. Su Ran's thoughts did not linger here. He pondered the original plot. The devastating blow from Qing Shuang Xianjun was unavoidable for the demon lord. Did he not even contemplate evasion? The pain was unbearable, relentless day after day. compounded by the solitude of having no one to talk to. No one conversed with Pei Chensi at Qing Shuang Peak, nor did anyone engage the demon lord at Soul Prison Mountain. No one inquired if he endured hardship, nor asked if he suffered. When bound by chains, did Pei Chensi fear being discovered, or did he yearn for someone to find him? Suddenly, Su Ran arose. The tranquility of Qing Shuang Peak felt desolate and silent, devoid of birds in the trees and rabbits in the mountains, an unsuitable environment for a 16-year-old youth. The celestial frost, sovereign delights in such places. Yet Su Ran finds them devoid of any vitality. "Host, where are you going?" The system, left behind, hurriedly followed. Without a glance back, Su Ran sought out his little disciple for a conversation. He intended to speak with Pei Chensi, who, he recalled, must be feeling restless and unable to sleep at this hour. He should not have left the young man unattended in the room. Although the spiritual herbs had been utilized, a meal was still pending. The divine transformation sovereign no longer required sustenance, but Pei Chensi, with his meager spiritual energy, had not yet engaged in fasting. The Qing Frost Peak lacked provisions. He only descended the mountain once every fortnight to procure a meager supply of bread to sustain himself. At the tender age of 16, Pei Chensi was still growing. How could he subsist solely on bread? Chapter 36. I wish to learn the sword, Master. Su Ran had the system procure 2 jars of celestial honey and changed into a new robe to visit his little disciple. Qing Frost Peak was devoid of other inhabitants. Yet Pei Chensi still resided in the quarters of a servant disciple, diligently guarding this desolate mountaintop. The servant quarters were modest. Upon pushing open the wooden door, it emitted a faint creak. On the wooden table rested 2 plain teacups, with no other adornments, yet everything was impeccably tidy. The wardrobe stood ajar, likely recently emptied of garments. Within were 2 servant disciple robes and 2 coarse linen undergarments. Nothing more. Poor thing, Su Ran sighed inwardly. Approaching the bed, he found Pei Chensi lying with closed eyes, his lips pale from injury. Su Ran remained silent, yet the person on the bed, with his dark lashes trembling slightly, sensed his presence. After a prolonged wait without the sound of the sovereign's departure, Pei Chensi could no longer endure the silence and finally opened his eyes. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Pei Chensi bore an expression of trepidation, yet his misty gray eyes betrayed no hint of turmoil. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Awake already?" Pei Chensi pressed his lips together, replying, "Yes, what commands does the sovereign have?" He had erred again. Su Ran turned and seated himself at the wooden table within the room. "You have awakened. There are matters we must discuss." Pei Chensi donned only an undergarment, with his outer robe set aside in the cabinet. With another person present, retrieving his clothes felt somewhat contrived. The sovereign merely regarded him with a gentle smile, playing with a teacup, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort. After a moment of hesitation, Pei Chensi abandoned the notion of asking the sovereign to step outside and slowly rose from the bed, moving to sit at the table. At this moment, he appeared somewhat childish, and the mirth in Su Ran's eyes deepened. "Does your wound still ache?" Pei Chensi shook his head. "It no longer hurts." After a pause, he added, "Thank you for the medicine, sovereign." As soon as the words left his mouth, he received a light tap on the head. Though not painful, it was intensely embarrassing. How had the sovereign conjured a jade fan out of thin air? Su Ran met his little disciple's reproachful gaze and retracted the jade fan. "Address me as master, and there will be rewards." Pei Chensi glanced at the sovereign's sleeves, recognizing them as the cosmic sleeves. The sleeves he had inadvertently damaged today must belong to that same attire. Contemplating this, he felt a pang of guilt. Such garments were far too precious for him to afford. He lowered his gaze, puzzled as to why this sovereign insisted upon having him as a disciple. Was it not a loss of face for the divine transformation sovereign to take on someone like him as an apprentice? The celestial master was evidently waiting for him to speak. Pei Chensi, after a moment of hesitation, conceded, "Master." The celestial master chuckled softly, waving his sleeve as 2 ceramic jars materialized upon the table. Pei Chensi, somewhat perplexed, heard the celestial master's amused voice. "These are gifts." "No, that cannot be." Pei Chensi shook his head, countering, The honor of apprenticeship should be bestowed by me. Yet, at that moment, he had nothing to offer. Su Ran's smile deepened. Then let us keep a ledger for now. Pei Chensi cautiously reached out, but upon touching the jar, he recoiled suddenly. Looking up at Su Ran, "Master, what are these?" Su Ran, taken aback, noted his unexpected compliance. Opening one jar, a sweet fragrance of honey wafted forth, causing Pei Chensi's stomach to audibly protest. The young disciple promptly clasped his hands over his belly, his ears flushing a bright crimson. Su Ran stifled a laugh, producing a small spoon to scoop out a portion of divine honey, gently offering it to Pei Chensi's lips. "Have a taste. We shall descend the mountain to procure more food shortly." Instinctively, Pei Chensi opened his mouth. The delectable sweetness dissolved on his tongue, prompting him to close his eyes. Reluctant to swallow, it was the first time he had ever encountered such exquisite flavor. Su Ran ruffled his hair affectionately. "Go on, it is all for you." Sweetness, as expected, was a constant theme. The intricacies of each world need not be so coincidental. Perhaps someone feared he would not recognize them. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Ran's eyes as he pushed the jar of divine honey closer, explaining, "The celestial herbs are rife with impurities. Should they be ruined, do not dwell on it." Pei Chensi pressed his lips together in silence, believing he had concealed his thoughts well, yet the celestial master had perceived his unease. The efficacy of this celestial dew was akin to that of the celestial herbs, yet far more refined, reserved for his enjoyment. For amusement? Pei Chensi echoed incredulously. "Such a precious substance, merely for my indulgence?" Su Ran nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are my sole disciple. You may have whatever you desire." Pei Chensi clenched his teeth tightly. Glancing down at the abrasions on his hands, wounds inflicted earlier that day when he had been pushed to the ground, due to his meager spiritual power. Being merely a menial disciple, he was denied the celestial herb he had labored intensely to cultivate, nurturing it with dew each dawn and guarding it through sleepless nights. Others had told him he was unworthy of such treasures. Yet not long after, the world's most formidable celestial master had gifted him something far more precious than the celestial herb. Not a drop, not a spoonful, but 2 entire jars. Pei Chensi's jaw tightened, the pressure becoming almost painful as he felt his senses dull. The more he clenched, the more intense the ache became, until suddenly a warm hand enveloped his temple. Startled, Pei Chensi realized he should withdraw, but facing the celestial master, he knew evasion was futile. The hand pressed gently, the soothing pressure providing immense comfort. The celestial master's voice, clear and refreshing, carried a hint of resignation. "Now that I am your master, there are matters we must discuss." Pei Chensi sensed this was a source of amusement for the powerful, to toy with a small creature incapable of stirring any tempest. It was novel and intriguing. Perhaps soon it would become tiresome. After all, he was a person so dull that he could hardly be educated, his cultivation speed lagging far behind that of others. How could a celestial being like the revered master have such a disciple? Pei Chensi steadied himself and forced a smile. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Su Ran set down the teacup, which was devoid of even a single drop of water. "Qing Shuang is a title. My name is Su Ran." Upon hearing this, Pei Chensi was momentarily taken aback. Was he there something to impart? What kind of message was this? Was the revered master humbling himself to introduce his identity? Su Ran, oblivious to the subtle change in his young disciple, continued, "I am currently at the stage of transforming my spirit, focusing on the sword path, although I have not drawn my sword in quite some time. Additionally, I have dabbled in alchemy and music cultivation." With a smile, Su Ran looked at the stunned Pei Chensi. "What do you wish to learn the most?" Pei Chensi felt a sense of numbness. This was Qing Shuang, the celestial being. With just a wave of his hand, countless prodigies would vie to become his disciples. Yet the revered master was now earnestly introducing himself to him. Pei Chensi pinched the tips of his fingers, fearing this was merely a dream. "I wish to learn the sword, master." Calling the most formidable sword cultivator in the world master sent shivers down Pei Chensi's spine. Chapter 37. He struck luck as Pei Chensi descended the mountain. He felt exceedingly awkward, frequently tugging at his sleeves. The robe was somewhat oversized, It belonged to his master. He had intended to change into his own blue shirt, but his master had stopped him, insisting he wear the master's attire instead. His master would not allow him to remove it, casually mentioning, "I, your master, have a flaw. I am fond of beautiful things, and your blue shirt is not appealing." Upon hearing this, Pei Chensi dared not take it off. Indeed, his blue shirt was unattractive and had holes in it. If he were to be seen in such a state, he would bring shame upon his master. His master teased him, saying not to disdain it, for it was new. How could he disdain it? The old one was hardly worthy of disdain either. He refrained from speaking, fearing that any words would reveal his astonishment at being so favored, and he worried that his master might think him inexperienced. Su Ran paused to wait for the trailing Pei Chensi, who hurriedly caught up and with a gentle laugh, remarked, "It does not fit well. We shall buy you a new one." Pei Chensi's face flushed crimson. At just 16, he was still growing and was considerably shorter than his master. He silently resolved to spend some spirit stones on a proper meal in the future, avoiding mere bread, so that his master would not perceive him as a small, insignificant disciple. The marketplace at the foot of the mountain was far more bustling than he had ever noticed before. Pei Chensi had come down once every half-month, too timid to look around, hastily purchasing a bundle of white bread before rushing back to Qingshuang Peak. Thus, he had never realized how lively the marketplace truly was. An elderly man with graying hair sold crystal-clear, bright red candied hawthorns. A girl wearing a headscarf offered charming wooden dolls. The aroma of meat and wine wafted from the tavern, while a storyteller in the tea house regaled patrons with tales of legendary heroes. He had never dared to observe such sights before. Today, his master guided him to see them all. The master proclaimed his considerable wealth, treating him to candied hawthorn, a delicacy that was sweet on the outside, yet tart within. After a sip of wine left him slightly tipsy, he hesitated to sample it further. Instead, he acquired a finely carved wooden wolf, the most majestic among all wooden sculptures. Indeed, the master possessed a substantial fortune, purchasing the finest garments, 20 pieces in total. The young disciple gazed at his own sleeves, now adorned with the illustrious Qian Kuan sleeves, which could hold numerous items, including food and toys, along with the 20 outfits. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, he mused that the master was not merely nurturing him as a disciple. Such lavish care seemed unwarranted for a mere apprentice. What if he turned out to be an ungrateful wolf? The young disciple's heart was heavy with worry, suddenly convinced that the master should not accept any other disciples. He swore it was not out of jealousy, but rather a realization that the master treated him like a young nobleman. And even the most abundant wealth could not sustain such indulgence indefinitely. Su Ran walked ahead, oblivious to the young disciple's unguarded thoughts displayed plainly on his face, which were fully visible to the accompanying system. The system chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is none other than Xiao Pei. Such an amusing disposition belongs solely to him. Su Ran swiftly pulled the slightly dazed disciple closer, admonishing him to stay alert lest he be whisked away. Pei Chensi, feeling defiant, thought that no one would abduct him. After all, he had always been unwanted except by the master. Upon their first encounter, he had worried that the revered Qin Shuang would find him an inconvenience and banish him from Qin Shuang Peak, the only place he could call home. Su Ran veered into a nearby market. The market in the realm of cultivation was not as bustling as in the other worlds, for most at the foot of the mountain were cultivators, and few sought to buy groceries. Occasionally, some with hearty appetites would come to indulge in fresh produce. Pei Chensi followed him inside, suddenly clutching Su Ran's garment, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Master, I'd apologize. My culinary skills are lacking." He had rarely enjoyed proper meals growing up, having only managed to prepare a couple of wild vegetables and bake some flatbreads, leaving his cooking skills woefully inadequate. Su Ran, unfazed, quickly acquired 3 chickens and a bag of radishes, a smile dancing on his lips. "No matter, the master can cook. Would you prefer roasted chicken or stewed chicken?" Pei Chensi abruptly halted, confusion clouding his mind. What did the master mean? Could it be that he would prepare the meal for him? How could this be? A tinge of bitterness arose within him, likely from the candied hawthorn he had just consumed. The hawthorn was too sour, and he resolved never to indulge in it again. for it wasted precious spirit stones. The elixirs provided by the master were far superior and much sweeter. Pei Chensi spoke in a hushed tone. How can I let the master cook? I am an ineffectual disciple, having contributed nothing while receiving the utmost care from an exceptional master. What will happen when the master grows weary of me? He bit his lip, recalling how the revered Qing Shuang spent much of her time in seclusion. By the time the master entered another retreat, given his own talents and cultivation, he feared he might not even wait long enough for the master to emerge. His spiraling thoughts were interrupted by the sudden weight in his arms, and Pei Chensi stared in astonishment at the 2 plush toys that the master had placed into his embrace. Are we really going to roast this rabbit for consumption? Pei Chensi inquired instinctively. The system responded with an outcry. How could one ever eat such an adorable creature? Little Pei, you have changed. Su Ran, irritated by the distraction, interjected, do not digress. Unaware of this exchange, Pei Chensi merely observed his master looking at him with a blend of amusement and exasperation. I will buy you 2 rabbits to keep as pets. The Qing Shuang peak felt desolately quiet. Pei Chensi's ears flushed with embarrassment. How could he utter such thoughtless words? His young apprentice, still timid, genuinely feared consuming the meals prepared by his master. Su Ran could only coax him, encouraging Pei Chensi to learn from him, promising that once he mastered the art, he would prepare meals for him. Pei Chensi diligently took notes, knowing his master favored stewed chicken, vowing to learn how to cook it for him. His master enjoyed spicy food and preferred the radishes to be stewed until they were exceptionally tender. Observing Pei Chensi's earnest demeanor, Su Ran couldn't help but affectionately ruffle his hair. Despite Pei Chensi harboring some unorthodox thoughts, such as the radical approach to destroying the fairy spirit grass, it stemmed from a desire for self-preservation in the absence of protection. He toiled hard to cultivate his skills, but could not keep pace with others, a consequence of the world's inherent flaws, for which he bore no blame. There should be someone standing beside him, shielding him, to prevent him from descending into the dire circumstances of the original plot. That night, Pei Chensi lay on his new bed in the room designated for direct disciples, the mattress soft and warm, the wardrobe brimming with garments gifted by his master. He had indeed struck a stroke of good fortune. Among the day's events, only one misfortune marred it. The fairy spirit grass he had nurtured for an entire year had been destroyed by his own hand. Yet, countless blessings accompanied him, the greatest of which was having a master of profound cultivation, who excelled in culinary arts and treated him with kindness. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, anticipating a delightful dream that night. Chapter 38. No more seclusion. The following day, Pei Chensi lingered in bed, reluctant to awaken from a rare and delightful dream. Chensi? Su Ran called out twice, noticing the youth's lashes flutter, but his eyes remained shut. The system circled around Pei Chensi, questioning, what is the matter? Should we allow little Pei to sleep a little longer? It was perfectly normal for a 16-year-old to indulge in a lazy morning. Su Ran sighed, having set an alarm specifically to teach Pei Chensi swordplay. Ultimately, he turned and headed towards the door, contemplating, perhaps I shall prepare breakfast first. Last night, he had worked tirelessly with the system to release fish into the river and birds into the forest. He contemplated grilling a fish, as the meat of fish nourished by spiritual energy was particularly exquisite. The system joyfully accompanied Su Ran to catch fish, for it knew that a well-cared-for little Pei would mean it too would enjoy a feast. Pei Chensi, unwilling to awaken and face solitary existence, knew that a person could not simply sleep indefinitely. Sunlight streamed through the window, prompting him to furrow his brow and reluctantly open his eyes, feeling somewhat disappointed that the dream had been so fleeting. Wait, his eyes widened suddenly. This was not his room. He glanced at the fine silk garment against his skin, a stark contrast to the coarse linen he was accustomed to. Could he still be dreaming? In the corner, 2 snow-white rabbits sat quietly, and, on the table, 2 ceramic jars rested. As he surveyed the surroundings, Pei Chensi's eyes grew increasingly bright with wonder. He was impatient to validate something, hurriedly donning his attire before flinging open the door, only to be greeted by the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish that wafted into his nostrils. In the center of the small courtyard stood a celestial figure clad in white, sleeves rolled up as he tended to the fire to roast the fish. This demeanor lacked the grandeur one would expect from a celestial master. Yet Pei Chensi dashed over, calling out, "Master!" Upon hearing this, the celestial being lifted his gaze and smiled, holding up a skewer of grilled fish. At last, "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Pei Chensi halted before his master, accepting the grilled fish and taking a bite before slowly responding, "Master, I am not one to indulge in sleep." As Su Ran observed, he noticed the young disciple's ears had flushed a deep red. He chuckled lightly, drawing Pei Chensi to sit beside him. "No need for idle chatter. Eat quickly. Once you're done, I shall teach you swordplay." Only then did Pei Chensi notice two small wooden swords resting beside his master. Curiously, he reached out to touch them, asking, "Are these for me?" The eagerness in his voice was unmistakable, yet Su Ran shook his head. "They are merely for your practice." Pei Chensi retracted his hand in disappointment, replying quietly, "Oh." Su Ran regarded him silently until Pei Chensi, feeling somewhat uneasy, turned his gaze away. Su Ran then burst into laughter. "What brings you joy?" Pei Chensi inquired. Su Ran chuckled for a moment before gradually composing himself. "You'll learn to wield the wooden sword, and if you excel, I shall provide you with a better one." Pei Chensi paused, glancing at the grilled fish, and the multitude of thoughts condensed into a single question. What if I cannot master it? The renowned Qing Shuang celestial master, gifted beyond compare, likely had no inkling of the difficulty in mastering a complete swordplay technique. Pei Chensi feared neither the challenge nor the arduous journey, but rather the prospect of disappointing his master. Voicing this sentiment felt like exposing his soul beneath the blazing sun, every inch of his skin prickling with a fine ache. As he stubbornly met Su Ran's gaze, his eyes brimming with sorrow, he was a person of such inadequacy that, despite his best efforts, he could not measure up to others, and his master, in a moment of whimsy, had chosen the least promising disciple of all. Su Ran's eyes momentarily flickered with subtle confusion before settling into calmness. He set down the grilled fish and handed a small wooden sword to Pei Chensi. "You can succeed." The young disciple remained sullen, accepting the wooden sword yet remaining silent, his disbelief starkly visible. Su Ran reassured him, "Even if you do not succeed, it will still be given to you." Pei Chensi's breath hitched, yet he dared not raise his gaze. Su Ran gently ruffled his hair. "If you enjoy practicing, then practice well. If not, then don't. Nothing else matters." Pei Chensi was taken aback. "It doesn't matter?" Su Ran nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, aside from your enjoyment, nothing else holds significance." No one had ever spoken to Pei Chensi in such a manner. The quality of swordplay and cultivation had always seemed paramount, not his personal enjoyment. Clutching the sword, he felt a suffocating weight upon him. Su Ran then stood, taking another sword in hand, his voice soft and soothing. "I shall teach you. Do not be afraid." Pei Chensi blinked, stifling the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes, and replied softly, "All right." With his master's words, he felt a newfound courage. Yet, when Su Ran began to instruct him in swordplay, he adopted a somewhat stern demeanor. Pei Chensi's wrist, grasping the wooden sword, fell slightly, only to be met by two of Su Ran's fingers gently correcting his posture. It is not that Pei Chensi lacks diligence. Rather, the wooden sword has been imbued with spiritual energy by Su Ran, rendering it heavier than iron. Struggling to lift it, Pei Chensi found it exceedingly challenging to maintain the pose for even half an hour. With a little over a quarter of an hour remaining, Su Ran showed no signs of leniency. At that moment, the formation laid out by Su Ran on Qing Shuang Peak trembled slightly. Turning his gaze, Su Ran beheld an individual with hair as white as frost, yet possessing an upright posture. After surveying the surroundings, upon meeting Su Ran's eyes, the visitor's expression brightened. Su Ran smiled and nodded gently. Sect leader. The sect leader of Xianqing Palace had once taken in the still young Qing Shuang Xianzun, and upon the latter's achievement of profound mastery, had remained at Xianqing Palace, thus being one of the few capable of conversing with Qing Shuang Xianzun. The sect leader hastened forward, speaking with a teasing tone. "As soon as I heard you had exited seclusion, I rushed over, fearing that if I delayed, Our most diligent Qing, Shuang Xianzun, would retreat into seclusion once more. Upon hearing the term seclusion, Pei Chenxi's wrist trembled slightly, but was steadied by Su Ran's supportive hand. Startled, Pei Chenxi exclaimed, "Master, I apologize." Su Ran shook his head reassuringly, indicating that there was no harm done. The sect leader examined Pei Chenxi closely before his brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something important. Understanding that his young disciple was sensitive, Su Ran preemptively explained, "This is my newly accepted direct disciple." The clarity with which he pronounced direct disciple captivated not only the sect leader, but others as well. Pei Chenxi pressed his lips together, striving to maintain a firm grip on the sword. The sect leader, refraining from interfering with Su Ran's decision to take on disciples, inquired, "So, what of your recent seclusion? Did you achieve any breakthroughs?" Su Ran feigned a sigh of resignation, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. "It seems I have encountered a bottleneck, and I shall not be entering seclusion for some time." At this, Pei Chenxi's eyes brightened with hope. "Very well. You may set down the sword now," Su Ran said, taking the weapon from Pei Chenxi's hands and gently massaging the stiffened arm. "You performed admirably. What would you like to eat later?" The gentle pressure of the massage left Pei Chenxi feeling somewhat lightheaded, rendering him oblivious to his own cravings. Observing this, the sect leader understood that Su Ran had not taken the matter of the bottleneck to heart. With Qing Shuang Xianzun now unparalleled in this realm, there was no need for haste. He swallowed his words of encouragement, preferring to remain silent about the postponement of seclusion. "If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. Xianqing's sect has it all," he offered. Su Ran, still holding Pei Chenxi's arm, smiled at the sect leader. "I lack nothing here. Do you have other matters to attend to?" The dismissal was unmistakable. The sect leader closed his eyes, realizing the folly of his hurried visit, as his friend clearly did not need his greetings. With a snort, he declared, "No business," and turned to leave. Yet, upon hearing a voice behind him, he halted. His friend called out with a smile, "Safe travels, sect leader." The silver-haired figure leaped down from Qing Shuang Peak, vanishing from sight, clearly incensed. Chapter 39. Perhaps you should take on another disciple. Pei Chenxi withdrew his arm, quietly exhaling in relief. Unbeknownst to him, despite pressing his lips into a straight line, his misty gray eyes sparkled with joy. Su Ran lightly tapped Pei Chenxi's forehead and turned to walk toward the house. "Keep up. I shall help you refine your spiritual veins." Pei Chenxi responded with a soft acknowledgement and followed closely behind. Was Master truly not in seclusion? Su Ran, playfully teasing him, inquired, "Why do you ask that?" Caught off guard, Pei Chenxi pondered for a moment before answering honestly. The disciple fears that if Master were to enter seclusion, the next time he emerges, he might only find my grave. Su Ran halted his steps and turned to face him, assuring, "That will not happen." Pei Chenxi, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What do you mean it won't?" Su Ran smiled gently yet spoke with utmost seriousness. "You will not be overlooked. He does not enter seclusion, for he has a young disciple to nurture. A master cannot allow his disciple to surpass him, perhaps due to excessive practice that day." Pei Chenxi felt the turbulence of spiritual energy within him. Su Ran examined his spiritual veins, sensing a trace of demonic energy stirring to life. The system expressed concern. This cannot be intervened. Indeed, intervention was not an option. While he could seal the demonic energy within Pei Chenxi, doing so would hinder him for life, reducing him to a mere novice cultivator. Su Ran's gentle and pure spiritual power flowed into Pei Chenxi's veins, dissipating the dull ache entirely. Each training session must have brought him pain. Perhaps he had simply overlooked it, or perhaps he had deemed it unavoidable. Withdrawing his hand, Su Ran carefully smoothed Pei Chenxi's tousled hair, asking, "Did you not feel pain in your meridians before?" Pei Chenxi attempted to turn, but Su Ran pressed him gently back, maintaining his position with his back to Su Ran. Training diligently will indeed bring discomfort. The young disciple, slightly anxious, queried, "Is there a problem?" Su Ran sighed, realizing that Pei Chenxi was unaware of the issues with his spiritual veins. He had never had a master before, no one to guide him on the path of cultivation, nor to inform him that it should not be painful. Pei Chenxi blinked rapidly, overwhelmed by the revelation that he had issues. Not only was his talent lacking, but his spiritual veins were also flawed. What should he do? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. If he had problems, would Master still want him? Feeling lost, he sensed the gentle warmth of the spiritual power within his veins. Was this what it felt like to be normal? A warm hand lightly patted his back, reassuring him. Do not be afraid. Your master is here. Pei Chen-si shuddered slightly, but gradually felt a sense of calm wash over him. He softly murmured in agreement, feeling less wronged. With the presence of his master, it seemed there was nothing to feel aggrieved about. Yet, Su Ran, holding a cup of tea, observed his young disciple practice swordplay, noting that the spiritual energy had not concentrated at the sword's tip. Pei Chen-si gathered his strength once more and tried again. The sword moved like a swimming dragon, his wrist twisting, navigating through the cascade of fallen leaves and thrusting straight into a cluster of peach blossoms. The delicate blossoms shattered upon the impact of the wooden sword, a scattering of petals landing gracefully on Su Ran's shoulder. Pei Chen-si looked over, feeling that the flowers were remarkably befitting of his master. The smile in Su Ran's eyes was unmistakable. Excellent. A surge of warmth filled Pei Chen-si's heart, reaching the crown of his head. Truly, everything was perfect when Master was present. Su Ran beckoned, and Pei Chen-si darted over, as if propelled by wings. Do you remember what I promised you? He asked. Pei Chen-si hesitated, and Su Ran flipped his palm, summoning a sword from thin air. Its brilliance shone brightly, reminiscent of celestial bodies. This was a wooden sword that Pei Chen-si had dared to touch before, yet this time, he hesitated to move. However, Su Ran smiled, firmly placing the sword in his disciple's embrace. The water-interrupting sword, a gift for you. Pei Chen-si's breath hitched, fearing that the sword might fall to the ground, and hurriedly cradled it in both hands. This is the sword of my master. How could it be? Su Ran shook his head, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It is yours now. The Duanshui sword. Pei Chen-si recalled having heard of it before. It belonged to the esteemed Qing Shuang Xinzuan, renowned for its blade as sharp as autumn frost, a true masterpiece. However, after Qing Shuang Xinzuan reached the realm of transformation, he never drew his sword again. There was no longer anyone worthy of it in this world. Pei Chen-si shook his head vigorously. How could this be? How could he wield his master's sword? Su Ran smiled. Why not? You are my disciple. If I do not give it to you, should I bestow it upon another? Pei Chen-si still shook his head, insisting that it could not be given to anyone else. It was meant for his master alone. Su Ran raised a hand, and Pei Chen-si obediently bowed his head, allowing Su Ran to ruffle his hair. I possess another sword, named Qing Shuang, but it is not quite suitable for you. Once you master the Duanshui, we shall spar together. His master truly knew how to coax him. How could he possibly match skills with Su Ran? Over the past few days, his swordplay and footwork had improved under his master's guidance, yet his cultivation of spiritual energy remained sluggish. The young disciple retorted, when I reincarnate as a genius, you may seek me for a duel. As an ordinary qi refining stage practitioner, he had several decades to live, which for his master was but a fleeting moment. Su Ran withdrew his hand, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, sent the young disciple flying a distance of 10 feet. Are you still sulking? Su Ran's face was stern, exuding the authority and grandeur of a master. The young disciple dared not retort, sulkingly making his way back. I will practice diligently. Su Ran, as if rewarding him, affectionately patted his head. Rest assured, your master will protect you. I will not let you perish. Pei Chen-si lowered his head, striving to compose himself, suppressing the moisture gathering in his eyes. Su Ran sighed, opening his arms. Shall we embrace for a moment? Pei Chen-si remained still, and Su Ran thought it reasonable. Comforting someone did not require such extremes. Just as he prepared to retract his arms, he felt a head bump against him. Pei Chen-si, in a muffled tone, suggested, please take on another disciple, someone with better aptitude, capable of cultivating into the nascent soul, to accompany you longer. It was unreasonable for a master to heed his disciple's wishes, and Su Ran firmly declined. I will not take another. Raising a single disciple required a considerable investment of effort. He had no intention of accepting a second. After a moment of thought, Su Ran added, There is no need for anyone else to accompany me. Pei Chensi remained nestled in Su Ran's embrace, feeling the familiar moisture threatening to gather in his eyes once more. Unsure how other masters comforted their disciples, Su Ran, lacking such experience, could only hold him, gently stroking his hair. The Duanxue sword is given to you. Should your master no longer be present, it shall protect you in my stead. The young disciple lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened. When will master no longer be here? Su Ran could not help but press his finger against the corner of Pei Chensi's eye, and Pei Chensi shut his eyes, hearing his master's somewhat helpless voice. If I could, I would wish to be here always. Yet, he would certainly have times of absence. For instance, when Pei Chensi fell into the ghost tomb mountain, suffering immense torment, he could not intervene in Pei Chensi's descent into darkness. The path of demonic descent was an inevitable journey for the protagonist of this world. Should he intervene, he would be forcibly removed. Should there come a time when the master was absent, Su Ran would imprint a mark within Pei Chensi's body, ensuring it was to prolong their bond. Pei Chensi's heart trembled slightly. He yearned to accompany his master for an extended period. Indeed, he wished to remain by his master's side indefinitely. Chapter 40. The disdain for my art, the audacity of my young disciple has truly flourished, a realization that has dawned upon Su Ran in recent days. His disciple is indeed not one prone to slumber. Aside from the first day, he now rises at the crack of dawn each morning to practice swordsmanship. Initially, Pei Chensi confined himself to a corner of the courtyard for his training, but now he dashes about the entire yard, even surreptitiously placing rabbits upon his master's bed. This morning, Su Ran noticed an absence of noise outside and raised an eyebrow slightly. Go see what mischief he is up to. The system glanced back hesitantly. Is young Pei destroying evidence? Perplexed, Su Ran quietly exited his abode, only to discover his disciple wielding the broken water sword to dig a hole, where he was burying a charred fish. Intrigued, Su Ran leaned against a peach blossom tree, observing for a while before finally bursting into laughter. Pei Chensi turned back in surprise, retreating several steps. Master. Su Ran laughed so heartily that he could hardly straighten his back, extending his hand towards Pei Chensi. Do not hide. Come and lend me a hand. A flush quickly crept across Pei Chensi's face as he stepped forward to assist Su Ran, feeling flustered. Please do not mock me. It was not my intention to burn it. Su Ran gently patted the hand that clutched the sword, recalling how precious it had been just days ago. Now, it was being used as a spade. Such a fine sword. And yet his disciple was treating it as a mere shovel. Never had the broken water sword endured such indignity while accompanying Su Ran. Feeling quite embarrassed, Pei Chensi averted his gaze. I shall go prepare some chicken for you. With that, he dashed toward the kitchen, resembling a hare fleeing from a pursuing wolf. In culinary skills, he possessed far greater talent than in his training. Currently, his chicken stew was exquisite, though he consistently struggled with the cooking of fish. Su Ran, unconcerned, settled down against the peach blossom tree, awaiting his disciple's return with the meal. When Pei Chensi emerged with the chicken broth, he found Su Ran with his eyes closed. A practitioner at the transformation stage does not need to sleep daily. However, over the past few days, Pei Chensi had learned that his master simply cherished sleep and did not rouse him, choosing instead to practice swordsmanship with the broken water sword nearby. Perched on a branch, the system observed Pei Chensi practicing and suddenly sighed, a note of concern in its tone. Hearing the sigh, Su Ran opened his eyes and silently queried, How much time remains? The system replied, 6 months. In such tranquil days, they could still relish another half-year. Su Ran did not respond, but watched intently as Pei Chensi trained, recalling the once frail youth, now vibrant and full of vigor. This was his creation. It matters not. Su Ran stated he can withstand it. As Pei Chensi sheathed his sword, he met Su Ran's smiling gaze and felt an immediate swell of nervousness, recalling the mistakes he had made earlier. Are you weary? Su Ran merely patted the empty space beside him, inviting Pei Chensi to sit for a while. Leaning against his master, Pei Chensi suddenly remembered the original purpose of his training, not the pursuit of immortality, but rather to avoid being bullied. Now he faced no such threats, for his master stood by him. Yet, gripping the sword hilt tightly. Pei Chensi felt an increasing discontent, unable to break through, unable to achieve longevity. He resigned himself to a life of mere stability. The master has lived a long life, one that will eventually surpass his own age. He cannot endure such a fate. If he cannot break through, he will have to depart from Qingshuang Peak before growing old, seeking a place to bury himself. His young disciple's spirits have been steadily sinking. Su Ran reached out to tousle his hair, whispering, "Do not fear." There was nothing he could articulate, only this feeble consolation. He had but one disciple, and in this world, there was only Pei Chensi with whom he wished to share his journey. His lengthy existence would hold no significance if not spent alongside this singular person. For the first time, Pei Chensi did not mask the quiver in his voice. "Master, I cannot improve in my practice." He would remain, throughout his life, merely a nascent cultivator in the qi refining stage. "What is there to fear?" Su Ran replied. "As long as you practice joyfully, that is enough. If you tire, then do not practice." Pei Chensi shook his head. "I will practice." Su Ran smiled. "Then let us practice, and think of nothing else, for I am here with you." After a moment of silence, Pei Chensi suddenly recalled the legendary elixir of immortality. Turning to Su Ran, "Master, may I learn alchemy?" Su Ran merely patted his head, disregarding how fantastical the idea might be, and replied gently, "Very well. If you wish to learn, I shall teach." After all, he had only this one disciple. Yet, Pei Chensi felt himself foolishly inadequate. Realizing he could not even master the art of grilling fish, let alone concocting potions, the young disciple rose and returned with a bowl of chicken soup. Unable to restrain his curiosity, "Master, why did you take me as your disciple? I am utterly inept." Su Ran took a sip of the soup and chuckled. "Because you make excellent soup." Pei Chensi felt deflated. This too was a lesson from his master, who could not even fabricate a credible reason. Perhaps his master, in a good mood after emerging from seclusion, fortuitously encountered him, marking his misfortune in being saddled with the most inept of disciples. Su Ran seemed to see through his thoughts and leisurely finished his soup, handing the bowl back to him. "You alone suffice. Had it not been for you, I would not have taken on a disciple." This phrase, repeated countless times, would never tire him. It emboldened Pei Chensi to act with reckless abandon under the protection of his master's name. The young disciple's thoughts could not be concealed as they descended the mountain. Encountering an elderly man of low cultivation, Pei Chensi would gaze at him for a prolonged moment, his mood darkening further with each glance. The system sighed. Perhaps succumbing to darkness is not entirely a bad thing. Su Ran pondered briefly before leading his disciple into the adjacent ink studio. Before Pei Chensi could voice his question, he found himself seated in a chair, while his master procured brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone, declaring he would paint his portrait. Su Ran glanced at his flustered disciple, a smile blossoming in his eyes as he began to draw. With just a few strokes, a sword-wielding youth sprang to life on the paper. In truth, he could have rendered Pei Chensi's likeness with his eyes closed. Yet, watching his disciple stand obediently before him filled him with inexplicable joy. He beckoned Pei Chensi closer. Upon seeing the artwork, Pei Chensi was left speechless. It was a depiction of himself, practicing swordplay in the dead of night. Beside the illustration, a line of verse read, "The sword dances by the stream, reflecting the heart of Chun. Beneath the moonlight, the cold glow of the sword condenses." Pei Chensi's hands trembled slightly, and he chuckled, asking Su Ran, "Master, were you not asleep?" The pair of misty gray eyes were veiled by moisture, and Su Ran hesitated to refute him. "I was asleep, and I saw it in my dreams." Su Ran handed the painting to Pei Chensi. "Take good care of it. Hang in the house." Pei Chensi shook his head vehemently. "How could I hang this in the house?" Su Ran nodded, seemingly hurt by his little disciple's reaction. "You look down on my painting." The little disciple dared not accept such a grave accusation. "You may place it wherever you wish." Su Ran chuckled. "Then I shall hang it in my room." Pei Chensi fell silent, his ears quietly turning crimson. Chapter 41. You should erect a monument for him. Ultimately, the painting did not adorn Su Ran's room. Instead, it was cherished by Pei Chensi as if it were a treasured possession. although the little disciple felt that collecting his own portrait might be somewhat narcissistic. The thought that it was painted by his esteemed master made him wish to carry it with him always. As news of the Qingshuang immortal lord's emergence spread, Qingshuang Peak saw an influx of visitors. Su Ran dragged his little disciple, who was hiding in the corner, out and introduced him with a smile. "This is my disciple." Indeed, just this one disciple. Pei Chensi nearly wished to sink into the ground. As such a mediocre and inept individual, to be proclaimed to the world by his master in such a proud tone, one might think the Qingshuang immortal lord had lost his senses. Yet, no matter how he tried to conceal himself, he was always brought forth by his master. His master showed no signs of embarrassment. With so much stimulation lately, Pei Chensi found it hard to sleep. At night, he wandered around the courtyard with his water-stopped companion, eventually squatting by his master's door. Su Ran was refining pills. Just as he finished one, the system informed him that his little disciple was outside, behaving like a mushroom. Su Ran opened the door and sat beside him, sighing to comfort the startled little disciple. "You've been frightened these past few days?" "I apologize. I couldn't help myself. I won't let them in again." "What do you mean apologize?" Pei Chensi hurriedly shook his head. "They are your friends. It is I who embarrassed you." Su Ran disagreed, tapping his forehead. "Nonsense. I'm quite proud." "Proud of what?" Pei Chensi self-deprecatingly replied. "Is it something to boast about that the disciple of the Qingshuang immortal lord is merely a qi practitioner?" Su Ran enumerated. "My disciple is handsome, diligent, obedient, and brews excellent soup. Isn't that enough to boast about?" Pei Chensi felt as though his head might burrow into the ground, convinced that his master was teasing him. Su Ran ruffled his hair. "Do not think such thoughts, understand?" Pei Chensi softly murmured in agreement. He knew his master never cared for such trivialities, yet he still feared becoming a blemish on his master's reputation. Time passed swiftly, and half a year flew by. The once disheveled youth in a blue robe, who had been in a desperate state at the foot of Qingshuang Peak, was now capable of bearing responsibilities. He ventured down the mountain alone to buy groceries, standing in the kitchen, lost in thought while cradling a radish. At that moment, Su Ran fortuitously refined his 100th pill. Over the course of 6 months, he had crafted every healing elixir imaginable, from flesh-repairing pills to blood-replenishing pills and rejuvenation pills. The system urged, "All right, that's enough, more than enough for little Pei to use in his next life. Hurry up and go out. Your little disciple is about to burn the soup dry." Su Ran packed the pills into a spatial bag and headed to the kitchen. His little disciple had grown significantly, and Su Ran no longer needed to coax him, but merely teased. "Are we to serve our master raw radish today?" Pei Chensi finally came to his senses and hurriedly dropped the radishes into the soup. Su Ran, amused by his flustered demeanor, chuckled. "Take your time. Be careful not to burn yourself." Pei Chensi, feeling bashful, could not withstand his teasing and, wiping his hands, pushed Su Ran outside with a muffled protest. Su Ran, smiling gently, acquiesced. "All right, I shall say no more, lest I deprive my master of his meal." Once Pei Chensi brought the soup into the courtyard. Su Ran beckoned his troubled disciple to sit down. "What troubles you? What has happened?" "Master, today, as I descended the mountain, I heard that the anomalies of the illusory spirit valley have manifested." Pei Chensi casually handed the soup bowl to Su Ran, seemingly mentioning it in passing. Each time the illusory spirit valley exhibited phenomena, opportunities would arise for some. The last person to seize such an opportunity, the revered Du Yin, had ascended to the nascent soul stage, and the one before him was none other than the unparalleled Qing Shuang Xianzun, who had now reached the lofty heights of the transformation god stage. The system whispered near Su Ran's ear. Indeed, the protagonist was destined to seize this opportunity. Achieving the transformation god stage, drawing the long-secluded Qing Shuang Xianzun out for a friendly bout, a fierce contest lasting 3 days, with neither side emerging as the victor, ultimately becoming friends. Such an intricate entanglement. Yet, the heavens blundered. There were no opportunities within the illusory spirit valley, and the protagonist fell into darkness. Perhaps it was fate that Qing Shuang Xianzun emerged due to the protagonist's actions. Su Ran paused, setting down the bowl to call forth his little disciple. who instinctively stepped forward. Do you wish to go? If you desire to, then go. Pei Chensi nodded, affirming, yes, I wish to give it a try, master. He thought to himself, if fortune favors him, since fate had allowed him to meet his master, might heaven show him a bit more grace, enabling him to accompany his master for a longer while. Su Ran affectionately patted his head, neither affirming nor denying. Master will wait for your return. The illusory spirit valley harbored ancient formations, forbidding entry to those above the nascent soul stage. Su Ran understood that Pei Chensi would face the abyss of uncertainty, yet had no choice but to let him venture alone. He would await his return, and even if his little disciple were to be injured or fall into darkness, he would still be his disciple, and he must remember that Master was waiting for him. Pei Chensi reassured, Master, do not worry. I will simply try my luck. After all, I am your disciple. Su Ran's eyes curved into a smile. Yes, upon your return, let us spar. The Qing Shuang sword and the broken water sword have yet to be compared. We shall see in due time. Pei Chensi, lacking confidence, inquired, but what if fortune does not favor me? Su Ran playfully slapped the prepared bag of holding against Pei Chensi's chest. If luck does not smile upon you, return and prepare soup for me. Pei Chensi's eyes grew misty. He practiced slowly, yet Master had never shown disdain for him. Master often praised him, whether for a well-cooked soup, a graceful sword dance, or even for simply allowing Master to ruffle his hair. Master, I will return swiftly. Unlike the desperate gamble in the original narrative, Pei Chensi was now equipped with the broken water sword, elixirs, and a portrait for the journey. Su Ran accompanied him to the foot of Qing Shuang Peak, watching as Pei Chensi walked farther away. The system sighed, little Pei is bound to suffer. Su Ran closed his eyes briefly. He will endure. His little disciple appeared obedient before him, yet possessed a tenacious spirit. Once he weathered this trial, he would be able to practice swordsmanship alongside him. In this world, only Pei Chensi was worthy of Qing Shuang Xianzun's blade. No matter how many times, this would remain unchanged. The Phantom Valley has once again been sealed, leaving no one with the opportunity to enter. Among those who have emerged from its depths, Pei Chensi is conspicuously absent. The sect leader undertook another secret search, yet finding no trace, he finally relayed the news to Su Ran. I understand your fondness for this young disciple, but those who cannot leave the Phantom Valley have met their demise within. If he were still alive, he would not have failed to communicate with you. Su Ran shook his head, remaining silent. He knew where Pei Chensi was. He was alive, but the communication talismans were ineffective within the Ghost Tomb Mountain. However, knowing his whereabouts did not grant him the ability to seek him out or bring him home. The sect leader sighed again. You ought to erect a monument for him. Su Ran, of course, would not consider such a monument. He would simply roast fish and await Pei Chensi's return. How is it? Su Ran inquired, handing the roasted fish to the system that had just returned from Ghost Tomb Mountain. The fragrant fish, for the first time, lacked its usual allure, and the system replied weakly, not very good. With the healing ointment you provided, he is managing to endure, but it is merely a struggle. Su Ran's heart trembled at this. Chapter 42. Truly dreadful Ghost Tomb Mountain lay shrouded in thick black mist, with chilling gusts of wind. The haunting interplay of cries and screams intertwined, piercing the eardrums with their tragic intensity. Demonic energy and resentment ran rampant, seeping through the wounds into the very veins. Pei Chensi struggled to rise with his broken water sword, taking a few laborious steps before being struck down by a wave of resentment, blood spilling from his lips. His wounds were numerous, rendering it impossible to discern from whence the blood flowed. He fumbled in his bag for a chi blood pill, swallowing it down. But he could hardly move. Binding the sword to his waist with a belt, he crawled forward inch by inch. After advancing 2 inches, he was pushed back a further inch by the resentment. His once white garments were now tattered and unrecognizable, yet he clung to life, forcing himself to inch forward. He must escape this place. He must, for his master awaited him at the Qing Shuang Peak. A gust of wind laden with resentment struck Pei Chensi's eyes, dimming his misty gray irises in an instant. In a panic, he raised his hand, instinctively grasping at the air, as if to seize something, but only found himself wounded by the swirling resentment. He could no longer see. Another fierce gust of wind, now intertwined with resentment, threatened to shatter this tenacious soul into fragments. Pei Chenxi's eyelashes fluttered. He could not evade this fate without first seeing his master. The anticipated searing pain did not come. Instead, a flash of white light emanated from his chest, enveloping him in a warm, comforting spiritual force. After a moment, the wind abated, and Pei Chenxi reached out, feeling the dissipating spiritual energy slip through his fingers. Familiar and soothing, this was his master's spiritual essence. Pei Chenxi steadied his mind, despite the dire circumstances. A faint smile graced his lips. This was the mark left by his master upon him. Gritting his teeth, he continued onward, determined to return and prepare soup for his master. He yearned to be back in his master's presence, to feel the affectionate ruffling of his hair. Ghost Tomb Mountain, deprived of sunlight for an eternity, saw Pei Chenxi finally exhaust his strength and slip into a half-conscious state. The only living being in this forsaken place fell into a stupor, with the resentment of Ghost Tomb Mountain witnessing him enveloped by mist, gently resting him against a tree. The system prodded at the fog with a sense of novelty. "Host, do you feel anything?" Su ran detached from his corporeal form, molding his data into a mist, evading the heavenly Tao to arrive at Ghost Grave Mountain, positioning himself beside Pei Chenxi. Naturally, he possessed perception. Su ran dispersed slightly, exclaiming in frustration, "Do not make a fuss." Ghost Grave Mountain was already shrouded in mist, and his presence blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Pei Chenxi had likely been in a deep slumber for 2 hours. Upon awakening, his eyes regained their sight. He lowered his gaze, still yearning to be on Qingshuang Peak the moment he dreamt. He wished to tell his master that he had experienced a nightmare, and his master would then prepare grilled fish to comfort him. The pain from his injuries had dulled to a numbness, but the most intense suffering now surged through his meridians. Dark energy and resentment coursed within him, assaulting his heart. His mind was inundated with anguished cries and venomous curses, causing him to bite his lower lip until blood seeped forth, staining his pallid lips. He uttered each word with great difficulty. "Master, it hurts so much." His misty gray eyes welled with tears, yet they ultimately did not fall. It felt as if something within his blood had ignited, transforming into a feverish intensity. He began to burn from within, the blood marks on his skin searing dry under the scalding heat, a distressing sight. The pain in his meridians escalated, fissures forming as blood gushed forth, threatening to evaporate him. He felt only agony, oblivious to the gentle mist enveloping him. Su Ran futilely caressed Pei Chenxi's blood-soaked form, pondering what to do. Did other taskers also encounter such moments of helplessness? The system gritted its metaphorical teeth, cursing, "Damn the heavenly Tao. Just a little longer. He is on the verge of succumbing to darkness." Pei Chenxi attempted to redirect a sliver of his feeble spiritual energy, yet he was relentlessly suppressed by the savage dark power, time and again, the blood from his body increasing in quantity. His demon bloodline had awakened, leaving no path but to fall into darkness. Pei Chenxi desperately fought against the demonic energy, yet his throat was already filled with the taste of blood. No, he was unaware of what transpired, but he could sense that he had no choice but to allow the dark energy to fill his meridians, lest he perish. Pei Chenxi's voice was low and hoarse, murmuring to himself. Su Ran strained to hear, and the mist drew closer. I cannot disappoint Master. If I fall into darkness, I can no longer be his disciple." The situation spiraled beyond control. The system tugged at its non-existent hair, fraught with anxiety. What to do? He refuses to succumb to darkness. He will die. As Pei Chenxi lost consciousness once more, the system surprisingly breathed a sigh of relief. Even in a daze, it was a respite from inhumane torment. The dark energy sought to seize control of the body's meridians, but was thwarted by the master's subconscious defense. Pei Chenxi's brow furrowed tightly as blood continually oozed from his fingertips. He was on the verge of draining every drop from his body, in a state of haziness. A familiar spiritual energy gradually flowed into Pei Chenxi's meridians. He instinctively opened himself to the source of this energy, allowing it to pave the way. With his spiritual force clearing the path, the dark energy within him finally faced no obstruction. He had succumbed to darkness. The mist lightened further, nearly dispersing entirely. A surge of golden spiritual energy entered, causing the mist to coalesce once more, lingering beside Pei Chensi. Su Ran smiled faintly, his voice barely a whisper. "Thank you." The system remained silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. One could only hope never to encounter such a world again. When Pei Chensi awoke, the pain coursing through his body gradually subsided, and he sensed the vigorous surge of magical energy within him, a sensation that filled him with trepidation. What to do? What to do? His misty gray eyes brimmed with fear. In such a state, how could he face his master? He rose unsteadily, gripping the broken water sword tightly, and stumbled forward. As his legs weakened, he did not collapse onto the cold stone, but rather fell into a misty embrace, trembling all over. Master, master. It seemed he could feel his master's presence. But there was no master. He swallowed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth and fled the cursed place without looking back. Su Ran's consciousness reconnected with his body, and he sighed, estimating that he would not return. His little disciple was so terrified of becoming a demon. Perhaps now he should hide away and weep. The system urged anxiously. He still needs to become a demon lord. What are we to do? With the bloodline of the celestial demon, he had entered the realm of the demon clan. Su Ran sighed. There was no way around it. They would have to capture him later. Bringing back a formidable demon lord would surely sound far more impressive than retrieving a pitiful little disciple. Su Ran spoke slowly. The system tugged at his sleeve, host. You have changed. You were not like this before. What do you mean by capture? The host certainly would not harm little Pei. Such words sounded truly malicious. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Someone made a promise to him in the previous world. Chapter 43. This is not where he belongs. When Pei Chensi awoke, his eyes were met with a scarlet canopy adorned with strings of pearls. The air was thick with the cloying scent of sweet perfume, leaving him in a daze. Where is this? Pei Chensi sat up in bewilderment, reaching for the broken water, sword beside him. Cautiously, he descended from the bed, only to discover a woman in red languidly leaning against the window. Ah, you're finally awake. Her voice was languorous and enchanting, the pitch rising slightly at the end. Without so much as a glance at Pei Chensi, she slowly plucked at the wind chime hanging by the window, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Pei Chensi steadied himself. Where is this place? The woman abruptly set down her teacup, appraising him with a bemused expression. You dare to wander about without knowing where you are? You possess quite the audacity. A gust of wind swept through the window. Mingling with the sound of the wind chime and her laughter, Pei Chensi felt increasingly uneasy. Did you save me? Thank you, but I do not know how I arrived here, and you? Her gaze held a hint of amusement. Indeed, this is quite intriguing. You are in the Soul Prison Mountain. She chuckled lightly, half closing her eyes. I have no habit of rescuing people. It was that old demon lord who wished to seize your celestial demon bloodline and tossed you to me to find a solution. Soul Prison Mountain? Pei Chensi was taken aback. What celestial demon bloodline? He could not comprehend. He had escaped from the Ghost Tomb Mountain. He needed to return to the Qingxuang Peak. No, he had fallen into demonic corruption. He could not return to Qingxuang Peak. The mere thought of this caused a pang of anguish in his chest. Instinctively, he channeled his spiritual energy, but the demonic energy within him surged violently, the two forces clashing. He let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. TSK, the woman scoffed, your pure demonic power rivals that of a demon lord. Why still concern yourself with that little bit of spiritual energy? Dear Sister Hong Zhao, call out to me and cheer me up. Perhaps you can offer me a glimmer of hope, he said with a hint of desperation. Hong Zhao leaned closer to Pei Chensi, a playful smile gracing her lips. What do you think? This deal is quite advantageous, is it not? Pei Chensi raised his dark, somber eyes, tightening his grip on the broken water sword. He sought not a path to survival, but the chance to see his master once more. Hong Zhao shrugged her shoulders in feigned resignation. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to extract your celestial demon bloodline on behalf of the demon lord. Pei Chenxi's gaze became vacant. He heard his own hoarse voice, filled with bewilderment. What does the demon lord desire with the celestial demon bloodline? A deeper smile crept on a Hong Zhao's lips, yet her eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. With this bloodline, he shall ascend to become the mightiest in the world. What do you think he intends to do? That cannot be permitted, Pei Chenxi replied slowly, shaking his head. The demon lord would wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, reveling in slaughter. Currently, he remains subdued solely due to the restraint of my master. The title of the world's strongest belongs only to my master. As the disciple of the celestial frost immortal, he could not allow the demon lord to prevail. He caressed the broken water sword, recalling that his master had not trained him to serve as sustenance for the demon lord. Miss Hong Zhao, Pei Chenxi murmured, what is it that you truly desire? Hong Zhao was taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor, her smile fading. Her lips parted slightly as she uttered, I seek your life. The tone was laced with a haunting allure, yet it radiated an unmistakable chill. A harbinger of death had emerged from Soul Prison Mountain. This unknown demon cultivator, wielding a blade, had vanquished the demon masters atop 10 peaks, forcing his way into the demon lord's palace. It was said that this demon wore a mask of a malevolent spirit, wielding not a magical blade, but rather a butcher's knife, used for slaughtering pigs in the village below. Where this demon tread, no blade of grass thrived, and cries of despair echoed throughout. It was whispered that this demon had bloodied the halls of the demon palace, obliterating the demon lord, leaving only the right guardian, Hong Zhao, alive. He became the new demon lord, his visage unseen, his name unheard. When news of this reached Xuqing Palace, the sect leader lamented the loss of several strands of silver hair. The strength and temperament of this new demon lord remain a mystery, and we are left in ignorance. He sighed. Surely he cannot surpass your cultivation, Qing Shuang. As he is yet to cause any turmoil, we ought not to alarm him unduly. Despite his words, the sect leader remained troubled. At long last, the time had come. Su Ran merely glanced skyward, his expression indifferent. Pei Chenxi had acted more swiftly than anticipated, enduring far greater suffering. I shall investigate, Su Ran interjected, cutting through the leader's ramblings. Then I must trouble you. The leader hesitated before acquiescing, for aside from Su Ran, none dared to probe further. Uncertain of the demon lord's true nature, they were too passive. The tea houses within Soul Prison Mountain were extraordinary, not merely offering tales, but engaging in trials of strength. Su Ran had barely taken a sip of tea when he observed the contest below nearing its conclusion. There were no gentle resolutions here. The defeated had their chests pierced through, and before any cries of agony could escape their lips, they had already perished. The death of a demon cultivator was commonplace, and the atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter at the expense of the fallen. Setting down his teacup, Su Ran grasped the system, which was shielding its eyes, and made his way directly to the demon palace. He was quite courteous, announcing himself at the palace gates. I am Qing Shuang from Xuqing Palace, here to pay my respects to your demon lord. The title of the Azure Frost Immortal Sovereign is a taboo in the Soul Prison Mountain. The former demon sovereign harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, and anyone who dared to mention his name would meet a gruesome end. Upon encountering the real figure, 2 low-level demon cultivators were so terrified that they fled in haste. Su Ran merely raised an eyebrow, not bothering to stop them. If they could not communicate, it was not his concern. The demon palace was enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the flickering ghostly flames in the corners casting a haunting glow. Su Ran sighed inwardly. This was not a place meant for him. With the bloodline of the celestial demon, one could cultivate demonic powers at an astonishing pace, yet there was only one method available to him, a fragmented scripture. When Hong Zhao had bestowed this technique upon him, she had clearly outlined its pros and cons. If he wished to defeat the demon sovereign, this was his only option. However, the technique was incomplete, and with spiritual energy coursing through his veins, each time he practiced, he would endure excruciating pain as though his meridians were being severed. Pain was secondary. The greater concern was its impact on his temperament. Pei Chenxi had never taken a life before, yet when he plunged the knife into those demon cultivators, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration. as if he were indulging in the most blissful act known to mankind, becoming addicted to the madness. Hong Zhao gazed at the ominous figure of Pei Chensi above her, and with a sudden sigh, lamented that had she known, she would have discreetly sent him away. Now, it was too late to turn back. Pei Chensi feigned sleep with his eyes closed, not lifting his eyelids. The transaction is complete. Why do you linger? Hong Zhao replied. I feel a pang of conscience. The youth who once addressed her as Miss Hong Zhao and spoke with such courtesy had transformed into the capricious and soon-to-die demon sovereign. Pei Chensi, hidden beneath the guise of a malevolent spirit, curved his lips into an enigmatic smile, his voice low and foreboding. If you do not leave soon, there may come a day when I lose control and take your life as well. Flustered, Hong Zhao was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps outside, mistaking it for an unwitting demon attendant. As she opened the door, she scolded, "Who permitted you to enter?" However, her voice faltered upon seeing the figure at the entrance. Her gaze filled with uncertainty, a name trembling on her lips. Azure, Frost, Immortal Sovereign. The smiling man at the doorway was none other than Su Ran. Su Ran nodded, gently explaining, I had someone relay the message. They fled of their own accord. Chapter 44. The opulent golden chains Hong Zhao, struck by the familiarity of his voice, was jolted to attention as Pei Chensi abruptly opened his eyes. Su Ran, still smiling, addressed Hong Zhao. I apologize for my impromptu visit, Mississippi. The foremost figure of the righteous path entering the demon palace, without accountability or bloodshed, what could be deemed impudent in such a context? Absurd. Hong Zhao gritted her teeth and mustered her courage, coldly retorting, what business does the Azure Frost Immortal Sovereign have in my demon palace? Su Ran shook his head, maintaining his unhurried demeanor. I have matters to discuss. Before he could finish, another chilling voice interrupted. The esteemed Azure Frost Immortal Sovereign graces us with his presence to uphold justice. Pei Chensi, concealed behind the mask of a malevolent spirit, boldly fixed his gaze on Su Ran. This was his former master, yet he could no longer address Su Ran as such. Pei Chensi was dead. He had become the infamous demon sovereign. If he were to perish at Su Ran's hands, it would surely instill even greater fear of the Azure Frost Immortal Sovereign, ensuring the demon clan would no longer dare to stir trouble. He quickly resolved that this was the way it must be. The demon sovereign ought to meet his end at the hands of the Azure Frost Immortal Sovereign. His master had taken on a useless disciple, a truth he had repeated countless times, yet his master refused to believe it. Now, his very existence was a burden to his master. A disciple taught by the Azure Frost Immortal Sovereign could not possibly become a ruthless killer. He endured the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians, a sensation he had grown accustomed to since his childhood training. However, upon encountering his master once more, the long-dormant agony resurfaced with an intensity that was almost unbearable. He blinked, and as the mist before him dissipated, he was suddenly taken aback. His gaze met a pair of gentle, deep black eyes. Not here to uphold the heavenly mandate, Su Ran fixed his gaze upon the misty gray eyes, declaring, I have come to find my disciple. Perhaps it was a mere figment of his imagination, for Pei Chensi found himself momentarily dazed. Just as he dismissed the illusion from his mind, the voice persisted insistently. Chensi, your master has come to seek you. Pei Chensi's heart skipped a beat as he replied, his tone colder and more sinister. Qingshuang Xianzuan is truly blind, even misidentifying his own disciple. Su Ran murmured to himself, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Pei Chensi dared not listen further, gathering demonic energy in his palms, his eyes betraying a sense of panic. A formidable surge of dark power surged toward Su Ran. He glanced at the malevolent mask worn by the assailant, frowning slightly. Yet he neither dodged nor sustained any harm. The door before him slammed shut with a forceful thud, the gust of wind scattering Su Ran's long hair as he closed his eyes, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Such a grand display, merely to shut a door? Su Ran pragmatically assessed, there is little merit in this. Even as a demon sovereign, it holds no significance. He refrained from uttering harsh words, pondering whether it would be better to take him back and train him as a disciple. The system collided against the firmly shut door but could not breach it. Su Ran retrieved a jar of celestial honey from his sleeve and politely knocked on the door, stating, "I brought you some celestial honey. Feel free to take it and enjoy." Having spoken, he genuinely set down the honey and departed from the demon palace. Hong Zhao, taken aback, regained her voice after a moment, gazing at Pei Chenxi with a mixture of complexity. "You are indeed the disciple of Qing Shuang Xinzuan?" She had heard rumors of a disciple of Qing Shuang Xinzuan, noted for mediocre talent yet highly valued by the master, who had perished in the illusory Spirit Valley. To her astonishment, he had not only survived, but had become a demon sovereign. Pei Chenxi let out a cold laugh, his tone shadowy. "He misidentified you. Do you lack common sense?" Hong Zhao rolled her eyes, unafraid of Pei Chenxi. "Do not think I am a fool. Let me remind you, with Qing Shuang Xinzuan's cultivation, he cannot be unaware of your celestial demon bloodline. Why do you think he keeps you by his side?" Pei Chenxi, losing patience, warned, "If you do not leave at once, you shall accompany me to the grave." Unappreciative of kindness, Hong Zhao muttered a half-hearted insult before biting her lip and soaring out of the demon palace. Take care of yourself. She could not save Pei Chenxi, but she hoped his master truly cherished him. Pei Chenxi stood in a daze for a moment before finally pushing open the door, discovering the jar of celestial honey at the threshold. It was identical to the honey he had received upon his first meeting with his master at the age of 16. His master was unaware of the significance this honey held for him. It was merely one of the many ordinary gifts bestowed upon him. Yet it was the very first present he had ever received in his life. Prior to this, he had never been given anything by others. Having only managed to find a celestial herb seed, discarded due to its shriveled state, he had nurtured it with hope, wishing to see if the herb could enhance his abilities. However, after painstakingly nurturing it, it was snatched away by another. They claimed he was overreaching, a mere lowly disciple with minimal spiritual prowess daring to defy an inner sect member, deserving of the broken ribs that sent him crashing to the ground. At that moment, he choked on the dust, unable to suppress a laugh. Was he mocking others or himself? No one had ever given him anything. Thus, the celestial spirit herb he had struggled to acquire could not be squandered on others. Yet unexpectedly, the herb did not injure the inner sect disciple's hand, but instead ruined his master's sleeve. A sense of heaviness settled in his chest as he instinctively reached for his face, feeling the cold touch of the iron mask. How had his master recognized him? His master had come to seek a disciple who had fallen into darkness. How could he be a disciple of the revered Qing Shuang? He would have preferred to perish in the illusory Spirit Valley, avoiding the descent into darkness, eluding the discovery of his demonic bloodline, and not becoming a blood-stained fiend. No, he did not wish to die in the illusory Spirit Valley. He should have remained on Qing Shuang Peak, preparing soup for his master. His greed had led him to wish for more time with his master, and this was his punishment. Pei Chenxi stood dazed, the jar of celestial honey seemingly pulled back by someone, the sweet aroma gradually wafting through the air. Clutching the jar, he felt an intense heat in his hands. What to do? He should have lured his master to kill him, rather than be lost in thought with a jar of honey. He longed to return to Qing Shuang Peak, but he could not. He would burden his master. Su Ran left the ghost prison mountain without returning to Qing Shuang Peak, instead choosing a secluded, desolate mountaintop. What was he doing? The system curiously observed Su Ran's actions. In front of him lay a pile of wood, forming a wooden house. The system was perplexed. Why abandon the perfectly good Qing Shuang Peak to construct a house on this barren hill? Su Ran continued his work. Since the demon lord was unwilling to return, he might as well build another dwelling. He had previously warned that this sect allowed entry but not exit, yet his words had been dismissed. In the blink of an eye, the system saw Su Ran had set down the wood and begun browsing the system's marketplace. Ding! The order for the unbreakable pure gold luxurious chains has been successfully placed, costing 121 points. System. Chapter 45. To kill building a wooden house was easy, but ensuring comfort required considerable effort. A window was made on the sunlit side, and in the small courtyard, a peach tree nourished by spiritual energy was planted. Fish were tossed into the river, wild chickens were thrown into the woods, and beneath the peach tree lay 2 jars of fine wine. Su Ran rolled up his sleeves and leveled the earth, finally nodding in satisfaction. But I must remind you, if you don't go, Xiao Pei will soon resort to murder, the system remarked, gnawing on data bars, fixated on the floating screen. This was a crucial plot point. Pei Chenxi would brutally slay a disciple of the Xianqing Palace right at its entrance, wielding a butcher's knife soaked in the blood of countless demonic cultivators, delivering 13 strikes to the unfortunate disciple. Clad in thin black garments, his face concealed by a malevolent mask, his eyes betrayed a chilling calmness. He did not hide his identity. At the very gates of this righteous sect, he slaughtered the disciple without uttering a final word, leaving only the crimson blood staining the steps of Xianqing Palace. He stood there, watching his disciple take his last breath, then turned towards the enraged elders of the Xianqing Palace and calmly uttered, "If vengeance is desired, come to Seoul Prison Mountain." That was the place he had chosen for himself, a fitting grave for a being so devoid of humanity, divinity, and demonic essence, destined to be buried in that sunless abyss. Consequently, the Xianqing Palace summoned the esteemed Qing Shuang to launch an assault on Seoul Prison Mountain. With a sharp motion, Su Ran produced a stone table accompanied by 2 stone benches, crashing them to the ground, startling the system into a retreat of 2 miles. Unperturbed, Su Ran smirked slightly, his eyes devoid of warmth. Let him kill. What does it matter to slay a creature unworthy of life when my master will shoulder the consequences? The system slowly returned. Perplexed, would it not be simpler to reveal the truth and deal with that disciple? Su Ran gently shook his head. His grudge must be avenged by him alone. My master will only be responsible for cleaning up the aftermath. Surveying his surroundings, Su Ran deemed there was nothing further to add, and thus tucked the little system away into his space. Let us proceed to witness the demon lord displaying his might. As twilight descended, the crimson afterglow stained the sky a profound red. More striking than this hue was the blood that drenched the stone steps. The master of the Xianqing Palace, his silver-white hair cascading, bore an expression of fierce anger, rare in its intensity. Upon seeing Su Ran return, he urgently exclaimed, "Qing Shuang, quickly restrain that demon." Following the master's gaze, Su Ran beheld a youth clad in black, standing coldly to the side, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. His mask of a malevolent spirit fitting seamlessly, not even glancing in Su Ran's direction, betraying no hint of emotion. The typically affable master was genuinely filled with murderous intent this time. Noticing Su Ran in action, he unleashed a torrent of sword intent, aiming directly at Pei Chenxi. Pei Chenxi deftly evaded, yet refrained from countering, still speaking in that somber, sinister tone. "I have stated, for revenge, go to Seoul Prison Mountain." He could not perish here, for he wore the visage of Qing Shuang's disciple. The master, having missed a strike, was undeterred. "Qing Shuang, this demon has slain my Xianqing disciples. You must apprehend him swiftly." Pei Chenxi leapt, seemingly intending to break free, yet was repelled by the Xianqing Palace's formation. Gritting his teeth, he gathered a significant portion of his demonic energy, determined to force his way out, but before he could reach the formation, he was enveloped by a powerful yet gentle spiritual force, causing him to descend. Panic surged within him. Having killed a member of the Xianqing Palace today, his master would surely be utterly disappointed, perhaps even wishing to publicly purge the sect. However, he was adamant about not tarnishing his master's reputation. The identities of the demon lord and Pei Chenxi must remain distinct. "Chenxi, come to your master." The familiar and clear voice reached Pei Chenxi's ears, tightening his heart. He swallowed the metallic taste of blood, channeling his demonic energy to strike at Su Ran with a chilling, eerie tone. "Qing Shuang, is it not tragic that your disciple has perished, causing you to speak such madness?" Su Ran merely raised a hand, and that strike of demonic energy dissipated into the ether. With a smile in his tone, he responded, "Using only 30% of my strength. Do you truly underestimate your master?" The master, his brows knitted in fury, bellowed, "Qing Shuang, have you lost your senses? How could he possibly be Pei Chenxi?" The scene descended into chaos, as all present listened intently to the exchange, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Pei Chensi felt a chill in his heart, contemplating whether he had less than a 20% chance of escaping this place with all his cultivation. The coldness within him intensified, prompting him to remove his mask before Shiran could act. His familiar visage was thus exposed to the crowd, leaving the sect leader momentarily stunned as he uttered in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Pei Chensi smirked derisively, addressing the leader directly. "Indeed, you old man are still as sharp as ever." His misty gray eyes brimmed with malice, bearing no resemblance to the Pei Chensi of yore. That day, when a little disciple of the Qing Shuang, Xian Zun, inadvertently trespassed into the Soul Prison Mountain, I found him insufferable and thus ended his life. His visage was rather pleasing, so I exchanged it for my own. His tone suddenly turned frigid as he scoffed. How could such an ordinary and incompetent person be compared to me? I understand the Qing Shuang Xian Zun's eagerness for his disciple, but to mistake me for him is something I cannot abide. The sect leader hastily shouted at Shiran. "Qing Shuang, did you hear that? This fiend has confessed." Before he could finish his sentence, the leader struck directly at Pei Chensi's heart. This time, Pei Chensi did not evade. He knew these individuals had accepted his words. At this moment, dying would not implicate his master, and he feigned a lack of reaction, lamenting that he could not perish at his master's hands. Nor could he add to his master's renown. The leader was merely an inch from Pei Chensi's heart, yet was met with a surge of overwhelming spiritual power that obstructed him. He turned to Shiran, who remained calm and composed, and exclaimed in anger, "Qing Shuang, how can you be so obstinate? He is not Pei Chensi. How could he commit such heinous acts?" Shiran did not respond to his words, maintaining an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, and repeated, "Chensi, come to your master." Pei Chensi stood frozen, then regarded Shiran with a cold demeanor, taunting, "Is the Qing Shuang Xian Zun unable to act against a face that resembles your disciple?" Upon finishing his words, he brandished the bloody blade towards Shiran. Knowing this was an attempt to provoke him into action, Shiran effortlessly subdued the weapon and cast it aside, then pulled Pei Chensi into his embrace. Sighing, "Why must you be so stubborn? Why not use the water severance technique?" Pei Chensi's lips trembled as he wished to move again, only to find that all his meridians had been sealed by Shiran, rendering him powerless. How could he employ the water severance technique? Such sordid matters would tarnish his master's sword. "Qing Shuang." Shiran casually ruffled the head of the rigid figure in his arms, responding with a hint of exasperation to the sect leader. "There are hidden circumstances I have yet to explain. You interrupt me every time." The sect leader was infuriated to the point of near collapse. "Very well, you tell me. How can there be hidden circumstances when he killed my Xuanqing Palace disciple in broad daylight?" However, Shiran merely gathered spiritual power at his fingertips, coldly uttering 2 words, "Deserves death." Chapter 46. A different path, not the same destination. The sect leader felt a surge of rancor rush to his head. But upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the radiant spiritual light emanating from the dismembered body of his disciple. Sur capturing technique. Gradually, a faint shadow began to materialize above the shattered corpse. Who else could it be but the deceased disciple? The sect leader exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? This is forbidden magic." Not a concern, Pei Chensi thought, as he felt a tide of resentment swell within him upon seeing the apparition. Yet all his worry returned upon hearing the sect leader's words, for he was ignorant of the soul-capturing technique. He turned his gaze towards Su Ran, who appeared rather pallid, and inquired of the apparition, "What have you done to Pei Chensi?" The voice remained that of a disciple, yet devoid of emotion. As if lost in a dream, "I pushed him into Ghost Tomb Mountain. One person, one soul, one question, one answer, all articulated with a slow, chilling cadence, creating an eerie atmosphere." "How did you push him?" "I was injured. He shielded me from an attack, and in his moment of vulnerability, I thrust him inside." "Why harm him?" "Out of jealousy, his mediocre talent, yet he garnered the favor of the immortal Lord." "Do you know what Ghost Tomb Mountain is?" "Ido. It is a realm rife with malevolent spirits, where resentment runs rampant, and no one returns alive." With each response, the Xuanqing Palace grew increasingly silent. And by the time Su Ran concluded his incantation, an oppressive stillness enveloped the space. Pei Chenxi's lips quivered. His master bore witness to no one in this matter, and he alone must endure the bitter consequences. Yet, this seemingly inescapable predicament was effortlessly unraveled by his master. He felt as though he had reverted to that hapless servant disciple at the foot of Qingshuang Peak, gazing in bewilderment as his master shielded him from harm. Su Ran regarded the dazed sect leader. Is it justifiable to harm a fellow disciple? The sect leader instinctively nodded. Su Ran's lips curved slightly. My disciple has only eliminated those deserving of death. If this is deemed evil, then the souls lost under my command far exceed his. Would that not imply my own malevolence? This cannot be equated. The sect leader countered. He has fallen to darkness. Su Ran nodded, fully aware that not only had he succumbed to darkness, but he had also become the demon lord. He responded gently, I shall take him back and teach him well. The sect leader felt as though his eyes deceived him. He could discern pride upon the visage of Qingshuang, having raised a demon lord, and he found himself inexplicably pleased. The term teach and discipline resonated within Pei Chenxi's heart. Could he still be the disciple of his master? Su Ran wrapped his thinly clad disciple in his embrace. Glancing at the butcher's knife abandoned upon the ground, certainly not a good omen. Thus he paid it no heed and ascended into the sky. As their figures vanished from sight, the sect leader regained his senses. Where are they going? Are they not returning to Qingshuang Peak? There is still a brood of rabbits to tend to. He has been the one to feed and water them these past few days. Pei Chenxi leaned against Su Ran's chest, bewildered. Was he truly leaving just like this? Had his master taken him away? Su Ran's chest rumbled with laughter. You were so imposing just now, and now you've fallen silent? And you've even changed your demeanor. How clever of you. Such a light-hearted and familiar tone caused Pei Chenxi's eyes to well with tears. Master, how can you be so certain it is me? Su Ran chuckled, gazing into those misty eyes. How could I not recognize you, my disciple? Pei Chenxi had just unleashed demonic power, and now his meridians throbbed painfully. His countenance dimmed. Even though his master still wished to keep him, he felt his time was limited. Su Ran gently stroked his head. Rest for a while. When you awaken, I shall prepare grilled fish for you. Pei Chenxi hesitated to succumb to slumber, yearning to keep his eyes upon his master. For every moment was precious now. Yet, exhaustion took its toll, and in his master's embrace, he instinctively relaxed, no longer tense. Before long, darkness enveloped him, and he slipped into a deep sleep. In a half-dreaming state, Pei Chenxi feared it was merely an illusion, that he remained in the hollow abyss of the demon palace. He tossed and turned, attempting to rise, only to be restrained by a sudden tug on his wrist. Panic surged through him as he jolted awake, discovering that his wrist was ensnared by a golden chain, firmly binding him within the confines of this chamber. He instinctively gathered his strength. Yet this slender golden chain proved remarkably unyielding, seemingly impervious to even the sharpest blade. Bewilderment washed over him. Though captured, had he not been taken away by his master? If he were truly imprisoned, which dungeon bore such peculiarities? A sliver of light filtered through the window, illuminating the chains and causing them to glimmer with a golden hue. Behind him, familiar footsteps echoed, and Pei Chenxi froze, only to hear a voice laced with mirth. Awake, do you fancy some grilled fish? The system could hardly bear to witness this. The host had inexplicably locked someone up, and upon their awakening, the first inquiry was about grilled fish. Pei Chenxi watched in astonishment as his master approached, helping him sit up on the bed, the question he longed to ask caught in his throat. Su Ran fiddled with the golden chain around Pei Chenxi's wrist. It was unyielding yet gentle on the skin, a testament to its worth of over 100 points. He nodded in satisfaction, meeting Pei Chenxi's speechless gaze, and began to elucidate. This is a punishment. Pei Chenxi accepted this, fully aware of his many transgressions, which had also implicated his master. Yet, he heard his master leisurely add, You do not acknowledge me as your master, which saddens me. Thus you must be punished. Pei Chenxi's heart quivered. To acknowledge or not, he feared that his nodding would not keep pace with the tears that threatened to spill. He would endure any punishment his master deemed fit. Su Ran then gently brushed his pupil's eyes, saying, "Good boy, you shall receive a grilled fish as a reward." Pei Chensi felt his cheeks flush at his master's words. He was no mere child to be coddled. The grilled fish his master had prepared was a long-awaited delight. Now that he finally had it, Pei Chensi felt somewhat disoriented, as if he had thought it forever out of reach. His slender frame had visibly weakened, prompting Su Ran to offer him another grilled fish, insisting it was essential for his recovery. Pei Chensi consumed it with great care, savoring every morsel, and finally raised his gaze. "Master, how long is my punishment?" Being confined here left him unable to prepare soup for his master, and he feared that if the punishment lasted too long, he would lose the opportunity. Su Ran contemplated approximately 3 months. "I intend to find a way to mend your demonic powers, which will take some time." Pei Chensi froze, suddenly feeling the faint pain in his meridians intensify. "Master, are you aware?" Su Ran lowered his gaze, chuckling softly, while holding evidence of his disciples' misdeeds. "You even thought to conceal this from me, leaving me to mourn a white-haired person for a black-haired one." Pei Chensi could not bear to hear such words. "What do you mean by white-haired?" he protested. Su Ran replied with a smile, "All right, I shall not speak of it. I do not intend for you to care for me in my old age. Rather, my plan is for you to accompany me throughout my life." The thought of a lifelong companionship with his master filled Pei Chensi's heart with a sharp pang of sorrow. How could not desire such a bond? As for the demonic powers, he closed his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly. The agonizing pain akin to a festering wound that had eroded the youthful spirit his master had painstakingly nurtured within him. "It is not a good path. Will you permit me to practice it? I have become a demon." The once formidable demon lord now spoke with a tone of panic, resembling a wayward youth. "You are not a demon. You are my disciple." Su Ran enveloped his small disciple in an embrace. "Do not be afraid." In the original narrative, Pei Chensi had bound himself with dark iron. This time, Su Ran had ensnared him with golden chains. Their paths diverged, yet they did not lead to the same destination. Pei Chensi's journey was not toward the abyss. It was meant to be with Su Ran. Chapter 47. The Tao companion having confined his wayward disciple. Su Ran began to collect the items on him. From Pei Chensi's cosmic sleeve, he retrieved the broken water sword, the elixirs crafted by Su Ran, the celestial honey, and a portrait. With each item extracted, the disciple's head lowered a fraction more. Su Ran laid out the belongings one by one, interrogating the young disciple. "These are all gifts from the master. Do you dare to forsake your master?" The disciple gently shook his head, acknowledging that all these items belonged to his master, and so did he. As long as his master still desired him, he would remain. Pei Chensi, who had once feared being bound by others, now felt an unexpected sense of security being locked away in this room by his master, who did not voice it. Su Ran understood his pain. While hastening the recovery of his demonic powers, he comforted the disciple with various pain-relieving elixirs. Pei Chensi drifted into a drowsy slumber once more, his right hand clutching the master's sleeve. The delicate golden chain encircled his pale wrist, resembling not a restraint but a beautiful adornment. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ran gently withdrew his sleeve and placed his fingers into the warmth of the disciple's palm. Pei Chensi's palm was cool, and it trembled. Even amidst the murky depths of his dreams, after consuming 6 elixirs from his master, he still felt pain. How had the Pei Chensi without his master endured such profound suffering? He had not survived. He perished in the 4th year of his self-imposed confinement. In truth, he should have succumbed in the 1st year, but for reasons unknown, he stubbornly lingered on in agony for 3 additional years. This mountain stood tall, prone to sudden gusts. A gentle rustling at the window heralded the silent fall of a peach blossom upon Pei Chensi's furrowed brow. Su Ran lifted his other hand, but did not pluck the blossom away. Instead, he tenderly brushed back the stray strands of hair from the disciple's forehead. He slept soundly, enduring the pain. Here, there were no heavy iron chains, only a gentle golden chain, no ominous, ghostly flames, but rather a blossoming peach tree. It was not a lonely place. His master was here. On the day the demonic powers were finally restored, Pei Chensi was to face great tribulation. He needed to fully operate the demonic powers, expelling all the spiritual energy within him, an endeavor that had left many a would-be practitioner as mere skeletons. Yet Pei Chensi had no choice but to attempt it. He had finally returned to his master, yearning for a long life together. "Do not fear, your master is here." This time, Su Ran could not assist him. If his spiritual energy were to merge with Pei Chensi's, it would only exacerbate the situation. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Su Ran gazed at the disciple's sweat-soaked garments and the crimson stains upon his lips, letting out a silent sigh. The young disciple bore no visible pain. He knew his master was watching over him. He simply lay with his eyes closed, awaiting the next wave of agony. The system hovered in the air for a moment before suddenly utilizing its energy to temporarily isolate the room from the outside world. Pei Chensi felt enveloped by a familiar mist, and when the spiritual energy could not approach him, he found himself wrapped in a comforting embrace. The corners of his tightly shut eyes grew damp. He recognized this mist. Slowly, Pei Chensi opened his eyes to behold the bright sunlight and the drifting pink petals. He observed the person before him smile softly. For a moment, he heard no sound and instinctively pressed his chilled body closer to this seemingly warm individual. Indeed, it was warm. Initially, they were merely leaning against each other, but soon he was enveloped in a tight embrace, seamless and impenetrable. "Master, I see a mist." Su Ran understood he was not referring to the events of the previous night and pondered whether to inquire why he had not been brought home sooner. Although he had found him at Ghost Tomb Mountain, he had not taken him back. The person in his arms shook his head gently yet firmly, indicating that there was no need for questions. The master would not neglect to bring him home, nor would he abandon him. Knowing this was sufficient. Just as he had unfastened the golden chain, his young disciple ran off impulsively. Su Ran sat in the small courtyard, grilling fish while sighing. The wings have grown strong. The system, fixated on the fish, paid no attention to its host's petty grievances. It was aware that Pei Chensi had gone to investigate. The young disciple had been preoccupied with the soul-capturing technique Su Ran had used, and once released by the master, he hurried off to delve into it. This was not a pressing matter, so Su Ran allowed his disciple to slip away unnoticed. When the young disciple returned with reddened eyes, Su Ran waved in exasperation. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you again?" Given Pei Chensi's current standing, there was no one aside from Su Ran who could dare to bully him. The young disciple hung his head, his misty gray eyes devoid of their usual spark, appearing genuinely pitiful. "Master, I have wronged you." Su Ran looked at him in confusion, and Pei Chensi murmured, "Do you not regret using the soul-capturing technique for my sake?" "Regret what?" Su Ran replied with a teasing tone. "Perhaps I will regret it when I can no longer contend with my disciple." The soul-capturing technique was forbidden because it halted the user's cultivation for the rest of their life. For someone devoted to the path of cultivation, this was a monumental punishment. Pei Chensi's ears turned crimson in an instant. He vehemently shook his head, convinced he could never surpass his master. Unyielding, Su Ran continued to jest. "What shall I do? The demon lord might surpass me in the future. I may need to ask the demon lord for protection." "What demon lord?" Pei Chensi lamented, regretting not having swiftly dealt with the former demon lord, thus avoiding the burden of this empty title. Su Ran chuckled heartily, and after a moment, he opened his arms. "Chensi, come here for a hug." Pei Chensi dashed into his master's embrace. Su Ran was baffled as to how the sect leader managed to find this secluded mountain. As the figure with long silver hair touched down, intending to enter and request a cup of tea, he saw his friend at the door flick his sleeve, causing the wooden door to close tightly, so tightly that nothing could be seen. The sect leader, irate, puffed his cheeks and glared. "What is this? Closing the door to guests? Where is your little disciple?" Su Ran smiled lightly. He had a bit to drink last night, and is asleep inside. It was not that he was refusing the sect leader tea. The previous night, he had unearthed the wine buried beneath the tree, and Pei Chensi had drunk only 2 sips before becoming inebriated, still yet to awaken. The sect leader grumbled, "What is so shameful about sleeping?" Not wanting to press the issue, he sat on a stone bench and wondered why, after all this time, they had not returned to Qingshuang Peak. He glanced around, unable to find anything to criticize, and could only utter dryly, "What a dilapidated place to stay." Su Ran chuckled softly. I brought him back, and it has tarnished the reputation of Xianxing Palace. The palace has relied on your protection for so many years. Do you truly fear being a burden to its renown? The sect leader finds this trivial. If you choose to bring a disciple back to reside here, I doubt anyone would dare to voice their opinions. It is indeed laughable for them to suggest that Xianxing Palace is ungrateful and unkind. Su Ran shook his head with a smile. He is not merely a disciple. I consider him my future partner. A loud thud echoed, not from the stunned sect leader, but from behind the tightly closed door. Chapter 48. A dream realized. Su Ran, lacking decorum, dismissed the dazed sect leader and opened the wooden door. Pei Chenxi squatted behind it, his expression blank, lost in thought. Su Ran picked up the fallen water jug and placed it in his arms. Pei Chenxi's eyes widened as he was swiftly drawn into the room by his master. How did you awaken? His master sat leisurely, a smile gracing his face as he regarded him. Pei Chenxi, bewildered, wondered why his master had the leisure to inquire about this. He remained silent, and his master, unhurried, poured himself a cup of tea. As expected, Pei Chenxi could no longer contain himself. He stiffened his neck and said, Master, I overheard everything. Indeed, Su Ran nodded, understanding that his young disciple was utterly bewildered. Pei Chenxi was taken aback by the response. What does that mean? Summoning all his courage, Pei Chenxi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Are you serious? May I become your partner? Upon uttering this, Pei Chenxi heard a soft laugh, and his courage dissipated entirely. He lowered his head, too timid to speak further. Was his master merely jesting? This could be troublesome. The tone of his master seemed filled with distress, causing Pei Chenxi's heart to sink heavily. He blinked in confusion. What was so troublesome? Su Ran smiled. To become partners, we must return to Xianxing Palace. I just managed to send the sect leader away. Pei Chenxi did not fully comprehend, but sensed that his master genuinely wished to become his partner, and his tone brightened. Why must we return to Xianxing Palace? Su Ran replied matter-of-factly, to announce our partnership to the world. Pei Chenxi froze. Announced to the world? He spoke slowly, each word deliberate, but I am a demonic cultivator. A hand stained with blood, reviled by many. Su Ran nodded. Yes, you are now a demon lord quite formidable. You would not deign to accompany someone like me, whose cultivation has stagnated. Pei Chenxi met his master's teasing gaze and, though aware of the jest, earnestly shook his head. I wish to spend my life alongside you, master. To be with his master for eternity. This was the singular desire that had endured through all his trials and tribulations. Then let us return. Su Ran smiled, covering his eyes. Pei Chenxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he was oblivious to it. He dared not imagine the sect leader's mocking gaze upon their return to Xianxing Palace. Upon his return to Qingshuang Peak, it felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Departing from Qingshuang Peak had been a means to return better. Yet, after descending into darkness, he had assumed he would never return. Su Ran recounted to him, I've grilled fish several times, hoping to enjoy it together upon your return. Yet the river has been depleted of its catch. Now that you are truly back, there is none left to grill. Pei Chenxi felt a pang of regret. He should have returned sooner. Shall I prepare a soup instead? Su Ran smiled gently. There is no rush for that. He retreated into the house and emerged with a bottle of wine, addressing the dazed Pei Chenxi. I had thought about how my little disciple and I could spar together once you have honed your skills. Pei Chenxi found his master's gaze even more enchanting than the blooming peach blossoms above. I shall use Qing Shuang, while you will employ Duan Shui. Whoever loses must drink a cup of wine. Pei Chenxi hesitated, wishing to express that he was not accustomed to drinking, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet ultimately nodded in silent acquiescence. After merely 3 rounds of sparring, his little disciple was already inebriated, swaying unsteadily, let alone wielding a sword to spar further. Su Ran carried him back inside, wrapping him in a blanket. Yet, the youth struggled to extend his hand, encircling Su Ran's neck. His misty gray eyes became hazy. Master. Su Ran's dark eyes dimmed slightly, responding softly, I am here, my disciple. Pei Chenxi's breath grew warm. We are Tao partners, master. Su Ran patiently affirmed. Indeed. The foggy gray eyes smiled dreamily, the scent of wine wafting in the air. I want you, master. The warm, tender touch made Pei Chensi squint, his thoughts swirling around their lips, feeling an overwhelming comfort. The blanket slipped to the floor, a warm body covering him. Su Ran leaned in playfully, kissing the eyes of the one beneath him. Will you? Pei Chensi's befuddled mind struggled to comprehend. Will I what? Your master will teach you. Learn well. Though intoxicated, Pei Chensi's senses sharpened, unable to suppress a shiver as he bit down on Su Ran's shoulder, eliciting a muffled laugh followed by tempestuous fervor. Outside, the branches and flowers of the peach tree rustled in the wind. The night was cool as water, the moon hidden in the high winds, and the room was filled with enchanting intimacy. The following day, Pei Chensi awoke to find it was already afternoon. He sat on the bed for a moment. Then his face turned crimson. Outside, he heard his master's voice, laced with amusement. You're awake. Shall we descend the mountain to buy some fish? A smile graced his lips. He was eager to go. His beautiful dream had become a vivid reality. Time flowed swiftly, and the area beneath Qing Shuang Peak buzzed with life as before. The storyteller struck the wooden block. Now let us speak of the esteemed Qing Shuang Xianzun. The moment these words were uttered, the tea house erupted in excitement. In an upstairs private room, two individuals, their identities obscured by spells, sat. One clad in white, graceful and handsome. The other in black, tall and imposing. Upon hearing this, the man in black discreetly perked up his ears. The Qing Shuang Xianzun was a figure of great repute. In a moment of whimsy, he took on a disciple, stirring many to action. Later, he declared he would only accept one apprentice, leaving countless talents disheartened. And what became of it? He formed a Tao partnership, not only master and disciple, but also partners in the Tao. There was no bond closer than theirs. The man in black felt his ears subtly flush with warmth. His Tao partner was no ordinary person, but the formidable Mo Zun. In those days, the previous Mo Zun had been no match for him, igniting widespread trepidation, as many feared this new Mo Zun might be a bloodthirsty killer. As a consequence, the individual took revenge by remaining in close proximity to the celestial frost sovereign, forbidding other demonic cultivators from causing harm. The storyteller chuckled, remarking that the two were indeed atop our celestial frost peak, often descending to procure goods. This prompted a commotion below, with voices rising in disbelief. Would the sovereign and the demon lord truly come down to shop? Few believed it, yet some adamantly claimed to have witnessed the two firsthand, leading to a heated dispute that spiraled out of control. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the pair in the private chamber above discreetly departed from the scene. Master, the storyteller's words are inaccurate, Su Ran remarked, arching an eyebrow. What is incorrect? You did not accept disciples on a whim, did you? Pei Chensi slightly lifted his gaze to meet Su Ran's eyes, asserting that the master did not take on disciples impulsively. On the day he emerged from seclusion, he did not simply bring anyone back as a disciple. Su Ran smiled and nodded, desiring only to accept him as a disciple. If your heart remains unfulfilled, all my efforts will be in vain. Chapter 49, Side Story. If line a significant upheaval ensued. For the first time, the system appeared gravely serious. The original plot was meant to be rewritten, yet due to the protagonist's obsession, a new miniature world was inadvertently created. He was destined to perish in the first year, yet remained unaware of what he was waiting for, enduring until now. At that time, Su Ran had just emerged from the small world, and in a moment of clarity, he suddenly recalled the indistinct dreams of Pei Chensi from those last few times. I know what he is waiting for. Su Ran had already raised his hand to request entry into the world. Someone awaited him. Ever since Pei Chensi fell into the Ghost Tomb Mountain, he had embarked on a path of no return. He was the first person in the world to emerge from such a hellish realm. Alternatively, the one who crawled out of the Ghost Tomb Mountain was no longer human, but a malevolent spirit, wielding a slaughtering blade, ruthlessly ascending to the position of Demon Lord. The world believed he would be the bane of the righteous path, yet he had long since chosen his own grave. No one in this world knew what kind of youth Pei Chensi truly was, nor how the Demon Lord acquired such profound and unfathomable powers. The pain that killed the demon lord was not the agony of severed meridians, but a profound solitude that penetrated to the marrow. The demon lord gently opened his eyes. His misty, gray irises devoid of life, resembling the gaze of one who should not exist. Heavy, obsidian chains bound his wrists and constricted his neck, the flickering ghostly flames illuminating his pallid visage and blood-stained lips. This marked the 4th year of the demon lord's self-imposed confinement. He had anticipated death in the 1st year, yet he suddenly dreamt of something. He dreamt of a master, of 2 jars of celestial honey, of a broken water sword, and of a swirling mist. Day after day, he dreamed, yearning to see when this dream would reach its conclusion. Thus, he endured countless days and nights in the unfathomably deep, dark prison, a solitary figure tenaciously clinging to a beautiful dream, painfully alive. At long last, the dream reached its end, and the one who bore his likeness was not discarded. The demon lord curved his lips into a faint smile, softly uttering, "This is a nightmare." After years of silence, he spoke those few words slowly and laboriously. This nightmare had lured him into living for so many more days, yet nothing would allow him to wait. He had no master. The revered Qing Shuang had not emerged from seclusion that day. He had not tasted the heavenly nectar, and the ethereal herb had indeed succeeded in injuring the inner sect disciple-'s hand. He had not obtained the Dan Sui Jin. He had only glimpsed the sword once, when that aloof and solitary immortal had mercilessly plunged it into his body before he retreated into this prison. He had not encountered the mist. That day on Ghost Tomb Mountain, he had endured it alone. A nightmare. The demon lord seemed obstinate, repeatedly asserting this was punishment, compelling him to suffer for a few more years, ensuring he could not easily find release. He blinked, and tears began to fall slowly. If only he had a master. Su Ran stepped deeper into the abyss, stating, "I have seen Pei Chensi." The system inquired what he had witnessed, yet he remained silent. He saw Pei Chensi, devoid of a master, possessing a handsome and gentle visage, ultimately forced to succumb to bitterness. Yet, even without a master's guidance, Pei Chensi had not committed evil. He had slain the wicked demon cultivators and the hypocrites who harmed his peers. He no longer inflicted harm on others. He was only ruthless to himself in this life. Su Ran finally beheld the pale and frail youth, bound tightly by thick chains of black iron, his chest devoid of any rise and fall, as if already deceased. The golden chain accentuated his form. Someone ought to be by his side. Su Ran's hand penetrated the surging demonic energy, firmly grasping that emaciated and powerless hand. "Chensi, awaken. Your master has come to take you home." The demon lord's eyelashes quivered. He did not open his eyes, yet the turbulent demonic energy subtly shifted, avoiding Su Ran's outstretched hand. Su Ran, undeterred, advanced a step closer, gently coaxing, "Chensi, release yourself. In this state, your master cannot embrace you." The hand instinctively curled up. He wished to escape this dream, but was restrained by the chains, with no avenue for evasion, and then it was gripped even tighter. This was yet another nightmare. The demon lord thought, coaxing him to survive, now urging him to awaken. However, he could not resist opening his eyes, and he beheld a pair of gentle black eyes, identical to those in his dream. "Chensi, your master has arrived late." Pei Chensi wished to shake his head, but his neck was bound by black iron, rendering him immobile, even struggling to breathe. Thus, he could only slowly, with a voice made hoarse from disuse, counter this deceiver from his dream. "I have no master." Each word articulated clearly. "I have never tasted heavenly nectar, cannot wield the dawn sedent, nor can I stew soup." He saw it all, yet was not him. Su Ran gently caressed his hair and then covered his eyes. "Chensi, do not cry." He was unaware that Pei Chensi awaited him here. The demon lord experienced a moment of confusion, then suddenly smiled, his mist-gray eyes filled with numbness. "I am not Pei Chensi. I am a demon lord." No one had called him Pei Chensi for a long time. Pei Chensi had perished on Ghost Tomb Mountain. No one remembered that Pei Chensi existed in this world, nor did anyone recall that there had once been a menial disciple on Qing Shuang Peak. Su Ran slowly lowered his hand and gazed into those eyes, devoid of tears, yet unmistakably crying. He began to speak of his little disciple. The boy had intended to use the celestial herb to injure the hand of the thief who had taken his belongings. But I had inadvertently thwarted his plan. Without my intervention, would he have succeeded? The demon lord, unable to comprehend his words, pressed his lips together in silence. Su Ran chuckled softly, answering himself. Indeed, he would have succeeded. The inner sect disciple's hand was gravely injured and took over a month to heal. After musing aloud, the celestial lord turned his earnest gaze towards the demon lord, praising the boy who lacked the protection of a master. Well done, truly impressive. The demon lord hesitated. Feeling the celestial lord draw nearer, and through the cold chains, he sensed a flicker of warmth. Chinsi, return home with your master. I shall teach you how to simmer soup, the celestial lord offered. The demon lord dared not breathe, nor blink. This felt like a strange dream. Your master will teach you swordplay and offer you celestial honey. The demon lord pressed his lips tightly together, convinced that this dream would eventually conclude and fade away. Chinsi, your master misses you. Tears fell from the demon lord's eyes as he trembled, calling out the two words he had silently yearned for amidst years of darkness and pain. Master, master. It hurts so much. I detest these chains and the shadows that engulf me. I love peach blossoms and roasted fish, though I have never tasted that roasted fish. I am on the brink of drowning in this dream, yet I would willingly perish within it. Chapter 50. If line completed, Su Ran patiently nodded. Your master is here. He has come to find you. The tone of his voice stirred a profound ache within the demon lord. The celestial lord's visage, illuminated by faint ghostly flames, appeared somewhat blurred. The demon lord fixed his gaze upon him. You should not have come. The Qing Shuang celestial lord sought his disciple, unaware that the boy had long since transformed into a malevolent spirit. He had sought the wrong person. Su Ran gently touched the demon lord's wrist, marked by deep purple bruises from the iron chains, feeling a pang of compassion. I have come because someone awaits me. I can hear them. Hear them? The demon lord was perplexed, having not spoken in years. Su Ran continued. Yes, I heard someone calling for master in my dreams. I am no longer Pei Chensi. I am different from the one in my dreams. I crave violence. I'm a true demon. The demon lord lowered his gaze, believing his words were spoken with indifference. Yet they revealed an undeniable turmoil in Su Ran's eyes. Su Ran tugged at the chains, aware of the immense injustice his little disciple had endured, soothingly murmuring, Chensi, release yourself. Your master is watching. He will not allow you to harm anyone. Chensi, would you like to see the peach blossoms? In this gentle coaxing, the demon lord eventually succumbed, yearning to witness the blossoms. With a mere thought, the chains almost instantaneously fell away. Those heavy, seemingly unbreakable iron chains were, in truth, released by the mere will of the demon lord. Su Ran paused in astonishment, embracing the cold figure before him. He trembled as he took that step forward, liberating himself. It was never the chains that bound the demon lord. Su Ran slowly caressed his back, waiting for warmth to gradually return to his body, before smiling and saying, If you cease to be the demon lord, would you be willing to become Pei Chensi instead? Is that agreeable? Before the demon lord, a dense black mist reappeared. In a daze, a gentle wisp transcended the resentment and demonic energy, softly enveloping him in that hellish realm. Master. He seemed to harbor both hatred and pain as he raised his hand to embrace Su Ran, holding on tighter as if wishing to merge that mist from his dreams into his very bones, never to part again. He longed to revert to Pei Chensi. It was neither hatred nor pain, but an overwhelming love that consumed him day by day, driving him to the brink of madness. The demonic energy within him rampaged, surging into his heart's veins, rendering his face pale as he stammered, I should not have gone to the illusionary Spirit Valley. He echoed the same sentiments. If I guard Qing Shuang Peak for a lifetime, will I be able to await your return? He would not succumb to darkness, merely existing as an ordinary cultivator, watching over Qing Shuang Peak. Fearing he might not wait long enough, he resolved to learn how to brew soup himself. Perhaps one day, when the aroma filled the air, his master would emerge, and out of regard for the fragrant broth, take in a seemingly foolish disciple. He began to lament his own shortcomings. Su Ran reached out to stroke his head. The demon lord had no master, and though he had learned much, he had not grasped the importance of not being overly harsh on oneself. Has master arrived late, and does it hurt? Pei Chensi trembled and shook his head, the fog-gray hue in his eyes fading, revealing genuine pain and confusion. I have waited for you for so long. Su Ran comforted him. Yes, I apologize. Master has come late. Not late. Pei Chensi shivered in agony, slowly uttering those two words before falling silent again. Su Ran then sat down with him, administering pain-relieving elixirs. Have you dreamt of the complete demonic art? Pei Chensi stiffened, unwilling to part his lips. Su Ran sighed gently. He had dreamt of it, knowing how to alleviate his suffering, yet he still allowed himself to endure the pain. He knew how to save himself, but refused to do so. A person without sin should not punish themselves in such a manner. This too must be taught, a responsibility of the master. Because master did not arrive. You are afraid to attempt it alone, waiting for master, correct? Su Ran helped him find a suitable excuse. Pei Chensi knew that when he dreamt of the demonic art, it could save him, but why didn't he try? He did not know. He had never considered giving a chance. If I try and succeed, then what? He accepted the excuse his master had provided. Perhaps it was true. The illustrious demon lord feared he could not withstand the pain, hence hesitated to try, without his master beside him, for protection. Master, it hurts. Su Ran held him tightly. Let us return to Qing Shuang Peak, practice the demonic art. And once perfected, I shall prepare grilled fish for you. How did that sound? Pei Chensi gritted his teeth and shook his head. Stay away from me. Right here. If he succeeded, he would return to Qing Shuang Peak with his master. If he failed, his master should hasten back to continue being the unparalleled Qing Shuang Xinzuan, forgetting that a demon had perished here. His master was indulgent towards his disciple, sitting nearby, watching as blood trickled from the corners of Pei Chensi's lips, while he gathered demonic energy anew. Pei Chensi, in excruciating pain, drifted into a haze, musing that perhaps the time had stretched too long, more painful than that encounter in his dreams. He persevered, yearning to return to Qing Shuang Peak. Su Ran's wait was far from easy. His palms were marked with blood from his anxious grip. Only when he saw Pei Chensi's frenzied magical energy gradually subside could he finally exhale in relief. Pei Chensi slowly opened his eyes, the blood-stained corner of his lips curling into a faint smile. It still hurts a bit, master. Su Ran had already begun rummaging for medicinal pills in his sleeves when he heard Pei Chensi softly continue. In the dream, you said that a kiss can alleviate pain. Su Ran paused in surprise, then smiled and nodded. He indeed had uttered those words. Whenever it hurts, come find your master, embrace me, kiss me, and all that pain will be forgotten. After the demon lord became Pei Chensi once more, reclaiming his life, he could finally voice this sentiment. He no longer had to cling to an elusive dream. Before him stood a tangible, warm figure, smiling and awaiting the gentle touch of his lips. Pei Chensi leaned in, sharing a kiss that was tinged with both blood and bitterness. Su Ran lifted him into his arms, wiping away the moisture from his eyes. Let us go home. We shall roast some fish. Pei Chensi nodded vigorously, eager to embark on this new life, a life shared with his master. No longer the demon lord. Pei Chensi began to embody the youthful vigor befitting his age. Su Ran leaned against the peach blossom tree, listening to the little system secretly complain. Little Pei doubted whether the esteemed demon lord could cook fish well, attributing any failure to the clumsiness of his dream self. He had secretly tried by the riverbank, and now the grass had been charred in patches. Su Ran smiled gently, waiting until Pei Chensi had surreptitiously washed the soot from his face before leisurely approaching, catching him in the act of preparing to destroy the evidence of his culinary misadventure. That is my fish, Su Ran said softly. This is the last one. Pei Chensi said, growing anxious. I'll compensate. Master shook his head slowly, amusement glimmering in his eyes. I don't feel like eating fish today. Pei Chensi asked, then what do you wish to eat? It shouldn't be the kind of food, right? Chapter 51. May I stay here? After searching the beach for half a day, the system finally discovered a pot with a missing corner. It nudged the pot back to Su Ran's side, urging him to start a fire. Make do with this. Don't be picky, we can't waste points. Having only been in this world for 3 days, Su-Ran had already purchased a fishing rod, a small wooden boat, white porcelain bowls, and countless cans and seasonings. The system urgently stopped him from ordering a stainless steel pot, insisting, just use this one. Though it's chipped, it can still manage a pot of soup. Su-Ran sighed, somewhat disdainfully lifting the shabby pot. It's truly ugly. As he finally relented and began washing the worn pot, the system sighed in relief. Following behind him with a list of reminders, this world is quite perilous. Conserve your points. You bought too much soy sauce. This was an abandoned planet. Su-Ran had rowed his boat across the sea for 3 days, preparing food and water, searching for someone. After 3 days of cold canned food aboard the boat, the system could no longer endure it, prompting Su-Ran to stop at this beach to prepare some warm soup. We're almost there, the system mumbled while sipping the fish soup. He lives in an abandoned little house. Play the part of the pitiful one and persuade him to take you in. Su-Ran seized the system floating in the air and returned it to the small wooden boat, pointing in a direction. This is an interstellar realm devoid of humanity, inhabited solely by a highly intelligent species known as the insectoids, whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to human males. It is a world marked by a rigid hierarchy and a distorted worldview. The female insectoids are powerful and numerous, while the males are weak and scarce. Paradoxically, the formidable females rely on the pheromones bestowed by the males to maintain their mental stability. The protagonist, Finn, is an S-rank female insectoid who hails from a humble background. Through his exceptional performance, he secured a place at the Imperial Military Academy and, within a mere 5 years, rose to the rank of Major General in the valiant Third Army. Finn's remarkable achievements garnered the attention of the prestigious Abner family, leading to an engagement with their eldest son, Simon. Simon, a rare A-rank male insectoid, is gentle and affectionate, making him the object of desire for countless females. However, his position as a male consort was irrevocably assigned to Finn. Major General Finn became the envy of all females within the Star Network. Yet this admiration dissipated following his unexpected disfigurement, transforming into either sympathy or concealed delight. Simon, while enjoying a decent reputation among other males, still exhibited the flaws typical of his kind, surrounded by numerous female consorts and indulging in the pleasure of dominating female insectoids. His treatment, though slightly gentler, often included sweet nothings that left the females willingly enamored. He was particularly attracted to beautiful females, and his agreement to marry Finn was not solely motivated by his family's ambition for influence over the Third Army, but also by Finn's striking beauty, which resonated with his desires. The thought of subduing a promising major general, witnessing the once indifferent gaze become entranced by him, and staining Finn's graceful form with blood, was a delightful fantasy for Simon. Thus, upon Finn's disfigurement, he publicly announced the annulment of their engagement, offering Finn the choice of becoming his consort instead. While a female consort had no rights of her own, a female sovereign retained some semblance of authority. Naturally, Finn refused. He had never harbored any fondness for Simon, and the marriage had never been his choice, rendering its dissolution inconsequential. However, while other female insectoids could barely survive through suppressants, those who had long endured the battlefield faced a grim fate, either crawling in submission to male patronage or succumbing to despair. A month after the annulment, Finn's mental stability unraveled, leaving him with no option but to venture to the battlefield, hoping for a more dignified demise. After sustaining severe injuries, he accidentally fell to this forsaken planet. The system-guided Su ran along a route, and for reasons unknown, Finn had not contacted the military, but chose to remain here alone. It was a recurring pattern for him. When in pain, he sought solitude. Su-Ran commented as he rowed the boat, the small vessel drawing closer to a red dot. Despite his injuries and the absence of medical supplies, Finn survived, thanks to the remarkable recuperative abilities of the female insectoids. Finn did not perish in the chaos of pheromones. A year after he fell onto this desolate, abandoned planet, he encountered a mutated creature, an exceptionally formidable avian beast. At present, it was still in its juvenile stage. Once it matured, its razor-sharp talons could effortlessly rend the breast of a military female and its pointed beak could penetrate her very brain. It would fear neither cannon fire nor bullets, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the ignorant insectoid horde. Intent on recuperating in this locale, it was utterly unprepared for Finn's decisive choice to self-detonate his mental energy, leading to their mutual demise. In a place shrouded in obscurity, Finn sacrificed his life to shield countless citizens of the Empire. As the wooden vessel approached the shore, Su-Ran seized an iron rod and, with astonishing swiftness, punctured a hole in the boat, causing water to pour in rapidly. "Host, what are you doing?" The transparent form of the system was half submerged, and it leapt back in alarm, its mind swirling with confusion. Su-Ran had already spotted the dilapidated shack and the female insect standing on the bank. Her ice-blue hair contrasted starkly with her fair complexion, and though her features were strikingly beautiful, a deep scar extended from her right temple to the corner of her mouth, indicative not of a blade strike, but a beast claw. In this era of advanced interstellar medicine, that wound remained unhealed. Her misty gray eyes regarded the intruder with indifference, devoid of any distinction from the other entities on this planet, even though they were among the only two insectoids present, and despite the rarity of that male insect. Others might say that the scar marred Finn's beauty and obliterated the brilliance of the life he should have led. Yet Su-Ran found it captivating, an exhilarating kind of beauty. A wave crashed against the boat, catching Su-Ran off guard as he inadvertently swallowed seawater. The female insect remained still, seemingly furrowing her brow. Or perhaps Su-Ran misinterpreted her expression through the haze. With his attire and dark hair drenched, he stood on the precarious wooden vessel, smiling and waving like a harmless traveler. "Hello, my boat is broken. May I seek shelter?" Finn remained silent, the small boat teetering perilously, threatening to drag the oblivious male insect into the depths. Yet the dark-haired, dark-eyed male merely continued to smile gently, allowing himself to descend. It seemed that unless he nodded, the other would not truly come ashore. A most peculiar insect. Su-Ran choked on seawater again. The saltiness stung his eyes, prompting him to squint. Then he saw the ice-blue-haired female imperceptibly nod. He mused that her hair was more beautiful than the ocean itself. Chapter 52. An expert at grilling fish, Su-Ran, emboldened, extended his hand. "Could you lend me a hand?" A greedy, self-assured male insect, yet he still smiled charmingly. Finn's gaze was cold, slowly settling on that outstretched hand. Su-Ran lifted the satchel he carried, smiling as he remarked, "It's quite heavy. I can't get up." 1 second. 2 seconds. Su-Ran felt a cool, slender hand, imbued with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingling with the briny ocean air, so subtle it seemed almost non-existent. He leveraged the strength to pull himself ashore and politely thanked Finn. Finn paused, retracting his hand, perplexed by this strange male insect who would express gratitude. Finn did not greet his guest. He cast aside the drenched male insect and returned straight to the small hut, leaning against the wall to rest his eyes. Any courteous female insect from the main planet would never treat a distinguished male insect in such a manner. Yet, he felt the sting of pain and held no affection for males. Su-Ran surveyed the humble abode, which offered little more than shelter from the elements. There was a small bed but no blankets. Su-Ran's desire to act stirred within him, only to be firmly restrained by the system. This world lacks a magical pouch. Do you intend to extract a warm-down comforter from this tattered sack? It was acceptable to retrieve seasonings, canned goods, and a couple of changes of clothes. But a blanket was simply unattainable. Su-Ran shrugged, relinquishing the notion that seemed rather illogical. The physical constitution of female insects was robust, and he harbored no concerns regarding Finn catching a cold. As dusk approached, the salty sea breeze swept into the room, tousling Finn's icy blue hair and gently caressing the scar on his skin. Beautiful, almost ethereal, Su-Ran mused. Oh, indeed not human. Lakina bot. Su-Ran contemplated grilling a fish instead. With the tide rising, small fish would be pushed toward the shore. He rummaged through his sack for his fishing rod and settled by the sea. Finn's eyelashes fluttered. Had that peculiar male insect truly gone fishing? The incoming tide could bring forth small fish, yet might also threaten the fragile life of the male insect. Each male insect was a treasure, even if this one seemed a bit unhinged. The strikingly aloof, blue-haired female insect finally emerged from the hut, grasping the hand of the oblivious male insect and thrusting a branch into the sea, spearing 2 fish with precision. The seemingly deranged male insect, with bright, sincere black eyes, offered genuine praise. Impressive. For the first time in his life, Finn received commendation from a male insect, yet his eyes betrayed no emotion, merely the demeanor of one who could feign charm. He handed the branch with the fish to Su-Ran and then led him a bit farther from the sea. "Your Excellency," Finn's voice was somewhat frosty, seemingly imbued with an innate cool detachment. "This place is unsuitable for habitation. Please summon an insect to escort you." His words appeared to convey respect for this esteemed individual, yet his indifferent tone rendered them decidedly perfunctory. Su-Ran, holding the fish, wore a subtle expression until Finn's indifferent gaze flickered with curiosity, prompting Su-Ran to smile gently. "Don't rush me away. Let me grill you some fish." Finn furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what fish he intended to grill. He could do so himself. What purpose did this strange male insect have in lingering in such a desolate place? Upon returning to the main planet, he could immediately indulge in a superior lifestyle, where not just grilled fish, but all manner of exquisite delicacies would grace his table. Su-Ran noticed the charred remnants of branches in front of the hut, and, combined with Finn's adeptness at spearing fish, inferred that he had indeed grilled fish before. Finn appeared unmoved, merely stating the fact. "You should return to the main planet." Su-Ran shook the fish in his hand, insisting, "First, let us enjoy the grilled fish." The male insect seemed overly confident. "The fish I grill is delicious." Finn's expression grew somewhat weary. He could not be bothered to reiterate that no male insect would enter the kitchen. Silently, he moved to the back of the hut, fetched some water from the well using a rusty iron bucket, and brought it to the front. The aroma of grilling fish began to waft through the air, prompting Finn to recall the fish he had burned to a crisp that morning. He pursed his lips slightly, wordlessly beginning to boil water. As Su-Ran's eyes sparkled with mirth, it became evident that the female insect had no need for boiled water. It was the male insects who would fret over the perils of drinking unboiled water. The aloof, yet beautiful female insect, in the midst of boiling water, observed the male insect retrieving seasonings from a tattered cloth bag, followed by 2 bottles of water. 2 bottles of water? A flicker of incredulity shone in her misty gray eyes, and she felt an urge to splash the half-boiled water away. Finn heard the laughter of the male insect, followed by his lips pressing against the roasted fish. Meeting the male's laughing dark eyes, he caught a glimpse of his own battered visage reflected therein, prompting a desire to retreat. The roasted fish, seasoned generously, was even more delectable. As Finn took a bite, the astonishment in his eyes deepened. The male insect had not lied. He truly possessed a remarkable talent for roasting fish. Su-Ran gazed at the pot of water simmering, yielding to her impulse. "May I use the water you are boiling? I wish to wash." The seawater had evaporated, leaving behind crystalline remnants that were salty and sticky. Although the 2 bottles of water were sufficient for the male insect to drink, they would not suffice for bathing. The female insect hesitated briefly, abandoning the thought of discarding the boiling water. With her dark eyes curved into a smile, Su-Ran introduced herself. "I am Su-Ran." The female insect lifted her gaze slightly, the chill in her voice softening a touch. An unusual name. Yet it sounded pleasant. Slowly finishing her roasted fish, she felt she'd been somewhat impolite and began to speak. "I am Finn." He was indifferent to whether the male insect had heard of the name of the Imperial Major General. As the hot water began to gurgle and bubble, Finn reminded, "Your Excellency, you must return to the main star." Su-Ran remained fixated on the impending boil of the water. She truly longed for a bath. "Indeed, but I do not possess a light brain." Finn paused, astonished. The male insect's tattered bag contained seasonings and water, yet no light brain? Finn removed his own light brain and handed it over, devoid of emotion. "If you disable the invisibility function, personnel from the military will come for you. At that point, you may simply say that you found this light brain by chance, and they will escort you back to the main star." Su-Ran accepted the light brain, and Finn let out a sigh of relief, only to see the male insect's mischievous smile as he stuffed the light brain into his cloth bag. Finn nearly suspected it to be a trap. His political adversaries had discovered his presence here and sent a seemingly harmless male insect to retrieve his light brain, thereby eavesdropping on the secrets of the Third Army. If that were the case, they would surely be disappointed. His light brain was devoid of any information, as he had long ceased to engage with any matters. The male insect spoke with a tone laced with amusement. "I shall confiscate it for now, so you need not worry about abandoning me." Abandon? Finn felt a fleeting confusion at this peculiar term. It was typically the male insects who discarded the female ones. The odd male insect had already lifted the hot water. "I'm going to bathe." He tossed the cloth bag aside, seemingly oblivious to the confiscated light brain resting within. After a considerable time, Finn slowly moved, retrieving the bag back to the small dwelling, leaving it untouched. Chapter 53. Scars when Su-Ran returned. Freshly bathed and clad in clean attire, the sea breeze had intensified. She closed the creaky little door behind her and beheld the blue-haired female insect sitting there, lost in thought. The previously desolate and dilapidated wooden bed was adorned with a somewhat thick combat uniform, while Su-Ran's cloth bag was neatly placed at the head of the bed, accompanied by an open military backpack underneath. Finn was at a loss as to why he had acted in such a manner. By the time he regained his senses, the thickest combat uniform from the backpack had been meticulously spread across the bed. Perhaps it was due to the inherent delicacy of the male insect. Such a precious creature deserved to return to the home planet. This place was in ruins, desolate and devoid of anything. He glanced at the tattered cloth bag, realizing he ought to arrange for someone to escort this esteemed individual away, rather than leave him with a female insect on the verge of decay in this barren star. However, the sea breeze rustled, and the dazed female insect looked up at the sound, noticing the presence of an additional male insect in the room. The atmosphere seemed to warm slightly. Su-Ran approached and, bypassing Finn, retrieved his cloth bag. The scent of the freshly bathed male insect was crisp and clean, causing Finn to momentarily freeze. This was a remarkably tall and well-built male insect. Should this male return to the home planet, countless female insects would vie for his attention. The beautiful female insect thought calmly, unaware that the male's hand had already settled upon his shoulder. The warmth of the male's palm sent a shiver down Finn's spine, prompting him to swiftly leap back. "Your Excellency, please maintain your decorum." Su-Ran raised an eyebrow, lifting the ointment and bandages, casting a half-smiling gaze at the retreating Finn. "Or would you prefer to tend to your wound yourself?" Finn instinctively glanced at his attire, confirming there was nothing amiss. Perplexed as to how this noble figure had discerned his injury, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. Before he could decline, the noble had already taken his unspoken agreement as consent, smiling as he said, "Then allow me to bandage it for you." Su-Ran had already pressed Finn onto the bed. Finn's fingers twitched slightly, yet he did not push him away. His mental strength had waned to a precarious state. He was uncertain whether he could accurately control his strength. Any miscalculation could harm the fragile male insect. The male before him possessed clear and gentle black eyes, a visage marked by a certain sharpness, yet devoid of the unsettling hostility typical of those from the home planet. This must be an exceedingly popular male insect, Finn thought, finding his earlier notions utterly absurd. How could such a handsome and courteous noble be inclined towards him? A female insect, lacking in charm and appeal. The male deftly loosened Finn's garments, causing him to lower his gaze. In the home planet's society, exposing skin before a male other than one's mate would be deemed unfaithful. Yet, Finn merely averted his gaze, knowing that this would be the only intimate contact he would ever share with the male before him. Finn's body temperature was notably low. Su-Ran felt as if he had touched a block of ice. The wound on Finn's abdomen was pale and protruding, somewhat alarming, clearly not having been treated well by his master. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, only to be masked by the subtle fragrance of the medicinal ointment as Su-Ran gently wrapped the bandages. A flicker of confusion crossed Finn's eyes as he observed the deftness of this gentleman's actions. It was peculiar. Male insects typically did not tend to wounds. Even a mere scratch on the fingertip would prompt immediate, meticulous care from others. Finn tightened his garments, aware that this gentleman might not realize that should he treat other female insects in such a manner, he would be besieged with demands for a commitment. Such trivial pursuits were beneath him. With his handsome visage and charming demeanor, countless females would willingly offer their affection. An unattractive and dull female would likely only serve as an eyesore in a male's abode. Outside, the sea winds raged, yet within the confines of the room, silence reigned. A pale beam of moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the scar on Finn's face. Sue ran, catching a glimpse of the pain that was merely brushed over in the original narrative, contemplated the depths of that suffering. After a lengthy pause, Finn finally spoke. "My lord, what captures your gaze?" A hint of a smile graced his lips, embodying the reverence that any courteous female would extend towards a male. "I apologize for offending your eyes. You should allow me to cover it." Sue Ran remained silent until he noticed the smile at Finn's lips slowly stiffen, realizing he had misspoken. Finn began to apologize. "I beg your pardon, my lord. Please forgive my indiscretion." The scar was a testament to Finn's valor, a mark he received during battle from a mutated creature. He deserved not disdain, nor even pity, but affirmation. Sue Ran gently traced the scar, his voice soft as he acknowledged Finn's true identity. "Major General, you have protected many." The warmth of Sue Ran's touch lingered on the scar, sending a shiver through Finn as his misty gray eyes trembled. This was a flesh and blood body capable of injury and bloodshed, housing a warm, beating heart. "Finn, you are beautiful," Sue Ran remarked with genuine sincerity. The icy blue hair was striking. The misty gray eyes were enchanting. Even the scar held a certain beauty. Finn slightly turned his head, evading Sue Ran's hand, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his pale eyes as he reminded, "My lord, you are praising the beauty of a disfigured female who has been jilted." In this warped world, a male's appreciation of a female's appearance invariably implied a desire to possess her. Sue Ran nodded slightly, responding with unreserved honesty. Finn's astonishment was palpable under the hazy moonlight. He gazed out the window, his voice swallowed by the howling winds. "Apart from you, apart from Sue Ran, any other male would deem this scar an affront to their sight, oblivious to the fact that, had the Third Army not triumphed in that battle, the home planet would likely have faced ruin. They lived comfortably on the stability that Finn fought hard to secure. Finn never concealed the scar. Even knowing it would provoke countless males' disdain, it seemed he silently resisted something. Yet today, as Sue Ran regarded the scar on his cheek, an overwhelming sensation of bitterness surged within him. He was reluctant to witness the same aversion in this gentleman's eyes as he saw in others. He longed to conceal the scar. Sue Ran gently caressed the beautiful blue hair, the texture soft and delicate, and said, "Finn, I am truly pleased that you have called off the engagement. That scar of yours earns my admiration." The gentle black eyes scrutinized him, and Finn felt the outside sea breeze suddenly still. He heard an unusually clear voice. "In my eyes, you possess no flaws." Chapter 54. The Kiss. Finn leaned against the wall, still somewhat incredulous. The dark-haired, dark-eyed male insect lay there in this humble abode, resting upon a rickety bed merely covered with a layer of battle attire. In truth, Sue Ran considered their conditions rather favorable, for he had not enjoyed the privilege of a bed in his first 20 years. Were it not for the current sensitivity of the female insect, he might have invited Finn to share the small bed with him. Finn closed his eyes, listening to the sounds outside, and abruptly spoke, "Your Excellency, it will rain tomorrow evening." Sue Ran slowly opened his eyes, not quite grasping his meaning. "It will be prudent for you to return to the main star by tomorrow morning." Sue Ran paused before responding. "I have yet to complete my affairs." A male insect, aware of his identity, appearing alone on an abandoned, desolate planet, resembled a conspiracy. "What is it that you require?" Finn pondered. If this esteemed gentleman's intentions did not encroach upon the interests of the Third Army, he would acquiesce. "To keep you company." This was the sole purpose of Sue Ran's presence in this world. Finn heard the window rattling against the wind, harmonizing with the tumult of his heart. Although it sounded rather implausible, Finn refrained from voicing any doubts. He would not question further. He merely needed to hear this answer. Even if it were a lie, he would carry that falsehood with him until the end of his days. It was now the third day of the esteemed male insect residing in the dilapidated cottage. Su-Ran strolled leisurely with the system, which had finally located a second pod, a pod entirely intact, without a single chip. The system was elated, and Su-Ran could only oblige it by agreeing to prepare a pot of soup that day. It would be a travesty to have the blue-haired female insect roast fish. So Su-Ran, pot in hand, smiled and waved at Finn. As Finn simmered the fish soup, he found it perplexing that the esteemed male insect was adapting so well to the harsh living conditions and even began to instruct him in the culinary arts. His cooking skills were rated an A, easily able to concoct a delicious fish soup. The reason behind his lack of experience with roasting fish was clear. Their culinary classes had never taught them grilling, as the males from the main star did not favor such coarse fare. Su-Ran leisurely sipped the hot soup from his bowl, watching as a transparent little creature swiftly scooped a bowl of soup while Finn was distracted, then darted back into the space. He couldn't help but chuckle. Finn glanced up slightly, seemingly casually observing Su-Ran. Upon seeing his apparent satisfaction, a faint smile graced his lips. The insect markings on the nape of his neck began to heat up again, and a dull ache pulsed in his mind, causing Finn's gaze to dim once more. He could not disregard Su-Ran's safety, even if this esteemed male insect truly wished to remain here. He would persuade himself to wait a little longer. The next day, he could prepare a pot of crab soup for Su-Ran before bidding him farewell. As night fell, with the howling of the sea wind, Finn grew increasingly anxious. His typically calm eyes became restless as he glanced repeatedly at the male insect lying on the bed. He curled his fingers slightly, the tips turning an abnormal shade of pale blue as his blood began to boil. A sharp pain surged through his head, and his body suddenly triggered an alarm. Su-Ran was in this room. He needed to leave. He abruptly stood up, his lower lip bitten to a pulp, barely maintaining the last vestige of his sanity. Instead of rushing out, he painstakingly closed the door with trembling hands, ensuring not to disturb the slumbering giant. At the moment he shut the door, his mental energy began to dissipate, and he staggered toward the sea. The last time his mental energy waned, he had endured it in the small cabin for an entire day and night, but this time, with the giant present, he could not afford to burden it. He walked toward the frigid waters. The icy waves crashed against him, stimulating his feverish skin and blood. Finn shivered, regaining a sliver of clarity. He recalled his first encounter with the giant, who had also emerged from these waters, drenched and yet possessing bright, clear black eyes, with an unconscious smile that beckoned. If he were no longer present, the giant would return to the home planet, resuming the life he was meant to live, a life of ease. With admiration from many, and a queen more esteemed, more adept at winning the giant's favor, and more beautiful than himself. He had never even inquired whether the giant had a queen or a consort. After all, it was none of his concern, or perhaps he was simply too afraid to ask. So cold. Finn's teeth chattered, his mental energy overflowing, causing the surface of the sea to ripple. A warm hand grasped his wrist, and Finn turned back in disbelief, suspecting it might be an illusion. He was enveloped in an embrace, retreating in panic, the blood on his lips smearing against the giant's chest, drawing him in tighter. No, his mind was a muddled mess, desperately trying to reclaim his dissipating mental energy. But it was futile. You must return to the home planet immediately. I will harm you, he implored. Su-Ran felt the body in his arms growing weak. Unable to stand, yet still worrying about inflicting harm? Be quiet. Su-Ran's voice was inexplicably husky. He gently lifted Finn's chin and, under the other's panicked gaze, kissed him without warning. Finn's pupils dilated. The softness of the kiss was an experience he had never known. Before he could even react, the giant skillfully pried open his lips. The minty scent, unique to the giant's pheromones, slowly infused into his being. Finn's feverish, restless mental energy gradually calmed, the pain receding. Yet a tingling sensation became more pronounced. He was submerged in the minty pheromones. Finn was too astonished to think. Kisses were a rarity among the insectoids, and the giant was not one to indulge in such languid pleasures. They preferred the fierce and exhilarating encounters, stained with blood and pleas, only offering a meager rescue with pheromones when sated. Su-Ran, however, was exceedingly generous with him. As Finn finally succumbed in Sue-Ran's embrace, the kiss came to an end. Sue-Ran brushed aside Finn's damp, disheveled hair, his grayish-blue eyes hazy and unfocused. He appeared as if he had been rendered dazed by the kiss. "Major, will you abandon me?" Finn instinctively shook his head. No. He was merely waiting for the giant to let him go. Gazing into the piercing black eyes of the male insect, an impulsive fervor ignited within him. In recent days, the male insect had occupied his thoughts completely, and it was evident that the male did not despise his appearance. "My lord, might I inquire if you possess a female companion or a female attendant?" The frigid sea water was biting, and the night breeze only exacerbated the chill. They held each other tightly, their bodies providing the sole source of warmth amidst the cold. Finn heard a voice laced with amusement. "No, Major, not a single one." Gently, Finn extricated himself from Sue-Ran's embrace, kneeling on one knee, a gesture of reverence towards the male sovereign. With his eyes cast down, he softly asked, "May I seek a moment of pleasure with you, my lord?" While it was common for females to bow and scrape in hopes of acquiring the precious pheromones after a male's indulgence, Finn was different. For the first time in his life, he humbled himself before a male, not for pheromones, but simply to request a moment of joy. Chapter 55, A Name. The icy water lapped at Finn's knees as he reminisced about the lessons from his past, considering how to endear himself to the male. He carefully chose his words. "Please, allow me to be of service to you." Drops of water fell from his icy blue hair, vanishing into the sea. As he curled his fingers slightly, his dark lashes fluttering, awaiting judgment. This was truly excessive, he mused. Only the most audacious females would express such shameless desires to a male they had known for merely a few days. No male would regard a female who so readily compromised her dignity. Finn had not even mustered the courage to request a formal acknowledgement of their relationship. A female whose beauty had faded would only invite mockery from males. The only sound was that of the waves crashing against the shore when suddenly, a powerful hand yanked him from the icy water and thrust him into a warm chest. He could hear the male's heartbeat. Sue-Ran sensed the near stiffness of the body in his arms and gently grasped the back of the female's head, stroking the icy blue hair. The minty pheromones seeped through the skin, mingling with the essence of the female. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "Major, what you ought to say at this moment is, please, let us engage in a relationship, rather than, please, allow me to serve you. Pleasure cannot be begged for, Major." Sue-Ran patiently guided this naive female. Finn's arms trembled slightly, weakly encircling Sue-Ran's waist, as if fearful of misjudging the pressure, even hesitating to truly touch him. He appeared to be both smiling and weeping. "My lord, I did not comprehend." He did not understand the meaning of engagement. He was but a trivial, disfigured female, his mental faculties beginning to unravel. He had transformed from the Empire's most distinguished major into something disposable. "My lord," his voice quivered, "you must understand. Anything a female receives from a male is a result of supplication. It comes at the cost of dignity, kneeling on the ground, begging for punishment and humiliation. This is a heavy price to bear. What we seek is not merely pleasure, but life itself. How could pleasure be attained?" Finn felt the male's arms were excessively strong as he was half embraced, stumbling back to the small dwelling. He was placed on a bed clad in combat attire. Watching helplessly as the male descended upon him, the minty pheromones flooding the room. The scent was undeniably refreshing, yet Finn felt a thirst in his throat, a rising heat within him. His Excellency, with eyes as dark as the night and a voice laced with seduction, inquired, "Major General, you have attended physiology classes, have you not?" Finn found himself bereft of the capacity for rational thought, his mind hazily recalling the lessons. One by one, he unfastened the buttons of his garment, the silvery moonlight illuminating his pale skin, which glistened like fine jade. His icy blue locks fell gently over his brow, his eyes misty, and his lips a luscious crimson, akin to a siren of the deep sea. As his skin met the cool air, Finn shivered ever so slightly. It seemed he struggled to rise, only to be restrained by a pair of warm, powerful hands. His wrist was grasped firmly, an irresistible force tugging his hand towards His Excellency's attire. his fingertips brushing against the buttons. Outside, the night was shrouded in haze, the ocean's waves calmed, interrupted only by the gentle ripples stirred by the breeze. Another article of clothing fell silently to the ground. Not like this, Finn murmured absent-mindedly. Su-Ran kissed his misty eyes, coaxing what should it be like. Finn, his voice indistinct, recounted, to kneel, to accept the lash, to please and beg, it ought to be thus. His Excellency's kiss landed upon a scar, and instinctively, Finn sought to flinch away, yet there was no escape, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. It should be this way, Finn. Su-Ran's fingers caressed the scar gently, tender as a lover's touch. The Major General's arms fell limply, his fair skin marred with red marks. Your Excellency, you claim there are no female companions or consorts. Finn's eyes, clouded with a sense of grievance, pleaded. Su-Ran chuckled softly. There's only you. Finn's arms entwined once more around Su-Ran's neck, oblivious to the consequences, murmuring, Your Excellency, it seems you have yet to be satisfied. Su-Ran finally discerned that the world's Major General was somewhat unhinged. He had emerged from obscurity, struggling to ascend, only to plummet more tragically into the abyss. Under these twisted rules, he found no path to survival. His senses heightened to an exquisite degree. He was swept up in gentle and fervent waves, the cool scent of mint enveloping him. Su-Ran's fingers glided across the Major General's alabaster chest, whispering, Call my name. He yearned to hear it, relishing the sound of his name in such moments. Su-Ran, Finn stammered for the first time, his voice breaking both a cry and a gasp. Su-Ran rewarded him with a gentle brush of his lips. Finn blinked sleepily, a soft smile gracing his features, his tone fragmented, resembling both weeping and gasping. Your Excellency, if you were to marry a consort, you must first kill me. Su-Ran placed a finger against his lips, rolling onto his side on the bed, enveloping Finn in his embrace, impenetrable. My Major General, it seems you have forgotten that I exerted considerable effort to save your life. The emotions swirling in those dark eyes were thick with ambiguity, rendering Finn frozen in place. Indeed, it required great effort. Major General, I do not relish expending effort in vain. His Excellency's breath cascaded over Finn's scar, warm and numbing. You must live well. Finn struggled to withdraw his hand, covering the scar, hearing His Excellency's voice laced with laughter. Moreover, should I kill the Major General, I would need to mourn you. That would be too unprofitable. Finn's hand was gently pulled down, resting upon the warm, throbbing heart of His Excellency. Su-Ran repeated the words, You are truly beautiful, Finn. After a brief 2 seconds of silence, Finn closed his eyes, concealing the moisture within, and allowed himself to lean closely against Su-Ran. Su-Ran, devoid of any drowsiness, gently played with Finn's hair, caressing it with his fingers. The sensation was exquisite. Finn, be my consort. The figure in his arms trembled slightly, yet remained silent. I still shut. Su-Ran continued, You must agree, or else I shall be saddened. Finn hesitated, and after a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Once we return to the main star, you may regret this. His voice was rough, tinged with a mixture of resentment and helplessness. A disfigured, jilted consort. As you have said, you saved my life. The Major General proposed the most advantageous arrangement for the male insects. If you are temporarily interested in this body, then allow me to remain by your side. The Major General smiled and remarked, You see, I can no longer survive without your pheromones. Unless he underwent surgery to remove Su-Ran's mark and sought another male insect to provide him with pheromones. But evidently, the Major General would not entertain such a notion. He wished to infuse that minty scent into his very bones, carrying it to the grave, until he turned to dust. But Finn, Su-Ran's tone seemed troubled. You took my first time. You must be responsible for me. Finn stared blankly into the black eyes of the male insect. Hearing the seemingly casual yet teasing tone, Major General, you must give me a title. Chapter 56. A show of pride. Su-Ran was perhaps the only male insect who would demand a title from a consort. Finn attempted to conjure a smile, yet tears glimmered in his eyes. Do not jest. Su-Ran shook his head slowly. Major General, I am not joking. How could I possibly grant you a title? Finn, whether out of self-mockery or resignation, thought that titles were typically bestowed by the lofty male insects, while consorts, and even the most trivial female attendants, were expected to be eternally grateful. Su-Ran tenderly stroked his blue hair and patiently nodded. Then I shall take responsibility for you. Be my consort, just you alone. Will you? The male insect's tone this time was unexpectedly serious. Finn, I will not regret this. Your Excellency, Finn interjected, you may call me the male sovereign. Su-Ran smiled as he wiped away the tears from the corners of Finn's eyes. You may call me the male sovereign or Su-Ran, but I do not wish to hear you address me as your Excellency. Finn could no longer recall how he had been coerced into uttering that title, only that before he succumbed to sleep, he was left wondering how he would face the male sovereign the following day. The next morning, Finn awoke in accordance with his biological clock, slowly recalling the events of the previous night. The tips of his ears, hidden beneath his icy blue hair, turned a shade of deep crimson. He intended to quietly rise from the bed, only to discover Su-Ran's complexion unusually flushed, radiating an alarming heat. His face turned pale instantly, and he called out, trembling, Your Excellency? Su-Ran. The skin beneath his palm was scorching, and as Finn stumbled out of bed, he disregarded the discomfort in his body and hurriedly retrieved Su-Ran's tattered bag, rummaging through it for the light brain. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately sent his coordinates to the military. Please bring medical personnel quickly. There is a male sovereign here suffering from a high fever and unconsciousness. Should a familiar warrior happen to hear this voice, he would discern a hint of panic in the typically composed tone of the brigadier general. Finn, in a daze, returned to the bed, tightly embracing Su-Ran, their skin touching as he endeavored to cool his feverish body with his own slightly chilled temperature. How could this happen? It was not uncommon for a bug to faint from a high fever after intimate encounters, yet invariably, these were female bugs. Having sustained severe injuries that surpassed the limits of their body's self-healing capabilities, they would induce such fevers. But what was the matter with Su-Ran? Forcefully ejected from the world, Su-Ran was equally speechless, his fingers incessantly tapping the screen in the void, composing lengthy diatribes against the Fast Travel Bureau. The system relayed the main system's response. We regret, Mr. Su-Ran, that due to the peculiar identity you chose for this mission and your unrestrained actions, such an incident has occurred. We express our sympathy for your plight, and you will be permitted to re-enter the world in one day. Su-Ran maintained a stern expression, his tone despondent. But this makes me appear inept. Finn was still vibrant and full of life, yet here he was, his own body suddenly failing him. What sort of predicament was this? The system poked Su-Ran's forehead. Had you only paused a moment sooner, this might have been avoided. Su-Ran sighed deeply. The brigadier general must be thoroughly alarmed. His body had been subjected to numerous experiments, each organ enhanced, every data point disrupted and reconstituted, rendering his physical prowess superior not only to male bugs, but even to the majority of female bugs. Yet, there was one issue. His pheromones had been suppressed by drugs, which he had only just forcibly broken through, inundating Finn's body as if it were currency. Su-Ran glanced at the time. A whole day had passed, ample for the military to reach the desolate star, locate Finn and Su-Ran, and escort them back to the main star. Even upon returning to the main star, Su-Ran remained unconscious. Finn stood pale at the doorway of the hospital room, where the male bug lay in a coma for an entire day. The doctor, having reviewed the report, solemnly addressed Finn. Brigadier General, you must clarify your relationship with this gentleman. Finn looked at Su-Ran lying on the bed, pursing his parched lips, a bitter sensation enveloping him. He is my male sovereign. The doctor's brow furrowed tightly, warning, Brigadier General, according to this report, the gentleman inside is undoubtedly a male bug-surpassing class. Finn slowly lifted his gaze, seemingly not comprehending his meaning. The doctor could only sigh. I regret to inform you, Brigadier General, that this may be the Empire's sole S-class male bug. Based on the examination report, he has undergone an intense, intimate encounter, and you must cooperate with the investigation by the regulatory office. Finn was momentarily stunned, then gently nodded. He understood he was being suspected of coercing a male bug. After all, he was an S-class, strikingly handsome male bug, while he himself was a disfigured female soldier. publicly jilted by the eldest son of the Abner family, his reputation in tatters. The guard from the regulatory office had arrived at the hospital. Finn cast one last glance at the hospital room, his voice hoarse yet stubbornly resolute as he reiterated, "He is my male sovereign." This was a proclamation made by Sue Rand himself. Two guards flanked Finn, urging, "Brigadier General, please cooperate with our work." Finn closed his eyes briefly and said, "Let's proceed." However, just after taking 2 steps, the alarm in the ward blared urgently. The incessant beeping halted his stride, and Finn turned back in astonishment. The doctor had rushed into the room, where the dark-haired male insect had opened his eyes. The first words he uttered upon waking were, "Where's my female?" The doctor cast a glance at Finn and the guard, who had paused outside the door, and instinctively tightened his grip on the examination report, choosing his words with caution. Your Excellency, your identity does not appear in the main star's records, and your identification has yet to be processed. May I inquire as to the identity of your female?" The dark-haired male insect, having been in a coma for the past few days, still bore pale lips. But his eyes sparkled with a gentle light as he patiently replied, "My female is Major General Finn. He has ice-blue hair and misty gray eyes. And while he bears a scar upon his face, he remains exceedingly handsome. I have not seen my female. May I request him to visit me?" The doctor stood frozen, for no male insect had ever introduced his female with such tender admiration. Never before. "May I request him to visit me?" Outside the ward, Finn's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet the corners of his lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to the guard beside him. "Did you hear that? My male is searching for me." The usually stern Major General of the Third Army now spoke with an undertone of pride, akin to a child in kindergarten boasting about their uniquely special candy. His male. Chapter 57. Marriage Certificate. The two guards of the control center exchanged a glance and silently took a step back, clearly yielding to the circumstances. Within the confines of the control center, the will of the male insect stood as the highest decree, especially considering that the individual inside was the Empire's sole S-class male. The esteemed gentleman referred to Major General Finn as "my female," using a tone imbued with a warmth and certainty that they had never heard from a male before. While they believed that Major General Finn would not deceive, they merely assumed that the esteemed gentleman, in light of Finn's merits and stature, was willing to accept him as a female attendant. After all, many males had aspired to claim this imperial jewel. Subsequently, this jewel had fallen into the mire, besmirched and rejected. They felt a twinge of regret that the once proud Major General Finn, who had previously refused to be a female attendant at any cost, now found himself compelled to break his spirit and crawl for survival, just like other females. Yet it was not so. This jewel had been retrieved and cleansed of its filth. While those males wished to see the jewel shatter into dust, there was one male who cradled it in his hands, offering the utmost care. They perceived complexity in each other's eyes, as fellow females. They all suffered from an unjust fate, struggling and subsequently numbing, ultimately succumbing. They witnessed the moment the male's words resonated, as Major General Finn's beautiful misty gray eyes began to shimmer with brilliance, more dazzling than when he was first bestowed the rank of Major General. Finn approached the ward with a steady gait, imbued with an almost imperceptible lightness. Almost the moment Finn entered, the smile on the male's lips broadened immediately, and the doctor fell silent for a moment, slightly bowing. "Your Excellency, please converse with Major General Finn first. I shall return shortly to conduct your examination." The fate of the female insect hangs precariously. Yet what if Major Finn could indeed be that exception? The doctor slowly withdrew from the ward, closing the door behind him. He handed over the wrinkled examination results, inadvertently crumpled, to the guard from the control center waiting outside, who was indeed an esteemed S-class gentleman. He said, "Please report the data." This clearly delineated hierarchy of species, with the Empire's first S-class male insect, would undoubtedly instigate some change. Within a day, this news would circulate through the upper echelons of society. The doctor recalled those dark eyes, likely heralding a positive transformation. The male insect seemed utterly indifferent to the current circumstances, just as he had been on the desolate star, smiling and beckoning to the major. "Finn, come here." Finn remained silent, approaching quietly, crouching beside Su Ran's hospital bed, whispering, "Your Excellency, you nearly frightened me to death." Su Ran gently stroked the plush head, realizing it was not entirely Finn's fault. He had not anticipated that, despite the intensity of that night, it had not reached Su Ran's limits. To avoid any misunderstanding, Su Ran offered a feeble defense. "It was an accident, Major. He is actually incredibly strong." The Major said nothing, merely shook his head lightly, his hair brushing against Su Ran's palm. Su Ran patted the edge of the bed. "Sit down and talk. Isn't it tiring to crouch?" Finn chuckled swiftly, gradually settling beside the bed, then gazing intently at Su Ran, wishing to imprint every detail of this gentleman into his mind and heart. "Your Excellency, do you know that male insects dislike having female insects sit before them? They even refuse to let them stand or crouch. They can only break their spines and kneel at their feet." Su Ran understood. He had witnessed the exceedingly oppressive and blood-stained descriptions from the original narrative, seen Finn's indifferent, shattered gaze, and heard the mourning within his heart. He traced the scar on Finn's body, an external mark that could not be erased, while inside it still festered. This wound appeared to have merely healed superficially. "Finn, you must not kneel," he said slowly. Finn refused to kneel before Simon, bravely confronting something. Su Ran grasped his hand. Recalling the image of him kneeling in the sea, Finn's seemingly spontaneous advance was actually a desperate gamble, wagering his very soul. He would not allow Finn to kneel. Su Ran covered his misty eyes, yet his palm was damp with tears, the soaked lashes trembling, a tingling sensation in his hand. Finn closed his eyes. Something within him throbbed fiercely, as if something were about to burst forth. That heart, ground down by this shattered, twisted world, cast into the depths of the sea, plunged into unfathomable cold and darkness, was now retrieved by a pair of warm hands and carefully cradled. "Your Excellency," Su Ran said, "that is not right." He gently coaxed. "Major, what should you call me?" Finn hesitated slightly, gently pulling Su Ran's hand away, meeting those dark eyes, the corners of his lips curving into a smile that was not quite a smile. "You are an S-class male insect. Do you know that? An S-class male insect of unknown origin." Yet with the latter two words, the ambiguity of origin became insignificant. Su Ran would become the Empire's most esteemed gentleman. Su Ran nodded, showing no surprise. "I know." The male, unperturbed by the matter at hand, continued to smile and inquire. "So, Major, how should I address you?" Finn's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he repeated the name, word by word, with stubborn determination. "Do you wish to marry me?" Shiyuan drew him into an embrace. Fully aware of what it meant to be an S-class male in this world, yet he would unreservedly choose Finn. Just as, if Shiyuan were an F-class male, between an A-class male and him, the Major would still choose Shiyuan. "Yes, once the identification is processed, I shall marry you," the male declared with unwavering certainty, as though making the most significant promise. "Be my female lord, my only female lord." This vow was enough to leave any female utterly enraptured. Finn could not remain unaffected. He bit his lip, striving to regain a semblance of clarity. "Do you truly understand what you are saying, Your Excellency?" "Indeed," Shiyuan replied, exhibiting great patience as he gently combed Finn's disheveled hair. The following day, Shiyuan's identification was delivered, leaving him somewhat astonished by the Empire's efficiency. There was no inquiry into his origins, no fear of him being a spy. Then it dawned on him, why investigate? No conspiracy could warrant the price of an S-class male. The civil registry not only provided Shiyuan's identification, but also presented a property and a substantial fortune. "Your Excellency, as the Empire's most esteemed S-class male, you shall enjoy all privileges." The female attendant's smile brimmed with joy as she added, "Please settle in. Soon His Majesty will invite you to the palace for a gathering." Finn stood silently by, listening intently without uttering a word. The palace gathering was more akin to a matchmaking event. The surrounded male abruptly pulled the bewildered Finn close, smiling at the eloquent female attendant. "I have one more matter. My female lord and I have yet to obtain our marriage certificate." In the hospital room, the silence was palpable. The male's first request was to acquire the marriage certificate with his female lord. Chapter 58. Tender affection, the identification and marriage registration fell under the jurisdiction of the civil registry, which should have been a straightforward query. Yet the female attendant found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts caught in her throat. Did this noble truly comprehend the implications of being an S-class male? The Empire's finest females would be at his disposal, and yet he was so eager to bestow his precious title of female lord upon another. Finn slowly and silently took Xu Yuan's hand. He had entrusted himself to Xu Yuan, and due to Xu Yuan's recent fever, the news of the Empire gaining an S-class male lord had already spread. Everyone knew that this S-class lord had completely claimed Major Finn. If Xu Yuan were to refuse responsibility, Finn would find himself powerless, with no path to survival. Finn had an inkling of their thoughts. The best outcome would be that this noble would graciously grant him the status of a female attendant, while the worst would be that the novelty wore off, and the noble lost interest in him, the disfigured military female, allowing him to languish. But Xu Yuan was not that kind of male. Xu Yuan had vowed to make him his one and only female lord. Finn slowly raised his gaze, a smile gracing his lips that was flawless to the slightest scrutiny. He courteously addressed the female bureaucrat, expressing gratitude for the attention given to his esteemed mate by the registration office. Might we proceed with our marriage registration? The female bureaucrat's expression was complex. After a moment of contemplation, she exhaled slowly. Of course, Major General. His Majesty the Bug Emperor has indeed communicated his wishes to the registration office. He hopes that Lord Su Ran can become the mate of His Royal Highness the Prince. This is due to two reasons. First, Lord Su Ran is the sole S-rank male bug, possessing a status of sufficient esteem to enhance the prince's reputation. Second, Lord Su Ran is free from entanglements with complex familial ties, alleviating concerns that the Empire's power might fall into the hands of stubborn aristocratic families. The Emperor's considerations were indeed meticulous. He even contemplated hosting a gathering for this occasion. However, upon witnessing the handshake between Lord Su Ran and Major General Finn, the bureaucrat found herself at a loss for words. She smiled gently and performed a graceful gesture of acknowledgement towards Su Ran. "If you'll be so kind, please bring your identification and accompany Major General Finn to the registration office after 8 o'clock on a weekday, and I shall assist you in formalizing your marriage." The Bug Emperor truly possesses a discerning eye, having selected the finest male bug of the Empire. Yet, the bureaucrat mused that Lord Su Ran and Major General Finn were strikingly well suited for one another. In her years of processing marriage registrations, it was the first time she had witnessed the love and happiness spoken of in the legends of their ancestors between newlyweds of their kind. The bug race boasts a history spanning millions of years, and the S-rank male bug had become a legend, akin to the ancient texts that recount tales of male and female bugs supporting one another through thick and thin. Su Ran's sudden fever seemed utterly unfounded and left him quite unexpectedly. His physical data showed no issues, yet he fell ill abruptly and recovered just as swiftly. Upon his discharge from the hospital, news of a new S-rank male bug and the ambiguous relationship between him and Major General Finn spread like wildfire. The first thing Su Ran did after leaving the hospital was not to inspect the property allocated to him, but rather to take Finn to the registration office. As Major General Finn sat in the aircraft, the sleeves of his military uniform crumpled in his grip, his palms damp with sweat. As they drew closer to the registration office, he couldn't resist stealing another glance at the soon-to-be mate, Su Ran, whose piloting skills exceeded Finn's expectations, prompting memories of their first encounter aboard that ill-fated boat. The lightheartedness in Su Ran's eyes and the corners of his smile reassured Finn. Yet he felt a tinge of nervousness, a different kind of anxiety than that which other females experience when facing marriage. Upon stabilizing the aircraft, Su Ran observed Finn sitting rigidly in the co-pilot's seat, his serious demeanor belied by the tension in his fingers. Su Ran chuckled softly. "Major General Finn, might I inquire if you are willing to descend with me to proceed with our marriage registration?" Finn's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. What words were these that his esteemed counterpart spoke? The Major General appeared adorably innocent in that moment. Su Ran exited the aircraft, and before Finn could fully process the situation, Su-Ran had already opened the door on the co-pilot's side, extending a hand towards him. Clad in a crisp shirt and exuding an elegant charm. "My dear queen, please descend." Finn's heart trembled as he clasped that hand. His palm was frigid, while Su-Ran's was warm and strong. Finn blinked, his vision slightly blurred. He grasped his future. Escaping from the cold sea, he beheld the sun. At the household registration office, the familiar female clerk stamped their documents, smiling as she bestowed her blessings upon them. When Finn received the 2 red booklets adorned with their photographs, he felt somewhat dazed. Inside, the handsome male figure with black hair and eyes radiated joy. Yet the female with blue hair wore a somewhat rigid expression, her gaze flickering slightly. Finn instinctively covered the scar with his finger, only for Su-Ran to gently brush his hand away. Finn looked up in surprise, hearing the male's tone filled with admiration. "My queen, how can you be so adorable?" Adorable? Such an unusual compliment was seldom bestowed upon military females. Finn's astonishment was palpable, prompting Su-Ran to reach out and gently rub his cheek, as the astonishment in his misty gray eyes nearly spilled over. Su-Ran chuckled softly. "Major, you ought to take your king home." Finn, bewildered, responded, "Home?" Su-Ran nodded. Surely, the major wouldn't allow his newlywed king to reside alone in an empty house. Thus, Finn escorted the most esteemed male of the Empire back to his residence. Upon entering, Finn felt a twinge of nervousness. "Your Majesty, the house allocated to you is far more luxurious than this one." This dwelling was acquired when he was promoted to major. He held no particularly high standards for his living space, and this place was modest, resembling a small apartment. Su-Ran appeared momentarily dazed, as if he recognized the abode. Finn, with his gaze lowered in nervousness, heard the king's curious inquiry. "Major, have you ever learned to bake a cake?" Finn was momentarily taken aback by the question, instinctively nodding. "I worked part-time at a bakery during high school, but my cakes weren't particularly visually appealing." Su-Ran's gaze shifted toward the kitchen, where someone who remembered much was quietly comforting him in their own way. Though he had never felt wronged or weary, Su-Ran suddenly smiled, overwhelmed by a tenderness that felt too gentle. Chapter 59. The banquet. Even though Su-Ran had already registered his union with Finn, the royal invitation arrived as scheduled. Finn glanced over the signature on the invitation. The name Noise stood out prominently. His tone revealed no emotion. "The Crown Prince has personally penned this. You simply must attend." All the nobility awaited the reveal of this enigmatic S-class male, now with a queen, yet lacking a female attendant. No female had yet possessed the exclusive favor of the king, especially considering this gentleman was the sole S-class male in the empire. However, there were more than just Finn among the S-class females. Moreover, Finn's appearance was deemed less than favorable, leading them to doubt the extent of his favor. Several prominent families stirred with anticipation as they harbored unwed high-ranking females, considering a union that might provoke the insect emperor's caution. But using this opportunity to align with Lord Su-Ran was deemed most advantageous. Noise's narrative indeed alludes to this princely figure. After Simon's engagement with Finn was dissolved, he had once courted the most esteemed female of the empire. However, Noise showed no interest in Simon, remaining unmarried throughout her life, relying on suppressants to survive until the age of 70, which is considered an early demise, given that the typical lifespan of a Zerg is 150 years. Females who fail to receive the pheromones of males often do not live beyond middle age. Finn quietly closed the invitation and tugged at Shi Yuan's sleeve. "My lord, would you like to try on the formal attire?" The young prince had meticulously arranged everything, knowing that Shi Yuan had just arrived on the main star, and had even sent the attire in advance. Shi Yuan glanced at Finn's calm expression. "Aren't you going?" Finn smiled, his tone subtly suggestive. "My lord, this gathering is for males and single females." Shi Yuan appeared somewhat distressed. "Didn't they say I have the privilege of not bringing a companion?" Finn was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten that at such gatherings, males could indeed bring females, as these delicate creatures always required service. Yet Shi Yuan was different. Finn pondered the intimacy implied in his words. Shi Yuan simply chuckled, his dark eyes sparkling. "Then accompany me. I'm not well acquainted with such affairs, and I wouldn't want to embarrass you. Everyone knew that Shi Yuan was Finn's lord. How could Finn not accompany him? The tone of his lord was soft and gentle, causing Finn's heart to flutter. I shall go with you. Once the banquet concluded, his leave from duty would also come to an end. His previous role at the military had already been assumed by other commanders. Finn needed to return to the military promptly. His current position was not sufficiently elevated, particularly with such a resplendent lord at his side. As their transport arrived at the palace gates, Finn took a deep breath and quietly said, "My lord, please wait a moment while I present the invitation." Shi Yuan shook his head, opened the door, and leaped from the vehicle, flashing a smile at Finn. Together. After all, why should the female always be the one to handle matters while the male merely waits for everything to be prepared? I do not favor this arrangement. Finn was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently, closing the vehicle and securely taking his lord's hand. The attendant at the entrance was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shi Yuan. This male was exceedingly handsome. However, he quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. The unfamiliar male accompanying Major Finn could only be the illustrious S-Class Lord. The attendant accepted the invitation without even glancing at the name inscribed upon it, promptly stating, "Lord Shi, Major Finn, we warmly welcome your presence." The architectural aesthetics of the Zerg are not inferior to those of humans. Towering marble columns support intricately carved golden ceilings adorned with sparkling crystal chandeliers, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. Dressed in a custom black tailcoat, a crisp white shirt with a subtly embroidered gold pattern, Shi Yuan's visage resembled that of a jade crown, exuding an elegant demeanor. Almost immediately upon entering the banquet hall, he captivated the majority of gazes. Speculations about this S-Class Lord abounded, yet none anticipated such striking handsomeness. His demeanor calm, yet his features sharp. A mere glance caused many noble females in attendance to feel weak in the knees. In other words, they were utterly enchanted. The esteemed Lord Simon paled in comparison before His Excellency Su Ran, especially considering he was an S-Class male insect. How delectable must his pheromones be? The gazes of the female insects grew somewhat fervent. Finn slowly surveyed the room, a slight frown creasing his brow. All the prominent single females were present today, and the bright lights reflected off the scars on his face, creating a blinding glare. "My lord," Finn gently redirected his attention. "We should first pay our respects to His Majesty." Yet, Su Ran remained still, his gaze fixated on a particular spot at the banquet, his expression growing cold. Finn, a beat behind, followed his line of sight. It was Simon. His complexion appeared quite unfavorable. The harsh lighting of the banquet rendered everything bare. All the nobles had witnessed Finn's most humiliating moment, when the scars on his face were darkened and oozing blood, and Simon had stood on the stairs, throwing the marriage certificate in his face. "Major Finn, if you possess even a shred of shame, you ought not to show yourself with that face." The disdainful tone of the male insect was etched in Finn's memory. The warmth in his hand, belonging to His Majesty, interrupted Finn's thoughts as he gently squeezed Su Ran's palm, whispering, "That is Lord Simon, the eldest son of the Abner family. Do you know him, my lord?" Su Ran remained silent, merely pulling Finn closer and then releasing their hands to drape an arm around Finn's shoulders. Finn hesitated momentarily, feeling his ears grow warm under the protective gesture, rendering the observing nobles momentarily speechless. Su Ran leaned in to whisper, "He is unworthy of you." Finn lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes sparkling. "I am your female consort." He belonged to Su Ran. While Simon could not compare to even a single finger of Su Ran's, he no longer needed to concern himself with past humiliations. At that moment, a servant rushed down from the second floor, nearly losing composure. The newcomer halted before them, respectfully bowing. "Your Excellency, Major, His Majesty requests your presence upstairs." Su Ran nodded indifferently. "Thank you." Male insects rarely concern themselves with etiquette, yet Su Ran's manners would not draw criticism among noble females either. Finn subtly shifted to shield himself from the astonished gazes behind him. The insect emperor's countenance was stern and imposing, yet a hint of undeniable frailty lingered. His male consort had passed away years prior, and he was nearing the end of his own life. Even in his prime, the fate of female insects was so precarious. The insect emperor invited Finn, and Sue ran to sit. Scrutinizing, Sue ran in silence before letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, S-class male insects were extraordinary. He glanced at the youthful Noise, barely 20, yet already nearing the twilight of his life. The fate of female insects in their later years was tightly interwoven with that of their male consorts. He wished to choose a reliable male consort for his child, and it seemed he had made a commendable choice, though regrettably, it was a step too late. The prince could never deign to become a female attendant, and the royal family could not partake in the act of severing a marriage. Chapter 60, Origins. His Royal Highness Noise is the sole heir of the current insect emperor. Possessing pure golden hair and azure eyes, he is of the utmost nobility, yet because he is a female insect, even as the heir to the empire, a trace of melancholy envelopes him. The tone of the insect emperor was relatively amiable. "Lord Sue, how are you finding our home planet? Is it to your liking?" The system, trailing behind Sue, observed that this emperor was far wealthier than when Sue himself had ascended to the throne. The delicacies at this banquet were exquisite beyond compare. Seizing the opportunity, while the little bug was preoccupied with matchmaking, the system indulged in numerous treats, even stashing away quite a few in its spatial pocket. At this moment, the system noted the insect emperor's gaze was ardent. How could one not feel at home when one is offered both wealth and shelter? This reminder prompted Sue to recall the property he had yet to inspect, along with the substantial assets he possessed. As an unemployed wanderer, Sue felt a sense of indebtedness. He smiled warmly and quietly grasped Finn's hand. The insect emperor did not overlook this subtle gesture, his surprise evident. While there were typically more overt markings between male and female insects, such ambiguity was rare. "My lord," the insect emperor chuckled, "the aven and Cyril families have inquired about you. They have eligible females who hold you in great esteem." Finn's lashes quivered slightly as Sue's fingers curled around his own. The head of the Avon family was a prominent general, while the head of the Cyril family served as the current chief executive. Both were esteemed noble families, and their females would never deign to be mere consorts. Finn could easily surmise their intentions. They likely believed that Sue, an unfamiliar male, had yet to encounter the outstanding females of the home planet, thus opting for the less conventionally attractive Finn as a consort. Confident that once Sue experienced the splendor, he would surely regret his choice. At that point, their females could seize the opportunity to ascend. Sue patiently pressed Finn's fingers until the once stiff digits regained warmth, then tactfully addressed the insect emperor. "Your Majesty, you must understand that I am unacquainted with the females from these two esteemed families. Therefore, their so-called admiration is rather amusing." The insect emperor's expression turned contemplative as he slowly shook his head. "They should have encountered you by now. I have seen the offspring of both families, and they are indeed remarkable. If you wish, I could summon them at this very moment." The emperor's authoritative and weathered gaze conveyed admiration. "My lord, you must realize that no female can resist your charm." Sue respectfully disagreed. "It is not that no female can resist the allure of an S-class male." Finn, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze and met the serene blue eyes of Prince Noise. Sue spoke gently. "I appreciate your kindness, your Majesty, but please convey my refusal of their advances. I'm already content with my singular consort." Sue smiled, adding, "One consort is sufficient for me." The insect emperor appeared somewhat taken aback. "My lord, do you comprehend the implications of your words? In insect society, it was customary for one male to have multiple females. Yet Sue had no intention of integrating into this societal norm. He had come solely for Finn." Sue's smile remained. "Your Majesty, as far as I know, marrying but one consort does not contravene the laws of the empire." Prince Noise's gaze flickered momentarily. It was the first time he regarded this male, who drew the admiration of all females, with seriousness. Were he without a consort, the typically aloof prince might indeed lower his head. "Female father." Noise's voice was unexpectedly clear and pure as he calmly remarked, "Lord Sue and Major Finn are well matched." The insect emperor gazed at his offspring, slowly releasing a pent-up sigh. This father smiled wryly and shook his head. My lord, the allure of an S-class male insect pales in comparison to your very essence. Should a female insect come to know you, even if you were the most inferior F-class, she would surely be ensnared by your charm. Alas, he continued, casting his eyes upon Sue, Ran, and Finn, whose hands remained intertwined. There will be no other female insects. The banquet concluded later than anticipated. And just as Sue Ran had finished his bath, Finn, wrapped in a towel, approached him closely, his damp blue hair brushing against Sue Ran's cheek. Sue Ran, exasperated, halted Finn's advance. Finn, don't you have to report to the military tomorrow? Finn playfully reached for the ties of Sue Ran's robe, his tone syrupy and teasing. My lord, you must understand that an S-class military female is not so fragile. He lowered his gaze, his voice soft and infuriatingly charming. You should know, it was I who carried you when you were feverish. How could one endure such provocations? The mint-scented pheromones wafted silently through the air. Sue Ran firmly pressed Finn onto the bed, his eyes deep and enigmatic. Finn tilted his head slightly, smiling at him. My lord, please indulge yourself. The warmth that brushed against the scar on Finn's cheek caused him to flinch slightly, breathing unevenly as he murmured, My lord, it seems you have a fondness for this wound. Sue Ran responded with a flurry of kisses on Finn's cheek, silently affirming his words. Finn chuckled softly. You have always been a peculiar male insect. Sue Ran paused, gazing intently at him. Each time passion stirred, those misty gray eyes would glisten with moisture. He embraced the soft, pliable female insect. Are you happy today? Finn's cheeks flushed crimson, his breath unsteady. My lord, I merely miss your pheromones. It seemed reasonable that females could grow addicted to the pheromones of males. Yet Sue Ran chuckled lightly, his voice a hushed temptation. Finn, my pheromones are peculiar. They will not ensnare you. The body in his arms stiffened, hastily asking, Is there something wrong with your body? Will harm you? Memories of Sue Ran's high fever haunted him. It will not, Sue Ran reassured him. There will be no further issues. Finn sighed in relief. That is good. Indeed. Sue Ran's pheromones were quite distinctive. They soothed the torment of his mental strain without causing dizziness, unlike intoxication. The minty fragrance was refreshing and crisp, a stark contrast to the rich, heavy pheromones of other males, much like Sue Ran himself. Finn shrugged helplessly, candidly admitting, You have made me addicted. What ensnared him was not the pheromones, but Sue Ran himself. Sue Ran's dark eyes dimmed momentarily before he chuckled softly. Major, it seems you still have surplus energy to expend. You arrived like a dream. Finn's gaze was dreamy, his voice husky, as if in a reverie. Sue Ran absent-mindedly stroked Finn's hair, listening as the major added, You cannot leave. Sue Ran's hand paused slightly. I will not leave. The major was already in a semi-slumber, and upon hearing this, he fell into a deep sleep. You are about to learn where I come from, Finn. Sue Ran sighed gently. Not a Dream, Chapter 61. The home intruder early the next morning, the sound of communication requests from the light brain persisted, rousing Sue Ran from his slumber. My lord, I believe it is time for you to rise and partake in breakfast. Finn's voice, laced with humor, echoed through the device, carrying a hint of teasing. Sue Ran's eyes snapped open. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the bed. When had Finn arisen, dressing hastily, Sue Ran mumbled, Why didn't you wake me when you got up? Finn chuckled softly. I thought it best to allow you a bit more rest. After all, the military office hours are quite early, and you were up late last night. Slipping on his slippers, Sue Ran padded out of the bedroom. On the dining table in the living room, a selection of snacks awaited, and the kitchen was filled with the comforting aroma of porridge. Finn, who began work at 7, must have risen by at least 6 to prepare all this. As Sue Ran filled a bowl with porridge, he lightly grumbled, with such an early start, You need tea, have prepared breakfast for me. He certainly was not a lazy lord. Just as he emerged from the kitchen, he noticed the little system had stealthily made its way to the dining table, nibbling on a piece of pastry. Sue Ran paused and said to Finn through the light brain, You carry on with your tasks. I shall wait for you to dine tonight. He then ended the communication, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached the system, tapping the table gently. Startled, the system jumped back a step, clutching the pastry. Before it could escape back to its base, Su Ran seized it in one hand. I haven't had a single bite, he exclaimed, his teeth clenched in frustration. The system struggled, yet stubbornly clung to the treat. There's an entire platter left. How stingy of you, dear host. It whined, eyes wide with innocence. Su Ran felt utterly aggrieved. Finn shaped each pastry uniquely, and each one was a masterpiece. The piece the system held resembled a little rabbit. But now the rabbit's ears had vanished. Weren't you the little thief who pilfered numerous pastries at last night's banquet? Su Ran interrogated the intruder. And just the day before, you purchased the latest cherry-flavored data strips using my points. 20 whole points. The system, sensing its guilt, poked Su Ran's hand. Dear host, please don't be angry. I shall treat you to some data strips. Su Ran retorted, I have no desire for those data strips. Meanwhile, Finn sat in his office, the screen before him radiating a soft blue light. The Major's expression was solemn. Yet the content displayed was not of military significance, but rather the idle chatter of the Star Network's forum. Post by the original poster. Oh my. Can I just say, can that feminine insect who met Lord Su Ran last night still find a husband? I'm utterly uninterested in any other males now. First reply. I understand you. I've been distracted at work all day. Major Finn is about to become the most envied feminine insect again. Third reply. I felt sympathy for Major Finn when he was jilted, but now he has become Lord Su Ran's consort. No disrespect intended. However, Major Finn's appearance is somewhat lacking, so it seems a bit of a stretch to match him with Lord Su Ran. Fourth reply. I'm curious why Lord Su Ran has yet to take a feminine attendant. I wonder what his pheromones smell like. Certainly, an S-rank male's pheromones must be exquisite. Fifth floor. The remarks above have already bordered on sexual harassment. Be cautious of investigations. I suspect it carries a strong, fragrant rose scent. Sixth floor. I concur with the fifth floor. Be wary of the control center. I believe it emanates a romantic and intoxicating lavender aroma. Thread owner. The topic discussed above unnerves me. I shall seal this thread. I surmise it possesses a serene and subtle bamboo fragrance. Finn, pressing his lips together, finished reading the thread. Following last night's banquet, the alpha would only become more sought after. The pheromones were entirely incorrect, as the alpha's scent was that of refreshing mint, crisp and invigorating, with a hint of stimulation. The adjutant knocked and entered, prompting Finn to close the thread and slightly raise his gaze, signaling him to speak. The adjutant placed the documents on his desk. Major General, here are the military affairs of the Third Army during this period. Finn nodded slightly. You may leave. The adjutant's expression was complex. After a moment of hesitation, he finally inquired, Major General, does your alpha treat you well? Have you been injured? When Lord Simon had called off the engagement, the Major General's mental state had been in turmoil. He truly believed the Major General would not survive. Yet, fate took a turn, though the nature of alphas could be harsh. Finn paused for a moment, then his gaze softened. The alpha treats me very well. I apologize for worrying you during this time. As the adjutant exited, he felt puzzled. Was it merely an illusion, or did the Major General's face seem slightly flushed? Finn perused the military affairs, noting that nothing significant had occurred since his departure. He estimated that he would be able to resume his duties within a week. However, upon reviewing a recent report, his brow furrowed suddenly. The first squad had encountered an attack during their patrol. Attacker, avian mutant species, laser attacks ineffective, species unidentified, juvenile. Casualties, 0. Finn contemplated for a moment before messaging the adjutant. Come here. The adjutant hurried over, and Finn handed him the report, succinctly inquiring, is there a detailed combat record? The adjutant nodded. Yes, Major General, is there an issue? Laser attacks were ineffective. Did you not raise the alarm at that time? The adjutant hesitated, responding cautiously. It was reported to General Ellis, but there were no further updates. An uninjured, juvenile avian creature, an attack with 0 casualties, evidently failed to capture the attention of the busy general. Finn scrutinized the combat record. Not only was the ineffectiveness of the laser attacks concerning, but also the minimal damage from mental assaults. Although the avian mutant managed to escape, it had only sustained minor injuries from the psychic attack of an A-class military female. This could pose some trouble. Finn pointed in the direction the avian creature had fled. Pursue immediately. The adjutant asked, "Should we report this to the general?" There was no need to report to the general any longer. Finn raised his gaze. "I shall report directly to His Highness the Crown Prince." Perhaps General Ellis of the Third Army was not unaware of what it meant to disregard mutant species that could withstand laser attacks. Rather, he lacked the energy to address it. The Alpha of General Ellis had recently acquired 2 exceedingly favored female companions and had not bestowed any pheromones upon him for a long time. Is this the fate of the females? Finn slowly closed his eyes. He had no time to ponder the fates of other females. After all, before encountering Su-Ran, the best fate he had envisioned was to perish on the battlefield or be swallowed by the boundless sea. Estimating that his female companion was nearing the end of her shift, Su-Ran began to prepare dinner. With remarkable ease, he navigated the kitchen, so familiar with it that he could locate everything with his eyes closed. The tender chicken sizzled in the hot oil, emitting a delightful crackling sound and a rich aroma that filled the air. The system floated nearby, eagerly fixated on the meat in the pan. Su-Ran smirked. "Not today. This is my little rabbit-esque treat. You want tea, get any." The system whimpered, "Naughty host." Chapter 62. Acquaintance. When Finn returned home, he was greeted by the unexpected aroma of delicious food. Su-Ran, standing at the kitchen entrance with a spatula in hand, smiled at the Major General. "You're back." Finn's heart was unexpectedly warmed, but soon he noticed Su-Ran's expression change as he swiftly turned back to the kitchen. His vegetables were about to burn. Finn followed him in, watching the skilled male as he cooked, feeling uncertain about whether to enter or remain outside. This was typically a female's task, and Finn felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, no males usually cooked. Su-Ran raised an eyebrow. It was true that males seldom ventured into the kitchen, but that did not concern him. His culinary skills were exceptional. As the last dish was completed, Su-Ran gestured for Finn to take the plates out, smiling cheerfully. Now he washed the dishes. Their division of labor was always clear. In truth, there was a dishwasher in their home, but Finn swallowed the thought of mentioning it as he gazed into Su-Ran's smiling eyes. The furniture in their main star residence was fully automated. Cooking could merely involve setting a program, though the food produced might not cater to the discerning tastes of males, which was why culinary skills were a mandatory subject for females. Before Su-Ran arrived, Finn had never cooked. He was not particular, and the meals prepared by machines sufficed for his needs. Finn carried the dishes to the dining table in the living room, contemplating that perhaps there was no need to use the dishwasher after all, since washing just 2 sets of utensils was hardly a bother. Finn approached everything with seriousness, and at that moment, his earnest demeanor while enjoying the meal appeared rather endearing. Su-Ran discreetly brushed away the resentful system hovering beside him and gently inquired, "Is everything going smoothly at the military?" Finn nodded, his misty gray eyes devoid of their initial indifference, now appearing unexpectedly soft. Rest assured, the female officers of the Third Army had always held a high regard for him as a commander, even after being away for several months. It had not diminished his stature. Finn lifted his gaze to Su-Ran, his eyes sparkling. "Master, I am just a step away from being promoted to Major General." Had he not been absent for those months, he might have already achieved the rank of the youngest Major General in the Empire. Su-Ran couldn't help but ruffle his soft blue hair, laughing. "Is that so impressive?" Finn recalled the post he had seen earlier that day, furrowing his brow slightly, a mix of distress and pride evident. "You have no idea how popular you are. If you were to step outside, most single females on the street would be unable to resist approaching you." Finn's blue hair hung down, giving him a somewhat pitiable appearance. Su-Ran chuckled softly, gently coaxing him. "Should I stay home and wait for you?" Any female would be swayed by such a proposal, yet Finn hesitated for a moment before resolutely declining. "I must go to the military department. You would be quite bored at home. You could go shopping at the mall or dine at a restaurant, but please refrain from visiting entertainment clubs." The female earnestly promised, "I will strive for a promotion swiftly. Once I become a general, no, a marshal, no one shall dare to challenge my claim to an S-class position." Su-Ran wanted to assure him that he would not be bored at home, as he could watch movies or occasionally engage with the system, but seeing the earnest expression of the young Major General, he merely smiled and softly acquiesced to his every word. The mental state of the Bug Emperor was deteriorating, and he had no intention of discarding his mark to seek another male partner. Thus, all he could do was await death. The affairs of the Empire had largely been entrusted to His Highness Noise, who surpassed even the youthful capabilities of his female parent. After attending to his duties, Noise finally accessed his private account as night fell, unexpectedly discovering a message from Major General Finn of the Third Army. He opened it with a hint of confusion, his expression gradually turning serious. "Noise, please feel free to proceed. I grant you the highest authority, and the Empire will remember the merits of the Third Army." At that moment, Finn was seated on the bed, waiting for Su Ran to finish his shower. He glanced at the message on his device, feeling reassured that the Crown Prince had not let him down. Su Ran emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, his damp black hair falling over his forehead. "Why are you still awake?" The male partner, oblivious to his loosely tied robe, caused Finn's ears to flush. He picked up the hairdryer from the bedside, softly saying, "I will help you dry your hair." Su Ran looked at his own still damp ice blue hair and instinctively asked, "Why don't you dry yours?" Finn had already stepped forward, pulling Su Ran down to sit. "My lord, the physical constitution of military females is quite superior." Su Ran thought to himself that his own physical constitution was equally commendable, not inferior to Finn's. However, the warm air from the hairdryer was soothing, and Finn's gentle touch as he brushed through Su Ran's hair was comforting. Su Ran closed his eyes in contentment, not resisting Finn's actions. Meanwhile, within the palace, Noise glanced with some annoyance at the messages from another male partner on his device. Lord Simon seemed intent on courting this noble prince, sending numerous private messages. Yet, the male's haughty demeanor filled Noise with disdain. Simon's messages appeared affectionate, but were laced with an underlying sense of entitlement, which made him feel nauseated. Suddenly, Noise felt a pang of frustration and reopened the chat with Major General Finn. "Major General Finn, your former fiancé is indeed quite troublesome." As a rare A-class male from the prestigious Ibuna family, Noise could not simply block him. The royal status was not as secure as one might think. While the Ibuna family held significant renown among the aristocracy, Finn was gently stroking Su Ran's hair when the device lit up, reflecting in his dark eyes. Su Ran pressed down on Finn's somewhat restless hand, pulling him to sit beside him, inquiring, "Whose message is that?" Finn unguardedly accessed the chat interface and paused momentarily upon reading the content, seemingly contemplating shutting down the light brain. However, Su Ran swiftly intervened, typing a response on Finn's behalf. "Your Highness, you are already aware of the situation." Noise curled his lip and expressionlessly powered down the light brain. Finn remarked softly, "Your Majesty, this behavior makes me seem disrespectful towards the prince." Su Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Despite their brief encounter, it was evident that the Imperial Crown Prince was not one to hold grudges. He was merely puzzled. "How did you come to be in contact with the prince?" Finn hesitated for a moment, recognizing this was not a matter of secrecy. The Third Army had encountered an avian aberrations attack. Su Ran, exhibiting a childlike curiosity, inquired, "Oh, what kind of aberration?" Without further contemplation, Finn shared images from the battle records, cautioning, "Should you venture outside, exercise caution. The home planet is not entirely safe." Su Ran gazed at the peculiar bird and sighed softly. "Finn, I recognize this bird." The hidden narrative of this world was evidently intertwined with his identity. Chapter 63. Learning to be loved, the system stealthily leaned in for a glance. "Heaven's host, are you clairvoyant?" What an uncanny coincidence. The confusion was evident on the Major General's face. Su Ran paused, suddenly a loss for words. It turned out that he and the avian aberration that had caused Finn's demise in the original narrative hailed from the same origin. Truly a serendipitous twist of fate. Due to a bug in the previous world, the main system compensated the tasker by allowing Su Ran to choose his identity within this realm. The identity strongly recommended by the system was that of a noble insect on the home planet. Yet Su Ran unexpectedly discovered this distinct identity within the world's backdrop. The experiences of this body bore a striking resemblance to his own, and after the main system permitted the integration of Su Ran's data, aside from their differing races. One could say he was essentially Su Ran himself. This male insect's mother was an extreme anti-socialist, obsessed with a singular experiment that coerced living beings into frenzied, extreme training, supplemented by bodily modifications. He aspired to create the most powerful species in the world, bestowing upon this grand plan a solemn title, the God-making project. Unlike other female insects, who inherently nurtured their offspring, this particular female displayed unprecedented indifference and cruelty toward her progeny. She regarded her young as mere experimental subjects rather than lives, thrusting them into the harshest front lines of her relentless experiments. Su Ran smiled. "Do not worry, Finn. This bird is merely a work in progress. An experiment cannot consist of a single subject. Yet should any insect disappear, it would undoubtedly attract the home planet's scrutiny. Thus, alongside her own offspring, this female captured several aberrations as experimental subjects, hoping to discover the key to breakthrough among these diverse genetic combinations. However, without exception, all endeavors ended in failure. As the female's lifespan drew to a close, she destroyed all experimental subjects, unwilling to leave behind any testament to her failures in this world. Thus, Su Ran had forgotten that nearly successful prototype, unaware that it had become a stray, which later fell upon a desolate star, leading to the demise of both Finn and it. Finn gazed into Su Ran's eyes, a sense of unease creeping over him. "What prototype? How do you know?" Su Ran replied succinctly. "It is an experiment. This mutated specimen is but a prototype, possessing vulnerabilities. Rest assured." Finn, unable to ease his mind, held his lips tightly, feeling deeply unsettled. Su Ran sighed. "This experiment is called the God-making project. I am one of the subjects. This body was originally a failure, destined to accompany other specimens to oblivion, reduced to ashes. Yet Su Ran emerged, having integrated his own data, and can now be considered a tentative success." Finn clenched his light brain, struggling to comprehend the words of the monarch, the image of the vicious, grotesque, mutated creature filled with a bloodthirsty rage contrasted starkly with Su Ran's exquisite appearance, gentle gaze, and noble status as the most esteemed monarch of the main star. He was even more courteous than any other monarch, devoid of any hint of brutality. Finn stared at the image and solemnly declared, "How could you possibly be a subject?" "I am," Su Ran gently replied. "A subject, a tool, an instrument conceived for destruction, hollowed of thought, crushed of flesh and bone, obliterating the last vestige of independent consciousness, becoming an instrument of compliance." The Major General was unaware that he had bitten his lower lip until it bled. Su Ran pressed his fingers against the torn skin, gently prying open his jaw, halting this self-destructive behavior. "But I escaped." The monarch still smiled, while a bitter sensation spread within Finn's heart. He could no longer bite his lip, his body trembling. Su Ran explained, "The female specimens conducting the experiments are dead, and I managed to escape, yet found no refuge. Then I saw a small hut and asked that beautiful female to take me in." Finn recalled the rolling waves of that day, the laughter in those dark eyes clear and bright, not at all resembling a mere tool. He believed that such a creature must have been cherished and unscathed by hardship, simply possessing a gentle and kind nature. Finn's eyes misted over. "You are not. Su Ran is the finest monarch in this world. Those indolent, arrogant monarchs on the main star indulge in the most extravagant lives. Why should Su Ran endure such suffering?" Su Ran withdrew his fingers, soothing the somewhat disoriented Major General. "Because I wanted to find you, I could not remain a tool." The mist in his eyes could no longer be contained. The Major General struggled for a moment, his eyes reddening, until tears began to fall like droplets. "What do you seek me for?" The Major General recalled his earlier inquiry about why the monarch remained on the desolate star. The monarch had said he came to find him, which was indeed true, yet he could not fathom the reason. He was a military female who had fought valiantly for the protection of the main star, adorned with commendations. Yet he had not witnessed a single monarch in suffering. Su Ran enveloped the Major General in his embrace. Those tear-streaked eyes were beautiful, yet stirred a pang in the heart. Sue Ran wiped away his tears, clasping his hand to his chest. "Do you feel it, Finn?" The Major General was perplexed, yet he sensed a warm, beating heart within his palm. Sue Ran spoke the truth to him. It was empty here before. It only came to life upon finding you. Finn shook his head, declaring, "You lie. You do not know the Major General." The male insect had endured immense suffering, escaping from hell, warming its own heart, only to encounter him and unwittingly gain a fortuitous advantage. He had done nothing for the male sovereign. Sue Ran nodded, responding softly. "I do not know the Major General, but I know Finn." His heart recognized the soul of the female insect before him. "I must be with you, otherwise. It is unbearable." The world was shattered and distorted. Without each other, they could not survive. Finn trembled with cold, asking, "You have suffered greatly. Haven't you? But I could not find you." He had not found Sue Ran during the moments of unbearable pain and helplessness. Sue Ran smiled gently. "I have already escaped. You need only to shelter me." He had long since fled, though he did not know where to go. The Major General's eyes turned redder, and for the first time, he felt a profound hatred. He deserves to be torn apart. Why should those notorious male insects receive preferential treatment on the main planet, while the one beside him, the finest of them all, was tormented by a madman? Sue Ran, however, harbored no hatred. Time had dulled his emotions, and he could scarcely remember how it felt to kill his teacher. He only recalled the hand that reached out to him as he bled into unconsciousness. It was from that moment he began to grow flesh and bone, learning how to be human. In the tasks of the small world, he started to develop a warm heart and learned to love and to be loved. Chapter 64. Taking him away, the Major General was exceptionally well-behaved that night, refraining from any excessive actions, quietly nestled in Sue Ran's embrace. He kept his eyes closed, but Sue Ran knew he had not slept at all. The suffering endured by a beloved will leave indelible scars in the heart. Sue Ran understood this feeling all too well. Thus, he gently stroked the soft blue hair, recalling the bucket of hot water, the combat uniform on the bed, and the warmth of the light brain. Finn had already done enough. The following day, he reported the information regarding the God-making project to His Highness Noise, bypassing General Ellis and leading a team of military females to the planet where the experiments on the female insects were conducted. The co-pilot of the starship was not an aide, but a male insect with black hair and black eyes. Amidst the impeccably dressed military females, Sue Ran, in his casual attire, stood out. Perhaps it was not merely his clothing that attracted attention. Finn piloted the starship, his lips pressed tightly together, as the gazes of the military females behind him were nearly glued to their male sovereign. When they returned to the military headquarters, they would be punished with extra drills. Unbeknownst to them, the few military females who had unknowingly caught the Major General's attention were whispering among themselves. "Why bring a male insect on a mission? It's too dangerous. Didn't you hear what the Major General said yesterday? This mission is related to His Excellency, Sue Ran. That poses a significant risk. If anything happens to the S-rank Excellency, we all face doom." "Shoo, keep your voice down." This planet was designated C-494, located very close to the desolate planet where Sue Ran and Finn had spent time. Finn absently thought, no wonder the male sovereign had fallen into the desolate planet's grasp. Yet C-494 lacks the beauty of the barren star, devoid of the vast ocean, only a landscape strewn with industrial ruins, steeped in despair and suffering. Sue Ran and Finn stepped into the underground laboratory side by side. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the punishment chamber where Sue Ran had spent 16 years, equally shrouded in darkness, filled with instruments of torture, and saturated with the scent of blood. Sue Ran stood momentarily stunned when a cool hand suddenly grasped his right hand. He met Finn's anxious gaze. With a faint smile, Sue Ran pointed in a direction. "That room belongs to it." As the two best-performing subjects, both the bird and Sue Ran enjoyed the privilege of having separate quarters. Sue Ran whispered a warning. "The objective of the experiment is annihilation. The bird remembers only slaughter. Do not show weakness." Finn pressed his lips tightly together, his sole desire to unearth that wretched female insect from the depths and reduce it to ashes. The avian mutant lay in repose when it caught sight of the unexpected guests, its fury igniting. It unfurled its gray wings and lunged at them like an arrow released from a bow. Even an A-class military female's robust physique was marked by its claws. The laser gun struck its body accurately, yet remained unscathed. It charged at Su Ran and Finn once more, only to be repelled by Finn's formidable psychic force. In mere seconds, Su Ran had roughly assessed the mutant's capabilities. The psychic attack from an A-class military female was ineffective against it. Only an S-class military female could inflict harm, yet not to the point of death. No wonder the original storyline had compelled Finn to self-destruct his psychic energy. Su Ran sensed it possessed a specific flaw, yet he needed further probing to ascertain what it was. Finn, encircle it with your psychic force. The avian mutant seemed to sense the threat, unleashing a shrill, piercing cry, its voice like a blade, growing more agitated and frenzied as it repeatedly battered against the barrier formed by Finn's psychic energy. Several A-class military females swiftly gathered their psychic strength, intertwining it with Finn's to form an even sturdier enclosure. However, under the relentless assault of the mutant, even such a psychic barrier began to waver, teetering on the brink of collapse. Su Ran observed intently, and only when beads of sweat appeared on Finn's forehead did he draw the dagger from his waist and dash toward the bird's back. He had found it, at the nape of its neck. Several A-class military females gasped in alarm. Lord Su Ran, please come back. This is no place for a male insect. Finn's pupils constricted, instinctively moving to intercept Su Ran, but upon seeing the determination etched on his face, he quelled his impulse and silently intensified his psychic output. A familiar sharp pain surging in his mind. The military females could not help but close their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage, already foreseeing their fate as the Lord's companions in death. Yet after a sharp cry, they opened their eyes in bewilderment, only to find the mutant had fallen. The avian mutant, in its final moments, still glared defiantly, blood gushing from its nape, splattering onto the cheek of the black-haired male insect. The handsome visage, stained with blood, possessed an oddly captivating allure. The military females momentarily fell silent, as Su Ran's typically gentle gaze turned cold, revealing the inherent sharpness within. Unlike the other male insect's superficial brutality, it emanated a sense of indifference and danger from deep within. Their instinctual wariness prevented them from advancing. Finn's voice was hoarse as he struggled to speak. My lord? He caught a glimpse of Su Ran's youthful self, feeling no fear, only a poignant ache in his heart. At the sound of his call, the male slowly lifted his gaze, seemingly attempting a smile, yet his usually warm and assured black eyes inadvertently betrayed a hint of confusion. Finn swiftly stopped closer, grasping Su Ran's hand, and without hesitation, he fled the lightless laboratory. His sole intention was to lead Su Ran away from that place. As Su Ran was drawn along in Finn's hurried escape, the chilling wind rushed past them, prompting him to clutch Finn's hand even tighter. His heart stirred softly, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping across a frozen lake. Only when the laboratory was entirely left behind, its shadow no longer in sight, did Finn halt, embracing Su Ran tightly. Thank you for escaping, my lord. Finn's hands trembled slightly, yet he resolutely wiped the blood from Su Ran's face. He ought to be spotless. Amidst the ruins, a light breeze dispersed the thick black smoke and clouds, revealing a glimpse of sunlight. The mild warmth of the sun finally graced the land. Finn's blue hair shimmered with a golden hue, and Su Ran's lips curled into a faint smile, recognizing the cool hand as somewhat familiar. Finn had rescued the 20-year-old Su Ran. That lost boy in the punishment room had, after a long wait, finally met the one who would take him away. Chapter 65. Take Me Home. Su Ran did not feel overly excited. Instead, a deep sense of contentment and joy slowly welled up from within. He lifted his gaze gently. The sunlight was as warm as it had been on that fateful day in his memories, and this time his clothing bore no scars. The wind carried away the acrid scent of industrial decay. The despair and anguish that had hung over C-494 seemed to be gradually dissipating. For this was a planet that should be lush and vibrant. Su Ran could not help but smile softly. Finn, he said, take me home. To that familiar place. filled with traces of their shared existence. A home with a warm, soft bed, a refrigerator brimming with food, and curtains that, when drawn, revealed the sun. His clear and warm voice traversed through the long years. Finn's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of tears shining in his eyes as he took Sue Ran's hand, reminiscent of that tumultuous evening by the sea. Home, where I will prepare soup for you. He thought of buying some crabs. He had yet to let his lord taste the crab soup he had made. When the military females finally emerged after tidying the scene, they found that the commander and the male lord had already departed aboard their starship, leaving only a message on their communication device, informing them that the military would soon arrive to take them back to the home planet. The military females exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the day's overwhelming events. Was Sue Ran truly a male insect, exhibiting such clean and decisive skills? Surely, he cannot be a female in disguise. Finn piloted the starship, a faint smile gracing his lips, while the commander in the co-pilot's seat slumbered peacefully. He gently stroked the commander's dark hair, a tender gesture that seemed to reveal his understanding of the commander's fondness for having his head patted. Retracting his hand furtively, he remained oblivious to the fact that a small, transparent entity hovering above had witnessed the entire scene. The little system captured the moment in a photograph and stored it within its database. This was a world of imbalance and distortion. Yet Sue Ran and Finn were destined for a long and fulfilling life together. The little system yearned for its host to join it for a movie. But gazing upon Sue Ran's serene sleeping face, it hesitated and ultimately refrained from waking him. It surmised the reason behind the host's penchant for sleep. Prior to his escape, he had never truly savored the luxury of slumber. Those experiences of fainting from exhaustion or blood loss while leaning against a wall were merely a state of lethargy, not genuine sleep. Just as Sue Ran consistently aspired to be first, for him, failing to achieve excellence had long been synonymous with impending suffering. The system chose not to activate the movie, instead quietly floating beside Finn as they returned the host home. Outside the starship, a cascade of stars glimmered. Upon waking, Sue Ran found himself enveloped in a familiar blanket, the room empty. Following the enticing aroma of crab, he ambled slowly toward the kitchen. In the pot, bubbles were rising, while the serious-faced general donned in an apron, meticulously measured ingredients before adding a spoonful of seasoning. Perfection was imperative. He needed to win the commander's heart with his culinary skills. Unbeknownst to Finn, a bright eye glimmered above, awaiting the chance to sneak a taste. The system, spotting Sue Ran, nearly toppled into the soup in fright. "Host, I promise I didn't sneak a bite this time," it exclaimed, having not even had the chance to indulge. Sue Ran could not suppress a laugh, prompting the general to glance back, the soft light in his misty gray eyes sparkling. "Commander, you're awake." Sue Ran crossed his arms, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, I've had enough rest. Tonight, I shall devote my energy to properly treating your mental prowess." After all, the general had expended considerable mental energy in facing the aberrant species. Finn's face flushed crimson, his voice barely above a whisper. "I will heed your command." The crab soup was exquisite, and Sue Ran was thoroughly satisfied. Of course, the general's company that evening was even more delightful. The experimental data, having received approval from His Highness Noise, was published officially by the Third Army on the Star Network. The revelation of the God-making project shocked the main planet, exposing such a cruel experiment that even the notorious training of military academies paled in comparison. Lord Sue Ran, a distinguished S-class, had endured such suffering. That female insect was truly deranged. After all, it was his offspring. As the Third Army basked in glory, its highest commander, General Ellis, removed his epaulets and entered the palace alone. Noise looked on disapprovingly. "General, you must accept treatment immediately, not rush to the battlefield." He held Ellis's medical report, which prominently displayed the words "critical condition" in bold letters under the mental energy section. Ellis offered a wry smile, fatigue evident in his emerald green eyes. "Your Highness, you know there is no other course of treatment. There exists no alternative treatment unless the alpha willingly bestows pheromones." Ailey gazed upon the young heir of the empire, whose cerulean eyes still sparkled with light. He had yet to kneel before the Alpha and shatter his own dignity. "Your Highness." Ailey slowly placed the general's insignia upon the table. "Major Finn deserves a promotion. I implore you to elevate him to general. He has the potential to lead the Third Army to new glories." Although Ailey hailed from nobility, he had traversed the battlefield since the age of 17, witnessing the tumult of war and facing death innumerable times. This insignia was a testament to his valor. Noise appeared momentarily taken aback. "I could command your divorce, allowing you to undergo the procedure and subsequently find a new alpha. That is the sole recourse." Ailey shook his head slowly. "All alphas are the same, Your Highness. As you well know." Noise found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he understood that after the death of the alpha father, the beta mother resigned herself to her fate. Despite his exalted position as the emperor of insects, he could not discern a path that would allow him to seek survival without sacrificing his pride. The genes of the alphas were adept at self-preservation. They would only release pheromones when they felt pleasure, which, tragically, stemmed from the blood and tears of the betas. Was this nature itself? Noise recalled those serene, luminous black eyes, recognizing that one alpha was different. Since Lord Su-Ran was unique, did this imply that such behavior was not inherent to all alphas? Perhaps one day, the betas would no longer need to trample their pride into the dust, trading their scars for life. Noise lifted the insignia, placing it back on Ailey's shoulder. "General, I shall issue your transfer orders. The Empire shall remember your achievements." Ailey regarded the young heir. "The future of the Empire rests upon your shoulders, Your Highness. Lord Su-Ran and Major Finn shall be the vanguard of change." An S-grade alpha, there was none more noble than he. Yet his demeanor was more gentle and courteous than that of any other alpha. As for Major Finn, the moment he declined to serve as Simon's beta, countless betas awaited the outcome of his defiance. It was proven that resistance bore fruit, and alphas need not derive pleasure from the torment of betas. Chapter 66. Homeland Su-Ran smiled warmly at the impeccably uniformed Finn on the stage, his icy blue hair concealed beneath a military cap. The scars upon his cheeks did nothing to diminish his charm. The metals upon his uniform shimmered brilliantly, the Empire's jewel regaining its luster. Su-Ran felt a swell of pride. The youngest general in the Empire was his beta. After the award ceremony concluded, as Su-Ran prepared to approach his general, a beta hurriedly caught up to him. "Count Su-Ran, please hold for a moment." Su-Ran paused, slowly processing the fact that Prince Noise had conferred upon him a countship. He was the only alpha in the Empire to possess a title through his own merit. He did not refuse, firstly, because he believed that Finn S. Alpha should not be a mere idler, and secondly, because he understood Noise's intention to expand his influence as much as possible. Noise sought to subtly transform the relationship between alphas and betas, and Su-Ran was more than willing to assist him. The female insect before him appeared somewhat bashful, mustering the courage to speak. "I am your..." Hailing from the Cyril family, possessing a mental capacity rated A. "I currently hold the rank of Major in the First Army. May I inquire if I have the fortune of becoming your female attendant?" Uer epitomized the noble female insect, raised under the stringent tutelage of her family. Publicly confronting a male insect to express her feelings was the most audacious act she had ever committed. The female before him seemed to be around 20 years of age, her expression taut with evident anxiety. Su-Ran gently shook his head. "I'm afraid not." Immediately, Uer's countenance fell, her voice trembling. "I sincerely apologize, Count." Su-Ran softly interrupted her. "You are youthful and exceptionally talented." Uer was momentarily taken aback, incredulity flickering in her gaze as she looked up. The Count's eyes were warm and resolute, his words laced with admiration. "Your future is boundless and brimming with possibilities. Yet it is not destined to be confined as a female attendant to a male insect trapped in the backyard." Uer instinctively tightened her fingers, stating, "But you are different. There would never be another male insect like the Count. By the time he turned 25, he would be compelled by the Empire to be matched with a partner." She dared not harbor any expectations for her future male sovereign. Su-Ran discerned her thoughts. "The future will be brighter, Major. Your fate is yet to be defined. This was a noble-born, promising female insect. She should not resign herself so early. The world was harsh, society distorted and unbalanced, yet this was their homeland. Turning around, Su-Ran noticed Finn had descended, standing quietly behind him. Su-Ran smiled, asking, "How long have you been listening? And yet you remain silent." Finn smiled faintly, extending his hand. Su-Ran took Finn's slightly cool hand. Counts and generals were allocated estates by the Empire, equipped with butlers and chefs. Yet they still resided in that modest apartment. Su-Ran had no female attendants. They did not require such lavish and expansive estates. A comfortable space sufficed, and they referred to it as home. As they approached the aircraft, Finn was about to board when Su-Ran playfully pushed him to the co-pilot seat. Finn was momentarily bewildered, witnessing his sovereign activate the aircraft and accelerate to its maximum speed. "What are you doing?" Su-Ran raised an eyebrow, a clear mirth in his eyes. "Finn, do you know what it means to take a joyride?" Finn, of course, did not know. There was no such term in their lexicon. Their species adhered to a strict order, imposing numerous demands on female insects. And most of them did not understand the concept of enjoyment. Su-Ran guided him over the cityscape, his voice harmonizing with the wind. "Finn, this feeling is called freedom." Finn felt a warmth in his eyes, hearing his sovereign gently inquire, "I sense you are not very happy. Is something the matter?" Today marked his promotion to general. Yet Finn's spirits were not particularly high. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. He knew his sovereign was good, exceedingly so. Yet he found himself continually astonished at just how remarkable his sovereign truly was. The emotions of female insects were seldom acknowledged. Finn gazed out at the clouds racing past the window, appearing to embody freedom. "Sovereign, I have taken over all the responsibilities of General Ellis." Finn offered a pale smile. Having ascended to the position of Supreme Commander of the Third Army, while General Ellis journeyed to the front lines. It was common knowledge among the ranks of the Third Army that General Ellis would not return. A miracle had befallen Finn, yet the Empire still harbored countless female insects. The conclusion chosen by General Ellis was to have his remains interred upon a distant battlefield. Emperor Insect unexpectedly collapsed within the palace, never to awaken again. The death of the monarch did not significantly impact the realm, for the emperor had long appointed a successor. Su-Ran had encountered His Majesty Noise on several occasions, and despite the circumstances, Noise consistently conducted himself with decorum. Su-Ran could not fathom the emotions that must accompany the transition from mourning one's father to preparing for one's own coronation. It was likely a tumultuous experience. Seated in the front row alongside Finn, he distinctly observed the young Emperor Noise above, his eyes reflecting a gentle blend of resignation and sorrow. It was not merely the ruler of the nation who had perished. It was his father. The empire did not lack for sovereigns. Su-Ran poured a glass of wine, raising a toast to the young emperor. "May you find freedom, your majesty." Noise offered a subdued acknowledgement, yet just as Su-Ran turned to depart, he spoke softly. "I believe 70 years is not a brief span, is it?" Su-Ran replied with a smile, "Your majesty. One must understand that the significance lies not in the duration of life, but in the deeds accomplished." Noise nodded slowly. "You are correct." Su-Ran continued, "You shall be a monarch etched in the annals of history." In the original narrative, this was indeed the case. The protagonist would not enter a world on the brink of collapse. This species, destined for extinction, ultimately persevered, for it still contained female insects like Finn and Noise, who dared to resist. Their arrival heralded a swift transformation. No matter how flawed the homeland, it remained a homeland. The general's military duties were exceedingly demanding, compounded by the Empire's change in leadership. After a month of relentless overtime, Finn finally secured a 2-day respite. The night outside was profound, with stars hanging low in the sky. Finn leaned into Su-Ran's embrace, feeling a pang of guilt. "I apologize, my lord. I've been too busy of late." The warmth of Su-Ran's fingertips traced the scar on Finn's face, causing him to shiver slightly. "His Highness Noise has allocated C-494 to you. That planet is now your territory. What would you like to do?" Su-Ran recalled the lingering smoke from the conflict. "Let's plant trees there, on that planet." Finn hesitated. "That planet has long been ravaged. If we are to plant trees, it will require considerable time. Suran smiled. There is no rush. We have ample time ahead of us. We also have many long nights. You are on the brink, while I am ensnared in this world, ready to crumble. Chapter 67. Epilogue. They sought to avert the impending collapse of the grand edifice. Noise was born as the inheritor of this empire, the sole offspring of the insect emperor, endowed with the most noble bloodline and the highest tier of mental prowess. Yet, as a female insect, his lofty pride seemed fragile, easily pierced. He had witnessed the scars on his father's back. The insect emperor had once held his child in bewilderment, asking Noise, "Why are you not a male insect?" This world was ill-suited for the survival of female insects. Noise yearned for change, yet found himself at a loss as to how to effect it. He was powerless to extend the life of his female progenitor, nor could he withstand Simon's harassment. Until that fateful day at the succession ceremony, when he posed a question, 70 years is hardly a brief span, is it not? He received an affirmative reply. It was a peculiar male insect, the esteemed Lord of General Finn. Since his arrival, General Finn had undoubtedly once again become the object of envy among all the female insects of the Empire. His lord was a Count of the Empire, an S-class male insect, gentle and courteous, who had never raised a whip against him. His epaulets were adorned with commendations, and the scar that had once been deemed a blemish was now of little consequence. He had never concealed the scar upon his face, for his lord had never exhibited a shred of disdain. Rather, he took pride in it. He was the first female insect to be regarded with pride by her male counterpart. His life was already one of fulfillment. So when he proposed amendments to the marriage laws, disbelief rippled through the assembly. After all, this had no bearing on his own interests. He was the sole female insect who did not require the protection of such laws. Yet Noise believed it was only natural that General Finn would undertake such a course of action. They were both unwilling to succumb to fate. Having seen the same spark in each other's eyes, they sought to avert the impending collapse. He meticulously reviewed the stipulations put forth by General Finn, noting that not only were Finn's annotations present, but also the remarks of Count Suran. At 25, female insects would no longer be forcibly matched with male counterparts. Their lives would be protected by law. The female slavery statute would be abolished. Female attendants would retain property rights and could not be arbitrarily given away or exchanged. The enactment of the new law required a vote, and though years had passed since that momentous assembly on the home planet, mere words could scarcely capture the tremor that swept through the Empire at that time. Yet, history recorded, with painstaking detail, the names of those pioneers. Major General Ewell of the First Army cast a vote in favor. Count Abner cast a vote against. The voting continued into the third day, with the votes for and against evenly matched. The final vote came from Count Suran, who cast as in favor, with the approval of His Majesty Noise. General Finn's proposal was passed. The marriage law, amended by Count Suran, was formally enacted. Perhaps it was due to His Majesty Noise's unmarried status that sparked a latent spirit of rebellion among many female insects. Perhaps it was the extraordinary affection between Count Suran and General Finn that emboldened the females to no longer acquiesce to a fate that crushed their dignity into the dust. 3 years after the new law was enacted, the marriage rate among the insect populace plummeted. His Majesty Noise declared, 70 years is hardly a brief span. Without freedom, one might as well meet death. The male insects, however, remained dismissive. They did not believe that, when faced with the specter of death, females could maintain such resolve. Yet year after year, Count Suran did not take a female attendant, and General Finn's back remained free of lash marks. Many female insects refused to marry, unwilling to kneel at the feet of male insects in supplication for punishment. Females need not rely on blood and scars to appease males. They were willing to await the dawn, even unto death. The birth rate of new insect offspring dwindled, and Noise, under the looming threat of potential extinction, steadfastly pursued the implementation of a new law. He once questioned whether he had made a grave mistake, but later, General Ellis perished on a distant battlefield, leaving behind a letter that declared, "This is the happiest day of my life," enduring the torment of his psyche and perpetually facing the specter of death. He referred to it as the happiest of days. Noise had perused the ancient tomes of the Zerg, which chronicled, The male and female insects fought side by side. Their bond was forged through love. They nurtured one another, unwavering in life and death. This race thrived through love. It was not solely the male's domain, but also the female's sanctuary. Eventually, the home was shattered, for this race had forgotten love. Yet, Count Suran and General Finn seemed to be exemplifying that love still existed. This unbalanced society must pay a bloody price to gradually restore equilibrium. The females no longer wed, yet the males required the sustenance provided by the females. They finally recognized that those they had so callously belittled, who knelt in silence to accept their lashes, shared the same flesh and blood as themselves. They were their kin, not mere vessels for trivial release. They could be wounded, bleed, and experience pain. Countless females endured torment, year after year, generation after generation. Yet, there remained a group of females who refused to bow their heads or accept their fate. The pain ran too deep, too profoundly etched. These females, born under a distorted regime, began to revolt against their destiny. Even if they could not wait, there would always be some who could. The strength of the females yearning to escape their suffering should not be underestimated. After many years, the males began to slowly shift their attitudes. They came to realize how profoundly they depended on the females. Some males, deprived of the female support, were compelled to work, discovering that labor was indeed exhausting. When the females returned home after a long day's toil, they deserved embraces and solace, not lashes and insults. They were meant to exist in mutual dependence, not with one exalted and the other relegated to the dust. A faction of males began to awaken, and the females' demands were not excessive. The marriage rate in the empire began to rise, albeit slowly, as Count Suran's territory C-494 became lush and green. The difficulty of this journey is beyond mere words. Yet, as the smoke cleared, this planet and the fate of the Zerg witnessed a rebirth. C-494 transformed into a tourist haven, where Count Suran opened its doors free of charge to newlyweds. Here, the newlywed males and females, learning to love, found themselves devoid of scars. The males also learned to derive pleasure from tenderness. Spring was the perfect time to visit C-494. Coincidentally, as Finn was on leave, Suran piloted his starship, bringing his female companion for a holiday. Upon hearing the arrival of guests, General Finn, rolling up his sleeves, sat in the courtyard attempting to grill fish. His misty gray eyes, filled with tears from the smoke, hurriedly wiped the area clean. He needed to tidy up before the male returned. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed. The last time he had burned the grass, the male had laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. Ding! The head of the Cyril family, Lieutenant General Yull, was visiting. Finn, coughing from the smoke, had not yet had the chance to unlock the door when he heard Yull's surprised voice at the entrance. Count Suran, do you still remember me? Finn's cough has worsened considerably. The courtyard is in disarray, with 2 charred fish lying on the ground. Suran enters with his guest, meeting the panicked gaze of his female companion. He raises an eyebrow slightly, while a small system on his shoulder is nearly in fits of laughter. No, little Pei has not yet given up on the grilled fish. If this continues, the house will be reduced to ashes. Uair appears somewhat reserved, even hesitant to glance at the burnt fish. General Finn, I apologize for my abrupt visit. Finn smiles vacantly. General Uair, please come in and let us converse. He swiftly avoids the curious gaze of the male leader, eager to escape this distressing courtyard. Uair, feeling quite embarrassed, holds his teacup and stumbles over his words. I happen to hear that you and General Finn were here, so I wish to pay you a visit. His eyes reflect pure gratitude. Count Suran, I am truly thankful to you. He is now the head of a vast family and the commander of a formidable army. Yet he appears no different from the blushing major who once halted Suran. His mental fortitude is stable, and Suran remarks, General, you seem to be faring well. Uair's eyes brighten. Indeed, Count, I now have a male leader. He smiles shyly. I am here on my honeymoon. Suran nods slightly. Congratulations. Finn is lost in thought, pondering how to explain the 2 fish in the courtyard to the male leader once the guests depart. When he suddenly hears Uair calling his name. I'm also very grateful to you, General Finn. Finn looks puzzled. Grateful to me? Uair slowly recalls that when General Finn proposed amendments to the marriage law, he had just turned 25 and had already been matched with a male leader. That male was a tyrannical and notorious noble male insect. Uair smiles bitterly, having almost resigned himself to marrying the male who had injured 2 female attendants. Back then, he even contemplated dying in the battle before the wedding, believing that at least his blood would be shed in defense. He remembers the Count's words, a better future would come. But when would that better future arrive? He continues. Then General Finn submitted the proposal. Finn chuckles lightly. Yes, General. You were a brigadier general at the time, the first military female to cast a vote in favor. Finn remembers him. And he's not the only one who recalls Uair. His name has been inscribed in history alongside that unprecedented voting session, marking him as a pioneer of revolution. Uair's eyes grow warm. The better future is now within reach. After the new law was enacted, he abandoned any thoughts of marriage, even though military females have shorter lifespans than others. However, just as his mental fortitude was on the brink of chaos, he fortuitously encountered his male leader, a B-class male insect from a common background, who, although once privileged, had never oppressed females and did not have any female attendants at home. Once the marriage law was revised, he was among the first to seek employment. Uair states, my male leader treats me well. Since birth, society has instilled in males a sense of superiority over females. Uair cannot expect the male leader, who is just beginning to learn to view females as equals, to treat him as Count Su-Ran does. As long as he is willing to learn, there is hope for the future. After bidding farewell to Yule, Finn endeavored to divert the Lord's attention from the disarray in the courtyard. He leaned softly against Su-Ran's embrace, hinting subtly, my lord, night is fast approaching. Su-Ran gently restrained his restless hand and chuckled softly. Finn, I am hungry. I crave roasted fish. Finn hesitated, realizing that the last 2 fish lay abandoned in the yard. With his face nestled against Su-Ran's shoulder, his voice muffled and tinged with a hint of grievance, he murmured, please do not mock me. His icy blue hair brushed against Su-Ran's neck, causing a tickling sensation, prompting Su-Ran to lift Finn effortlessly and carry him over the still untidy courtyard, placing the somewhat indignant general upon the soft bed. Perhaps we should forego roasting the fish in the future, Su-Ran attempted to reason, recognizing the wastefulness of such an act. The general's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an accusatory glint. Su-Ran sighed with a touch of exasperation and ruffled the general's hair. I never said your culinary skills were lacking. Your soup is rather delightful, is it not? How could a female monarch's cooking be inferior to that of a male lord? The general remained silent, pouting in dejection, appearing rather pitiable. Su-Ran thus urged him to recline upon the bed, the scent of mint pheromones permeating the blankets. Do not dwell on this. After all, night is indeed falling. As the system swallowed the last spoonful of soup, the final rays of twilight vanished from the horizon. Though it was already time to conclude the day's labors, Finn had yet to return. Now a marshal of the empire, he commanded the 3 armies, and his military duties had grown increasingly burdensome. A message from Finn had arrived an hour earlier on the holographic device. I apologize, my lord. His Majesty has summoned me to the palace. Please do not wait for me. Rest early. Su-Ran leaned back on the sofa with a sigh, lamenting the busyness of his beloved monarch. The system expressed disdain. Host, you resemble a lonely elder. Su-Ran swatted away. Nonsense. I am undeniably handsome. The sound of a spacecraft echoed in the courtyard, prompting Su-Ran to glance outside. The night was deepening, and his monarch had finally returned home. Finn appeared somewhat fatigued, but upon seeing Su-Ran seated in the living room, he offered a gentle smile. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Su-Ran beckoned him over, and Finn quietly approached, leaning into his embrace. My lord, His Majesty Noise's mental strength has become increasingly unstable. Over the years, the suppressants have gradually ceased to be effective. Su-Ran fell silent for a moment. Noise and Finn were, in a sense, unspoken confidants. Before he could conjure words of comfort, Finn smiled first. He is a stubborn fellow. The male insects began to change, with many female insects choosing to remarry and leading fulfilling lives. Yet, as the esteemed emperor of insects, Noise remained aloof and regal, attracting even more suitors. However, noise proclaimed that not all female insects were fortunate enough to encounter a good male lord. Many continued to resist their fates, and he felt compelled to show them that the insect emperor stood with them. 70 years is no fleeting moment. Su-Ran brushed his fingers through Finn's blue hair. Had you not encountered me, you would have been just as obstinate as he. Finn clung tightly to Su-Ran, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, for he had already attained that which he desired. His Majesty Noise has attained all that he sought in this life. However, Finn mused that he differed from his Majesty in one significant aspect. He craved not only freedom, but was also imbued with a deeper avarice. He embraced Su-Ran, inhaling the refreshing and cool scent of mint. Chapter 68. Climbing in a bed? Upon waking this time, the condition was far from delightful. His eyes were sore and swollen. His bones felt cold and achy, his legs somewhat weak, and his breath was scorching. Su-Ran experienced a wave of nausea, yet his stomach was undeniably empty. The surrounding clamor was overwhelming, compounded by blinding lights that induced a throbbing headache. I seem to be unwell. Su-Ran pressed his temples, feeling the heat radiating from his fingertips. The system solemnly reminded him, there is no need to speculate. Su-Ran? The system perused the plot and casually remarked, you have a fever, and it's quite severe. The system, unblinking, meticulously assessed the storyline. So, shouldn't I take some medicine? Su-Ran, bewildered, felt as though his mind was muddled. The system shook its head vigorously, stating, no, you cannot take any. Otherwise, you will end up trending for throwing a tantrum. In this world, Su-Ran is an actor, specifically a minor player portraying a nefarious male antagonist. The system gravely drew a circle in front of Su-Ran, inquiring, do you see those two cameras? Su-Ran instinctively replied, yes, I see them. Two enormous, pitch-black cameras. This is a live variety show, and the drama he participated in is about to be aired. The crew is here to promote it, and he is merely a background presence. At this moment, the main cast engaged in various banter and jokes in front, while Su-Ran sat behind as a mere backdrop. Outside the camera, the barrage of comments flowed rapidly, and the system scrutinized them from its small screen, noting that a few mentioned Su-Ran, though they were quickly overshadowed by a multitude of others. Finally, the host called upon Su-Ran. What do you think, Ran? Su-Ran did not catch a single word. What was he supposed to think? Ran, do they truly know him? The system assessed Su-Ran's current physical state and commanded, pass out in front of him, with a splitting headache. Su-Ran was momentarily taken aback by the system's words. What nonsense is this? Before he could fully comprehend, a small orb of light suddenly struck him on the forehead. Su-Ran was abruptly thrust back into the system's space, and his body collapsed in response. Someone has fainted. Su-Ran. The scene erupted into chaos, and the director hurriedly spoke into the intercom. What are you standing there for? Call 120 quick. Shut down the live stream. The streaming screen turned completely black, and the real-time comments surged rapidly. What is happening? Who fainted? It's Su-Ran. Su-Ran has fainted. Why is it black? The live variety show boasted a vast audience, and soon, the incident of Su-Ran fainting swiftly ascended to trending topics. Su-Ran faints live stream interrupted. In the space, Su-Ran and the system exchanged glances, with Su-Ran perplexed. Why did you hit me? The system defended itself. I was saving you. Look, you have become popular. This world posed little danger, and the protagonist's life appeared to be smooth sailing. Pei Jin-Cheng, the president of Pei Entertainment, was a prodigious figure, a titan in the business realm. His parents were affectionate, and his family life harmonious. As for Su-Ran, he was merely a small actor. A superficial and materialistic little actor, the system added. The protagonist, once a child star, has garnered a rather unfavorable reputation. Hailing from an orphan background and possessing only a middle school education, he is most criticized for his inability to portray roles beyond that of a stereotypical, malevolent supporting character, an archetype that has become antiquated in contemporary narratives. The system murmurs, you see, if it weren't for my assistance, you would soon find yourself trending on social media for all the wrong reasons, with discussions centered around Su-Ran's lack of education. In the entertainment industry, fortune plays a pivotal role. Su-Ran, fortunate enough to be discovered by a talent scout at the tender age of 10, made his debut in a drama where he played the childhood version of the male lead. This production became a sensational hit, catapulting not only the main character from obscurity to stardom, but also elevating Sue Ran, an unknown orphan, to the status of a celebrated child star. Alas, having entered the glitzy realm of showbiz at such an early age and lacking parental guidance, Sue Ran's innate charm quickly faded, leaving him unable to create any memorable characters. After graduating middle school at 15, he refused to pursue further education, drifting from one production to another and becoming typecast as the villainous supporting actor. Though he attempted to branch out into diverse roles, these efforts met with failure. His limited education rendered him a subject of ridicule during interviews and variety shows, gradually eroding the luster of his child star persona and transforming him into a figure likened to the tragic character of Shang Zhongyong in online discussions. Coupled with his inability to portray a range of characters, audiences began to perceive him as lacking in talent, equating him with his unsavory roles and deeming him selfish, superficial, and rude. In a recent variety show, his illness caused him to become distracted, and his inability to answer the host's questions solidified the labels of overrated and illiterate as indelible marks upon his reputation, leading to his ridicule across the internet. Naturally, Sue Ran was unwilling to accept such an ignoble fate. He attempted to seduce the company president, Pei Jinjin, but after failing, he vanished from the entertainment scene entirely. Sue Ran raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of such actions. The system nodded. Indeed, that is their only connection. Quite intriguing. As Sue Ran and the system reviewed the original narrative within the confines of their shared space during a moment of unconsciousness, they found no breakthrough. For this world appeared excessively ordinary. The narrative's protagonist, Pei Jinjin, seemed like the quintessential male lead of a feel-good story. However, this raised a question. If everything were so perfect, what purpose did Sue Ran serve in this tale? Defeated in an argument with the main system, the smaller system returned to their space, gritting its teeth. How stingy. With such scant plot, who do they expect to fulfill their tasks? In the storyline, Pei Jinjin is portrayed as a disciplined, elite figure. As the sole heir of the Pei family, he assumed control of the company at the age of 20 and, now, at 25, has elevated Pei Entertainment to new heights. Sue Ran, a mere inconsequential artist among many in his company, encountered Pei Jinjin at a cocktail party where the latter inadvertently fell victim to a scheme. Seizing the opportunity to align himself with the esteemed president in hopes of a resurgence, Sue Ran found himself stripped bare and presented to Pei Jinjin. Yet, even under the influence of drugs, Pei remained unyielding, summarily casting Sue Ran out of the room. He even kindly threw over a blanket. So Sue Ran wouldn't have to remain exposed in the hotel corridor. The system observed Sue Ran's engrossed reaction to this scene with a touch of reluctance. Host, administering drugs is illegal, as is sexual assault. Sue Ran chuckled softly. I just find it somewhat endearing. He had no intention of truly emulating the original plot. He couldn't afford to lose face, even if draped in a blanket. As Sue Ran watched intently, he suddenly sensed a shift in his body and looked outward through the space. Someone was gently pushing against his arm in frustration, a middle-aged man with a sigh. The system informed him, "This is your agent, Lin Jiwen. He has been with you since you entered the industry, your partner for a decade." Lin Jiwen murmured anxiously, "Why isn't he awake yet?" President Pei himself called, "Goodness." Sue Ran froze for a moment before returning to his body. Chapter 69. Seeing him, you finally awakened. As soon as Sue Ran opened his eyes, he saw Lin Jiwen spring up from the chair beside the hospital bed, visibly excited. Sue Ran slowly blinked, "Brother Lin." Lin Jiwen touched his forehead, mumbling to himself, "All right, the fever has finally subsided. Why didn't you say you were sick? You didn't even take any medicine. And you fainted during a live broadcast for over 5 hours, which scared the production team half to death." Sue Ran smiled. "I didn't realize it was that serious." Lin Jiwen glanced at the foredrip and noticed the fluid was nearly finished. He hurriedly stuffed the items on the table into his bag. "Okay, once you're done with the 4, we need to leave quickly. The paparazzi will likely be here soon." Sue Ran observed the sweat on Lin Jiwen's forehead and his hasty actions, and couldn't help but ask, Are you in a hurry? Lin Jiwen replied casually. Of course I'm anxious. You've trended on social media, which has brought some heat to the drama, but too much of a good thing is detrimental. The paparazzi will drain your popularity. Su Ran thought to himself that he was practically fading into obscurity, yet seeing Lin Jiwen's demeanor. He remained silent and quietly removed the needle from his hand. Lin Jiwen's eyes widened. What are you doing? Su Ran swiftly pressed down on the bleeding site, revealing no blood. Lin Jiwen's words were lodged in his throat, which he struggled to swallow. He sighed. All right, let us get you back to rest. President Pei wants to see you tomorrow. By then, Su Ran interrupted eagerly. President Pei wants to see me tomorrow? Can we meet today? The system expressed surprise. This scene doesn't exist in the original plot. Su Ran ignored it, awaiting Lin Jiwen's response. In the original plot, Su Ran had not been present. Lin Jiwen, eager to resolve this matter, felt intimidated by the young President Pei, as he had been more confident when dealing with the former President Pei. He hesitated to disturb Pei Jincheng, discreetly messaging the president's assistant. Colleagues often enjoyed doing favors for one another. Settled, Lin Jiwen put away his phone. President Pei is still at the company working overtime. I'll accompany you there. Su Ran looked at him in confusion. What are you going for? President Pei never mentioned he wanted to see you. 2 hours earlier, at the Pei Entertainment Building, Pei Jincheng held no significant impression of Su Ran. He merely recognized him as an artist of his company, a child star whose acting skills and character had faced considerable criticism. When the trending topic emerged in the evening, he felt a twinge of annoyance, for it only added to his workload. The fainting of an artist under his management during work brought nothing but detriment to the company, risking the label of exploiting talent. Pei's reputation in the industry had always been impeccable, so he was not overly concerned about the repercussions of this incident. However, given Su Ran's history of self-promotion, he could not help but entertain the notion that this might be a self-staged act. After all, many young stars resorted to such tactics in their quest for recognition. Yet, upon viewing the live recording, that suspicion dissipated instantly. Su Ran had indeed fainted. Pei Jincheng, though not an actor, could discern the difference between genuine unconsciousness and feigned episodes. Having been in the industry for 10 years, Su Ran was only 20 years old, and the young man in the video, with his styled hair cascading over his forehead, appeared even younger than his actual age. Despite the makeup concealing any abnormality in his complexion, his dazed eyes, glistening with an almost aqueous sheen, evoked an instinctive sense of compassion. Out of concern for his artist, Pei Jincheng personally called Lin Jiwen. At that moment, Lin had just completed a payment and nearly dropped his phone upon seeing the caller ID. Trembling and on the verge of tears, he feared that Chairman Pei was seeking trouble. It was worth noting that Su Ran had signed a 10-year contract with Pei's company, which was set to expire this year. Should Pei's firm decline to renew, Su Ran would find himself without better prospects. Chairman Pei, I sincerely apologize, Lin stammered. On the other end, Pei inquired calmly, is he in the hospital? Lin, instinctively nodding before recalling that Pei could not see him, replied, yes, Chairman Pei. He is still in the hospital, and he hasn't awakened yet. We truly did not anticipate this incident. Pei Jincheng's brow furrowed slightly. Hasn't he awakened? Is it serious? Lin desperately sought to mitigate Pei's concerns in light of Su Ran's illness. Yes, he fainted due to a fever. You know how young people can be. They often neglect their health. Pei's tone turned frosty. My company will not sacrifice the health of its employees for performance, Mr. Lin. You must take better care of your artists. Lin felt as though Pei's words painted him as an unscrupulous manager who exploited artists. Pei continued, once he finishes his 4-drip, have Su Ran come see me. Let him rest for a few days before returning to the company, and we can postpone his work. Lin stood bewildered, holding the disconnected phone. Was Chairman Pei not calling to reprimand him? 3 topics related to this incident had already surfaced on the trending list. An assistant asked, Chairman, shall we notify the PR department to remove the trending topics? Pei pondered for a moment. No need. We should guide the public discourse appropriately. Our company has invested in this drama. We should not disregard the free publicity. The assistant nodded. I will inform the PR department immediately to ensure this incident does not adversely affect the company. However, Pei stopped him. We also need to suppress any negative comments about Su Ran. Our artists must be prioritized by the PR department. The assistant paused, understood. As Pei Jinsheng concluded his tasks, the night outside deepened. The remaining employees had already departed, rendering the company quieter than during the day. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Pei Jinsheng remained seated. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the half-empty pack of cigarettes from his desk drawer. With a flick of his wrist, the lighter emitted a crisp sound, and he ignited a cigarette. The ember glowed crimson at his fingertips as he inhaled, his expression devoid of emotion. The pale blue smoke enveloped his brow and eyes, thick and profound, as if it were a shroud of lingering melancholy. His misty gray eyes appeared indifferent and cold, teetering on the brink of weariness, though it could merely be an illusion. Knock, knock, knock. Pei Jinsheng, startled, lifted his gaze as a gentle, melodious male voice resonated from outside, calm and unhurried, like a refreshing breeze, extinguishing the flame at his fingertips. Mr. Pei, I hear you wish to see me. May I come in now? A hint of perplexity graced Pei Jinsheng's voice. Please, enter. The visitor had already removed his makeup and hairstyling. His pallor suggested he was unwell. While the camera had concealed it, standing before him now, Pei Jinsheng recalled the wisdom in the company's decision to sign the then 10-year-old Su Ran for a decade. With striking features and an upright posture, he possessed an impactful appearance. Yet his gaze was gentle, and a subtle smile graced his lips, adding a touch of warmth. His youthfulness evoked no sense of weariness. Pei Jinsheng assessed Su Ran, employing his professional instincts to analyze rationally. He had a graceful and beautiful silhouette, versatile enough to embody various styles, and his potential was undeniable. His absence of fame seemed almost unjust. Su Ran detected the lingering scent of smoke in the room, and the slight curve of his lips faltered momentarily. The system leaned closer, bewildered. The plot, didn't he mention this? How did he pick up smoking? Taking a few steps closer, Su Ran stood before Pei Jinsheng and glanced at the ash at his fingertips, inquiring, Mr. Pei, what do you need from me? Despite his cool demeanor, Pei Jinsheng's exquisite features and misty gray eyes lacked any sharpness, and the chill in his voice seemed less pronounced. Weren't you supposed to take a few days off? Su Ran paused, then chuckled lightly. It's just a slight cold. As he interacted, he found Pei Jinsheng to be somewhat different from the rumors. Pei Jinsheng nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on this topic. He gestured for Su Ran to take a seat across from him. Let us discuss your work. Su Ran adjusted his chair closer, exuding confidence as he replied, Please, go ahead. Most young stars who had direct encounters with Pei Jinsheng did not perform as well as he did. Pei Jinsheng felt a sense of satisfaction. While acting skills could be honed, maintaining a composed demeanor was a quality that some could not emulate. Those who could not achieve this might find it challenging to attain stardom. In the rapidly changing entertainment industry, there were few standout talents among the newcomers at Pei's agency. Although Su Ran was not a novice, his youth suggested that if he possessed potential, Pei Jinsheng was willing to nurture it. Despite the somewhat unflattering nature of the recent trending topic, it presented an opportunity for him. Pei Jinsheng lifted his gaze lightly, addressing the matter at hand. Your performance in this drama was not particularly remarkable. Its airing will not generate significant attention for you. As an investor, Pei Jinsheng had previewed the original footage of the drama, and his critique was rather blunt. A one-dimensional, malevolent supporting character that failed to showcase any acting prowess. Su Ran inquired, Have I caused you any trouble this time? Pei Jinsheng was momentarily taken aback. The youth across from him had a pale complexion, still bearing the remnants of a fever, yet his tone was gentle, tinged with a hint of apology as he earnestly posed his question. Pei Jinsheng completely forgot the irritation he had felt upon receiving the news. He lowered his eyes, idly fiddling with his fingers, brushing away the ash from his fingertips. No, he replied. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with a deepening mirth. What should I do? You tell me, and I will follow your guidance. Pei Jinsheng's voice grew serious. Attend acting classes, write reflections daily, and check in on social media. In a brief moment, he had devised a developmental plan for Su Ran, a nurturing approach. Despite having debuted for some time, the audience still vividly recalled the spirited child star he had been at the tender age of 10. Their current dissatisfaction stemmed from Su Ran not meeting their expectations. Yet, having grown up under the public gaze, he was perceived by many fans as a rebellious child, whose lack of ambition now exhausted their patience. But they would easily soften their hearts if he showed improvement. Su Ran fell silent. The system chimed in, "Host, are you going to class again?" Su Ran chose to ignore it. Page and Ching asked, "Is there a problem?" Su Ran shook his head and replied, devoid of spirit, "No." Page and Ching suddenly recalled having perused Su Ran's information earlier that afternoon and found discrepancies between the youthful demeanor before him and the details he had read. However, one fact stood out: he despised school. Yet, even with this aversion to academia, he had agreed to attend acting classes. Page and Ching's expression softened, and warmth crept into his voice. "You are still young. Do not fear learning. Take advantage of these years to forge ahead." In a manner typical of a superior, painting an optimistic vision, Su Ran couldn't help but smile, though he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing the sincerity behind those words. "President Pei," he said with a bright smile, "I have 3 months remaining on my contract with the company." Page and Ching was taken aback by his proactive mention of the matter. Su Ran softened his tone, looking somewhat pitiful due to his illness. "Do you still want me?" Page and Ching paused at the alluring words of the young star. Typically, Su Ran would inquire whether the company intended to renew his contract. Yet, the innocence in his eyes suggested no ulterior motives. It seemed unintentional. Page and Ching nodded slightly. "Yes, we will renew it. If you're willing, I will have the legal department draft the contract tomorrow." Su Ran's smile blossomed even more radiantly. "Thank you, President Pei, for taking me in." At that moment, Page and Ching reflected on Su Ran's background as an orphan, having spent a decade with the company. The sense of belonging he must feel was undoubtedly stronger than that of other artists. A pang of guilt struck him, for not long ago he had not planned to renew Su Ran's contract. The company was driven by profit, not charity. Su Ran had made little progress over the years, and it seemed he was on the brink of self-sabotaging his acting career. That drama was ostensibly his last opportunity, albeit as a malevolent supporting character. Yet the role had depth, and excelling in it could have showcased his talent. Clearly, Su Ran had not succeeded. However, upon gazing at the youth before him today, Page and Ching felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps it was not too late to give it another try. "Very well, take a few days to rest, and next week you shall begin your acting classes," Page and Ching declared decisively, then turned his gaze towards Su Ran. "Is there anything else?" The young star's eyes gleamed with a bright smile, yet his tone bore a hint of apprehension. "Could you provide me with your contact information?" Page and Ching instinctively glanced at his phone resting on the table, realizing it was not necessary for work-related matters. "If there is something urgent, I shall reach out to your agent," he replied. Su Ran did not press the issue, merely blinking and allowing a look of disappointment to wash over his face. Page and Ching felt as though he were bullying a child. With a sigh inwardly, he opened his WeChat QR code and presented it to Su Ran. The young star's gloom dissipated instantly, and he swiftly retrieved his phone, as though fearing that Page and Ching might reconsider his decision at any moment. The system, unable to bear witness to its host's naivete, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Host, do you truly still require acting classes? At this rate, the Oscar statuette would be within your grasp." Su Ran replied, "Of course, the instructor from the company is not charging me." The system countered, "Well, it is Pei's company, so he is the one bearing the expenses." Su Ran shook his phone lightly. "President Pei, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well." Regarding his private WeChat, only Lin Jiwen possessed the work number. Chapter 71. A Second Bloom. "Thank you, President Pei." "Good night, President Pei." "Sleep well, JPG." Having just passed the friend verification, the young star sent 3 messages, and the coldness in Page and Cheng's brow seemed to soften slightly. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he returned a singular, elegant response. Su Ran, draped in a bathrobe and half reclining on the bed, with the ends of his hair still damp, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Page and Cheng's reply. The system remarked, "TSK." It was too lazy to point out to its host that such a grown man should not be sending a cute kitten emoji. "Host, you ought to dry your hair. Have you forgotten that you're still recovering from your cold?" Su Ran nodded nonchalantly. "I'll do it in a bit." He logged on to Weibo to search for news about himself. The trending topic had subsided, yet the interest remained, with discussion split between those expressing concern and others accusing him of seeking publicity. Posting an update would likely thrust him back into the spotlight today. But Su Ran abandoned that idea, opting instead to reassure his worried fans in his fan group. The fan group consisted of devoted supporters, and upon seeing their idol respond, the messages flooded in rapidly. Su Ran observed for a few minutes, unsure how to reply to their messages. Just as he was about to close the page, he noticed a devoted fan had posted a unique message. Ran, we are eagerly anticipating your new drama. Setting on my little stool, JPG, with the new drama premiering next week. Su Ran paused for a moment before responding. Perhaps it would be better not to hold such high expectations. After all, the greater the anticipation, the greater the disappointment. The messages in the fan group fell silent in unison, and an awkward atmosphere silently spread across the small screen. Su Ran felt somewhat embarrassed and carefully typed out another message. I will strive to do my best in my next drama. Everyone thus understood his implicit message. Strive for the next production, and let this one be. A kind-hearted fan emerged to break the tension. Haha, all right, Ran, keep it up. Su Ran silently turned off his phone, angrily stuffing his little system, which was watching the drama beside him, into a corner. Sleep. Even being first in the training camp did not equip him with the experience of a star. Suddenly receiving the affection of so many people made Su Ran feel utterly uncomfortable. He was far more adept at teasing Page and Cheng. The next morning, Su Ran was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he answered, only to hear Lin Juwen's gritted voice on the other end. Ancestor. You are truly my ancestor. Su Ran furrowed his brow and mumbled, what's wrong? Lin Juwen replied with a cold laugh. What nonsense are you spouting in the fan group? How did you manage to trend again? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile during this period? Your drama is about to air, and your performance is a complete disaster. Su Ran suddenly snapped to attention. What had he posted? After hanging up on Lin Jiwen, he tremblingly opened Weibo. Su Ran, perhaps it's best not to expect too much. Followed by a trending tag. Poor acting skills, but at least he has self-awareness. Followed by another trending tag. At that moment, these two posts occupied the first and fifth spots on the trending list. Su Ran's vision darkened. There was a mole in his fan group. Was it really that easy to trend? He certainly hadn't bought his way into it. The system, roused from its slumber, helped the host click on the trending topics. Help! This is truly hilarious. How did I never realize Su Ran is so funny before? Are there any other chat records? This was a bystander enjoying the gossip. Wu son, don't give up the struggle. This was Su Ran's devoted mother fan. Ha ha, Ran Yin, you need not be so honest. This was an old fan of Su Ran's. 6 trending topics in one day. Pay's company really is willing to spend on a nobody. This was Su Ran's hater. I wasn't interested at first, but since you said so, I must see just how poor your acting can be. This was someone who relished the chaos. Su Ran, my life is over. The assistant to President Pei knocked on the office door. Su Ran was trending again. The assistant was somewhat puzzled, initially thinking this small star was on the verge of obscurity, yet these past couple of days, it seemed he was rising. After all, both black and red bring fame. And as long as there is heat, it is better than being a nobody. Page and Cheng paused, opened Weibo, and, after reading a few posts, his tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed. There was no need to worry. For now, the majority of comments were benevolent. He even found it somewhat amusing, envisioning the disheartened expression of the small star as he read Su Ran's statements. However, his acting skills truly needed urgent improvement. Currently, netizens were merely laughing it off. But if his performance in the next drama remained subpar, Su Ran would be branded with shame. He maintained his aloof demeanor and instructed his assistant, find a reputable acting coach and arrange for private lessons. The phone screen lit up. Su Ran, President Pei. I truly did not mean to do it QAQ. The system found it painfully cringeworthy. Could you please remove those last 3 letters? It was evident that their host had become addicted to this new persona. Page and Cheng, it's fine, this can be sustained. Su Ran was utterly perplexed. What should he maintain? Was he being foolish? Page and Cheng replied, sincerity. There is no flawless persona. Since taking over the Pei family enterprise, he has refrained from allowing the public relations department to manage the artist's social media accounts. This profession is meant for the public eye, and he hopes they can be as genuine as possible, for the affection of fans should not be taken for granted, even if it heightens the risk of mishaps. Sue Rand paused in silence, glancing towards the corner of the room where letters from fans resided. Everything in that small world was merely data to those in the main world. Yet when one is truly immersed, the distinction between the two worlds diminishes. People are flesh and blood, and emotions are undeniably real. "I will diligently practice my acting," Sue Rand declared, accompanied by a cheerful emoticon. Page and Cheng observed for a while before saving the expression. He slowly turned off his personal phone and dialed the internal line. He decided to elevate Sue Rand's contract from B level to A level. He believed Sue Rand would put in the effort and could excel. This inexplicable trust, though untraceable, was unshakable. By noon, the day's tasks were nearly complete. Page and Cheng opened his phone to check Weibo. As the president of an entertainment company, he must stay attuned to industry trends. The screen illuminated before him, and he briefly closed his eyes, waiting until the phone rang 3 times before answering. "Hello." His tone was cold and devoid of inflection. "What can I do for you?" The voice on the other end spoke, but Page and Cheng remained indifferent, silent. Only when the line fell completely quiet did he allow a slight smile to grace his lips, politely stating, "I'm busy on my end. I will hang up now." His fair, slender fingers fidgeted with a cigarette box in the drawer. He pulled out a cigarette halfway before returning it, slamming the drawer shut with a hint of irritation. Chapter 72. You Cannot Retract. When Sue Rand commenced his acting classes, the idol drama in which he starred began airing. As anticipated, Sue Rand's performance faced a deluge of ridicule. It was indeed poor. The acting instructor, having taught Sue Rand for only 2 days, felt apprehensive upon reading the initial online reviews. However, after the first class, he was reassured. Although the new student was somewhat inexperienced, he displayed remarkable intuition and a pleasant disposition. With proper guidance, he could become the instructor's signature success. Disinterested in idol dramas, the instructor had not yet watched the series. During a break, he turned on the television, intending to review the work of his student. Just as Sue Rand caught his breath, he was startled to see his own face on the screen. "Teacher, wait." But before he could intervene, his instructor pulled him to watch the drama together. After less than 10 minutes, Sue Rand averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight, while the instructor quietly turned off the television. How could the same person deliver such a drastically different performance? The instructor, gazing at the spirited young man with dark hair before him, pondered, what suddenly sparked your insight? Does the high fever have such effects? Sue Rand unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to the instructor, deftly diverting the topic. "Teacher, let us continue our practice." The performance instructor took a sip of water and sighed, remarking that there was little need for a retrospective on this play. By the time the teacher finished work, it was already 6 in the evening. Sue Rand leaned against the wall of the practice room and began scrolling through Weibo. The system perched on Sue Rand's shoulder, sneaking glances and chuckling uncontrollably. "Ha!" it said. No wonder Sue Rand wanted to vaccinate his fans in advance. He must be worried they'd be driven to despair. Sue Rand tossed the little creature aside into a nearby, empty trash bin. "Be quiet." The little creature grudgingly scrambled out of the bin and stealthily opened its small screen to watch a drama. The very drama Sue Rand was in. It was quite amusing to see him portray a nefarious male antagonist while bearing the face of the protagonist. Beneath that Weibo post, fans were defending Sue Rand. Rand mentioned he would strive harder in his next project. "We believe in him." Sue Rand retracted his nonchalant smile, feeling slightly bewildered. This was his first foray into such a profession, and he could not quite comprehend why some individuals would invest their heartfelt emotions in an actor they had never met, believing every word he uttered. However, the comment from fans were not all flattering. "Please, spare us from further tortures of the eyes. You fans should just keep your eyes shut and praise him. Honestly, I can't even." Could Sue Rand and his fans please distance themselves from the entertainment industry? Alas, it appeared he truly needed to perform well. Sue Rand clicked into that fan's profile, discovering she was a university student whose Weibo had been intertwined with his for the past 5 years. A relationship might not even endure such loyalty. Sue Rand opened the Notes app where he had previously drafted his thoughts, deleting every word one by one, and began to ponder carefully, writing each word with diligence. He was beginning to understand why Pei Jinsheng emphasized the importance of sincerity. These fans were infinitely more genuine than the artists themselves. In truth, posting daily reflections meant there was no turning back for Su Ran. If he did not improve in his next drama, these reflections would turn into a farce. When Pei Jinsheng proposed this condition, he had not anticipated Su Ran's swift acquiescence. Had Su Ran refused, Pei Jinsheng might not have renewed his contract. Pei Jinsheng recalled the clear, bright black eyes. He would likely renew the contract, albeit without such favorable terms. He even hired a well-respected acting instructor from within the industry for one-on-one lessons, which he funded from his own pocket. Today, while scrolling through Weibo, Pei Jinsheng instinctively clicked on Su Ran's profile and, using a secondary account, unreservedly followed him. With the drama airing, both Su Ran's detractors and fans had become active, leading to a tumultuous comment section rife with conflict. Pei Jinsheng observed some of the distasteful remarks with a furrowed brow. Although he understood that actors must endure public scrutiny and, while receiving more affection than ordinary individuals, they also encounter greater malice. Yet, Su Ran was merely 20 years old. Surely, he deserved a bit more leniency, Pei Jinsheng thought. It was at this moment that Su Ran updated his Weibo. Pei Jinsheng glanced at it and suddenly froze. It was better than he had anticipated. Su Ran wrote, "It feels as though I've stolen everyone's affection." He expressed, "I aspire to perform better, and I hope that when everyone sees me on screen next time, they will feel that their patience has not been in vain." In conclusion, he added, "I hope everyone remains cheerful." Pei Jinsheng read it twice and then gave a thumbs up. These were heartfelt words, and Su Ran truly understood the value of cherishing his fans' affection. For an artist aiming for longevity, one crucial aspect is to treasure the sincere support of their fans. Yet this fundamental point is often overlooked or gradually forgotten as one progresses too far. As a decade passed, Su Ran seemed to gradually rediscover his innate charm and his initial aspirations. The young individual in his 20s likely needed some encouragement. With this thought in mind, Pei Jinsheng opened his WeChat. Su Ran grabbed his coat, preparing to head home. At this moment, the Pei Corporation's building fell into silence. The dimly lit rehearsal room in the basement was surrounded by mirrors that reflected his blurred image. Suddenly, the bright screen of his phone became particularly conspicuous. Pei Jinsheng, the content on Weibo is quite good. So soon? Su Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise, typing rapidly. Before he could finish his message, the boss, who had just praised his employee, seemed concerned that he might get carried away, promptly added, "Pei Jinsheng, however, your acting is genuinely subpar. You need to practice diligently." Su Ran bit his lip, waiting 3 seconds before slowly replying to his message. "Mr. Pei, you promised to sign me. You cannot go back on your word." Kreen, kat jipije. It was utterly pitiful and filled with trepidation. Pei Jinsheng removed his gold-rimmed glasses, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, he was just a young man of 20, speaking his mind without any reservations. "I haven't gone back on my word." When Su Ran exited the Pei Corporation building, he glanced back. The office on the top floor, belonging to Pei Jinsheng, was still illuminated. The president's office had a lounge, and sleeping there at night was not an issue at all. Yet for the past 2 nights, each time Su Ran left the rehearsal room, Pei Jinsheng's office remained lit. Though he rationally knew the bed in the lounge was comfortable, the thought of him sleeping alone in this vast, deserted building seemed rather lonely. The distinction between the boss and employee truly complicates matters. Su Ran tapped on the system. "When is the storyline for the banquet?" The system, feeling guilty, promptly shut down its little screen, momentarily caught off guard. Su Ran inquired, "Specifically, when is the banquet where we climb in a bed?" Chapter 73. Traditional Medicine. The storyline for the banquet arrived swiftly. Most of the artists associated with the Pei Corporation were invited, including Su Ran. The news came unexpectedly, and Lin Jiwen hurriedly sought to borrow clothes from the brand, only to be stopped by Su Ran. "I'm not even walking the red carpet." Su Ran wore a helpless expression. Perhaps it was his lack of discernment, but he thought all the suits looked identical, differing only in color, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between them. Lin Jiwen, exasperated, knocked on his forehead. "What do you know? This banquet is far more significant than walking the red carpet. The upper echelons of the Pei family, along with numerous producers and directors within the industry who have collaborated with them, would be present, leaving a favorable impression that might lead to future opportunities for Su Ran. Having observed Su Ran's classes several times, he now harbors great confidence in Su Ran's future. As for himself, the prospect of becoming a top-tier agent is just around the corner. Su Ran ultimately donned his ash-gray casual suit. It may not have been haute couture, but its impeccable tailoring complemented his physique. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, he was a natural fit for any attire, requiring no makeup, as his striking features captured attention effortlessly. Among his contemporaries in the entertainment industry, Su Ran was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. It is no wonder that when marketing accounts circulated disparaging articles about him, they resorted to the ironic title gold on the outside, rubbish on the inside, which left fans both amused and exasperated. After all, his looks and physique were undeniably impressive. The warm yellow lighting of the cocktail party lent an air of intimacy, harmonizing with the gentle strains of the piano and the swirling red wine in the glasses, creating a luxurious atmosphere that enveloped the senses. Su Ran stood in a corner, savoring a sip of red wine. "Can he drink?" He inquired of the small system that had just navigated through the crowd. His gaze was fixed on Pei Jincheng, who at that moment elegantly held a glass of red wine, smiling as he engaged in lively conversation with a renowned director. In high spirits, they clinked their glasses and drank deeply. But he hadn't drunk. The system had stealthily sniffed Pei Jincheng's glass. It contained grape juice. After several attempts, it detected no hint of alcohol. The system rummaged through the plot. "You see, soon he will be served a spiked drink." Fearing that others might discern his inability to drink, he would force himself to partake. In this world, Pei Jincheng was exceedingly cautious. Insiders claimed that this young master of the Pei family was astute and flawlessly composed. He dared not reveal even the slightest flaw, not even his incapacity to consume alcohol, as if he had no room for error. This was inconsistent with the narrative backdrop. As an established producer approached Pei Jincheng with a drink in hand, the system remarked, "This is the one. The drink poses no harm. Rest assured, you can take him to the hospital if need be, though it's not strictly necessary." Considering then the previous world, the progress between Xiao Pei and the host was far more rapid. Pei Jincheng, smiling, had already taken the glass from the tray, his nostrils flaring slightly, his hand hesitating as it grasped the glass. Su Ran boldly advanced, standing naturally before Pei Jincheng, and with a hint of embarrassment addressed the producer. "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but I have some work-related matters to discuss with Mr. Pei. He has perhaps indulged a bit too much in his wine. Would it be acceptable for me to drink on his behalf?" The young star, lacking in subtlety, was rather direct, which could easily offend. Pei Jincheng quickly tugged at Su Ran's sleeve. "Mr. Li, please forgive our young artist." He gestured with his glass. The producer paused momentarily, his gaze laden with subtle implications, and waved dismissively. It was merely a glass of wine. After all, whoever drank it was inconsequential. "If Mr. Pei has matters to attend to, please do go ahead." Upon hearing this, Su Ran promptly seized Pei Jincheng's glass, gulping it down with vigor, and then flashed a smile at the producer, truly embodying the persona of an innocent youth. How might one persuade Pei Jincheng to indulge in a drink, making it seem as though he is taking advantage of another's vulnerability? Yet, could it not be that Pei Jincheng himself is the one seizing the opportunity? The system, perceiving the mirth in Su Ran's eyes, let out a soft sigh, bracing itself for confinement in the proverbial black room. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Mr. Pei appeared flushed, his dark eyes glistening with a refreshing sheen. Pei Jincheng felt a sudden softness in his heart and conceded, "Before we discuss anything, let me take you inside to rest." The lounge of the banquet hall was exquisitely adorned, and as Su Ran ascended the stairs with Pei Jincheng, he felt a weight upon his chest, a growing agitation within. Upon entering the room, he stumbled slightly, and Pei Jincheng steadied him by the shoulder, only to realize that Su Ran's breath had become fervently warm. Without needing to ponder, he quickly comprehended the insidious nature of this scheme. Pei Jincheng's gaze turned icy as he seated Su Ran upon the bed. "Someone is plotting against me," he stated with unnerving calmness. "I have put you in danger. I will call a doctor now." His tone was steady, though the hand retrieving his phone trembled slightly. Surely, these individuals lacked the audacity to truly harm him. They merely sought to exploit this moment, perhaps to capture photographs or videos to use as leverage against him. Su Ran would likely be unharmed, yet the possibility lingered. Just as he was about to press the dial button, a warm hand grasped his wrist. Perhaps influenced by the drug, the young star's voice emerged low and enticing. "Mr. Pei, could you refrain from calling a doctor?" Pei Jincheng's heart skipped a beat. Su Ran's lustrous eyes fixated on him, sparkling with an alluring glimmer. "Your actions make me seem devoid of charm." Su Ran began to doubt himself. Was it his flushed face or his hazy gaze that rendered him so easily manipulated? Shouldn't Pei Jincheng exhibit the expected reaction of a domineering figure? In the past, Finn had merely bitten his lip, and he had been unable to resist. The young star, struggling with discomfort, bit his lower lip until crimson droplets appeared. "Mr. Pei, grant me a chance, will you?" The tension in Pei Jincheng's mind snapped. His once clear gray eyes darkened. "What do you mean, Su Ran?" The young star smiled, the glimmer in his eyes becoming somewhat blurred. The warm lighting cascaded down, accentuating his apparent heat as he tore at his clothing, revealing a beautifully sculpted collarbone adorned with a silver chain. As his suit fell to the floor, the shirt hung loosely from his shoulders. The drugged individual appeared fragile and feeble. Yet, the grip he had on Pei Jincheng was unyielding. "Mr. Pei, are you interested in keeping a canary?" Pei Jincheng stood frozen. Even a figure of authority, such as he had never encountered such a situation and felt utterly at a loss. The young star, however, seemed remarkably adept for his age. One hand enclosing Pei Jincheng firmly, while the other tenderly caressed his lips, trailing down to his Adam's apple. Pei Jincheng's throat felt parched, his Adam's apple quivering slightly. The young star's voice was indistinct. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent." Pei Jincheng felt his legs weaken. Wasn't Su Ran the one under the influence of a drug? Chapter 74. An escape in the streets. The young star, though not yet of age, possessed a pair of bright, clear black eyes, appearing still as a somewhat naive student. Yet, the words he spoke were shockingly bold and straightforward. At this moment, Pei Jincheng hazily recalled that while he had always remembered Su Ran's age, he had forgotten that Su Ran had navigated the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry for a decade, making him far more mature than his peers. The slightly ambiguous warm lighting cast a glow on Su Ran's skin, which was astonishingly warm. He pressed eagerly against Pei Jincheng, seeking a hint of coolness. The young star's eyes were flushed, seemingly in a daze, and appeared dissatisfied with the intimacy that remained obstructed by clothing. His right hand wandered aimlessly toward Pei Jincheng's buttons, fumbling to open them. In his confusion, he feared damaging Pei Jincheng's expensive suit and struggled futilely for what felt like an eternity to unfasten even a single button, pouting in determination as he wrestled with the stubborn fastenings. Pei Jincheng remained frozen for a moment, then slowly raised his hand, methodically loosening his own garments one by one. Su Ran, with a slight tug at his lips and his gaze obscured by his glasses, beckoned him closer. Unbeknownst to him, the momentary clarity in Su Ran's dazed eyes had gone unnoticed. There was no impulsive urgency as he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. The young star seemed to struggle to articulate his thoughts, stammering, "Mr. Pei, I would never take advantage of you." His glasses were removed, and warm lips brushed against the corners of Pei Jincheng's eyes, causing Su Ran to feel the dampness of his lashes. "Don't be afraid." Pei Jincheng shivered slightly, his taut body gradually relaxing in Su Ran's embrace. The warmth of a 20-year-old's hold was unexpectedly reassuring, and Pei Jincheng was too weary to ponder the unexplainable pangs within him. He let out a soft hum in response. He was gently lowered onto the bed, his clothes discarded, and the soft, hazy light danced around them. Su Ran seemed intent on absorbing the last remnants of coolness from Pei Jincheng's body, with half-closed eyes. Pei Jincheng bit his lip tightly, swallowing his sounds of discomfort. His body felt unfamiliar and rigid. He did not push away the person atop him. He felt pain. A finger pressed against his lips, and the young star's gaze was bewildered, as if he were unaware of the excessiveness of his actions. Don't you like me? Pei Cheng was taken aback. The interplay of light and shadow revealed the fading chill in his eyes, and the redness at the corners of his eyes became increasingly pronounced. Like? The young star pressed even closer. I like you. I want to be with you. Pei Cheng's lips curled slightly, his hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. The veins on the back of his hands standing out. Is it just about finding a benefactor? Must it always be about people? His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, mingled with sorrow. The young star, appearing quite displeased, bit down hard on his collarbone, causing Pei Cheng to close his eyes in pain. I wouldn't be with anyone else. The words spoken in the heat of the moment should not be taken literally. Yet Pei Cheng could not help but tremble at the sound of it. He was compelled to receive a tender kiss, followed by dreamlike murmurs. Only with you. I like you. I want to let you feel pain. Don't be angry. Pei Cheng melted into the kiss, releasing the first whimper of the night. A sliver of moonlight slipped through the curtains, casting an enchanting interplay of shadows. For the first time, Pei Cheng endured such a challenging night. The following morning, Su Ran was awakened by the furious outburst of his small system. Instinctively, he reached out beside him, only to find emptiness. Suddenly alert, he realized the warmth next to him had long since dissipated, and there was no trace of another person in the room. Where was his benefactor? Where had his substantial new benefactor gone? He had only been a canary for one night before being abandoned by someone here. Is this reasonable? The system let out a cold laugh. Sleep, sleep, sleep. I told you to sleep. The person has long departed. Su Ran retorted, why didn't you wake me up sooner? Of course, this was because the system had only just awakened, a detail it could not divulge. The system fell silent. Su Ran opened his phone, finding his chat with Pei Cheng still lingering on the last message of good night he had sent. The thoughts of a benefactor are truly difficult to decipher. Su Ran sighed languidly. The system could no longer contain itself. Host, it's the medicine you took. Su Ran nodded. Indeed. The system reminded him. You also insisted on being supported. Su Ran conceded. That's true. The system became agitated. You even pinned him to the bed. Su Ran was ready to argue. I merely embraced him onto the bed. He wasn't so coarse. This was inconsequential, the system stated. Thus, it is Xiao Pei who is at a disadvantage. Why are you sulking here? How is he at a disadvantage? Su Ran asserted confidently. A canary as handsome and well-built as I, who can also provide ample emotional value, is a rare find. Brazen. The system was astonished. It seemed the host had unlocked a certain flow within this world and was beginning to let loose. Su Ran leisurely tidied himself up, donning a hat and mask, and strolled slowly down the street, preparing to head home. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Upon waking, it was already noon, and now it was 2 in the afternoon, with an outrageous number of people on the streets. The drama in which he starred was currently airing, and he was facing ridicule across the internet. Mockery also equated to popularity. Thus, halfway down the road, he was recognized. A young girl hesitated behind him for a long moment before timidly approaching and asking softly, Are you Su Ran? Su Ran instinctively touched his face, thoroughly concealed by the mask, and shook his head. No. As the girl drew closer, she confirmed his identity, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Ran, I'm your fan. Keep it up. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, then surrendered to the moment, whispering, Thank you. Just then, an ant beside the young girl leaned in and asked, What's Su Ran? The girl hurriedly tried to cover her mouth, but it was too late. The ant nodded to herself. Oh, so you are that young man from the television. She reiterated loudly, You are Su Ran. The declaration was firm and resonant. Both Su Ran and the girl were taken aback. Several passers-by had already turned their attention towards them, and Su Ran's feet felt numb. Was being an actor this troublesome? The bureau hadn't warned him. A small transparent figure above urged, What are you dawdling for? Run. He suddenly turned around and took off running. This action completely confirmed his identity, as several pedestrians pulled out their phones, recording videos while chasing after him. Su Ran? It really is Su Ran. Is he a star? The one from XX? Su Ran sprinted with all his might, running until he was breathless, finally stopping to take a shortcut home. Just as he arrived home, he received a call from Lin Jiwen. Ancestor, are you living on the trending topics of Weibo? The term Su Ran fleeing in the street has unexpectedly surged to the 10th spot on trending searches, gaining momentum with a promising upward trajectory. Lin Jiwen felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His illustrious career as a top-tier agent was precariously hanging by a thread before it even began. Chapter 75. The benefactor. Upon arriving, Lin Jiwen was taken aback by the despondent demeanor of his artist. A sigh escaped his lips as he swallowed the words of reproach that were on the tip of his tongue. After all, it wasn't a grave matter, at least not a scandal of illegal proportions. He patted the side of the sofa and said, I've arranged for you to take a day off from your teacher today, considering you attended a gala last night. Why is it that a day of rest has led to such trouble? Su Ran sat curled up on the sofa, her expression heavy and her gaze wearied. I just wanted to go home, she replied. Lin Jiwen was momentarily confused. You didn't return home last night? Where are you staying? Su Ran turned her head to look at him, a faint smile curving her lips, which instilled in Lin Jiwen an unsettling premonition. Room 3201, above the banquet hall. Lin Jiwen's mind went blank. Isn't that President Pei's room? Su Ran nodded cheerfully. Yes. Lin Jiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. You and President Pei. Su Ran chuckled lightly. In the dark of night, with just a man and a woman. What do you think, Brother Lin? Lin Jiwen nearly toppled off the sofa. President Pei was not that kind of person, if he were the type to keep young stars. There were countless handsome men and beautiful women under Pei's command. Su Ran would hardly be his choice. The company had explicit rules forbidding its artists from being taken out for drinks. Naturally, if an artist harbored such intentions, Pei's firm would not intervene. However, once the contract expired, they would never be renewed. Pei's company was renowned for its exceptional treatment within the industry, and few would abandon a formidable establishment for an unreliable benefactor. Su Ran stated earnestly, I pursued him. Lin Jiwen leaned back in shock. Why would you think like that? You're still young. If you proceed steadily, you'll surely. All right, Brother Lin, please find out what my benefactor is up to. Su Ran interjected with a light laugh. Lin Jiwen endeavored to steer his artist back to the right path, his heart aching. Xiao Ran, young people should rely on themselves. Taking shortcuts is futile. Su Ran covered her ears and silently walked to the door, opening it. Brother Lin, perhaps you should return and calm down for a bit. Lin Jiwen was left speechless. After sending her agent away, Su Ran retrieved her phone, only to discover that her trending search had begun to wane. Such meaningless notoriety would not benefit her. Rather, it would invite unwarranted speculation. A knowing smile graced Su Ran's lips. Pei Jincheng's expression was far from pleasant. Although Su Ran's actions could be deemed meticulous, it was, after all, her first experience, and she was far from adept, especially after a sleepless night. Last night, he had nearly acquiesced, but as dawn broke, he had fled in disarray. Regret was not quite the word. After all, Su Ran truly resonated with him. He simply had yet to untangle his emotions. It all felt too sudden. In the world of business, he had often witnessed others bringing along their young lovers. And though Pei Jincheng had seen many such instances in the past 5 years, he had never imagined he would find himself in a similar situation. At the moment the notification sound of WeChat echoed, he felt an undeniable hesitance to look. In the realm of financial benefactors, his flustered demeanor was indeed unmatched. Su Ran, President Pei, did you assist in removing the trending topic? Su Ran, are you uninjured? May I come to see you? Pei Jincheng's breath hitched. In truth, he had sustained some injuries, having made no preparations the previous night. Su Ran's screen flickered, dimmed, and then illuminated once more, before a response finally arrived from the other end. No need. The Public Relations Department withdraws any inappropriate trending topics. Nonsense. It was not a scandalous affair. And had it not been for Pei Jincheng's directive, the PR team would not have bothered with Su Ran's concerns. All right then. Su Ran sighed, adhering to the first rule of the Goldfinch S Code, to be gentle, magnanimous, and considerate, never to contradict the benefactor's words. Then I shall await your summons. The second rule dictated that one must always be ready to serve the benefactor. In another office, bright and immaculate, Pei Jincheng's phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. After several days of anticipation, Su Ran had yet to receive any news from his benefactor. But he did receive 2 audition opportunities from Lin Jiwen, a variety show invitation, and a notification of substantial funds credited to his bank account. Su Ran gazed at the considerable sum in his account, rendered momentarily speechless. The little system widened its eyes in astonishment. Could it be true that a benefactor who only provided funds and never appeared actually existed? Lin Jiwen roused his dazed artist. Are you listening? Both scripts are excellent. Although President Pei has not given you a direct endorsement, he believes in your improved acting skills. You should consider which one to audition for. As for the variety show, perhaps we should reconsider. Lin Jiwen pondered. Could it be that President Pei truly wanted his artist to secure a spot? He had been on edge these past few days, fearful that President Pei would dismiss him. Su Ran snapped back to reality, smiling. Let us go for the variety show. Lin Jiwen urged him to think it over. Recalling how Su Ran had previously provided endless amusement on variety shows, leaving him somewhat traumatized. Why would President Pei grant you this resource? Lin Jiwen muttered to himself. Could it be that President Pei, amidst his myriad responsibilities, was unaware that his artist was somewhat inept? Su Ran replied with resignation. Brother Lin, do not worry. This is a lifestyle variety show, boasting considerable exposure. Guests typically engage in cooking together and share conversations. As for why Pei Jincheng would provide him this opportunity, it was likely because Su Ran had been sending him pictures of the meals he prepared each day. Su Ran felt a wave of melancholy. The adage about winning a person's heart through their stomach seemed to hold true. Despite his efforts to entice Pei Jincheng with his culinary skills, he had ended up being sent off to a variety show instead. As for the scripts, one featured a male lead in a youth campus drama, characterized as a cool, gentle academic, harboring a subtle yet poignant crush on the female lead, which, if performed well, would surely captivate audiences. The other script depicted a tragic antagonist in a fantasy tale, originally a junior disciple to the protagonists, who, due to unforeseen circumstances, became the demon lord, ultimately relinquishing his resistance and meeting his demise at the hands of the female lead. The little system leaned in closer. This seems somewhat familiar. Su Ran raised an eyebrow slightly, reminiscent of Pei Chenxi. While the experiences were not entirely identical, the essence bore striking similarities. Lin Jiwen suggested, I recommend that you audition for this male lead. At 20, you are at the perfect age. Beyond this, securing roles in campus dramas may prove difficult. Su Ran chuckled lightly. Brother Lin, I am eager to try out for the role of the Demon Lord. Lin Jiwen paused, his gaze reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Have you truly become addicted to playing villains? Surely, you don't have some peculiar preference? Su Ran insisted. I am confident I can perform well this time. The system solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are more than capable. Xiao Pei has demonstrated the role twice already. Realizing he could not dissuade Su Ran, Lin Jiwen sighed. Very well, the audition for this drama is scheduled earlier. If it doesn't work out, you can always try for the male lead. Director Li was notoriously demanding. And although Su Ran had shown significant improvement lately, Lin Jiwen remained skeptical about his ability to pass Director Li's rigorous standards. Ultimately, it was likely he would return to playing the male lead in a campus drama. Chapter 76. Not single upon the announcement of the special guest for the Spend a Day Together program. The comment section on the official Weibo account erupted with fervor. Is Su Ran's resources truly this abundant? I've heard his contract with the company is nearing its end. Does this imply that Pei's company has given up on him? Could someone explain who is promoting this awkward performer? This slow-paced variety show carved out a niche amidst a plethora of thrilling and comedic programs, serving as an antidote to the exhaustion of daily life. It consistently led in viewership ratings without excessive hype or malicious editing, prompting many artists to vie desperately for a chance to appear. Although Su Ran had recently trended several times and garnered notable attention, his status still fell short of the top tier. Su Ran retweeted the program's announcement, curiously scrolling through the comments until one particularly striking remark caused his smile to falter. Is Su Ran the hidden prince of Pei's company? The system erupted in laughter. Haha. Host you. Su Ran felt a twinge of grievance. Why don't they suspect that I am being supported by Paige and Cheng? This was entirely the netizens' fault. Despite the mere 5-year age difference between Paige and Cheng and Su Ran, the former had cultivated an image of a calm and decisive leader since assuming control of Pei's company at the age of 20, making it difficult for the public to associate them. Even in his frustration, Su Ran could only shoulder his bag and proceed to record the variety show. Lin Jiwen, while driving, remarked during the recording, "Don't overexert yourself. Show respect to your seniors. Aim for competence, but avoid making mistakes." Su Ran nodded in acknowledgement while scrolling through his phone. The message page remained fixated on the good night message he had sent the previous night. The indifferent benefactor had not responded, accentuating his image as a neglected canary. After some deliberation, Su Ran confidently sent a message. "Mr. Pei, did you assist me with the variety show? Thank you, but I'm a bit anxious. I feel I may not be suited for such appearances." The system inquired, "Will this be effective?" Su Ran closed his phone with a smile. "Just wait." Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Jiwen's car slowed to a stop, and Su Ran's phone finally illuminated with a message. "Paige and Cheng, don't worry. Just perform your duties. The company will handle the subsequent matters." Su Ran's smile widened, and at that moment, Lin Jiwen halted the vehicle. We arrived. The recording of a day together took place in a modest cottage situated in the suburbs, devoid of scripts and the watchful eyes of a production crew. The guests were invited to spend the day in the most authentic and relaxed manner possible. The camera faithfully captured all the events of the day, which would later be edited by the production team into the most captivating highlights. Ready for broadcast just 3 days after filming. The regular cast comprised 3 individuals: the gentle and seasoned actor Mr. Yu, the vivacious and adorable national sweetheart Yuan Chuxue, and the creative singer Wan Yan. Just as Su Ran set down his belongings, he was greeted by Yuan Chuxue's cheerful inquiry, "Su Ran, can you cook?" This was a customary segment of the show, to which Su Ran nodded knowingly. Mr. Yu, in his leisure, delighted in culinary pursuits, always lending a hand in the kitchen whenever guests arrived. Given the busy schedules of most artists, few possess culinary skills. Some could whip up a dish or two, while others relied entirely on Mr. Yu's guidance. To their surprise, Su Ran's culinary prowess was exceptional, rendering Mr. Yu momentarily speechless as he held a thermos. Chuckling from the sidelines, the young man, clad in a crisp white t-shirt, exhibited a clean and refreshing demeanor, skillfully maneuvering the frying pan as the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air. Yuan Chuxue exclaimed in wonder, "I can't believe it, Su Ran. You're only 2 years older than me, yet you cook so well." Before long, a table adorned with a feast of colorful and fragrant dishes lay before them. Su Ran's culinary skills quickly won the hearts of his companions. After their meal, they moved their chairs to the courtyard to sip tea and engage in light-hearted conversation. The air was infused with the delicate scent of osmanthus and the earthy aroma of damp soil. Sitting beneath a parasol tree, Su Ran felt the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, brushing against his hair. As Mr. Yu observed Su Ran, he regarded him as a quiet and well-behaved junior. Speaking with warmth, "Your calm demeanor is quite rare. Let's exchange contact information. If you have any acting questions, feel free to ask me." Su Ran smiled in response. "Thank you, Mr. Yu." He acknowledged the controversies circulating online. "I understand that you are young, so remain humble, yet do not lose confidence. Take your time. I was still unestablished at your age." Yuan Chuxue, who often contributed to the program's entertainment value, leaned in with a bright smile. "Su Ran, can I ask about your ideal type on behalf of your fans?" Su Ran paused momentarily before chuckling. "I must clarify something. I am not single." "Ah." Yuan Chuxue gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "Who reveals their romantic status so suddenly?" "Su Ran, you must be joking," she added, but Su Ran shook his head earnestly. "I'm not joking. I want everyone to know I do not wish to deceive anyone." The usually quiet Wan Yin could not contain her curiosity. "You're only 20 and already in a relationship?" Su Ran blinked, silently noting that he had not truly experienced a relationship, let alone any official title of a partner. Paige and Cheng reassured Su Ran, expressing confidence in his performance while promising to support him should any issues arise, not wanting him to face criticism. On the night of the broadcast of A Day Together, coinciding with a Friday, Countless workers eagerly click to watch the latest episode of the show. Perhaps it is because the weekend approaches that the audience's spirits are elevated, and when Sue Rand makes his appearance, the barrage of comments reflects a serene passage of time. As the cooking segment commences, the flood of comments suddenly surges. The takeout in my hand suddenly seems less appealing. Ah, he can actually cook. Goodness. Sue Rand looks rather obedient, his hair transitioning from black to a lovely flaxen brown. Pei-Jin Cheng, with fingers aglow, gazes languidly at the computer screen. When Yuan Chushue poses a question, countless viewers, including Pei-Jin Cheng, instinctively lean in closer. I am no longer single. Pei-Jin Cheng is momentarily taken aback. The cigarette has burned halfway down, the heat searing his fingertips, yet he remains unperturbed, rigidly fixated on the screen. The comments race past. What did he just say? Self-revelation. Is this a collapse? You're the one collapsing. Sue Rand is an actor, albeit not the best one. Son, don't be impulsive. Your mother forbids it. But he is only 20. Indeed, he is but 20. The youth on the screen, with his charming gaze, appears youthful, yet speaks with unwavering conviction, compelling belief. He meets Ruan Yan's eyes earnestly, stating, "The mere presence of him before me feels like enough luck. To dwell on timing would only lead to regret." The ash burns hot. The pain in Pei-Jin Cheng's fingers is indeed a burn to his heart. The barrage momentarily cools, a single comment floats by. But he seems so sincere. Pei-Jin Cheng slowly closes his eyes, his fingers sluggishly registering the pain. It was too impulsive for Sue Rand to voice it so directly. He had already notified the PR department, and they must now be in disarray. He dials a number. Director Lee, the audition for that drama is tomorrow afternoon, correct? Sue Rand's comment section and fan group have erupted. Pei-Jin Cheng glances over, finding a plethora of shocked remarks, but no chaos. Having debuted early, Sue Rand's performance has faltered over the years, and most of his fans are longtime supporters, primarily affectionate elder sisters and mothers who view him as a perpetually youthful child. The child has unexpectedly declared himself in love. They find it hard to accept, but are unlikely to unfollow or retaliate. After finishing an episode of the variety show, Pei-Jin Cheng finally turns his attention to his own wounds. He carelessly retrieves 2 Band-Aids from a drawer, covering the small marks. It is certainly not the proper method for treating burns, yet he is indifferent. It is late, and once again, he is alone in the building. Chung. Why not come home for dinner tomorrow? The night is deep, and Pei-Jin Cheng gazes down from the office on the top floor at the towering buildings, their lights dazzling, obscuring the depths below. His mother's voice on the other end is gentle and soothing, though fatigue is evident in Pei-Jin Cheng's eyes. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. His tone is calm, devoid of emotion. His mother playfully reproaches, "I asked your father, and there's nothing pressing at the company. Is it too much to have dinner with your parents?" Pei-Jin Cheng's lips curl into a wry smile. The building is silent, and he can no longer suppress the bitterness within. "If you're planning to celebrate his birthday, what do you want me to do?" Pei-Jin Cheng's tone was both light and cold, with an upward inflection at the end, creating an eerie effect. Yet he was already dead. The phone crackled with the sound of violent collisions. Pei-Jin Cheng averted his gaze, knowing he should not look down, lest the urge to jump seize him. He pondered whether the pedestrians below would scream. His blood would stain the steps in front of the company, plunging it into utter chaos. But not today. He had matters to attend to tomorrow. Pei-Jin Cheng. The woman's voice on the line lost its earlier gentleness, turning sharp. "That is your biological brother." Pei-Jin Cheng scoffed, retorting, "A brother I have never met." He naturally let his hand fall, no longer able to hear the frenzied cries from the phone. Returning to his lounge, he picked up his phone once more. His voice, clear and melodious, softened at this moment, imbued with an almost unbelievable tenderness. "Mother, please rest early. I've told you. I have matters to attend to tomorrow." The wound on his finger throbbed painfully. He pressed it firmly, as if that might alleviate the discomfort. The bathroom in the lounge was cramped, and the hot water cascading over him brought a stinging, almost surreal sensation. Deep within his heart lay a wound, an unhealed scar. It was early June, yet the oppressive heat had already begun to spread. Sue Rand sat in the back seat, reviewing the script for the audition he was to attend. There was little of interest. He was set to audition for the role of the demon Lord's fall from grace, a scene he had witnessed long ago, and one that was deeply etched in his memory. His manager, driving the car, showed little inclination to engage with his artist, for who could blame him? After all, he had been tempted to drag Sue Ran down with him after hearing the latter's brash remarks on a variety show the previous night. Director Lee's production was shrouded in mystery. Even the title had not been disclosed to them. Sue Ran held only a brief description of the antagonist and the scene he was to perform. Despite the lack of information, Director Lee was highly regarded in the industry, and the audition site was filled with numerous well-known and capable actors, making Sue Ran feel somewhat out of place. Inside the room, Director Lee was conducting auditions while Sue Ran quietly waited outside with his number. Lin Ji-wen, in contrast, appeared increasingly anxious, fidgeting as if he were the one auditioning. When Sue Ran's number was called, Lin Ji-wen patted his back for encouragement. "Do well." Sue Ran smiled and nodded, only to hear Lin Ji-wen add, "If it doesn't go well, it's fine. We can still try that campus drama." Sue Ran suppressed his smile, replying helplessly, "Brother Lin, I want to perform this one." Lin Ji-wen, seemingly oblivious to Sue Ran's determination, urged him to go in while checking the audition schedule for the campus drama. Upon entering the room, Sue Ran was taken aback. Seated beside Director Lee was a familiar figure. He lowered his eyelashes to obscure the amusement in his eyes. Of course, Paijin Cheng, being an investor, was not barred from attending. Paijin Cheng lightly rubbed his fingertip over a bandage, feeling its rough texture. Director Lee, with most of his hair turned gray, wore a serious expression as he scrutinized Sue Ran for a moment. His looks and physique were acceptable. In a hushed tone, he remarked to Paijin Cheng, "This is your company's talent. If the acting isn't up to par, I want to accept him." Director Lee was known for his stubborn temperament and his almost relentless standards for his work. Paijin Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Naturally." Sue Ran politely nodded, "Good day, Director." "Good day, Mr. Pei. I wish to audition for the role of Zhao Shi." Zhao Shi, the antagonist of this drama, is ultimately slain by the female protagonist near the climax. The audition space feels desolate and vacant, making it somewhat challenging to attain the desired emotional state instantly. However, Sue Ran merely closes his eyes for 3 seconds to gather his thoughts. Upon reopening them, the emotions within his gaze have transformed. He comprehends the harrowing journey one must endure to become a demon. "No," he mutters, pressing firmly against his chest as beads of sweat form on his forehead. It appears he has witnessed something profoundly terrifying, causing him to retreat in haste, his steps faltering, and after just 2 paces he collapses to the ground. He raises a hand to shield himself, biting down on his lower lip from the excruciating pain. "No," he utters again, this time in a low, hoarse voice, filled with panic and helplessness. The brightness in his dark eyes gradually dims, becoming lifeless and desolate. Director Lee, who had previously underestimated him, now fully recognizes Sue Ran's potential, even revealing a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Excellent. Numerous individuals auditioned for this role, predominantly focusing on expressing anguish. Yet, beyond pain, there exists terror and despair. And at this moment, Director Lee finally witnesses someone embodying this additional layer. A smile graces his face, quite impressive. He retrieves another script, urging, "Try this one." Paijin Cheng, momentarily entranced by Sue Ran's performance, now appears slightly dazed and raises an eyebrow. "Director Lee, is this really appropriate?" Sue Ran's acting surpasses his expectations. However, being handed a script at the last minute leaves no room for contemplation. Sue Ran accepts the script, momentarily taken aback by its content, then softly replies, "I can do it." Paijin Cheng gazes at him with mild disapproval. Sue Ran's performance has been commendable, and he is confident that Director Lee will select him. He shouldn't add further challenges for himself. With his warm and luminous black eyes, Sue Ran implores, "Pei Zong, could you assist me in this scene?" Chapter 77. Bringing the investor home in this scene, the male lead seeks out Zhao Shi, wishing to escort him back to the sect. As Paijin Cheng peruses the script, a sense of frustration brews within him. He has never acted before and wonders why he has agreed to assist Sue Ran in this scene. Sue Ran, possessing a remarkable memory, has already committed much of the script to memory after reading it twice. He glances at Pei Jinsheng, whose expression is darkened by the script's content, and his gaze lingers momentarily on the bandage wrapped around Pei Jinsheng's finger before discreetly shifting away. Pei Jinsheng, not being an actor, speaks with a somewhat subdued emotion. Zhao Shi, turning back is an option. Director Li observes Su Ran intently, declaring that a good actor should not require another to guide them into character. Su Ran's expression remains indifferent as he subtly raises the prop sword, pressing it against Pei Jinsheng's chest, momentarily revealing a flicker of pain in his eyes. Director Li's interest peaks. If this were a formal shoot, he would already be urging for a close-up. His dark hair falls over his forehead, rendering him even younger than his actual age. He forces a smile that lacks authenticity, his voice hoarse as he murmurs, "Senior brother, I can no longer turn back." He steps forward, yet the sword in his hand discreetly retracts, never piercing the chest of the person before him. Go back to your Qing sect. Pei Jinsheng is momentarily taken aback before reaching out to grasp the blade of his sword. Su Ran, witnessing this, feels his pupils constrict, momentarily frozen in place. Pei Jinsheng, attempting to touch his hair as he once did, finds his hand obstructed by the sword, and it suddenly falls into the air. He states, "Little junior brother, your sword tip should not quiver." Zhao Shi is the most diligent junior disciple of the Qingyun sect, although his innate talent does not quite match that of his peers. He is the most dedicated in his sword training, persisting through the changing seasons without fail. Pei Jinsheng's eyes reddened as he softly spoke. "Zhao Shi, return with me. We shall devise a solution together." The tip of the sword seemed to tremble more violently, and Su Ran's gaze suddenly turned fierce. He spoke hastily, as if trying to persuade Pei Jinsheng and himself simultaneously. "Return? I am now the revered demon lord. Do you truly believe I wish to go back to being that ridiculed, incompetent disciple?" His movements were sharp, forcing the newcomer back several paces. However, as he turned to leave, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The smile at the corner of his lips broadened, yet tears glimmered in his eyes. "Senior brother, I have long since run out of tomorrows." Clap. Director Li smacked his thigh and rose, clearly pleased. "Well done, young man, splendid." As these words left his lips, everyone in the room understood that the role of Zhao Shi was firmly established. Yet Pei Jinsheng remained frozen in place, a dull ache slowly expanding in his heart. Suppressing the urge to help Su ran up and instead watching him rise and exit the room. Director Li, having secured an important role, was evidently elated. But Pei Jinsheng could not discern the torrent of words spilling from his mouth. "Director Li, please continue. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Pei Jinsheng exchanged a few pleasantries and departed through a side door. The audition venue was somewhat secluded, far from the city center, and the parking lot was nearly deserted. Pei Jinsheng sat in his car, a wave of mild irritation washing over him. He had no desire to go to the company today, and he found himself at a loss for where else to go. He was a young talent, lauded and admired, a rising star in the industry. Yet here he sat alone in his car, uncertain of his destination. The sun hung low in the west, its afterglow spilling through the partially open window onto his long-fingered hands, the conspicuous bandage standing out starkly. He lightly bit on the cigarette, but the smoke curling hazily and clouding his vision. Today was not a day for outings. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic tapping on the window brought Pei Jinsheng back to reality, revealing Su Ran illuminated by the sunset. The youth's strikingly handsome features were unobscured, his eyes sparkling with laughter, making it difficult to look away. Su Ran paused upon catching the faint scent of tobacco in the air, then smiled and said, "Mr. Pei, have you come to see me today?" Pei Jinsheng hesitated, his bandaged hand gripping the steering wheel, an inexplicable ache swelling within him. "I merely came to observe the audition." Su Ran thought to himself that Pei Jinsheng had invested in numerous productions, yet he had never heard of him personally attending an audition. Upon hearing this, he showed no sign of disappointment, leaning in casually through the window. "Brother Lin has something to attend to. Could you give me a ride?" Pei Jinsheng furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure towards Lin Jiwen rising within him. "He left you here alone?" If a manager were to act in such a manner, Pei's company might need to reconsider his position. Su Ran hurriedly replied, I knew you were here, so I asked him to leave first. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I almost put your job at risk. Truly a misstep. Pei Jincheng found himself momentarily lost in thought, while the young star outside patiently awaited his presence. He feared that lingering in this spot might lead to yet another absurd trending topic about Su Ran making a hasty exit. With a soft sigh, he beckoned, come in. The young star's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly hopped into the passenger seat. Words caught in Pei Jincheng's throat. The system nudged Su Ran, who had already fastened his seatbelt. Young Pei intends for you to sit in the back. Su Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. That wouldn't do. It would make him seem like my chauffeur. The passenger seat is far more fitting for a little lover. Pei Jincheng maintained his composure as he observed Su Ran inputting a location into the navigation system before starting the engine. As they entered the bustling city, an unmistakable chill emanated from Pei Jincheng, palpable to anyone nearby. He halted at a red light, his fingers unconsciously tapping the steering wheel. The previously quiet young man beside him suddenly leaned closer, his warm hand brushing against Pei Jincheng's cool, rigid fingertips. Are you hurt? Pei Jincheng adjusted his posture, subtly avoiding the inquiry. It's nothing. Merely a mark that a simple band-aid could cover. Few would pay it any mind, yet Su Ran insisted on probing deeper. The gentle pressure of that hand slowly enveloped the bandage, the warmth causing Pei Jincheng to momentarily falter. With 30 seconds remaining until the light turned green, Su Ran softly urged, let me see. Pei Jincheng pressed his lips together in silence, his gaze lowered, the faint glimmer of his glasses reflecting the light. With 10 seconds left, Su Ran removed the bandage. The burn was now exposed to the air, its untreated state revealing an angry redness and blisters. The light turned green. Pei Jincheng's fingers curled slightly as he pressed the accelerator. Turn right, came the voice of the young man, now tinged with the evening's chill, causing Pei Jincheng's eyes to flicker. There's a pharmacy nearby, Su Ran repeated. Pei Jincheng seemed unresponsive at first, until he heard the young man's light chuckle filled with a hint of exasperation. Then let's south go to my place. I have some medicine at home. It seemed to be a little lover's duty to bring the ailing benefactor home. In truth, there were no burn remedies at his residence, and the little system promptly responded. I'll go buy some now. Pei Jincheng did not fully grasp the statement. His throat felt tight, rendering him speechless. The pain from his burn suddenly intensified, and he had no desire to visit the office that day. Chapter 78. The secret Su Ran's apartment was modest, considerably smaller than the opulent villa of Pei's family. However, as he urged Pei Jincheng inside, his tense demeanor gradually relaxed. The villa was lavishly decorated but felt eerily empty. Su Ran's home was different. He settled onto the soft sofa, the sound of a variety show providing a comforting backdrop. The young star emerged with a first aid kit, his expression tinged with reproach. It's already inflamed. Holding his breath, the young star forcefully opened a cotton swab soaked in iodine, applying it to Pei Jincheng's wound with unexpected gentleness. This was a home filled with life. Pei Jincheng stared, momentarily taken aback by Su Ran's meticulous actions, sensing a hint of care and concern. Care? Concern? After evenly applying the burn ointment, the young star exhaled slowly, as if he had completed a significant task. The young star lifted his gaze and smiled at him, not inquiring about his wounds, but instead cheerfully asking, "What would you like for dinner?" This seemingly casual remark stirred something deep within Pei Jincheng, causing his eyes to brim with a bittersweet sensation. The young star raised an eyebrow slightly, exuding a touch of youthful bravado, as though seeking praise. You know, my culinary skills are quite exceptional. Pei Jincheng withdrew his hand, which had been expertly bandaged, nodding in acknowledgement, his voice hoarse as he replied, I know. He had seen it all, the daily photos, the variety shows. Before him stood an admirable youth, vibrant, radiant, with a future that gleamed with promise. Yet he himself was not that person. Beneath this facade of glamour lay a heart long since decayed, ensnared in a web of his own making, sinking deeper into despair. The air in this city felt oppressively heavy, each breath akin to drowning. His solitary existence stretched endlessly, and he relinquished hope far too swiftly. Thus, when he unexpectedly found himself in Su Ran's embrace, his instinct was to flee. He should not succumb to this solitude. He was unwilling to drown alone. Yet he could not drag down someone who sought to uplift him. The last rays of sunlight before dusk danced upon Su Ran's dark lashes, and Page and Sheng heard himself whisper, "Anything is fine." He yearned to sample the dishes prepared by Su Ran. As Su Ran busied himself in the kitchen, he discreetly glanced at Page and Sheng, who sat upright on the plush sofa, embodying the esteemed Pei, renowned for his striking features and youthful wealth. Su Ran observed his slender silhouette, silent and contemplative. He too was only 25, at an age where one could still be forgiven for their transgressions. Page and Sheng had just been seated in his car, feeling somewhat flustered, as if he were a homeless orphan. He stood atop the company's highest floor, silently crushed by the towering edifices around him. The aroma of the meal gradually permeated the air, and Page and Sheng found himself in a daze. This warmth was a long-forgotten comfort. A bowl of warm congee was placed before him, and he met the young star's unclouded smile. "Give it a try." Page and Sheng took a slow bite, savoring the tender rice and fragrant chicken. His lips, typically pale, appeared more vibrant as they touched the hot congee. And Su Ran watched him diligently consume each spoonful, reminiscent of a starving child cherishing a rare feast. Each bite felt exceptionally precious. His glasses fogged up, and Su Ran instinctively reached out to remove them. Page and Sheng froze momentarily before resuming his meal at a leisurely pace. Such a good boy. Once the congee was finished, the night had deepened outside. Page and Sheng sat there, momentarily lost and unusually disoriented. Su Ran smiled and suggested, "How about staying here tonight? I'd like to catch a ride with you to the office in the morning." The young star had already devised a reason. Su Ran emerged with a set of pajamas, offering them to the taciturn benefactor. "I have a guest room." Page and Sheng accepted the pajamas, murmuring a soft, "Thank you." Clutching the striped pajamas belonging to the young star, he headed toward the bathroom. Though new, the style was something he would never have worn before. From behind, he heard Su Ran's playful voice, "Mr. Pei, the bed in my room is much more comfortable." Page and Sheng paused, his eyes widening in astonishment. The audacity of the young celebrity has always been remarkably striking. After the benefactor lingered in the bathroom for quite some time, Su Ran emerged from the master bedroom's bathroom, a book in hand, and settled onto the sofa to wait. His patience was admirable. Thus, when Page and Sheng hesitantly stepped out of the bathroom, he noticed the living room still illuminated. Page and Sheng's hair remained damp, droplets cascading onto his shoulders, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Su Ran, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, shook the hairdryer and smiled at him. Page and Sheng slowly made his way over. The young star's touch was gentle and soothing, and the hum of the hairdryer was almost hypnotic, loosening the tension within him. "Are you feeling down today?" Su Ran inquired, his expression calm as he tended to Page and Sheng's hair, the question seemingly casual, as if it mattered little whether he received an answer or not. The warm orange glow from the floor lamp in the living room cast a cozy light, creating a play of shadows that felt oddly somber. The distant roar of traffic echoed in Page and Sheng's ears as he closed his eyes, the smile on his lips fading to a mere shadow. "Su Ran, when you first joined the company, did you hear what the son of old Pei was named?" Su Ran, taken aback for a moment, searched his memory and honestly shook his head. "No." Page and Sheng paused in silence, revealing his name was Pei Wen-shu. "You all have never heard of him. My parents kept him well protected." Perhaps it was the enchanting night or Su Ran's captivating smile that stirred something within him. They had once been strangers. Even while working at the same company, with little interaction, yet not long ago, their lips had met, their bodies entwined, engaged in the most intimate of acts. Su Ran possessed a certain magic, and Page and Sheng found himself unwittingly divulging the emotions he had long concealed. "Pei Wen-shu is my younger brother," Page and Sheng remarked, glancing at Su Ran, his brows curving into a slight smile, his tone unexpectedly light. "I never met him. He has already passed away." However, Su Ran fell silent, tenderly caressing his trembling lashes. Those eyes lacked the mirth they usually bore, revealing an underlying sorrow. Page and Sheng retracted his forced smile, gradually recounting the tale of yesteryears. Perhaps too much time had elapsed, or perhaps the emotions were too heavy. His words came out somewhat disordered and vague. Su Ran listened intently, piecing together the narrative that had not been inscribed yet was undeniably real for Pei Jincheng. A seemingly perfect family harbored terrifying secrets. Pei Jincheng was the eldest son of the Pei family, abducted in his youth. During the search for him, his mother unexpectedly became pregnant again, fearing unforeseen complications. She temporarily set aside the search and devoted herself to nurturing the child. Today, June 15th, marked not only the birthday of Pei Jincheng's younger brother, but also the day of his abduction, a mere year apart. After Pei Wenshu was born with health complications, he captured the entirety of his parents' attention, causing them to nearly forget about their lost eldest son. Eventually, when Pei Wenshu succumbed to illness, the police returned their long-lost son, who had been separated from them for a decade. Those misty gray eyes appeared bewildered. I distinctly remember that they loved me dearly when I was a child. Chapter 79. Leaving work together, Pei Jincheng struggled to articulate those 10 years, which seemed agonizingly painful. Yet, in retrospect, they felt shrouded in a haze. The anguish less acute than the clarity he experienced upon returning to the Pei household. He could only recall the dilapidated village, where a child who had never resigned himself to fate resided. He believed that his parents must be yearning for him. He endeavored to escape back home, fearing that his father and mother might be worried. Unbeknownst to him, he was a forsaken soul, each night spent in the suffocating darkness of the woodshed, forbidden from eating. He whispered his name until dawn broke. His name was Pei Jincheng, not Li Xuani. Those profound longings, the nights spent envisioning the faces of his parents, and the brutal beatings endured for attempting to flee had all transformed into mere farce. No one was searching for him. No one remembered Pei Jincheng. He felt the warm breeze above him abruptly cease, and, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled softly. "I'm sorry," but before he could finish the sentence, he was pulled into a warm embrace. The shoulders of the 20-year-old were broad enough to offer solace. Pei Jincheng's nose pressed against Su Ran's shoulder, a bittersweet sensation washing over him, and he found himself momentarily dazed on the verge of tears. "Pei Jincheng, hold me for a moment. I feel a bit down." The voice of the little star was melodious, and now, drawing close, it was imbued with an even gentler timbre. Pei Jincheng, bewildered, instinctively apologized. "I'm sorry." "Do not utter those words." Su Ran tightened his embrace, and he felt warm droplets fall onto his shoulder, seeping through the thin fabric of his nightwear, penetrating straight to his heart. Su Ran paused for a moment before reaching up to turn off the floor lamp in the living room, and darkness enveloped them instantly, concealing all tumultuous emotions. The figure in his arms shivered slightly, as if caught in a painful spasm, yet no sound escaped his lips. Su Ran lifted him effortlessly. "Shall we sleep together?" Pei Jincheng clenched his teeth. He could not discern Su Ran's features, only a vague silhouette in the obscurity. He was gently placed on Su Ran's bed, which was indeed far more comfortable than the one in the lounge. His hair sank into the soft pillow, imbued with the unique, refreshing scent of the young man. Pei Jincheng curled up within Su Ran's embrace. Whenever his name was spoken by him, it carried an inexplicable tenderness. Su Ran patiently tucked him in. "Sleep now. Tomorrow's sun will be splendid. Tomorrow will be a wonderful day." Pei Jincheng slowly closed his eyes, the bitterness in his eyes concealed by the night, comforted by the warmth beside him, enveloped by the body heat and breath of another. He felt a sense of security. The little system, seemingly devoid of tears, appeared teary-eyed. "I will set an alarm for the host to wake up tomorrow." Su Ran silently smiled. Pei Jincheng's biological clock was far too early. Before this person could escape, he needed to ensure he was taken to work. Memories surged like a tidal wave. With his eyes shut, Pei Jincheng saw the amusement park filled with balloons from that year. The moment he turned around, he never saw his parents again. A fierce man covered his mouth and dragged him into a small car, blindfolding him and transporting him to a remote mountain he had never heard of. Tears soaked the black cloth, his lips bleeding profusely. He remembered the year he turned 16, battered and bruised, escaping that small village, calmly stating in the police station, "My father's name is Pei Zhao, and my mother's name is Lawn Man." He had lived for 10 years on those two names. He heard his mother's gentle yet unfamiliar voice. Chun-chun, this is your younger brother. The cemetery was desolate and silent. The visage etched on the gravestone bore a resemblance to him, a resemblance that was unmistakably striking. As a soft breeze swept by, Page Cheng felt a chill envelop him. You have not sought me out, have you? In an instant, he recalled the indistinct murmurs he had heard at the police station with such wealth. How could there be no missing person notice? Had he known, he would not have fled, for he could have left behind a trace of memory. These recollections churned within him, rendering his breaths labored, until a gentle hand brushed lightly against his back. He was not alone. His eyes brimmed with warmth, dispelling the negative thoughts that clouded his mind. He must return. The small star was gentle and pure, yet the entertainment industry was fraught with turmoil. His return was imperative to safeguard him. The following morning, Page Cheng's biological clock awoke him punctually, yet he found his side unexpectedly vacant. He hesitated as he rose from the bed, daunted by the prospect of opening the door. The unfamiliar surroundings and the ill-fitting pajamas he wore silently reminded him of the previous night's events. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Ran leaned against the frame with a smile, saying, I guess you would wake up. Come have breakfast. Page Cheng blinked slowly, his anxious heart finding solace in the moment. The sweet fragrance of rice porridge beckoned him to relax, and he noticed that the dishes on the table remained untouched, indicating someone awaited his presence for the meal. He had been sheltered for the night and cared for tenderly. Su Ran cheerfully reminded him, You need to accompany me to the company today. The small star had risen early, prepared breakfast, solely to have him escort her to work. Page Cheng sipped the porridge in small amounts, aware that his sleep had been scant. At 20, he was still in his growth phase. He murmured, There's no need to wake up this early. Su Ran responded earnestly, You can wake up early, President Pei. You cannot abandon me. The small star's tone was unusually solemn, and Page Cheng paused, meeting her bright, dark eyes, feeling a warmth in his chest. How could he possibly let Su Ran go? The warmth he had received in this lifetime had been so scarce. Having someone so straightforwardly enter his life made him yearn to hold on tightly, though he feared Su Ran might regret it. Even familial ties, thicker than blood, had grown tenuous. Su Ran's acting classes were dwindling down to just a few days. Soon, she would enter the production. Once in the production, she would have to stay in a hotel, and would he really be unable to see her for several months? Su Ran felt a twinge of melancholy. Her acting teacher was evidently thrilled that she had passed Director Lee's audition. During today's practice, they had recorded several videos, eagerly sending them to some of his old acquaintances. Look, my student has made tremendous progress. Aha, old Zhang, you're overly flattering. You must remember the good script as well. That is not my merit. The child has worked hard. After practice, Su Ran noticed her teacher's face beaming with joy, and she helplessly remarked, Teacher, it's time for you to clock out. The teacher chuckled, patting her shoulder, Good lad. Keep acting well. The future is bright. At that moment, Su Ran was blissfully unaware that her teacher had single-handedly procured numerous job opportunities for her. When the surroundings finally settled into tranquility, Su Ran retrieved her phone. Mr. Pei, have you finished work? The message continued to ping on Page Cheng's phone. I came up to leave together. Leave together? Page Cheng ruminated, struggling to recall when he had ever agreed to share a residence with Su Ran. Chapter 80. Joining the crew, the faint scent of smoke lingered in Page Cheng's office. Not overwhelming, but rather subtly bitter. Su Ran sighed internally, maintaining a composed demeanor as he waved his phone and inquired, Did you see my message? Page Cheng sighed heavily. He had indeed seen it, but he never anticipated Su Ran would actually come up. The young star, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, asked, Don't you need to tidy up your things? Page Cheng felt that his reaction was overly nonchalant, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Not tidying up was acceptable, but the young star continued unperturbed, You can wear my clothes. Su Ran was only slightly taller than Page Cheng, and their physiques were quite similar. Perhaps the incredulous glimmer in Page Cheng's eyes prompted Su Ran to add with a smile, They're all new. He had plenty of fresh outfits. After all, he was a star after all. Page Cheng remained silent, for that was not the inquiry he wished to make. His car exuded a calm and understated elegance, appearing somewhat somber at first, yet the strikingly handsome and aloof man standing beside it lent an air of effortless grace. Noticing the weariness in Pei Jincheng's expression, Su Ran suggested, "Mr. Pei, may I drive?" Pei Jincheng recalled Su Ran's credentials and confirmed he had a driver's license, albeit it appeared he had never driven before. Meeting Su Ran's eager gaze, Pei Jincheng swallowed the words he was about to utter and handed over the car keys. Steeling himself, he entered the car, watching Su Ran's every move with keen interest. Only when he observed Su Ran's remarkable proficiency did he exhale a quiet sigh of relief. Pei Jincheng retrieved his phone and tapped it. Ding! Su Ran's phone suddenly chimed. He found it inconvenient to check while driving, so he tapped the system. "Oh my!" the system exclaimed, covering its mouth in a mock surprise. "Mr. Pei has transferred you 10 million. Su Ran blinked in astonishment, glancing through the rearview mirror at Pei Jincheng, who appeared to have just accomplished something significant. His previously taut frame now relaxing. Seizing the moment at a red light, Su Ran pulled out his phone to check, and the zeros in the message made his head spin. "Mr. Pei, you transferred me money?" Pei Jincheng nodded with restrained dignity, embodying the demeanor of a powerful executive. "It's for you." This was the obligation of a benefactor. Having dispensed the funds, he believed it was reasonable to accompany Su Ran home. As a novice benefactor, Pei Jincheng contemplated whether he could also impose requests upon his young lover, hesitating before asking, "Could you refrain from calling me Mr. Pei?" He preferred Su Ran to address him by his name. The young star responded with a playful tone, "Jincheng." The newly appointed benefactor maintained a serious expression. His lips pressed together, yet a flicker of light ignited in his misty gray eyes. Was this the privilege of having provided financial support? Su Ran stifled a laugh within, the transparent little being within him echoing his thoughts. "Wow, how adorable. I wish to tease you endlessly." The little being metaphorically perished on the spot. "Oh, Mr. Pei, your filter is simply too thick." The cast for director Li's new drama, Dusty Fate, has been largely finalized, and the production is approaching its commencement. Whispers regarding the actors for several pivotal roles have begun to circulate. Su Ran has already received the script. Although his character is a villain, he has substantial screen time. Beginning as a junior disciple practicing swordplay alongside the protagonists, he ultimately descends into the depths of despair as the Demon Lord, a character with a significant arc. His previous assistant has resigned, leaving Lin Jiwen to manage everything on his own. With the impending shoot, Lin Jiwen is in urgent need of an assistant. And before he could even conduct interviews, the company has already sent someone over. Lin Jiwen realizes he must not forget that his artist is now aligned with President Pei, a fact that changes their status significantly. The new assistant is a lively young woman, freshly graduated from university, brimming with enthusiasm. When the official announcement for Dusty Fate reveals the main characters, the comment section sees someone quietly questioning, does director Li's drama require a one-dimensional, malicious villain? Consider the implications of a production backed by Pei's investment. Reflect on that yourself. Director Li has never accepted actors pushed by investors, has he? Following Lin Jiwen's suggestion, Su Ran retweets the official Weibo post, expressing his anticipation to meet everyone. He curiously clutches his phone, awaiting comments from his fans. Ran, why are you playing a villain again?" Su Ran expressionlessly sets down his phone and turns to look at Pei Jincheng, who is focused on his computer. The young star's tone is indifferent, yet Pei Jincheng perceives a hint of grievance in his eyes. "I start filming tomorrow." Pei Jincheng hesitates. Good luck. He assumes the young star is concerned about his performance and reassures him, "Don't worry, you will do great." His benefactor, however, is an oblivious and straightforward man. Su Ran quietly turns off the living room lights and takes Pei Jincheng's hand, leading him to the bedroom. It's time for bed. With such early mornings, Su Ran worries that President Pei might overwork himself if he stays up late. That night, Pei Jincheng quietly opens his eyes and gazes at the sleeping visage of Su Ran beside him. The room is shrouded in darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow on Su Ran's long, dark lashes. The young star possesses striking features, compelling in their intensity. Yet often adorned with a smile, that effortlessly disarms others. Now, in slumber, his serene expression reveals a tender softness. The atmosphere in the room is tranquil. These days have been the most blissful in Pei Jincheng's dreams, and he suddenly yearns to share his life with this person. He is consumed by the desire to keep Su Ran by his side forever. Silently, he retrieves his phone and sends a message to his assistant. The next morning, Su Ran awakens to find Pei Jincheng has already left. He has a flight to catch in the afternoon, and Pei Jincheng likely chose not to disturb him, opting to head to the company alone. On the flight, Su Ran feels a lingering gloom. The new assistant, Shu Shu, who is quite the aesthetic enthusiast, cannot bear to see the handsome young man sigh. Ran, what's wrong? Are you nervous? Su Ran lowers his gaze, voice laced with sorrow. It seems we are embarking on a long-distance relationship. Shu Shu, who has been single for 24 years, interjects, excuse me. Meanwhile, Lin Juwen pretends to sleep with his eyes closed, choosing to remain oblivious to the exchange. Upon arriving at the hotel in the evening, Su Ran hastily sent a message to Pei Jincheng before Lin Juwen urged him to retire for the night, anxious about the morning's opening ceremony scheduled for 8 o'clock. He feared any misstep from Su Ran. At the same time, Su Ran's message reached Pei Jincheng. The airport announcement blared. He glanced at the boarding pass in his hand and proceeded to the gate. Having managed work before rushing to the airport and rising early, fatigue subtly marked his visage. He looked at the message on his phone, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet his fingertips gently grazed the screen as he revised his words, ultimately sending a rather formal reply. All right, rest early. His benefactor appeared aloof, though it was merely an impression. Every night, the person nestled in Su Ran's arms was tranquil and soft. The ice in his heart melted swiftly. As the plane ascended, Pei Jincheng closed his eyes. Chapter 81. He felt a flicker of joy. Although the opening ceremony commenced at 8, one had to rise by 6. Su Ran sat in the makeup room, still somewhat dazed, half closing his eyes when he suddenly heard voices behind him. Who could it be? It seemed to be President Pei. Which President Pei? Are you daft? Who else could it be? Does he not usually avoid such gatherings? Su Ran jolted awake, instantly alert. Lingo, he exclaimed, startling Lin Jiwen from his slumber beside him. Lin Jiwen nearly toppled from his chair. Irked, can you be still? Su Ran looked at him imploringly. Lin Jiwen sighed in resignation. I only learned this morning that President Pei arrived just an hour ago and is now inside speaking with Director Li. You'll see him shortly. The opening ceremony proceeded swiftly, perhaps due to Su Ran's unwavering gaze fixed upon Pei Jincheng, and before he knew it, it was over. Aside from Shu Shu excitedly posting a moment from the event on social media after receiving a red envelope, nothing else seemed particularly remarkable. Pei Jincheng had made a sudden decision to return that very evening, a businessman known for his astuteness regarding gains and losses. He should not have traversed back and forth for such a minor ceremony. After the ceremony concluded, Su Ran headed directly toward Pei Jincheng, and Lin Jiwen could not restrain him. Pei Jincheng was taken aback by Su Ran approaching him in such a public setting, momentarily stunned. Amidst the bustling scene, all he could perceive was the smiling glimmer in Su Ran's eyes. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely, yet Pei Jincheng seemed to carry the coolness of the early dawn. Their gazes collided, and Pei Jincheng hesitated slightly before turning to walk away. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ran followed suit. Pei Jincheng glanced at the time, realizing he could stay for another 2 hours. He bit his tongue to suppress the lingering drowsiness, then raised his gaze to meet Su Ran's, speaking in a tone as gentle as melting ice. In public, it's best to maintain some distance from me. The young star appeared slightly aggrieved. Why? Am I unworthy? Pei Jincheng fell silent for a moment, his emotions inscrutable, before replying. This could invite undue scrutiny. Even though Su Ran had genuinely earned this role through his own merit, public opinion could be daunting. Su Ran curved his lips into a smile, mischievously entwining his fingers with Pei Jincheng's, feeling the chill of his touch. We are not merely a simple relationship of president and employee. Su Ran's voice lowered slightly, imbued with a hint of ambiguous intimacy. I've already expressed that I am not single and wish to maintain some distance. Do you truly think it would lead others to believe I am involved with someone else? Pei Jincheng's heart skipped a beat. perhaps due to his lack of sleep. The sound around him grew somewhat indistinct, with only Su Ran's words about being in a relationship echoing in his ears. Su Ran tightened his grip gently, and Pei Jinjin leaned closer into his embrace, dazedly raising his eyes, only to be affectionately ruffled on the head. It was unclear how other wealthy patrons and their lovers interacted in private, but it was unlikely to resemble their dynamic. Pei Jinjin's shirt collar was slightly wrinkled, faint traces of his hurried arrival evident. Su Ran delicately smoothed it out. "Did you come here overnight?" Being so close, Su Ran's breath brushed against his ear, igniting a warmth that left Pei Jinjin feeling somewhat flustered, rendering him speechless. Su Ran seemed to hold all the cards in this exchange. Before him, Pei Jinjin appeared to shed the facade of the formidable CEO, looking utterly bewildered and surprisingly easy to tease. Yet, as he had stated that night, Su Ran would not take advantage of him. Though Pei Jinjin's lack of sleep showed, with dark circles forming beneath his eyes, Su Ran tenderly caressed his striking features, the flutter of his eyelashes causing a slight tickle against Su Ran's fingertips. "How long can we stay?" Pei Jinjin inquired. 2 hours, he replied, taking Pei Jinjin's hand. "Let us go to the hotel for a bit of rest, and afterward I'll drive you to the airport." Pei Jinjin would not be able to sleep in anyone else's car. Thus, he found himself drawn into Su Ran's room, enveloped in a blanket infused with Su Ran's scent. Watching as Su Ran diligently studied his script by the window, exhaustion soon overtook him, and he drifted into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, the room was filled with the enticing aroma of food, and Su Ran gently poked the still-dazed Pei Jinjin. His eyes, clouded with confusion, seemed to carry a silent accusation. Su Ran's heart softened immensely, and he spoke in a soothing tone. "Have something to eat, then I'll take you to the airport." Having slept for just an hour, the tranquility felt rare. This awakening was unlike those hurried moments after an all-nighter. His heart was at ease, and his head was free of the usual fog. Pei Jinjin bit into a sweet red bean cake, a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt a surge of happiness. There was no formal reason for his visit, yet he had decided to come. It felt right. Su Ran realized that Pei Jinjin sometimes resembled a child, delighting in something as simple as a piece of candy. Making him happy was, in fact, quite uncomplicated, yet such simple gestures were seldom offered. This time, as he sat in Su Ran's car, he felt none of the previous anxiety. Pei Jinjin sat upright in the passenger seat, stealing glances at Su Ran through the rearview mirror. Su Ran encouraged him. "Sleep a little longer. I'll wake you when we arrive." Pei Jinjin thought that he should not have to heed the words of his young lover, and after a moment's contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. Su Ran, caught off guard, chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. The atmosphere in the car was serene, yet far from cold. It was imbued with a gentle warmth that brought comfort. Before boarding, Pei Jinjin suddenly spoke. "I will come and visit when I have time." After saying this, he lowered his gaze, a hint of regret flickering across his features. Su Ran, wearing a mask, revealed his striking black eyes, sparkling with mirth. "That would be wonderful." Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Jiwen sat in the room, his expression heavy with concern. Su Ran blinked slowly, then obediently relinquished the car keys. "Brother Lin, I borrowed your car for a bit." Lin Jiwen scoffed, snatching the keys from him. The mere thought of his car keys vanishing alongside an artist after he had merely stepped out for a meal filled him with dread. "I truly fear seeing Su Ran trending for reckless driving accidents today." Unable to contain himself, Su Ran defended, "My driving skills are quite good." Lin Jiwen, however, was not convinced by his feeble excuses. He had accompanied Su Ran throughout his driving lessons and was well aware of his capabilities. Su Ran sighed, accepting the disbelief, as long as Pei Jinsheng was informed. Su Ran's scenes were rather concentrated, often spanning entire days and nights. After wrapping up a particularly demanding scene, he sat down to remove his makeup, giving his face a gentle pat to awaken his senses, just in time for Pei Jinsheng to rise. "Good morning," Su Ran texted, accompanied by a cheerful sun emoji. Pei Jinsheng paused momentarily, still clad in slightly oversized pajamas. "Up so early?" The moment Su Ran heard the notification sound, his lingering fatigue vanished, causing the makeup artist to glance at him in surprise as he suddenly appeared lively. "I filmed all night," Su Ran replied, his tone tinged with a hint of exhaustion. Pei Jinsheng could easily envision the little star's expression, his grievances barely concealed, yet subtly seeking reassurance. "Once this film is completed, make sure to rest well. You can choose to film again whenever you wish." Each of Pei Jinsheng's words warranted a sincere response, and every seemingly genuine complaint was met with thoughtful consolation. Such a benefactor. Who could it possibly be? Su Ran smiled, while the makeup artist diligently worked on his face. He felt he could still film for another 3 hours. Chapter 82. Who could bear to part after Su Ran sent his 5th morning message to Pei Jinsheng? The latter finally succumbed to the urge to call him. Having strained his voice during the last scene, Su Ran's voice was slightly hoarse upon answering the phone. Pei Jinsheng remained silent for a moment. "If you're too tired, you can choose not to act anymore." Su Ran was taken aback and gently replied, "I cannot afford to stop working. I have plenty of money to offer you." The voice on the other end was somewhat distorted, leaving Su Ran momentarily stunned. Pei Jinsheng's unexpected simplicity could easily spoil someone with his kindness. Gripping his phone tightly, Pei Jinsheng justified his words, as a benefactor was indeed expected to provide financial support. He himself was not particularly fond of work, and if Su Ran felt the same, he should not feel obligated to continue. "Jinsheng, you are remarkable. Rest assured, I genuinely enjoy acting." Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow. How could he possibly be as weary as Pei Jinsheng? The latter had entwined himself within the confines of his responsibilities, tirelessly working year after year, to the point of forgetting his own desires. Pei Jinsheng quickly acknowledged, preparing to end the call, only to hear Su Ran softly call out his name once more. "Pei Jinsheng," Su Ran chuckled softly. "If you're tired, take a break. My remuneration is quite substantial." Both of them had no need to fret over finances. Given such a rare and fortuitous arrangement, if they were not happy, it would indeed be a great loss. The line fell silent, with only the sound of gentle breathing resonating through the phone. On the second day, fortunate enough to have no scenes involving Su Ran, he found himself with some leisure time. After sending a message to Pei Jinsheng in the morning, he made his way to the set. Director Lee's crew was graced with numerous seasoned actors, from whom Su Ran felt he could learn a great deal. Although he had yet to receive a reply from Pei Jinsheng, he did not dwell on it, understanding that the busy CEO was often preoccupied with work. He was indeed a very considerate partner. "Teacher Su is here." The staff appeared particularly invigorated today. Su Ran smiled and nodded. "Chunge." Seeing that Su Ran remembered him, Chun Ji's eyes lit up as he beckoned Su Ran closer and whispered conspiratorially, "President Pei from your company has arrived, bringing milk tea and fruit for the crew. You came at just the right time. You can get some." Su Ran, upon hearing this, felt a rush of excitement, thanked Chun Ge, and proceeded inside, his steps revealing a hint of eagerness. That familiar figure was engaged in conversation with Director Lee. Upon catching sight of Su Ran, his eyes sparkled momentarily. Su Ran had been performing remarkably well since joining the crew, and Director Lee was increasingly pleased with him. Waving with a smile, "Xiao Su, come sit." Director Lee lavished praise on Su Ran's recent performances, leaving Su Ran feeling somewhat bashful. "Good thing President Pei brought you in for an audition. Otherwise, the character of Chao, she would have surely fallen flat." Director Lee's face crinkled with laughter, completely forgetting his initial reluctance. Pei Jinsheng nodded slightly, naturally. Seizing the moment while the lead actor was filming a pivotal scene, the entire crew's attention was drawn away, allowing Su Ran and Pei Jinsheng to quietly slip out of the set. As they left, Su Ran made sure to take a cup of milk tea with him. "What brings you here unexpectedly?" Pei Jinsheng replied nonchalantly, "Didn't TU ask me to take a break?" "A break, so I came to find you." Su Ran found Pei Jinsheng's earnest demeanor irresistibly charming, lowering his voice with a smile. "Let us head back to the hotel." It was midsummer, and the midday sun felt as if it could melt one away. The streets were nearly deserted, allowing the two to hold hands openly as they strolled along. Under the dappled shade of the parasol trees, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, and the silhouettes of the two could be faintly discerned. Su Ran, already feeling stifled in his mask, found his forehead dampened by the oppressive heat, while Pei Jincheng remained unfazed, exuding a calm demeanor. Su Ran tightened his grip on Pei Jincheng's hand, seeking solace from the sweltering summer heat. Pei Jincheng felt Su Ran's warmth radiating through his palm to his heart as he was led into the hotel. With a click, the world outside faded away, leaving just the two of them. The room retained a lingering coolness from the air conditioning of the previous night. Suddenly, Pei Jincheng found himself pressed against the cool wall, a warm hand cradling the back of his head, forcing him to meet a pair of deep, dark eyes. "How long will you stay?" 3 days. He had deliberately chosen to take Friday off, with Saturday and Sunday being a regular weekend. A perfectly reasonable arrangement. The young star's lips curled into an alluring smile, his tone ambiguous. "Are you hungry?" Pei Jincheng instinctively shook his head. "Not hungry. Then we can eat later tonight." A gentle, restrained kiss brushed against his lips, causing Pei Jincheng to widen his eyes in surprise. "I miss you," Su Ran whispered, playfully pinching his slightly flushed earlobe. Pei Jincheng gradually relaxed, pausing for a moment before raising his arms to embrace Su Ran in return. He longed for Su Ran. After 5 years, he finally permitted himself a respite, discovering for the first time what he truly desired. Su Ran playfully nibbled on his fair earlobe, and Pei Jincheng felt a resounding thud in his mind. Su Ran chuckled softly as they tumbled onto the bed together. "Do you remember?" Pei Jincheng struggled to recall, but he felt the familiar warmth of their bodies, the well-known kiss, and the scent that enveloped him. His limbs tingled, and a wave of disorientation washed over him, unaware that a diminutive, transparent figure had swiftly dashed to the bedside table to turn on the air conditioning. Consequently, he remained oblivious to Su Ran's amusement, feeling only an increasing tension. Su Ran gradually soothed his taut body, and Pei Jincheng trembled even more under the languorous caresses. His lips, which had initially held a slight hue, turned a vivid crimson, and Pei Jincheng felt half of his body succumb to a delightful numbness. The bed was a chaotic mess, garments strewn carelessly on the floor, their contrasting shirts entangled in a serendipitous embrace. The warm, golden light of the bathroom illuminated the room, and in an instant, water splashed everywhere. Pei Jincheng leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, only to be enveloped by a damp chest. Skin pressed against skin, and warmth permeated the air. By the time he regained his senses, it was already evening. The room was filled only with the sound of the hairdryer, and he wore a soft, loose t-shirt, his damp hair being blown dry by the warm breeze. The short sleeves failed to conceal the marks scattered across his skin, though his body felt languid. It was no longer a situation requiring pretense. He surrendered